I crouched beside the flower bed in our community, my grimy little face contorted in a frown. As I counted the number of times my mother had struck me with her hand. Having counted to 10, I wiped my nose with my hand and absent-mindedly plucked a blade of grass to shove into my mouth. Ugh, the taste of grass was truly unpleasant. I chewed a few times before spitting it out. Today, I had yet again fought with my friends, who, despite their misfortunes, lacked the skill to truly hurt anyone. Yet they had managed to soil my new dress, purchased at great expense by my mother. Those rascally children were not merely throwing mud. They seemed intent on reducing me to a state of utter disarray. Lin Yang, where have you wandered off to? Come back for dinner. Just as I was about to rise, I heard my mother's call and promptly plopped back down. My mother, Li Chuanfang, a gentle and knowledgeable elementary school teacher, transformed into a tempestuous middle-aged woman the moment it came to me. Lin Yang, what are you afraid of? You can take a hit. I patted my bottom and stood up, marching home with my short legs while encouraging myself. Yes, I can take it. I am particularly resilient. Upon reaching the ground floor, a small black cat suddenly darted out, its bright eyes sparkling. Without a second thought, I lunged for it. Meow. The little cat was pinned beneath my chubby form, letting out a frightened yowl. Grasping the cat by its neck, I glanced at a puddle of muddy water on the ground and chuckled mischievously. I scooped up some mud, smeared it on myself, and then bounded upstairs to knock on the door in one swift motion. Lin Yang, a 1T hit you today. My mother opened the door and nearly fainted at the sight of the mud covering me. The spatula in her hand began to smoke. I quickly flashed a grin, displaying my pearly whites, and sweetly called out, Mama, before presenting the muddy little cat to her. Mama, the kitty is mischievous. It's playing in the mud. The cat looked utterly bewildered. My mother examined the cracked, dry mud on my face and then looked at the wet, filthy cat. Without hesitation, she retrieved a feather duster from the shelf. You little troublemaker, why should I concern myself with what you do outside? Get away from me. I braced myself for a beating, squeezing out a couple of tears. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from upstairs, accompanied by a chorus of harsh expletives. How delightful! I would not have to endure a scolding after all. Fortune was on my side, and perhaps there would be snacks involved. Indeed, my mother set down the feather duster, closed the window, and handed me 2 cookies, allowing me to play outside a little longer. The old house had poor soundproofing. The ruckus from above was so loud and unpleasant that my mother always sent me away, fearing I might be affected by the harsh words. With unbridled joy, I nibbled on a biscuit while dashing down the stairs, my heart swelling with delight at the thought that this time, my ordeal had not been in vain. I vividly recalled how, whenever voices from above grew particularly loud, my mother would seize the opportunity to let me outside to play, often treating me to delectable snacks. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated through the air. Just as I reached the corridor, I was unexpectedly collided by a springy object, causing me to stumble several paces forward. Turning around, I discovered a little plump figure seated on the ground, covering their mouth, with tear-stained eyes glistening in the light. I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. She was the elder brother I knew from upstairs, residing just above my home, with a fierce demeanor and 3 grades ahead of me. The children in our community dared not play with him, and I too harbored a sense of trepidation towards him. Yet at that moment, what mattered more was that she was hastily chewing on a biscuit, covering her mouth to prevent crumbs from spilling out, clearly unwilling to waste it. However, the more I observed, the more I sensed something amiss. Her initial expression was one of disbelief, which then morphed into fear, and curiously, it culminated in delight. Slowly, she unfolded her palm, revealing a tiny tooth nestled in her chubby hand, stained with blood. She smiled, leaving me bewildered. I had expected her to cry, just as she did when she was previously bullied, her wails echoing throughout the building as she called for her mother. Those children whom I had reduced to tears were now fearful of me. Yet this little one before me seemed dazed from the collision, despite losing a tooth. She was still smiling. "Huh, it finally fell out," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the tooth. It had been loose for quite some time, and now it was gone. My classmates had mentioned that losing baby teeth signified growing up, and once all the teeth were replaced, one would be considered an adult. Wow, it was finally my turn to grow up. She grinned foolishly, cautiously reaching out to touch the gap where her tooth had been. The sight of her grimy little hand made me frown, and without giving it much thought, I called out, "Lin Yang, don't touch that." Hearing my words, she halted her movements, momentarily forgetting her fear, and widened her eyes in astonishment. How do you know my name?" I wish to convey that my mother calls her name, Lin Yang, a staggering 80 times each day, to the extent that even the dogs in our neighborhood are familiar with it. Yet, after much contemplation, I found myself at a loss for an appropriate way to address her, as her name, in my ears, often equates to yet another accident in her trousers. "Lin Yang, I just changed the sheets, and you've soiled them again." This thought flashed through my mind. Children possess an insatiable curiosity and a remarkable forgetfulness. Before I could finish my sentence, she abruptly stood up, tilted her head back to gaze at me, and said, "Brother, could you do me a favor? Please throw my tooth onto the roof." I was momentarily taken aback by the towering 6-story building. As I gazed at her expression filled with anticipation, I found myself pondering the source of her knowledge about the tradition of tossing lost teeth beneath the bed. I cast a fleeting glance at her 2 tiny, dark paws, hesitated for a moment, and at last took her hand, leading her towards the adjacent building. The distance between the 2 structures was minimal. Upon reaching the top floor, I perched upon a cluttered cabinet, my expression devoid of emotion as I observed her with closed eyes, murmuring nonsensical prayers. May Lin Yang not wet the bed, not face punishment, enjoy snacks daily, and remain free from cavities. I listened quietly, inexplicably feeling a warmth envelop my heart. The ceremony for bidding farewell to her milk teeth had just concluded when Lin Yang, with her little bottom raised, hopped onto the cabinet and settled beside me. She swung her short legs and, tilting her head with curiosity, inquired, "Brother, why do your parents speak so loudly?" Her eyes sparkled, and on her cheeks, there were several smudges of dirt resembling fingerprints, leaving one to ponder who had left such marks. Turning to face her, I adopted a slightly stern tone and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Instantly, she sensed my displeasure, as if realizing she had misspoken, and promptly lowered her head. With her small hands clasped behind her back, she stealthily brought them around to the front and began rummaging in her pockets. First, she produced a raisin, followed by 2 sunflower seeds, then a handful of dirt, and finally a small cookie. She opened her tiny black hand before me and softly said, "Please have a cookie, just don't hit me." Chapter 2. No wonder she was so adept at persuasion. As for the fate of that biscuit, Lu Lin remained oblivious. But it certainly did not find its way into his stomach. And he did not strike her, yet she still wept. The little girl, with her teeth knocked out but not a single golden tooth to be found, was now wiping her tears. For her dress had been torn by a nail protruding from the cabinet, leaving a significant gash 2 centimeters down from her pocket. It was over. She was doomed. After descending from the top floor, Lin Yang clutched her tattered dress, her heart heavy and her face as pale as a ghost. Without waiting for Lu Lin, she wiped her tears with her small hands and trudged down the corridor in disarray. The teacher had said that good children must have the courage to admit their mistakes. Thus, the good child resolved to proactively acknowledge her error, hoping for leniency in return. "Stop crying. I will help you think of a solution." As she stepped onto the first stair, her collar was suddenly tugged from behind with force. Lu Lin's tone remained harsh. He was genuinely irritated by Lin Yang, as she always seemed to attract trouble and cried every time she did. It was quite bothersome. Even now, she was noisy, yet he could not allow her to return home. He had heard her mother calling for her to come home for dinner. Allowing her to stay out any longer would surely mean exposing her to the quarrels of his parents. Though Lu Lin was only in the 4th grade, he had already grasped the concept of irony. How ridiculous was that the trivial matters of his family could inadvertently affect an unrelated child. Lin Yang was unaware of Lu Lin's thoughts, but his words were like a harmonious melody to her ears. "Brother, I knew you would have a solution." She, with her hair in disarray and tears staining her cheeks, looked at him with wide, sparkling eyes filled with joy. At that moment, she wholeheartedly believed that her brother was either a celestial being or possessed magical powers, capable of effortlessly restoring her dress with a mere gesture. However, Lu Lin was evidently not such a figure. After all, he was merely a child who caused headaches for both his parents and teachers, lacking any sewing skills. Yet, he knew where a tailor's shop could be found. Just behind the community, there was indeed a tailor's shop, run solely by an elderly woman. Her hair nearly all white and wearing reading glasses, yet her sewing machine whirred with remarkable speed, the pedal beneath her feet spinning like a little windmill, producing a rhythmic sound. Upon seeing Lin Yang and Lu Lin, the wrinkles at the corners of the old woman's eyes deepened. Her eyes, peering through her glasses, caught sight of the little girl's torn dress, and Granny Chun paused her work, smiling warmly as she welcomed her two young guests. This gentleman is indeed both talented and handsome. For 3 years, I have harbored no such thoughts, yet why today am I entangled in such emotions? The radio played a lively tune from northern China, while the needle danced back and forth, weaving intricate patterns into the soft fabric. Lin Yang, clad in the bright red apron provided by the old woman, struggled to tiptoe and peer closely at the ever-shrinking hole in her dress, her eyes wide and unblinking. Wow, Granny is amazing. When the tailor dress was returned to her, Lin Yang looked at Granny and then at Lu Lin, her eyes brimming with joy that seemed almost too much to contain, her excitement akin to a wagging puppy. Brother, how marvelous! Grandma swiftly mended the hole. Did you know that Grandma can patch holes? It's quite impressive. The little girl's lack of descriptive adjectives and exaggerated expressions caused a slight twitch at the corner of Lu Lin's mouth. He reached into his pocket, his expression somewhat unnatural, and inquired of Grandma Chun, "How much?" Grandma Chun affectionately patted the heads of the two children, smiling as she said there was no charge, before retreating into the inner room to fetch 2 handfuls of roasted melon seeds. Although the children might not recognize her, Grandma Chun was well acquainted with Lin Yang and Lu Lin. She had opened her tailor shop here after marrying many years ago, and the elderly residents of the community were generally aware of the familial affairs of each household. These 2 children were notable. One was the daughter of Teacher Li, and the other was the grandson of Lu Shaoan. The girl from Teacher Li's household was undeniably charming, with a round face and a sweet disposition, endearing herself to all who encountered her. As for the boy from the Lu family, his grandfather, Lu Shaoan, had devoted his life to education, imparting knowledge to countless students from his modest podium. However, even in the finest of orchards, one may find a few misshapen fruits. Lu Lin's father, Lu Zhaohong, was one of them. Of course, not all misshapen fruits were born that way. In his youth, Lu Zhaohong was a diligent university student, both intelligent and handsome. It was unlikely that a young lady from a wealthy family, who happened to be Lu Lin's mother, would have defied her family to be with him otherwise. To speak of talents, Lu Zhaohong had a share. He was the first in the community to purchase a luxury car. However, as his business began to decline, he squandered his earnings, leading him to blame Lu Lin's mother for not submitting to her family and failing to support his career. Later, due to his previous domineering behavior, Lu Zhaohong became the target of revenge, resulting in the complete downfall of his business and leaving him physically impaired. Now, he spent his days in smoke-filled mahjong parlors, indulging in revelry when winning, and drowning his sorrows in drink when losing, often returning home to vent his frustrations on his wife and child. Who wouldn't sigh at the tales of the Lu family? Yet, who among us is without our own burdens? Grandma Chun shook her head, stuffing seeds into Lin Yang's pocket. Yang, don't be shy. Let Grandma have some. Lin Yang protested verbally, yet her hands instinctively opened her pocket. Lu Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes, while Grandma Chun laughed as she filled Lin Yang's pocket to the brim. The child sweetened her words with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandma. I wish you happiness every day, delicious meals, and robust health. Grandma Chun, delighted by her flattery, handed her other handful of seeds to Lu Lin. He shook his head, covering his pocket. Consequently, both handfuls found their way into Lin Yang's pocket, and the little girl, noticing her bulging pocket, felt a tinge of bashfulness. Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye, brother. She sweetly bid farewell to Lu Lin and Grandma Chun, bowing to both of them, before joyfully bounding home, entirely oblivious to her significant loss. Her charming innocence and beauty were quintessentially reflective of her tender age. Whenever and wherever one can revel in joy, a full stomach brings carefree contentment. In places frequented by a little girl who delights in sweets, the very air seems imbued with a sweeter essence. As the sun retracts its rays that had graced the ground, the evening breeze carries away that lingering sweetness. Lu Lin stepped out of the tailor's shop, her fingers brushing against a coin in her pocket, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thankfully, no money was required. Moreover, it is no wonder she possesses such charm. Chapter 3, Brother. I can no longer compete. Little Lin Yang, who could still eat but not so much anymore, navigated through a chaotic day unscathed. That night, she dreamt of succulent roasted duck, oozing with tantalizing juices, the aroma sweet and inviting. Upon waking in the morning, she found her pillow dampened, startling her into promptly flipping it over. Both mother and daughter were at Lotus Flower Primary School, with Lin Yang seated on the back of her mother's bicycle, clinging tightly to her. Upon arriving at the school gates, Li Chuanfang secured the bike in a shed, and together they strolled into the school. Currently, she was teaching 2 fifth-grade classes, exchanging greetings with colleagues and students along the way. "Good morning, Teacher Li," they chimed. Li Chuanfang smiled and nodded in response, unaware of when her daughter had hopped ahead, widening the distance between them. In class, Teacher Xiao Xie reprimanded several boys who had drifted off during a lesson, imposing a punishment of standing for the entire period. She reminded the other children of the importance of mutual kindness and not bullying classmates, instructing them to report any incidents to her. "Do you know what to do if someone is bullied?" she asked, gazing at the children, who were seated in disarray, her tone gentle yet firm. "Yes." The children chorused, hands clasped behind their backs, their voices trailing off melodiously. As soon as the bell rang, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, with students munching on snacks, sharpening pencils, and picking up erasers, reminiscent of busy little bees at a morning assembly. Lin Yang, too, took out her knife to sharpen her pencil when suddenly, one of the boys who had been punished, a stout lad, marched up to her desk, clenching his fist and, with a swift motion, hurled her water cup to the ground. "Snitch!" His voice drew the attention of the other children, who turned to witness the scene. "Lin Yang is a snitch. No one should play with her," he proclaimed, before tossing her pencil case onto the floor and stomping on it with force. He Chi Ming was livid. He had been called in by his parents yesterday and punished today, all because of Lin Yang. She, emboldened by her mother being a teacher, had not only become the class monitor, but also reveled in her role as a tattletale, a sycophant to the teachers. Seeing her beloved water cup shattered and her pencil case crushed, Lin Yang pressed her lips together tightly, her fists clenched. That boy was infuriating. She longed to retaliate. Just yesterday, during lunch break, they had been caught by the teacher while attempting to catch tadpoles, and he had blamed her for reporting to the teacher, although she had merely gone to catch dragonflies. However, Teacher Xiao Xie had emphasized the importance of friendship among classmates, and being the class monitor, Lin Yang resolved to extend another chance to the stout boy. "He Chi Ming, pick up my water cup and pencil case," she commanded, standing tall with a serious expression. "I won't pick them up," he retorted, neck craning defiantly, making faces and stomping down hard on the pencil case again. "Snitch, sycophant, if you're so brave. Go tell the teacher." Lin Yang's fists tightened further. She was on the verge of losing her composure. She understood that He Chi Ming resented her for being the class monitor, but it was not her choice to assume that role. It was bestowed upon her by Teacher Xiao Xie. Whoever plays with Lin Yang is considered part of her faction. Once this statement was uttered, a palpable distance formed around Lin Yang, as everyone feared being labeled snitch. "I certainly do not wish to associate with a traitor." "Neither do I," echoed the children in the classroom, each eager to avoid isolation by ostracizing others instead. "Oomph." The chubby boy, believing himself victorious, snorted disdainfully and shoved Lin Yang with force. However, before he could reach his seat, he was unexpectedly struck from behind. During the break, Lu Lin happened to pass by the first-grade classroom and inadvertently witnessed a scuffle among a group of youngsters. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lin Yang among them, encircled by several boys, one of whom was pinching her cheek. To his surprise, she appeared undaunted, retaliating by grasping the chubby boy's face, her lips pursed tightly. and her expression fierce. Spotting Lu Lin, the young girl cried out to him as if he were her savior. "Brother, I can't hold my own. Please help me." Whoever takes on the role of her brother is indeed unfortunate. With just a couple of sunflower seeds, one could easily forget. Lu Lin hesitated for a moment, then pretended not to hear her as a slender figure vanished from sight. When He Qiming saw Lin Yang conversing with a boy much taller than herself, she was taken aback, only to find he paid her no mind. Feeling deceived, the chubby boy grew more aggressive, seizing her pigtail, while another boy seized the opportunity to push her. The traitor is a great deceiver. They do not even know you. Once Lu Lin departed, Lin Yang's eyes reddened as she bit down on the chubby boy's arm. "Ouch!" He Qiming exclaimed in pain, raising his fist to strike Lin Yang on the head. But before he could do so, a strong force knocked him to the ground. The previously departed older boy now stood before him, and fear crept into the chubby boy's eyes. "Brother!" Upon seeing Lu Lin, the young girl's eyes brightened, and she called out for him, her pent-up tears spilling forth. "How dirty!" Noticing the fresh nail marks on her face, Lu Lin grasped her small face, roughly wiping away her tears with a stern tone. The young girl lowered her head, tugging at her clothing while sniffing it, her lips pouting in indignation. "I will wash and smell nice," Lu Lin replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the chubby boy, leading the little girl to the sink. He turned on the faucet, cupping water for her to rinse her mouth. As they headed back, contemplating the chubby boy's grimy, sweaty arms, Lu Lin frowned and admonished her. "You are not to bite anyone in the future, understood?" Lin Yang clasped his hand, feeling a surge of happiness, for she knew her brother had not forgotten her. "Then when I find myself at a disadvantage next time, you must help me." Lu Lin thought to himself that he had little interest in playing house with a bunch of young children, and he impatiently replied, "Help, help, help." Chapter 4. Called to the office, Li Chuanfang never anticipated that one day she would find herself in the office not as a teacher, but as a parent. Indeed, her daughter Lin Yang had been summoned due to an incident. At this moment, two children stood awkwardly facing each other. One gazed defiantly at the ceiling, while the other fidgeted with the floral pattern on her shirt, each refusing to acknowledge the other. Li Chuanfang's heart ached as she noticed the imprints of fingernails on her daughter's delicate face. The previous day, while bathing Lin Yang, she had observed the marks and had subtly inquired several times, but her daughter insisted she did not know how it had happened. Fearing that Lin Yang might be bullied at school, she had even requested a colleague to keep an eye on her. To her dismay, just after 2 periods, she received the disheartening news that her daughter had been involved in a fight with a classmate, prompting her to come to the office. "Milisegonli, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my oversight. I should have monitored my child more closely," said He Qiming's father, who had not yet arrived. Teacher Xia, wearing a look of regret, spoke to Li Chuanfang, noting that she had been reminded earlier that morning, lamenting her lack of vigilance. "Teacher Xia, please don't say that. It is not entirely your fault," Li Chuanfang replied, shaking her head. "As educators, we all wish for our students to thrive." The two exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. It is often said that being a teacher is a rewarding profession, filled with the joy of interacting with children and the added benefit of summer and winter vacations, making it appear both respectable and stable. However, only those who truly enter the profession realize that teaching is far from easy, particularly at the elementary level. Suddenly, a loud crack resonated through the room as a middle-aged man burst in, hastily delivering a slap to the chubby boy. The boy fell to the ground, crying out in distress. Teacher Xia was startled and quickly rushed forward to intervene. "Mr. He Qiming's father, this is not an appropriate way to discipline a child," she exclaimed. "Just leave it be, Teacher Xia," He Qiming's father retorted, fuming with anger. "This boy has been unruly at home, and now he dares to bully his classmates. If I do not discipline him today, he will feel emboldened to defy me tomorrow, and the day after, he might even challenge you." Teacher Xia failed to restrain Mr. He, who, in his fury, seized a triangular ruler from the desk and swung it at his son. The chubby boy, terrified, closed his eyes and hid behind Teacher Xia, his voice hoarse from crying. Yet the ruler did not descend as anticipated. "Yang Yang, Both teacher Xie and Li Chuanfang were rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events as Lin Yang bravely stepped forward to confront He Qiming's father. The man, caught off guard, inadvertently struck her with the ruler. "Oh dear, my apologies, little one. It was not my intention," he stammered, alarmed to see the delicate girl harmed by his actions. "Uncle, it is not the adult's place to intervene in children's quarrels. I do not require your assistance," Lin Yang asserted, her voice steady. Upon hearing her, the chubby boy opened his eyes, bewildered as he gazed at her. Could it be that the notorious tattletale had taken a hit for him? How could this be? The man, in the prime of his life and possessing considerable strength, had struck Lin Yang, a girl not yet 7 years old, causing her to shed tears from the unexpected pain. She covered the bruised area with one hand while wiping away her tears with the other, mustering all her courage to address teacher Xiao Xie and teacher Li Chuanfang. "Teacher Xie, teacher Li, I was the one who struck first." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Li Chuanfang felt a pang of anxiety and embraced her tightly, gently patting her back. From a young age, her daughter had been quite spirited, often getting into scuffles with her peers in kindergarten. Fearing that she might face injustice or provoke further trouble, Li Chuanfang had established a rule forbidding her from striking first. Little did she know that her daughter had faced adversity due to her own work. It was no wonder that the girl was reluctant to hold her hand at school. Her daughter was far more discerning than she had anticipated. Observing the tearful little girl, He Qiming's father felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly redirected his ire towards his own son. "You little rascal, how could you bully such a sweet girl? Just wait until I give you a good thrashing." "Calm down, He Qiming's father. Resorting to violence will not resolve anything," teacher Xiao Xie interjected, shielding He Qiming while attempting to restrain his father. The atmosphere grew chaotic for a moment, with Lin Yang nestled in Li Chuanfang's embrace, her lashes still adorned with tears as she softly inquired, "Mommy, when will Daddy come home?" Witnessing another father, she longed for her own. However, the mention of her husband stirred a bittersweet feeling within Li Chuanfang. Her daughter missed her father, and she too yearned for him deeply. Lin Yang's father was a soldier who had been dispatched to the frigid north last year for violating orders during a previous mission, resulting in a prolonged separation from the family. Li Chuanfang tenderly tucked her daughter's hair behind her ear and gently reassured her. "We will call Daddy when we get home and tell him that our Yang Yang misses him, and ask why he hasn't returned to see his precious girl." Lin Yang sniffled and responded in a muffled voice. Then, imitating her mother, she extended her chubby arms to gently pat Li Chuanfang's back. "Tell Daddy that Yang Yang misses him more than Mommy does." The words from her daughter, who had been holding her emotions in check, brought tears to Li Chuanfang's eyes. Resolutely, she vowed to resign from her job if her husband had not received a transfer order by the end of the year, planning to take her daughter north. At the very least, they could be together as a family. She wondered if her father would laugh at her for losing a tooth when he returned. Yet, if he truly came back, she would ensure he had plenty to smile about. Lin Yang, nestled in her mother's arms, couldn't help but grin at the thought, resulting in a large bubble of mucus emerging from her nose. Amused by her daughter, Li Chuanfang playfully poked her cheek, retrieved a tissue to wipe her nose, and dabbed at her own tears. Meanwhile, teacher Xiao Xie had finally managed to calm the chubby boy and successfully convinced He Qiming's father to refrain from resorting to corporal punishment. Ultimately, He Qiming took the initiative to apologize to Lin Yang, and He Qiming's father resolutely handed Li Chuanfang 300 yuan for medical expenses, repeatedly assuring the teachers that he would not resort to hitting his child again. In the aftermath of the incident, although few children approached Lin Yang to play with her, no one ever called her a tattletale again, especially not the chubby boy who began bringing her various treats to her desk daily. Unfortunately, Lin Yang never accepted any of them, returning them all to him. The little girl harbored a grudge, proving quite difficult to appease. The chubby boy, however, remained unperturbed, generously sharing his snacks with everyone and continuing to discreetly place treats on her desk the following day. Until one fateful day, he discovered that his piggy bank yielded no coins whatsoever. It could not even be shaken to produce a sound. Chapter 5. Boss? 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 The recent weather has been splendid. The sky, as if freshly washed, is extraordinarily blue, while the fluffy white clouds lazily drift across it, embodying tranquility. The sparrows perched on the telephone poles appear plump and content, and a stray black cat has taken a liking to the little girl who once accused it, its glossy fur shimmering in the sunlight as it sprawls lazily at her feet. Lin Yang nibbles on sour grass, absent-mindedly scratching the cat's back. However, the young girl is troubled. She finds herself isolated from her peers. The predicament arose when she sought to invite her brother from upstairs to play with her friends. But her companions unanimously opposed the idea. Xiaobo and Tingting declared him fierce and frightening, claiming he would scare them with bugs and unleash dogs to bite them, branding him a villain. Banban also recounted witnessing him strike someone brutally, threatening that if he dared to speak of it, he would face the same fate. Despite her mother's approval for her to play marbles with Xiaobo, watch television at Tingting's house, and even spend time with Banban, she was never permitted to visit her brother upstairs. Xiaobo, at 8.5 years old, is the eldest among the group, a natural leader whom the children in the neighborhood always look up to. Upon hearing Lin Yang's intention to bring Lu Lin to join their play, he immediately asserted his authority, commanding her, "Lin Yang, you are not allowed to play with him." "Why not?" she inquired. "His father is a drunkard. He gets violent and is a bad person," Xiaobo retorted, his disdain evident as he sported a buzz cut and held a newly crafted iron hoop from his father, his face a mask of scorn. Lin Yang scratched her head, her clear eyes filled with confusion. She was not inviting her brother's father to join them. His father's drinking has nothing to do with him, she reasoned. We're not playing hide and seek with his father. The 8-year-old found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, only aware that Lin Yang dared to defy him, thus challenging his authority. Angered, he stomped his foot and shouted, "They're all the same. He is bad too. My brother is a good person, not bad," Lin Yang insisted, shaking her head earnestly. She believed her brother was kind when she accidentally bumped into him. He did not hit her, but instead took her to mend her dress and wash her face, exhibiting no malice whatsoever. "Then you shouldn't play with us, traitor," Xiaobo exclaimed, incensed that Lin Yang would defend a bad egg. He felt an urge to lash out at her, but feared his father's wrath at home. So he stormed off in frustration, perhaps to assert his dominance. The following day, Xiaobo, accompanied by Tingting and Banban, frolicked downstairs at her home, jumping rope, catching cicadas, and playing hide and seek, all in high spirits. When Lin Yang eagerly expressed her desire to join them, Xiaobo, holding the cicada he had just caught, lifted his chin in triumph and swaggered away with his friends to play elsewhere. For several days thereafter, the same scenario unfolded. Hand in hand, they laughed and played, excluding her from their activities, even neglecting to wait for her after school. The little girl, burdened by her oversized backpack, walked out of the school gate alone, tears welling in her eyes. Beside the Lotus Flower Primary School lies a narrow alley where a hunchbacked old woman operates a quaint little shop. Lin Yang adores visiting this establishment to purchase sweet syrup, for the cups that the old woman provides are considerably larger than those at other places. Priced at 20 cents per cup, the syrup is infused with rock sugar and mint, making it a delightful and refreshing treat during the sweltering summer days. Lin Yang affectionately refers to this as happy water, for it has always brought her immense joy. However, today her spirits are dampened, despite consuming a large cup of syrup. Her happiness has only slightly returned. Alas, that troublesome gang has reappeared. After finishing her syrup, Lin Yang is about to return the cup to the old woman when she is hurriedly ushered into the back room. "Good child, please hide in here for a moment. Don't make a sound or come out," the old woman urgently instructs, locking the door behind her as she trembles and rushes outside. With her cup pressed against the door, Lin Yang listens intently to the commotion outside, her small face scrunched in anger. She knows well who these individuals are. Xiaobo has warned her that they specialize in extorting children, seizing pocket money from younger students, often resorting to violence if their demands are unmet. Leading the group is Pan Shu, a 6th grader who has previously robbed Banban and Tingting. After Banban reported him to the teacher, she was met with a brutal retaliation, leaving her too fearful to tell anyone thereafter. Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, not only do they target children, but they also have the audacity to steal from the old woman. At this moment, They have not only taken the small bucket of coin she kept, but have also ransacked the store, leaving a chaotic mess in their wake. While the old woman is pushed to the ground by Pan Shu. Hearing her groans, Lin Yang's forehead beads with sweat as she pounds on the door in distress. Furthermore, it seems as if there are sounds of a scuffle outside. Perhaps it is her imagination, but she swears she hears the voice of the older brother from upstairs. After what feels like an eternity, the syrup vendor, favoring a leg, manages to rise with the aid of a stool to unlock the door for Lin Yang. Witnessing the old woman limping painfully, tears brim in Lin Yang's eyes. She resolves to seek out the police, determined to have those miscreants apprehended. Once the old woman has recovered her composure, she expresses her lingering fear that the thugs may not have departed entirely, advising Lin Yang to wait a little longer before venturing out. Operating the shop was never intended to be a lucrative endeavor. Her husband passed away long ago, leaving her without someone to converse with. She merely wished to create a lively atmosphere for children to enjoy when they came to purchase snacks, never anticipating that a gang of delinquents would set their sights on her. Had it not been for that young boy today, she fears her frail body would have suffered even more grievously. Emerging from a shop, Lin Yang races forward with determination until she spots a familiar silhouette. "Brother," she calls out as she runs. The old woman had mentioned that it was thanks to a particularly handsome boy that not all her money was stolen, confirming for Lin Yang that the voice she had heard earlier truly belonged to the brother from upstairs. "See, he's a good person." Lu Lin's pace momentarily falters, but does not cease. Pan Shu had struck his foot with a stool, leaving a large gash on the back of his foot and causing his big toe's nail to lift painfully, resulting in an awkward gait. "Brother, I just heard that Pan Shu and his gang are robbing the old woman's money, and you." Lin Yang, having run too fast moments ago, struggles to keep up with Lu Lin and gasps for breath. Lu Lin glances back, his expression cold. "Do not follow me, brother. Spare me the familiarity. I am not your brother," Lu Lin stated expressionlessly before turning to walk away, limping slightly. He remained still for quite some time, observing the blood seeping from his toes. A sense of inexplicable annoyance washing over him. Could it be that the weepy child had been frightened into tears by his harshness? Just as he found himself unable to resist glancing back, a gust of wind, sweetened with the scent of candy, rushed towards him. Lin Yang sprinted towards Lu Lin, her large backpack swaying behind her, pencils and erasers clattering against her pencil case, producing a melodic jingling sound. He did not turn around, yet the girl's youthful voice rang in his ears. "You dare to strike Pan Shu? How impressive. I wouldn't, nor would the boys in our class. But my father would. He is formidable when it comes to dealing with villains." To think she did not regard him as one of Pan Shu's entourage. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lu Lin's mouth as he caught a glimpse of the little girl moving from behind him to his side. "If you dislike being called someone's brother, how about I call you Big Boss? From now on, when you confront them, take me along." Lin Yang had been watching television these past few days and noted that exceptionally powerful individuals were often referred to as Big Boss. The fact that her brother dared to confront the senior Pan Shu was truly impressive. "If you remain silent, I shall assume you consent." Noticing his lack of reaction, Lin Yang tilted her head and tentatively called out, "Big Boss?" Oh, he didn't scold her. Thus, she gathered her courage and raised her voice. "Big Boss, Big Boss." A barely perceptible smile curved Lu Lin's lips as he reached out to ruffle her little tuft of hair. "Lin Yang, quiet down." Chapter 6. Is it a crime for a younger brother to offend? "Boss, here, and here all swollen." "Did Pan Shu hit you?" "Boss, that cat is so plump, it's even fatter than Little Black." "Boss, when we cross the street later, could you hold my hand?" "Boss." After Lu Lin told her to be quiet, Lin Yang remained silent for 5 minutes before switching to her parrot mode. When Lu Lin ignored her, she talked to herself, hardly repeating anything. There was no way around it. For the past few days, Xiao Bo and the others had refused to play with her, leaving the little girl feeling pent up, and now she was pouring out everything she'd been holding in. She chattered away, seemingly unbothered by thirst, her enthusiasm only increasing. Lu Lin's mind was now filled with tales of their classmates getting caught eating in class and being called out to stand in punishment, with one even having an unfortunate accident. It was still manageable until Lin Yang began to sing. Under the big bridge, a flock of ducks swam by. Come and come. Let's count them. So many ducks. Oh, they smell so good. She sang on, her own voice tempting her, and Lu Lin's eyelids twitched as he caught sight of her wiping her drool. Once again, it was no wonder she could talk so much. He had no choice but to go to a nearby shop and buy an ice pop, unwrapping it and stuffing it into her mouth, which finally made the little gap-toothed girl quiet down. When the green light illuminated the crosswalk, the boy, who was not very graceful in his movements, took the small girl's soft hand, and together they stepped onto the sunlit path, weaving through the breeze and the crowd. In the glow of the setting sun, Lin Yang's little tuft of hair was tossed by the wind, sometimes standing on end and other times drooping down. Their tiny shadows stretched long and slanted behind them. "Boss, I want to share a secret with you, but you mustn't tell anyone." At the entrance of the community, Lin Yang glanced around with a mysterious expression before swiftly pulling Lu Lin to sit by a flower bed. Her serious demeanor resembled that of a little spy, and Lu Lin genuinely thought she had a significant secret. He leaned down, and then he heard her secret, flavored with the taste of green bean ice pops. "I wet my pants yesterday, Lu Lin, but my mom didn't find out. I just sat on a stone for a while, and it dried." Before he could say anything, Lin Yang grinned, revealing a look of relief. "Fortunately, I saw Ban Ban do that before. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble." "Boss, if you wet your pants in the future, just sit on a stone. It works wonders." After a long silence, Lu Lin asked her, "Which stone did you sit on?" Lin Yang tilted her head proudly. "I sat on every single one." "Lu Lin, the stone should be clean again, right?" "Ah, but is it illegal for a younger brother to offend?" As a qualified younger brother, Lin Yang generously imparted her experiences to the boss. "The one by Grandma Li's house works best, though it's a bit hot on the bottom." As Li Chuanfang arrived home, her daughter tugged at her, insisting on going to the police station. "Mom, let's report Pan Shu." Pan Shu snatched money from an elderly woman selling sweet soup and even assaulted her, leaving the poor woman unable to walk. The name Pan Shu is not unfamiliar to Li Chuanfang. At Hahua Primary School, Pan Shu is notorious for being a troublemaker. Not only has he failed 2 grades, but at such a tender age, he has also engaged in fights, smoked, and associated with a group of delinquents, asserting his dominance within the school. Upon hearing the full account of the incident from her daughter, Li Chuanfang promptly contacted Pan Shu's homeroom teacher. After discussing the matter, they decided to reach out to the principal. It is not the first time older students have extorted younger ones, but it is the first time such an incident has extended beyond school grounds, especially with someone getting hurt. The principal declared the need for serious action. However, he hesitated to assign someone to address the issue directly, merely stating that the school would take responsibility. He instructed Li Chuanfang and Pan Shu's homeroom teacher to first approach the elderly woman to ascertain the situation and then to communicate with the parents, urging them to bring Pan Shu to apologize. Pan Shu had been summoned to the office several times before, each time accompanied by different individuals, clearly hired from outside. Thus, Li Chuanfang decided to visit his home directly. Through the neighbors, she learned that Pan Shu's parents were working away from home and had not returned for several years, leaving only his grandparents to care for him. Upon understanding Pan Shu's behavior at school, the elderly couple was filled with sorrow, unable to do anything but sigh. Being the only grandchild, they had indulged him, allowing him to run rampant at home, sometimes even resorting to violence against them. By the time they realized their excessive pampering was detrimental, it was too late. In the office, Pan Shu exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, showing no remorse even upon seeing the elderly woman's injured foot, until he noticed his grandparents hurriedly arriving. "What are you old folks doing here?" Furious and embarrassed, Pan Shu's face flushed crimson upon seeing them, and he raised his fists, ready to lash out, only to be restrained by a male teacher. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you. Who told you to come here? Are you trying to make me look foolish?" Faced with the teacher and being yelled at by their own grandson, the elderly couple felt uncomfortable, repeatedly apologizing for causing trouble for the school. "You old fools. What a bother." Perhaps feeling humiliated by his grandparents, Pan Shu began kicking the wall in frustration. Pan's grandfather cast a pained glance at his grandson and resolutely addressed the homeroom teacher. "Teacher Fu, we have spoken to Xiao Shu's parents. We can no longer manage this child. Please take charge of him. Discipline him as necessary." If he gets hurt, we will take him home for treatment. We absolutely do not wish to trouble the school. If it comes to that, his father mentioned sending him to a juvenile detention center. We cannot handle him anymore. Ouch. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Pan Shu suddenly broke free from the male teacher's grasp and kicked him to the ground. You old man. Pan Shu's grandmother was horrified and rushed to check on her husband. Although the old man was unharmed, witnessing his grandson's transformation brought him to tears. Sitting on the office floor, weeping bitterly. What sin have we committed? The two elderly people embraced, crying uncontrollably, while the office descended into chaos. Pan Shu initially intended to flee, but was firmly held back by his homeroom teacher. In this circumstance, Li Chuanfang promptly contacted Pan Shu's parents. After their discussion, the head of the grade made a phone call to summon personnel from the juvenile detention center. Pan Shu was taken away. He exhibited profound reluctance, particularly upon witnessing several boys, who were once his friends, chewing gum and mocking him. He uttered fierce threats, insisting they would regret it. The boys, displaying disdain, spat their gum at him as he passed by. Some younger children, upon hearing that Pan Shu had been apprehended, banded together to rush to the school gate to observe. Many of them had previously been bullied by Pan Shu and were now elated to see him in trouble, declaring to anyone who would listen that he had become a convict. A chubby boy, who had also fallen victim to Pan Shu and his gang, was now boasting to his classmates, reveling in the attention, especially since one of the officers who took Pan Shu away was his uncle, enjoying the admiration of his peers. He turned to see Lin Yang sitting at her desk, engrossed in a book, which instantly dampened his spirits. The class monitor refused to partake in his snacks or listen to his stories, as she held a strong dislike for him. For little Lin Yang, the matter of dealing with Pan Shu was an affair for adults. All she needed to do was to eat well, keep clean, and grow up obediently. She bobbed her head as she read the text, and before long, she had dozed off with her head resting on the desk. Chapter 7. You are truly wonderful. Boss Lin Yang found herself dreaming of indulging in candied hawthorn, only to be jolted awake by the school bell, realizing that the sweet treat was but a figment of her imagination, while her books lay dampened by her own drool. Frustrated, she wiped her mouth and shot an annoyed glance at the wall-mounted speaker before clambering down from her seat and making her way out of the classroom on her little legs. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to inform her boss that Pan Shu had been apprehended. She had urged her mother to report it to the authorities, which, in a roundabout way, equated to avenging both her boss and the sweet old lady. Most importantly, the candied hawthorn in her dream had been a gift from her boss, so it was imperative for her to seek him out. What if he wished to treat her to some candied hawthorn? It would be a pity if she were not present. The first grade classroom was located on the ground floor, while Lu Lin's fourth grade class was on the third floor. Climbing up those stairs left Lin Yang utterly exhausted, panting as she leaned against her knees. "Whose adorable little sister is this?" exclaimed several older girls, initially munching on snacks in the corridor, unable to resist pinching her chubby cheeks. One girl with a high ponytail offered her a spicy snack, inquiring if she would like to try it. Lin Yang eyed the snack, swallowing hard while shaking her head. Her mother had warned her that consuming spicy snacks could lead to a stomachache and that they could expand within her, inhibiting her from eating anything else. Although she was curious about the taste of the spicy treat, the thought of a stomachache necessitating an injection was enough to deter her. If it meant she couldn't enjoy other food, that was simply unacceptable. However, while she could not partake in the spicy snack, she could certainly enjoy cookies, jelly, bread, and hawthorn strips. When Lu Lin emerged from the classroom, he was greeted by a delightful scene. His gap-toothed little sister was surrounded by a group of girls from her class, a cookie in one hand and a slice of bread in the other, while they playfully fed her a piece of candy. The little girl's cheeks were puffed up, relishing the moment. Nearby, the girls giggled, teasing her by tugging at her braids and pinching her cheeks, exclaiming how soft and delightful her face was. As the girl who had offered the spicy snack approached to join in the fun, Lu Lin called out in exasperation, "Lin Yang, his little sister, not only gap-toothed, but also somewhat oblivious, joyfully leaned forward, oblivious to the oily hands of her admirers. Overwhelmed by the attention and affection, Lin Yang felt herself enveloped in happiness, completely forgetting her original purpose for coming upstairs. Upon spotting Lu Lin, She tilted her head and exclaimed, "Boss, what are you doing here?" Hearing her address, Lu Lin had yet to respond when several girls turned to glance at him. It dawned on them that what Li Xiaoyang had said was indeed true. Lu Lin, much like Pan Shu, associated with local delinquents who preyed upon younger children for their money, coercing them to acknowledge their superiority. How wicked! Ignoring the girls, Lu Lin pulled his naive little sister aside, preparing to advise her against accepting treats from strangers. Just then, Lin Yang vaguely remembered her original intention and blinked her eyes expectantly at him. "Boss, where's my candied hawthorn?" "What candied hawthorn?" Lu Lin replied, casting her a disdainful glance as he brushed away the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. "Red and round, sweet and sour, in delightful strings. Oh, how delicious they are!" When it comes to delectable candied hawthorn, Lin Yang smacks her lips, waving her chubby little hands animatedly as she speaks, glancing at Lu Lin, who swallows with anticipation. Lu Lin gazes at her round little belly, puzzled, unable to comprehend where she manages to store all that food. He had initially thought she had come to seek his assistance after losing a scuffle with some other chubby child, only to find she was simply craving a treat. However, he pondered where he could possibly procure candied hawthorn for her. Lacking that, would she fancy some milk instead? Lin Yang noted eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking a grain. That was a close call. The big brother was treating her to milk, and she nearly fainted with delight. As afternoon school let out, Lu Lin had just reached the school gate when he was unexpectedly bumped from behind by a plump little figure. He managed to steady himself and turned to see his somewhat oblivious little companion. "Big brother, I will escort you home," Lin Yang declared, dutifully playing the role of devoted follower. Lu Lin glanced around, noticing she was the only one accompanying him, and halted his steps. "Where's Teacher Li? Aren't you walking home with her?" He had been meaning to ask, knowing her mother was a teacher at the school, and it was customary for mother and daughter to return home together. "My mother said I'm grown up now, and I can go home by myself," Lin Yang proclaimed proudly, her head held high as she sniffled. Li Chuanfang understood her daughter's playful nature, rather than riding a bicycle home. Lin Yang preferred to walk with her friends. The school was not far from home, and with children from the same neighborhood accompanying her, she had observed that they were all quite well behaved, holding hands while crossing the street and waiting for cars to stop before proceeding. If there were any issues, it was merely that the children liked to visit the small shop for snacks. However, playfulness and a love for tasty treats are inherent traits of most children, and rather than impose strict rules, Li Chuanfang preferred to allow her daughter to grow freely. Walking alongside her big brother, Lin Yang chattered incessantly, while Lu Lin occasionally glanced her way, lending her a hand when they encountered slopes or curbs. Upon reaching a street that needed to be crossed, Lu Lin raised his hand to take her hand, only to find it empty. Turning back, he discovered Lin Yang had stopped 2 meters behind him. He returned to grasp her hand. "The weather is changing. We must hurry, or we might get caught in the rain." Lin Yang fixated on a particular spot, shaking Lu Lin's hand. "Big brother, look at that cloud in the sky. Doesn't it resemble cotton candy?" Lu Lin looked up, noting the darkening sky, devoid of any white clouds. Glancing back at Lin Yang, he saw her gazing longingly across the street, following her line of sight to a vendor selling cotton candy. "Little friend, would you like to buy some cotton candy? Only one left, and I'll be closing up soon with the rain coming." Lin Yang delightedly indulged in a piece of cotton candy larger than her head, her little pigtails bobbing as she enjoyed her treat. "Big brother, you're so wonderful." With a sweet smile, the girl's words were indeed sweeter than the candy. Lu Lin couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair. Just as they reached the entrance of their community, the rain began to fall. Lu Lin intended to pull the little sister along quickly, but she was faster than he anticipated. Lin Yang cradled the half-eaten cotton candy in her arms, dashing down the stairs with remarkable speed. As she reached the bottom, still catching her breath, she was dismayed to discover that only a stick remained of the once fluffy confection. The young girl's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced from the stick in her hand to her older companion, her expression one of utter confusion. Where did the cotton candy go? Lu Lin, having never tasted cotton candy, mirrored her bewilderment at the sight of the solitary stick. Was it truly gone? How could a mere 50-cent treat be so ephemeral, melting away at the slightest hint of rain? Noting her little brother's lips pursing in a way that suggested he might lick the stick, Lu Lin hastily disposed of it. Lin Yang, filled with regret, lamented that she should have simply placed it in her backpack. Chapter 8. The table knocked my head. Lu Lin felt as though he had been cursed. Otherwise, how could he find himself here, stretching a rubber band alongside a crooked tree? The summer vacation had passed, and little Lin Yang had advanced to the second grade. Although her allowance had not increased, her extracurricular activities had become significantly more diverse compared to the first grade. Recently, the school had taken a fancy to rubber band jumping, and most of the girls in her class had mastered numerous styles, with the more skilled ones able to jump continuously from the end of recess to the beginning of class. Lin Yang, however, was rather slow to react. She often tripped over the band or forgot the movements. Her teammate, Zhou Qianqian, felt burdened by her struggles, her displeasure unmistakably etched on her face, even as her mouth curled in annoyance while they played. To avoid holding her partner back, Lin Yang spent 50 cents to buy a rubber band to practice at home. She initially planned to anchor one end to the crooked tree while the other end was held by Xiao He. Unfortunately, Xiao He kept rolling around, tangling the band several times, but thankfully the older boy was willing to assist her. At that moment, the little girl was jumping with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, still thoroughly enjoying herself as she commanded her older companion. Older brother, raise the rubber band a bit. I've reached level 2. Lu Lin glanced at her short legs and adjusted the band to her calf. Older brother, level 2 is up to here. Lin Yang dashed over to lift the band to the bend of his knee, then scampered back to raise the other end to match the height on her side. Although Lu Lin could not comprehend the particular moves his little companion was executing, he noticed the band had become tangled and walked over to loosen it. Let us take a break. We'll jump again shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the exhausted little girl, entangled in the band, stumbled and fell flat on her face with a loud thud. Ouch! Xiao He, who had been napping in the shade, was startled awake. Seeing his young master tumble, he lazily stretched, rolled over, and returned to sleep. The rough concrete surface nearly tore Lin Yang's pants. She cautiously got up, carefully pulling up her pant leg. Upon discovering only a scraped knee, she patted her chest in relief. Thankfully, there was no blood. Otherwise, she would have had to secretly wash her pants. Is there any red medicine at home? When you return, let your mother put some on you. It's all right, older brother. I can keep jumping. Lin Yang flashed a grin, revealing a small, gap-toothed smile. Although her expression was more akin to a grimace than a smile. It doesn't hurt. Not at all. As her father would say, she had always been resilient, never crying from her scrapes or bumps, just like now. Although her eyes brimmed with tears, she staunchly held them back, feigning a cheerful demeanor. Older brother, you play by yourself for a bit. My mother's calling me home for dinner. Woo. Blood began to seep from her knee, and unable to maintain her facade any longer, she waved goodbye to Lu Lin with a woeful expression, limping toward the corridor. Ouch! It hurts so much. Lu Lin untangled the band from the crooked tree and kicked the sprawled-out cat. Xiao He meowed in displeasure, lifting his eyelids to see the scowling boy. His tail shot up, and he darted into the corridor, disappearing without a trace. Lu Lin entered with a rope in hand. Spotting his younger companion seated at the corner of the second floor, grimacing as he tended to his scraped knee. Do not touch it with your hands, Lu Lin admonished as he helped her to her feet. Get up. When we return home, your mother will apply some red medicine, and it will no longer hurt. The application of red antiseptic and white liquor to a wound is perhaps a childhood nightmare for every child, and Lin Yang was too fearful to return home and have her mother administer the treatment. She shook her head vigorously while gripping Lu Lin's hand, her large, glistening eyes pleading with him. Boss, I don't need the red medicine. I know what to do. Lu Lin instinctively sensed her solution involved something edible. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Yang sniffled and proposed, use an ice pop to soothe it. That will make it better. Really? Last time when I bumped my head on the table, my mother used an ice pop to treat it, and I felt fine afterward. 2 minutes later, at the convenience store, Lu Lin observed as Lin Yang returned the old ice pop he had selected to the freezer and retrieved a cola-flavored one. He frowned and inquired, do you really need the cola flavor for it to work? Lin Yang nodded. The cola flavor tastes better. I meant for you to apply it to your knee, not to eat it. Lu Lin felt utterly exasperated, giving her a mock fierce glare. However, the oblivious little sister completely ignored him, eagerly tearing open the packaging and articulating her reasoning. No need for an ice pop. That would be too wasteful. I'll just have my mom apply the red medicine when I get home. With that, she shoved the icy treat toward his mouth, tilting her head back and flashing a toothy grin, her missing tooth evident. Boss, you eat it first. Why is this little rascal loitering around instead of heading home after school? Before Lu Lin could even take a bite of the ice pop, he was unexpectedly kicked from behind. He stumbled forward, losing his balance, and the ice pop fell to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. You little brat, not learning anything good at such a young age, always causing trouble outside, flaunting the hard-earned money of your father. The stench of alcohol wafted from the man, and even without turning around, Lu Lin knew it was his father, Lu Zhaoong. Seeing her older brother being reprimanded, Lin Yang was infuriated. Like a hen protecting her chick, she spread her arms to shield Lu Lin, picking up the fallen ice pop and hurling at the man. You bad person, don't hit my boss. Lu Zhaoong, inebriated, took a while to register the assault, glaring at her with a fierce expression, ready to retaliate. Hey, you little girl dare to throw things at me? Do you believe I'll hit you? Lu Zhaoong, stop your drunken antics and go away. The convenience store owner, unable to bear the sight, stepped over the counter to position himself in front of the 2 children, pushing the man away with disdain. At your age, you should be doing something productive. Yet all you do is drink and gamble, and now you are taking your frustrations out on children. Mind your own business, Chen Mao. It's my son, and I'll discipline him as I see fit. The man erupted in a torrent of curses, raising his hand in an attempt to strike Lu Lin, only to be unexpectedly collided with by a rushing figure, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. In his fervor, Lin Yang accidentally tumbled to the ground in a most undignified manner. The young girl, still brimming with indignation, scrambled to her feet, ready to retaliate. Ah, you wicked villain! You dare to strike my leader? I shall bite you to death. Lu Lin, throughout the ordeal, did not spare a glance at her father. Instead, she expressed her gratitude to the shopkeeper, taking her fiercely protective little companion by the hand and fleeing the scene. Lin Yang, still fuming, glanced back over her shoulder, making faces at Lu Zhaoong as they ran. The pair came to a halt before a set of steps, where the girl continued to seethe with anger. With her chubby little hand, she patted her chest and declared with utmost seriousness, her youthful voice filled with conviction, "Leader, do not be afraid. I will protect you." It was this very proclamation that, for many years to come, would lead those who knew Lu Lin to understand that while one could provoke her, it would be utterly unwise to incite Lin Yang. She was his Achilles heel, the cherished deity held close to his heart. At this moment, Lu Lin, silent and composed, seated herself and her little companion on the steps, lifting the girl's short legs onto her own lap. She rolled up her pant legs and gently tended to the gravel embedded in the girl's knees, her movements meticulous and tender. Chapter 9. Kittens should not eat ice cream on their way home. Lu Lin held the chubby little hand of Lin Yang as they walked along the flagstone sidewalk strewn with fragrant camphor fruits. The little girl was unusually quiet, neither speaking nor intentionally stepping on the camphor fruits scattered on the ground. With 2 small tufts of hair nearly coming undone on her head and dressed in a pea-green dress, she appeared as obedient as a porcelain doll. As they passed by a small convenience store, they noticed several elderly men gathered at the entrance, engrossed in a game of chess. Beneath the old locust tree nearby, a few elderly women chatted while fanning themselves with their palm leaf fans. Observing Lu Lin and Lin Yang walk by, the group murmured among themselves, their eyes following the 2 children, their whispers a mystery. Out of nowhere, a black cat emerged, strutting confidently past the crowd, its chest puffed out as it followed its young master. Indeed, the cat had a master of its own. Upon reaching the entrance of the neighborhood, the quiet little girl suddenly shook Lu Lin's hand. "Big brother, give me a coin, and I will perform a magic trick for you." Knowing she might be craving something sweet, Lu Lin unhesitatingly retrieved the last coin from his pocket and handed it to her. Lin Yang clutched the coin tightly, her face beaming with the excitement of her newly emerged baby teeth, smiling innocently. "Close your eyes, Big Brother. While most magicians instruct their audience to pay close attention, she, in her own whimsical way, asked him to pretend to be blind. Watching his little sister's silly expression, Lu Lin couldn't help but smirk, then resignedly closed his eyes. Hearing her footsteps pattering away, he couldn't help but peek, only to see her dash into the convenience store. He shook his head and shut his eyes once more. About a minute later, a sweet breeze, infused with the scent of candy, broke through the greasy air and wafted into his nostrils. Big Brother, you can open your eyes now. When Lu Lin opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his little sister holding up an ice cream coated in chocolate and filled with sunflower seeds. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she pointed to the big smiley face on the packaging. Tada! Smiley face ice cream. It will make you feel better. As expected, Lu Lin's expression softened, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, enjoy. Big Brother, you eat. The ice cream melted quickly, and, as a seasoned foodie, Lin Yang could not bear to watch the delectable smiley face disappear. She promptly shoved the ice cream towards Lu Lin's mouth. Surprise flickered in his eyes. For me? Yes. So this was her way of cheering him up? Aware that she might cry if he ate the ice cream, Lu Lin still bit into it. After taking a sizable bite, he lowered his gaze to observe his little sister's expression. To his astonishment, she showed no signs of distress. Her eyes sparkled even brighter than before, filled with excitement as she bombarded him with questions. How is it, Big Brother? Isn't the smiley face ice cream delicious? Does her bottom still hurt? Is your mood a little better? So, she truly was trying to cheer him up. In that fleeting moment, the sunset was gentle and the evening breeze was refreshing. The sweetness of chocolate and cream melted on his tongue, filling him with a warmth that reached deep into his heart. In truth, he hadn't been feeling down because of Lu Xiaohong. He had grown accustomed to such things. Yet at that moment his spirits genuinely lifted. Yes, he affirmed. As the ice cream melted, Lu Lin remarked, it doesn't hurt anymore, and I'm feeling happier. Hee, that's a smiley face ice cream. Lin Yang chocolate joyfully. Yet a twinge of sorrow struck her. It was simply too expensive, costing $1 each. Miao Xiaohei caught the enticing scent of the ice cream and pawed at his little master's pant leg. Xiaohei, you can't have this. Look, it says so right here. Lin Yang squatted down, pointing at a row of characters on the packaging, words she couldn't comprehend, saying, kitten shouldn't eat ice cream. After uttering this, she devoured the remaining ice cream in 2 bites, savoring every last morsel. Although the smiley face ice cream was pricey, it was undeniably delectable. Meow, good boy. Xiaohei. Lin Yang affectionately rubbed its furry head with her pudgy hand. Xiaohei let out a soft meow, nuzzling against her palm. The smiley face ice cream had indeed brought joy to both her and Xiaohei. The little girl, in high spirits, chattered incessantly, her steps transforming into a playful skip. Lu Lin restrained her from jumping, fearing her knees would ache again, leaving him without funds to buy her treats. After escorting both girl and cat to the doorstep, Lu Lin turned to ascend the stairs, only to feel a tug on his shirt. Wait a moment, Big Brother. Lin Yang ushered Xiaohei inside, then dashed back out, a sense of mystery enveloping her as she slipped something into Lu Lin's pocket, instructing him to look at it later. As she closed the door, her fluffy head reappeared, brows furrowed, and a serious expression on her face as she said, Big Brother, if your father ever hits you, just call for me, and I will come to bite him. All right. Ascending the stairs, Lu Xiaohong had yet to return, presumably off inebriated somewhere, while Yao Yu sat on the sofa, engrossed in television, offering no reaction upon his arrival. Entering his room, he reached into his pocket, feeling the cool metallic touch of a coin at his fingertips. It was a coin, but not the one he had just purchased. It must have belonged to the little girl, sticky from holding it while eating candy. Alongside the coin was a soft, pliable object resembling gummy candy or Play-Doh. It even moved. As Lu Lin pinched the squishy item, he couldn't resist the urge to pry open his little brother's head to discover what was inside. To suggest she was lacking in common sense would be an understatement. What kind of girl would place a giant worm in someone else's pocket? And then, the unfortunate fate of the giant worm unfolded. On a day in the following semester, his little brother, missing a front tooth, approached him with a shoebox in hand, exclaiming, "Big brother, my silkworms have hatched. Have yours?" It took Lu Lin a moment to recall the giant worm he had accidentally crushed. Oh no, the silkworm. All of this, however, was a tale for another time. At present, he stood by the window, listening to the commotion downstairs, torn between laughter and a frown. Oh, Lin Yang was pinned to a chair by Li Chuanfong, wailing, "It hurts. Mama, be gentle. What pain? I haven't even started cleaning yet." Li Chuanfong retorted sharply, giving her daughter an exasperated look before using an alcohol-soaked cotton swab to tend her wound. "Ah, you're killing me." Hearing the delightful cries of a little girl from downstairs, Lu Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, a frown soon creased his brow. Was the application of the red ointment truly so agonizing? Furthermore, where did the old man selling candied hawthorn reside? Chapter 10. The Great Bird on her birthday last year. Little Lin Yang made 2 wishes. One was for an endless supply of snacks, and the other was for time to hasten its passage, as she longed to grow up quickly. However, come a new year, the young girl wished for time to slow down, wishing her father would not have to leave her and her mother so soon. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Li Chuanfong and Lin Wei felt their hearts shatter as they observed the mound in the blanket. Unable to bear the thought of her father's departure, the little girl hid beneath the covers, sobbing softly. Lin Yang was aware that her parents stood by the bedside, but she couldn't concern herself with her appearance. Her tears flowed freely, fueled by profound sorrow. She was heartbroken at the thought of her father traveling to a distant place for work, a place devoid of her and her mother, and so terribly cold that her father had developed frostbite on his hands and feet. Hearing his daughter's muffled cries, Lin Wei turned his face away. The hardened soldier, accustomed to the rigors of military life, could not suppress the tears welling in his eyes. He nearly succumbed to the urge to abandon his luggage and remain, but the hard-earned position he had reached, along with the weight of his responsibilities, made it difficult for him to leave. Li Chuanfong, though reluctant to part with her husband, gently reminded him, "It's time to go. You'll miss the train." With reluctance etched in his gaze, Lin Wei gently patted the mound in the blanket, saying, Yang, Daddy is leaving, but when I return, I will bring you delicious treats." Upon hearing her father's words, the little girl scrambled out from under the covers and leaned against Lin Wei's shoulder, her cries becoming desperate. "I don't want snacks. I want Daddy." "Be good, Yang," Lin Wei reassured her, enveloping his daughter in his arms while gently ruffling her fluffy little head. "Daddy will be back very soon." "How soon is very soon?" The little girl's voice was thick with tears. "Is it tomorrow or the day after? Daddy doesn't know, but I promise to return at the first opportunity to see you and your mother." "Whoa, how much does an opportunity cost? Can I buy one with my New Year's money?" Lin Yang was utterly despondent, clinging to her father's shoulder. Li Chuanfong found it impossible to pry her away, and eventually, the little girl ceased her cries and extended her chubby little hand. "Pinky swear." Lin Wei, cradling his daughter with one arm, extended his other hand, roughened by frostbite and calluses, and gently hooked his finger around her soft little one. "All right, pinky swear." Weeping her tears, Lin Yang sang earnestly, "Pinky swear." Hanging from a tree, "We must not change for 100 years." Mother and daughter accompanied Lin Wei to the train station, expecting the little girl to once again protest her father's departure. To their surprise, she behaved exceptionally well, not crying or fussing. Instead, she retrieved a pair of cotton gloves and a pack of wool socks from her small backpack, reminding her father, like a little adult, to wear them. Then she pulled out a jar of candy, vigorously stuffing it into Lin Wei's bag. The couple exchanged glances, realizing why she insisted on bringing her little backpack. With tears welling in his eyes, Lin Wei returned the jar of candy to his daughter's backpack. "Thank you, Yang, but adults don't eat candy. It's for you, our little treasure." Seeing her father's swollen and blistered hands, the little girl fought back her tears, pouting her lips. "I don't like Daddy having frostbite." Immediately, Lin Wei donned the gloves and planted a kiss on his daughter's cheek. "It is truly warm. My heartfelt thanks to Yang for sending such cozy gloves to my father." The train is all set to depart, its whistle blowing the signal before leaving. Lin Wei hands his daughter over to his wife, embraces both mother and daughter one last time, and then straightens his back to board the train. Goodbye, Daddy. Lin Yang tightly grasps her mother's hand, enthusiastically waving at the train that is moving farther away. Goodbye, Daddy. Come back soon. Lu Lin notices that his little brother seems a bit off today. He not only remains silent, but also holds onto a candied hawthorn without eating it. As they approach home, he can no longer restrain himself and inquires, "What is wrong? Did someone bully you?" Lin Yang shakes her head. What happened? Who bullied you? I'll help you get back at them." After hesitating for a while, the little girl finally decides to show her elder brother her toothless grin, revealing the gap where a front tooth once was. "My front tooth fell out. I can't talk properly now." Lu Lin can't help but burst into laughter upon seeing the dark hole where her tooth used to be. He had noticed that her tooth had been loose for a few days, but he hadn't expected it to fall out so quickly. "You too, Birdie. You're laughing at me. I won't play with you anymore." Lin Yang pouts in indignation, clutching her small backpack and trudging ahead. The elder brother is actually laughing at her too. How naughty of him. She vows to despise him for the entire day. Today, her desk mate gave her an apple, but she was afraid of biting it with her loose tooth and declined it. As a result, when she later bit into a fruit leather, she accidentally bit her finger, and her front tooth fell out with a crunch. Ever since then, her speech has been altered, and when the teacher called her to read aloud, she thought she did remarkably well, only to have everyone laugh at her. Though somewhat amusing, she mispronounced little frog as little heart melon, caterpillar as Momo bear, tomato as system score, and stand up as poop stand. Ha ha ha. Seeing his little sister sulking, Lu Lin prepares to comfort her. But he is taken aback as the little girl suddenly bursts into laughter herself. The sight of her missing front tooth is particularly amusing. Once Lin Yang smiles, she forgets her vow to despise her elder brother for the day and, with a toothy grin, asks, "Birdie, can I give the candied hawthorn to Mom since my tooth fell out?" "It's yours. You can share it with anyone you wish," Lu Lin replies, playfully pinching her cheek and correcting her, "It's elder brother." "Thank you, Birdie." Lin Yang beams at him, her gap-toothed smile being both endearingly awkward and charming. Her speech still slightly slurred. "Elder brother. Birdie. Elder brother. Bird." Lu Lin's face inexplicably reddens as he repeatedly corrects her, but eventually the little girl grows impatient, puffing her cheeks and stamping her foot. "Oh dear, Birdie, you are so annoying." Chapter 11, just a little more than newly sprouted branches of the locust tree swayed gently, resonating with the laughter of boys and girls. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaohei elegantly stepped out from the corridor to welcome his little master home. The residents of Jinyuan community were taken aback to discover that the little girl from Teacher Li's family had now become the much-despised follower of the Lu family. That day, after finishing work, Li Chuanfang returned home after grocery shopping and encountered Aunt Zhou from next door, who greeted her. "Little Li, you're back from work. What did you buy?" "Just some wonton wrappers for the kids," Li Chuanfang replied cheerfully, weighing the bag in her hand. "It's still quite chilly. You're out for a stroll?" "After dinner, I take a short walk. Otherwise, I might get indigestion." Before Li Chuanfang could respond, Aunt Zhou continued, "Little Li, please don't think me gossipy, but I've noticed that Yang Yang has been getting a bit too close to that boy from the Lu family. Yang Yang is a good child, but that boy is trouble. You must remain vigilant to ensure he doesn't lead her astray." Li Chuanfang was not surprised by Aunt Zhou's concerns. Several others had shared similar sentiments with her. She switched the bag to her other hand and smiled. "Thank you for your concern about Yang Yang, but that girl is quite headstrong. I worry she might lead others astray instead. And as a teacher, I must say, Lu Lin is actually a good boy. Over the years, despite his mischievous demeanor, he has never caused any real trouble, has he?" Upon hearing Li Chuanfang speak well of Lu Lin, Aunt Zhou's face wrinkled in disbelief. "He bullies the kids in the community and skips class to fight. How can he be a good boy?" Li Chuanfang glanced at the time and noted it was still early, so she reiterated some points she had previously shared with others to Aunt Zhou. "They say he is a burden, deliberately causing trouble to upset his mother. So, does that mean he is somewhat sensible then?" Aunt Zhou expressed skepticism regarding the notion that a troublesome boy would intentionally act out to provoke his own mother, but nodded nonetheless, only to frown again. "But he should scare my grandson with a toad." Li Chuanfang felt it inappropriate to comment on matters among children, so she smiled and said she was heading home, picking up her things to leave. Moreover, Aunt Jo's grandson was already 2 years older than Lu Lin and was in middle school, so the situation was indeed ambiguous. To be honest, she had previously harbored prejudices against Lu Lin, intentionally preventing her daughter from playing with him. She even once suspected him when she noticed nail marks on Lin Yang's face. However, it turned out there was nothing to worry about. Lu Lin not only did not bully Lin Yang, but also treated her like a sister, protecting her. For instance, there was that time when the little girl hid a bag of eggs under the bed to hatch chicks, only to sit on them and break them all. Realizing she had upset her, she reflected on her actions and even dragged Xiao He to keep her company in her contemplation. Nevertheless, gazing at the now tattered bedsheet, Li Chuanfang felt an intense anger brewing within her. Frustrated, she scolded Lin Yang a couple of times, just as the doorbell rang. Curious about who it could be, she opened the door, only to find Lu Lin standing there. A boy of similar height approached her, holding a fifth-grade mathematics book along with paper and pen, seeking assistance with a particular application problem from their after-class exercises. Li Chuanfang, momentarily taken aback, remembered that her expertise lay in teaching language arts. However, in the spirit of her role as an educator, she graciously invited Lu Lin to her home, meticulously guiding him through the solution to the application problem. Despite her efforts, whether due to her unclear explanations or the boy's limited comprehension, they spent nearly half an hour grappling with the question. If A and B together are 10 years old, and B and C together are 16 years old, while A and C average 12 years, how old are A, B, and C? As the session progressed, her initial frustration dissipated. After Lu Lin departed, Li Chuanfang belatedly realized that the boy had come to her daughter's aid. From that day forth, she began to earnestly reflect on the subtle biases society harbors against boys. While other children were welcome to play with her daughter, Lu Lin was often excluded. During festive seasons, treats were given to neighboring children, yet he was overlooked. If any child experienced a scrape or bruise, it was presumed without inquiry that he was the culprit. In truth, how could a boy who did not even know the material he was supposed to be learning, who rushed down with a math book upon hearing her daughter was being bullied, be capable of such malice? As evening descended, Lin Yang savored the wontons and crispy meat her mother had prepared. Soup splattered across her face. The delicate, generously stuffed wontons paired with the golden, crunchy meat were simply divine. Observing her daughter nearly burying her face in the bowl, Li Chuanfang felt a pang of concern. Other girls dined with grace and poise, while her own seemed like an insatiable little gourmet. However, today was peculiar. Usually, a plate of crispy meat would barely suffice, yet 2 pieces remained untouched. To her surprise, Lin Yang reluctantly set down her chopsticks, gazing longingly at the last 2 pieces of meat, and asked Mom, "May I take this to Big Brother?" Li Chuanfang was taken aback. "You're not going to eat it?" Lin Yang patted her round belly, forcing herself not to look at the remaining morsels, and shook her head. "I'm full. Mom's crispy meat is so delicious. I want Big Brother to try some too." It seemed that Lu Lin held a significant place in her daughter's heart. This was the first time she had willingly offered her food to someone else. "Let this cool down. I'll fry some more for you to take to Aunt Yao," Li Chuanfang said, placing the last 2 pieces of crispy meat into her daughter's bowl before heading to the kitchen. Her little darling was growing up, learning the value of sharing. The freshly fried crispy meat wafted an irresistible aroma, and as they ascended the stairs, Lin Yang could not resist snatching a piece to eat. Finding it delightful, she indulged in another, and then another. Consequently, what had once been a towering plate of crispy meat became a mere hillock by the time they reached the 4th floor. Knock, knock, knock. The cheerful knocking was rather exuberant, prompting Yao Yu to open the door with a hint of confusion, only to find the chubby little girl from downstairs standing at the threshold, carrying a plate of golden crispy meat. "Hello?" "Auntie," Lin Yang carefully, happily extending the plate towards her. "My mom made this crispy meat. She asked me to bring some for you and Big Brother taste." "Oh, thank you," Yao Yu replied, momentarily stunned as she accepted the plate from Lin Yang. Since the discord between her and Lu Xiaohong arose, she had not interacted with these neighbors for quite some time. Thus, when she saw Lin Yang standing at the door, holding a plate of crispy meat, she was somewhat perplexed. "Please wait a moment, Annie has." Yao Yu asked her to wait for a bit, carrying the crispy meat indoors. Instinctively, she wanted to say they had candy at home, but after searching through the cupboards, she could find none, ultimately uncovering only a few tomatoes. There are a few tomatoes. You can take them to your mother for soup. Hearing the commotion, Lu Lin emerged from his room, and Lin Yang excitedly waved at him. Big brother, my mom made the crispy meat. It's delicious, you must try some. When Lu Lin approached, the little girl leaned in closer and whispered, You and Auntie eat it all. Don't let your dad have any. Lu Lin nodded and asked her, Are you still hungry? You all can eat. I'm full, Lin Yang replied, diverting her gaze from the crispy meat and shaking her head vigorously like a rattle. Observing her greasy mouth, Lu Lin realized she had been sneaking bites. But he refrained from exposing her, instead handing her a napkin to wipe her mouth. The little girl's gluttonous demeanor was simply too endearing, prompting Yao Yu to stifle a giggle. Yang, Auntie and your brother have already eaten. We can't consume so much. Why don't you have just a little more? Well, then I'll just have a tiny bit more, Lin Yang replied bashfully, rubbing her hands together before quickly grabbing another piece and popping it into her mouth. Chapter 12. Lin Yang protects her leader Lin Yang. Skipping merrily with an empty plate and the tomatoes gifted by Yao Yu, descended the stairs. As she closed the door, she chanced upon the inebriated Lu Xiaohong staggering past. Without time to make a face at him, she hurried back to her room and flung open the window. First, she tugged vigorously at the small bell dangling from above, then called out loudly, Leader, your wicked father has returned. Quickly hide. Ever since Lu Lin had informed her that he could hear her getting beaten from upstairs, Lin Yang had devised this method of communication with her leader. Lu Lin shook the small bell by the window, signaling that he had heard her. Shaolin. As the young girl's anxious voice drifted up, Yao Yu was also present in Lu Lin's room, hesitating to speak. She felt like a useless woman, unable to manage her man or raise her son properly. Returning to her parental home would only bring her shame. Originally, she had accepted that this was her fate, but today, upon seeing the lively little girl downstairs, she was momentarily transported back to her own childhood. Before marrying Lu Xiaohong, she had been cherished by her parents. A beloved girl, surrounded by affection from her elders in a relatively affluent household, never wanting for food or drink. Though her brother was mischievous, he would gallantly defend her whenever she was bullied. Yet, she had succumbed to Lu Xiaohong's sweet words, disregarding her family's objections to marry him, resulting in a bitter rift within her family. At that moment, Yao Yu moved her pale lips as if to say something, ultimately only managing to utter, Stay in your room and don't come out. I'll handle things with your father. You should get a divorce without worrying about me. As Yao Yu turned to leave, she heard Lu Lin calmly utter these words, causing her to glance at her son, who towered over her. Shaolin, your father and I. Yao Yu had contemplated divorce, yet the thought of it terrified her. Without a home to return to, she would have nowhere to go with her son. Her family had made it clear that if she wished to come back, she must leave behind anything associated with the Lu family, including Lu Lin. Mom. Lu Lin interrupted her impending words, his expression as serene as his voice. If you need me, I'll be with you, no matter the hardship. Bang, bang, bang. Before Yao Yu could respond, the loud knocking of Lu Xiaohong resounded from outside. All day long, lazy and good for nothing. Even opening a door takes ages. I might as well have a dog for a wife. When no one answered, Lu Xiaohong began cursing and kicking the door. After enduring his ruckus for a while, Yao Yu finally opened the door, causing Lu Xiaohong to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. You wretched woman, do you intend to let your husband break his neck? He hit his head on the shoe rack, falling face first, bruised and battered. As he rose, ready to retaliate, Yao Yu charged forward to engage him in a struggle. This time, Lu Lin refrained from intervening. The bell by the window was once again pulled. Lu Lin peered below and noticed a charmingly crude sunflower made of hard paper tied to the bell, adorned with a large, toothless, smiley face. He drew the sunflower up, watching the grin grow larger before him, a slight smile beginning to lift the corners of his mouth. On the unseen side of the sunflower, there are a series of crooked, large letters written with watercolor pens. Lin Yang protects the boss. The following day during the break, seizing the moment when teacher Xiao Xie was distracted, Lin Yong stealthily slipped from the second grade line to the fifth grade line. She deftly found her way to the last row, where Lu Lin stood and began to exercise in rhythm beside him, mimicking his movements with an air of earnestness. The little sister was once again seeking snacks from Lu Lin. The amused expressions on the faces of those around indicated that this was evidently not her first endeavor. "Boss, did your dad hit you yesterday?" Lu Lin had already spotted his little sister scampering over. He retrieved a piece of milk candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it into her mouth. "No." Upon hearing his words, the little girl's tense face relaxed, and she began to earnestly engage in the exercises, extending her small arms and legs. As the exercises drew to a close, a teacher approached to check the red scarves. Lin Yong quickly ducked behind her boss. Her scarf had been left in the classroom. Failing to wear a red scarf would result in a deduction of class points, and, as the class monitor, she could not afford to have the teacher think she was leading the way in not wearing one. Just as the checking teacher was nearing, Lin Yong, unable to escape, concealed herself behind Lu Lin, muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Just when she thought she was doomed, a red scarf with a hint of soap fragrance was draped around her neck. "Boss, what is the deal with that boy in white? Where did the red scarf go?" The vigilant teacher, having noticed that Lu Lin had just placed the scarf on Lin Yong, quickly approached them. "Which class are you from? What is your name?" "Fifth grade, class 2, Lu Lin." "Didn't we discuss during the flag-raising ceremony that the red scarf must be worn every day? Why aren't you wearing it?" "I forgot it at home." "Class discipline points will be deducted by 0. 5. Additionally, you're to stay behind after the exercises to clean," the teacher sternly concluded, jotting down notes in her book before moving on to another boy from the adjacent class who also was not wearing a red scarf. Once the teacher departed, Lin Yong resembled a deflated balloon, her head hanging low. "Boss, I'm sorry for causing your class to lose points." The little girl felt immensely guilty. Tugging at the corner of the red scarf, her lips pursed, on the verge of tears. She contemplated approaching the teacher to explain, yet feared that her actions would prevent the class from earning the moving red flag. Before Lu Lin could console her, several boys nearby eagerly rushed to comfort her, even pushing him aside in their fervor. "Little sister, please don't cry. It's only a deduction of 0. 5 points. Our class has already lost all its discipline points. Even if we lost 100 points, it wouldn't matter." Lin Yong abruptly lifted her head. "Really?" She was astonished. Could discipline points truly be exhausted? "Why would I lie to you? Discipline points are merely a scare tactic for you first graders. Even if deducted, nothing serious will happen." Once they finished speaking, Lin Yong extended her chubby fingers, weakly asserting, "Brother, I'm in second grade." Amidst the laughter, those around her were enchanted by her charm, unable to resist the temptation to bring forth their snacks to amuse her. "Would you like a cookie, little sister? It's chocolate-flavored," Lu Lin observed coldly from side, and as Lin Yong reached out to take it, he spoke with a heavy tone, "Lin Yong, dare you?" Lin Yong swallowed hard, obediently retracting her hand. She did not dare. The elder brother forbade her from consuming snacks offered by others. Those nearby felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. Lu Lin was indeed overstepping by denying the little sister her treats. Chapter 13. My boss is wonderful. As the school bell rang to signal the end of the day, Lin Yong eagerly slung her backpack over her shoulder and scampered toward the school gates. The little girl was well aware that her leader would surely treat her to something delicious today. From a distance, Lu Lin spotted a fluffy head peering around at the entrance, and as their eyes met, the ball of excitement leaped into the air. "Boss, I'm over here." The chubby child bounced like a bowling ball, eliciting a burst of laughter from the crowd. "Ouch! Who touched my head? I won't grow tall." Someone had taken the opportunity to pat her head, but the little girl, hands on her hips, chased them away. Lu Lin calmly approached and escorted the chubby ball away. Passing by the convenience store, the exuberant girl beamed with delight. "Boss, I didn't eat any of the snacks they offered today. Aren't I good?" "Yes, well done. You shouldn't casually accept food from others in the future." Seeing the eager expression on the little one's face, Lu Lin had initially planned to tease her by saying he hadn't brought any money, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he patted her on the back of the head and led her into the nearby convenience store. "You can choose 2 items today. Pick whatever you like." "Boss, you still haven't said I'm good?" "Good. Hee hee, I'm the most obedient. Emerging from the store, the little girl held a grilled sausage in her left hand and a bag of ramen meatballs in her right, drawing envious glances from the surrounding children. Lin Yang savored a meatball and took a bite of her sizzling sausage, convinced she was the happiest child in the world. She shook her head joyfully, relishing every bite. Throughout their journey, scenes of children lingering at the shop in trance, pleading for treats, were commonplace. Mom, I want a grilled sausage too. Grandma, I want one as well. The vendor selling sausages found himself surrounded by eager patrons and managed to cast a grateful glance at Lin Yang. This little chubby girl was like a little fortune goddess. He thought he should treat her to a free sausage soon. Aside from the sausage vendor, the happiest one that day was the little black cat. Ever since moving to a new home, the black cat had tirelessly welcomed its young owner back, and for the first time in a year, finally enjoyed the treats brought by its little master. Meow, the little black cat munched on the crispy ramen meatballs, feeling like the finest feline within a 10-mile radius. Ah, what a wonderful life. And thus, days passed by, swiftly leading to the end of the term. Upon completion of the final exams, Lu Lin revealed to Lin Yang that his parents were getting a divorce, and he would be living with Yao Yu. That is fantastic, boss. You finally don't have to deal with your wicked dad anymore. Lin Yang was overjoyed. That very evening, she emptied her long-saved pocket money into her little wallet, planning to treat her boss to a feast the next day to celebrate his newfound freedom. The little girl dreamt of all the delicious food she could think of that night, waking up to find her pillow soaked. Calmly, she flipped it over and dashed off to ring the bell. On the first day of summer vacation, Lu Lin was awakened by the incessant jingling of the little bell. Boss, it's time to get up. I'm treating you to fried chicken. The little girl's voice was more cheerful than that of a tiny bell. Lu Lin rubbed his eyes and in the next moment sprang up from his bed. He first went barefoot to pull the little bell, then picked up the clothes from a chair to put them on. After washing his face, he descended. The door on the third floor was open. He took off his shoes and left them outside before entering barefoot. Lin Yang was sitting obediently on the bench, while Li Chuanfang was braiding her hair. Good morning, Auntie. Lu Lin greeted politely, feeling more at ease since it was not his first visit. Good morning to you as well, Li Chuanfang replied with a smile, adding, Lu Lin, you should not indulge this girl too much. She has woken you up at such an early hour. Lu Lin merely smiled in response, while Lin Yang admired herself in the mirror, asking, Mom, do I look pretty? Yes, 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 you look the most beautiful, Li Chuanfang affirmed. The little girl grinned widely, then looked expectantly at her older brother. Indeed, Lu Lin responded, nodding in approval. Li Chuanfang cast a helpless glance at her daughter, pondering from whom this self-absorbed trait had been inherited. Once her hair was styled, Lin Yang scratched her scalp, complaining that her mother had tied it too tightly. As the two children prepared to leave, Li Chuanfang offered a few simple reminders before allowing them to go, feeling reassured with Lu Lin by her daughter's side. This afforded her the opportunity to organize luggage at home. Although the little girl did not vocalize her longing for her father, she often hugged the family album and flipped through its pages. Therefore, she planned to take her north in a couple of days to surprise her, allowing the family a brief reunion. Though the journey would be long, she held on to hope after these past years, as her husband had promised to apply for a transfer back within 3 years, ensuring she would not need to resign and igniting a sense of anticipation. If Lin Yang knew that her mother intended to take her to see her father in a couple of days, she might even hide some fried chicken in her backpack to bring along. At that time, there was only one fried chicken shop in the city located downtown, and they had to take 2 buses to reach it. Lin Yang ordered a large bucket of fried chicken with fries and 2 enormous cups of cola. After sitting down, she also requested a sundae from the waitress. Initially, Lu Lin had planned not to eat, but fearing that his little sister would overindulge, he ended up consuming quite a bit himself. By the time they exited the fried chicken shop, both were stuffed, and Lin Yang, clutching her round belly, could barely walk. Lu Lin took her to a nearby bookstore where they rested for a while before catching the bus back home. Throughout the journey, Lin Yang chattered incessantly. What? The big bad guy disagrees? On what grounds does he disagree? He is so terrible and has no idea how to be a father, yet insists on having you as his child. Upon hearing that Lu Zhaohong opposed a divorce and intended to take Yao Yu to court, Lin Yang was furious. That evening, she wrote a complaint letter with a pencil. The next day, she donned her little backpack and tugged Li Chuanfang along to the courthouse. On the way, Li Chuanfang came across her daughter's letter, which read, "Hello, dear uncles and aunties at the courthouse. My name is Lin Yang, and I reside at Unit 6, 3rd floor, Jinyuan Community. I am a class monitor of Class 1, Grade 2 at Hahua Primary School, and have been recognized as an outstanding student 4 times. I am writing to report my neighbor, Lu Xiaohong, who is a notorious scoundrel. This villain indulges in drinking and playing mahjong daily, exerting control over my dear friend. His son, a little rascal, behaves atrociously, even resorting to kicking him. This wretch is unworthy of being a father. Therefore, I implore you not to grant custody of my friend to him, for he might face grave danger, and should that happen, I would lose my dear companion. My friend is truly wonderful, and I hold great affection for him. I sincerely hope you can come to his aid." As Li Chuanfang gazed at the letter penned in a composition notebook, she felt a wave of melancholy. She could vividly picture her daughter hunched over the table, meticulously crafting each character. The little girl, usually reluctant to write her homework without repeated prompts, had astonishingly composed an almost 300-word letter of grievance for Lu Lin. A twinge of envy for the child unexpectedly stirred within her. Ultimately, Lin Yang's letter reached the judge, who observed as the young girl animatedly illustrated how Lu Xiaohong mistreated her friend, her expression filled with righteous indignation. "Dear Judge, upon reading my letter, you'll understand just how wicked this scoundrel truly is, so you must not award custody to him." The stern-faced judge, after perusing her letter, endeavored to smile kindly. "My dear child, because this case pertains to your friend's happiness, it is of utmost importance, and such significant matters require ample evidence." "What constitutes crucial evidence, sir? Please tell me, and I shall seek it out." "Your letter is particularly important," the old judge remarked, gesturing to her correspondence. "Thus, I welcome you to attend the hearing as an observer." Upon hearing the judge declare her letter as especially significant, Lin Yang straightened her small frame, raising her hand in a salute. "Yes, dear judge, I will certainly be there." Chapter 14. I feel like the happiest child in the world. Lin Yang chose not to disclose her act of writing a complaint letter to the eldest brother. Instead, she confidently assured him that the kind judge would certainly allow him to be with Aunt Yao. Feeling that she had rendered a significant service to her brother, she joyfully danced a cha-cha with Xiaohe. The news that Li Chuanfang would take her to find Lin Wei filled the little girl with such excitement that she could hardly sleep through the night. Having never ventured far from home, she was thrilled at the thought of taking a 2-day, 1-night train journey to reach the city where her father resided. The mere idea of traveling such a distance made her restless with anticipation. The following morning, Lin Yang rose early and set a small stool outside the door to sit upon. Li Chuanfang, upon seeing her daughter with her wild, unkempt hair sitting at the entrance, was no longer startled as she had been on the first occasion. She had initially feared that her daughter had attracted some unsavory entity. Knowing that the little girl wished to go upstairs to find Lu Lin, but was concerned about the presence of Lu Xiaohong at home, she decided to keep watch at the door, waiting for the sound of him leaving before allowing her daughter to go up. "Have you washed your face and brushed your teeth?" Li Chuanfang inquired as she emerged after a morning routine, wielding a damp comb to tidy her daughter's hair. "I have," Lin Yang replied, flashing her teeth to demonstrate. "I brushed them very thoroughly." "Good. Brushing well helps prevent cavities." As the little girl was set to enter the 3rd grade when school resumed, Li Chuanfang thought that 2 pigtails seemed rather childish, so she fashioned her hair into a ponytail instead. The transformation from little pigtails to a ponytail made Lin Yang feel a twinge of fear. The journey to find her father in Beijing might indeed be a mere figment of her imagination. With a mix of trepidation and hopeful anticipation, she asked her mother, "Mom, are we really going to Beicheng? To find Dad, right?" "Yes, we're going to Beicheng to see your father," Li Chuanfang affirmed. With her eyes sparkling, Lin Yang earnestly repeated her question. "Is Dad in Beicheng? Are we taking the train to find him?" "Indeed, your father is in Beicheng, and we shall take the train to visit him." Li Chuanfang, both amused and exasperated, playfully pinched her daughter's nose, setting down the comb to retrieve 2 egg yolk pastries for her. Delighted by the treat, the little girl hugged her mother affectionately, exclaiming, "Mom, I feel like the happiest child in the world." Her mother felt equally joyous. Li Chuanfang embraced her daughter and planted a kiss on her chubby cheek, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Where her daughter was not being mischievous, she was truly well behaved. The sound of slippers shuffling in the empty corridor interrupted their moment. Shoo! The big bad guy is coming. Lin Yong quickly stuffed the egg yolk pastry into her mouth and raised her finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Li Chuanfang nodded in understanding and mirrored her daughter's gesture. Lin Yong stood on the stool, peering through the peephole, then turned back to her mother, whispering, "The big bad guy has left." Li Chuanfang nodded and went to the kitchen to wash a bunch of grapes and a few plums, placing them in a bag for her. "Take these with you when you go upstairs to share with your brother. Remember to be polite when you see Aunt Yao, and don't be naughty at someone else's home. Understood? I am a star of civilization. I refrain from using foul language and littering, embodying politeness." Lin Yong proudly pointed to the certificate on the wall. Li Chuanfang chuckled, saying, "Go ahead, don't bother your brother. Just play for a little while before coming down." "Can I have a meal at the eldest brother's house?" "No," Li Chuanfang replied irritably. "My daughter is wonderful in every way, except she has an insatiable appetite." "Oh," Lin Yong responded, bidding her mother farewell before hurriedly ascending the stairs to find her elder brother. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the cheerful knocking, Yao Yu instantly recognized her arrival and smiled as she opened the door to let her in. "Yang is here. Have you had breakfast? Auntie has made soft-boiled eggs for you." "Thank you, Auntie, but I have already eaten." Lin Yong shook her head, demonstrating her obedience to her mother. Lu Lin, just waking from slumber, heard the voice of his little sister and, fearing she might barge in as she did previously, hurriedly donned his clothes before she entered. The young girl, true to her nature, knocked twice symbolically before pushing the door open. Upon entering, she swiftly kicked off her slippers, plopped down onto the chair, and began her inquisitive barrage. "Eldest brother, have you ever been on a train?" Lu Lin nodded, recalling the time he had visited the seaside with Yao Yu before things changed. "Do they really sell snacks on the train? Are they for us to eat?" The train is quite small and has to accommodate passengers. So how could they sell snacks? If I wanted to buy some, where would I go?" "You don't need to look for them. The attendants will push a cart down the aisle selling snacks." The little girl asked numerous questions, led Lu Lin to surmise that she was preparing for a journey. "Where are you going by train?" After a night's rest, Lin Yong remained exuberant, her joy evident as she danced about. "I'm going to Beicheng to find my dad." Each time she mentioned her father, her face beamed with pride. Lu Lin was aware that her father was stationed far away, and hearing her excitement about visiting him made him happy too. He cautioned her, "The train will be crowded. You must hold tightly to Teacher Lie's hand, or you might get lost. If you do get lost, it could lead to dangerous situations. So, you mustn't run around on the train. If someone tries to pick you up, shout out loudly for help. And when you need to use the restroom, make sure your mother accompanies you. Do you understand?" No child is unafraid of dangerous situations, and the little girl worriedly asked, "What if I encounter someone suspicious?" "If you do, run toward the crowded area and shout, 'There's a human trafficker.' There are police at the train station. Seek them out and wait for your mother there." "Yes, I will never let go of my mother's hand." The girl's eyes widened as she earnestly nodded. Lu Lin then inquired, "Where are you going?" "When will you return?" "My mother said we can come back before school starts." Lu Lin pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "The northern summer is quite pleasant. Staying there a bit longer would be nice." Lu Xiaohong and Yao Yu's divorce proceedings had already been filed, but he had not disclosed this to Lin Yong. If the case were to be won, he might consider relocating, uncertain whether the younger brother will remember him upon his return to school. During the interim, Lin Yong exhibited remarkable diligence, rising with the dawn each day to complete her assignments. Aware that her daughter wished to finish her homework swiftly in order to have more time to spend with her father in Beicheng, Li Chuanfang felt both a sense of pride and a pang of sorrow. On the day of departure, Lin Yong awoke before daylight to prepare her little backpack, diligently packing the snack cards and candies she had collected over time. As soon as the first light appeared, she called out to her mother to rise. "Manga, it's time to get up. The train is about to depart." Li Chuanfang understood her daughter's eagerness to see her father, yet the train did not leave until noon. Arriving too early would leave them without a place to sit and could expose them to pickpockets. Thus, she lifted her little girl back into bed, holding her close to snatch a few more moments of slumber. There is a certain charm in her daughter's plumpness, making her embrace particularly delightful. The little girl, hearing her mother's snores, felt somewhat frustrated and pouted, muttering, "Mama, you little lazy bug." Chapter 15. Lin Yang. We must meet again, just like Lin Yang. Lu Lin rose early. When the mother and daughter were about to leave, he had already been waiting at the door with a bag of snacks for quite some time. Uncertain if he would ever see the candy-loving little brother again, he escorted her to the train station. "Make sure to hold on to Teacher Li tightly when you board and disembark, do you remember?" he reiterated as she prepared to check her ticket, placing her small backpack on her back once more. Lin Yang nodded earnestly, committing it to memory, in comparison to the bittersweet feeling of parting with her elder brother. The little girl was far more excited about the journey ahead and the imminent reunion with her father. "Elder brother, goodbye. I will bring you delicious treats when I return." As they passed through the ticket gate, the little girl clutched her mother's hand tightly, finally waving at him. Lu Lin stood still, waving back until the silhouettes of the mother and daughter merged with the throng of passengers boarding the train, before he slowly turned to make his way back. "Lin Yang, we must meet again," he whispered to himself. It was Lin Yang's first train ride, and everything felt novel to her. Even the cramped conditions seemed bearable at first, but as time passed, she felt as if she were being squished into a pancake. The train was packed with people. Every aisle, restroom, and connection between carriages was filled. Even the space beneath the seats was occupied. Although Li Chuanfang had not managed to secure a sleeper berth, she at least obtained 2 hard seats. She purchased an adult ticket for Lin Yang, who would have only needed a half-fare ticket, fearing the very situation they now faced. With so many standing passengers, it was more practical to hold the child rather than let her occupy a seat alone. A large, portly man with a heavy rural accent spoke up, attempting to squeeze next to Li Chuanfang. "What is the problem with the child? We've bought tickets. If you want to sit, you should have bought a ticket yourself." Li Chuanfang shot him a glare, remaining firmly in her seat. The man persisted, determined to encroach upon her space. "Hey, you woman, you seem educated, yet you are so unreasonable." "I am unreasonable, so you think you are in the right?" Li Chuanfang rolled her eyes at the audacity of a grown man trying to wrestle a seat from a child. Unable to counter her, the man huffed angrily, standing close enough that his protruding belly nearly brushed against her face. A brief silence enveloped the carriage until Lin Yang suddenly pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Uncle, did you just soil your pants?" At first, the man did not realize she was referring to him and instinctively covered his nose as well. But upon noticing the gazes of the other passengers, he became furious, pointing at Lin Yang and shouting, "What nonsense is this little girl spouting? Who soiled their pants? Isn't it? Then why do you smell so bad?" The train was already filled with a mlang of scents from instant noodles and cigarette smoke, and Lin Yang's remarks prompted others to notice the inexplicable odor emanating from a man. Their expressions conveyed a collective distaste as they regarded him. You. What nonsense? How could someone my age possibly soil their pants?" The man glared at Lin Yang, his face turning red with rage. He merely forgot to bring tissue after using the restroom. It is not as exaggerated as she claims. "Mother, I can smell the stinky mess too." At that moment, a child seated behind him gleefully remarked to his mother, "Keep your voice down." The woman scolded softly, likely fearing trouble. This only intensified the complexity of the glances directed at the man. Someone could not help but pinch their nose and say, "Brother, the odor is indeed rather strong. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps you should change your trousers." I haven't soiled my pants," the man exclaimed loudly, yet ultimately felt too embarrassed to remain in that carriage. He awkwardly squeezed his way through the crowd to another carriage, where standing was his only option, as there were no seats available. The remainder of the journey proceeded relatively smoothly. However, after 2 days and 1 night on the train, Lin Yang's little feet had swollen to the size of 2 plum buns. Upon disembarking, the young girl stumbled, nearly falling onto the tracks, but fortunately, the conductor's quick reflexes saved her. Thank you so much." Li Chuanfang reiterated her gratitude to the conductor while holding her daughter. She had been pushed from behind while carrying their luggage, causing both mother and daughter to almost tumble off together. "No need for thanks, it is our duty." Just ensure you keep a close eye on your child in the future." The conductor waved her off. "Daddy." Upon spotting a man dressed in military green on the platform, Lin Yang's eyes brightened with delight as she called out and rushed towards him, tugging her mother along. Lin Wei scooped his daughter into his arms and then took his wife's hand, kissing her cheek. "You've worked hard." "I'm fine." But Yang Yang may be feeling a bit unwell due to the change in environment. "I just touched her forehead, and it felt a bit warm," Li Chuanfang replied, concern etched on her face. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yang, drowsy, leaned against Lin Wei's shoulder, clutching his collar tightly and softly murmuring "Daddy." The couple hurriedly carried their child to the pediatric hospital. After the examination, the doctor confirmed it was indeed the result of her not adapting to the new surroundings. The poor little girl, who had arrived in North City with such excitement, had barely glimpsed her new environment before receiving 2 injections as soon as she disembarked. Lin Wei had taken leave from the military. There were also medics in the army, so they decided to drive their daughter back to the base. The train arrived around noon, but Lin Yang did not awaken until nearly 6 in the evening. As soon as she opened her eyes, she looked around anxiously and spotted a young man with a face full of acne. She hurriedly climbed out of bed and asked, "Big brother, where's my father?" "Your father is in training. He will come and fetch you once he is done," Xiao Wei replied, relieved to see her awake. He had been sent by the company commander to deliver something to the commander's wife, and had fortuitously come across her while she was fetching medicine for the military doctor. So he had taken a moment to look after the little girl. The commander's daughter bore no resemblance to him, although the commander was decent looking. He was quite fierce during training, unlike the soft and sweet demeanor of the young girl. Li Chuanfang entered and, upon seeing her daughter awake, expressed her gratitude to Xiao Wei. "Thank you, Xiao Wei, for your help." "Not a bother at all," he replied bashfully, waving his hands. "Madam, your daughter is truly adorable." "Yes, she is charming when she behaves, though she can be quite exasperating when she is mischievous." Li Chuanfang gazed at her daughter with a gentle smile. That evening, Lin Yang finally reunited with her father, nestling in his embrace and refusing to budge. "Daddy, let me give you some candy." The little girl offered him the sweets she had brought all the way from Huqing. The candy from Yang Yang is truly delightful." A young soldier eavesdropping at the door couldn't help but thump his thigh in astonishment, realizing their commanding officer possessed such a charming side. They were all aware that the commander's family had arrived, and after hearing from Xiao Wei about the commander's adorable daughter, they couldn't resist sneaking a glance. The little girl, with her round face and lively demeanor, was indeed irresistibly charming. It was heartwarming to see their usually stern commander wearing such a joyful expression. Chapter 16. Gaining a bit of weight this summer, young Lin Yang experienced a generally comfortable yet somewhat regretful vacation. The first reason for her discontent was that Lin Wei was not always present at the training camp, often occupied with missions, which meant the little girl frequently found herself without her father's company. Secondly, the military family compound lacked children her age. The only companions were a boy 7 years her senior, named Jiang Lu, and a little girl not yet 6. Jiang Lu, rumored to be the grandson of a certain high-ranking official, had been sent back from studying abroad due to his unruly nature to undergo training during the summer. The little girl, affectionately known as Qiu Qiu, was the daughter of a military doctor, who insisted on having her mother braid her hair into little pigtails before she would step outside. Initially, Jiang Lu did not include Qiu Qiu in his playtime, but upon Lin Yang's arrival, Qiu Qiu was struck by her bravery in catching earthworms and dragonflies, looking at her with admiration. Now, she would follow Lin Yang around all day, wearing her princess dress and skipping joyfully behind her. Jiang Lu found the little girl, who could devour 5 chicken drumsticks in one sitting, amusing and willingly invited her to join their escapades. Thus, the trio formed a delightful bond, adding a touch of lightheartedness to the otherwise strict military environment. However, Jiang Lu was quite the troublemaker, often stirring up chaos, and on one occasion, he led the 2 girls into the men's shower while the young soldiers were training. Just as they were about to escape, a group of newly trained recruits, having just completed their session, entered the showers, completely unclothed. Fortunately, Jiang Lu reacted swiftly, covering the girls' eyes just in time and ushering the group of naked men out. The consequences were predictable. That evening, Jiang Lu was punished with confinement, while Lin Yang and Xiao Qiu were taken home to receive a thorough scolding. The following day, Jiang Lu was again made to stand at attention as punishment. In a show of solidarity, Lin Yang and Xiao Qiu joined him, resulting in both children suffering from heat exhaustion. Upon hearing of this, Jiang Lu's grandfather stormed into the camp, leading to another 2 days of confinement for him. Upon his release, his grandfather personally oversaw his training, transforming the once tender-skinned boy into someone resembling a coal miner after years of hard labor. During this time, the new recruits in the camp were too intimidated to cause trouble, fearing they would be subjected to the same rigorous training. Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, she had caught the favor of the old commander and was also incorporated into the training regimen. Lin Wei, already concerned about his daughter's frail physique, would occasionally take her for a few laps around the training grounds. Upon hearing of the old commander's intention to mentor her, he unhesitatingly sent her to join the training. Initially, Li Chuanfang worried that the training would be too arduous and that their daughter might not be able to handle it. Yet, she was left puzzled. How could the little girl, who trained daily under the scorching sun, still appear plump and rosy? When she secretly observed her, she found herself at a loss for words. It was clear that the girl was not merely undergoing training. She was indulging in a delightful experience, perhaps in an effort to provoke his grandson. While Jiang Lu stood at attention in the yard, Lin Yang sat at the entrance enjoying ice cream. With an array of imported snacks laid out on a small stool beside her, her posture relaxed and carefree. As the summer vacation drew to a close, the chubby young girl, having learned to stand at attention and march in place, had gained even more weight. With the school term approaching, the mother and daughter prepared to return home. At the station, Lin Yang raised her small hand and saluted Lin Wei with a perfectly executed military gesture. Reporting to Dad, I request to return home. Lin Wei returned the salute with a precision that was beyond reproach. Approved. In the past, it was always the mother and daughter who saw the men off at the train station, but this time, Lin Wei accompanied the 2 women onto the train, watching as it clattered away into the distance. As his tall figure turned to leave, he appeared inexplicably lonely and vulnerable. Meanwhile, once on board, Lin Yang began to shed tears. She had made a concerted effort to hold back her sobs, yet ultimately, she could not contain them. She missed her father, missed Xiao Qiao, missed Grandpa Jiang and Brother Jiang Lu. Understanding that allowing herself a moment to cry was necessary, Li Chuanfang gazed out at the passing scenery, choosing not to comfort her daughter. Though parting was sorrowful, it concealed the promise of future reunions. Upon arriving home, Lin Yang hurried to ring the small bell, eager to share her experiences from Beicheng with her elder brother. After ringing the bell for quite some time with no response, she dropped her backpack and dashed outside. Mom, I'm going upstairs to find my brother. Without waiting for Li Chuanfang to finish her sentence, the little girl flung open the door and scampered up the stairs. Li Chuanfang shook her head while tidying up. Her trip to Beicheng, spent entirely with Jiang Lu and little Xiao Qiao, had not diminished Lu Lin's position in her heart. It was evident that Lu Lin truly cared for his daughter. Knock, knock, knock. Yao Yu heard the sound and opened the door, surprised to see Lin Yang. Yang, you're back. Upon seeing Yao Yu, Lin Yang sighed in relief, thinking she had been scared that her brother had moved away after receiving no response from the bell. Aunt Yao, is my brother not home? I called him, but he didn't answer. He went to the hospital to bring food to Uncle and should be back soon. Yao Yu replied, stepping aside. Would you like to come in and wait? Lin Yang pondered for a moment before saying, Can you tell him to come to my house when he returns? She remembered promising her father that upon returning home, she would tidy her room and help her mother with the cleaning. All right, Yao Yu responded with a smile. At the hospital, on the bed, Lu Xiaohong's limbs were swollen, yet his face had become gaunt, with sunken cheeks making his already large eyes appear even more pronounced, giving him an unsettling look. Lu Lin put away the lunchbox, preparing to leave. You little rascal, tell your mother to come to the hospital. I have something to say to her. Lu Lin did not acquiesce, but instead asked, Why do you refuse to agree to the divorce? The man, with a fierce expression yet a weak voice, retorted, You ungrateful wretch, you don't wish for anything good for your father. All you do is hope for my divorce. Who will take care of me once that's done? He coughed violently. Dad, you weren't always like this. Also, you should have divorced long ago. After saying these two lines with an impassive expression, Lu Lin left with the lunchbox, leaving Lu Xiaohong staring blankly at the ceiling from his hospital bed. Cough. You little rascal, return at once. Cough. After all I have done to raise you, is this how you repay me? The response was the chilling sound of a door slamming shut. Lu Lin hastily exited the hospital, carrying a lunchbox. Time was of the essence. His younger brother should be back by now. As for their father, their mother no longer wished to have him. Lu Xiaohong was adamantly opposed to divorce and resolutely determined to engage in a legal battle with Yao Yu. Yet, on the day of the court's summons, he was found engrossed in a game of mahjong. When the court officials located him, he had a cigarette dangling from his lips, lamenting his losses as he tossed money in frustration. En route to the courthouse, Lu Xiaohong suddenly doubled over, clutching his abdomen in agony, and then collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Initially presumed to be a ruse to evade court, a subsequent hospital examination revealed the grim diagnosis of gastric hemorrhage coupled with liver cirrhosis. The doctor solemnly informed him that he would not survive beyond the coming spring. In light of this development, the court inquired with Yao Yu whether she wished to withdraw her divorce application. Her response was a resolute no. She had made up her mind. Regardless of how many days Lu Xiaohong had left, she was determined to finalize their divorce. Thus, the court proceeded with the case. But due to the severity of the other party's condition, the proceedings had been postponed until now. Chapter 17. Winter Melon Stewed with Ribs. Upon seeing Lu Lin, who had not been seen for 2 months, appear at the door, Lin Yangyang's eyes widened in surprise. She discarded the broom in her hand and dashed into her elder brother's embrace. Elder brother. The young girl bounced with excitement, pinching his arm one moment and tiptoeing to touch his hair the next. Elder brother, why have you gotten darker? You've lost weight, and your hair has grown so much. Lu Lin stood there motionless, wearing a gentle smile as he allowed her to fuss over him. Li Chuanfang, unable to bear the sight, spoke up. Lu Lin, pay her no mind. She is going to the 3rd grade soon, yet she remains so childish. Mom. Lin Yangyang pouted in grievance. Even if I'm in the 3rd grade, I can still be a well-behaved child and a model student. All right, my good child. Li Chuanfang nodded repeatedly, at a loss with her daughter. Registration is in 2 days. Have you finished your homework, dear? Hee. I finished it ages ago, Lin Yangyang replied, tilting her little face with a beaming smile. Noticing that they were engaged in a thorough cleaning, Lu Lin picked up the broom that Lin Yangyang had dropped to assist. No, leave it there. I'll handle it. You can go play in the room or outside. With only 2 rooms to tidy. Li Chuanfang would not allow him to help. She took the broom from him and handed Lin Yangyang 5 yuan. Go with your brother to buy ice cream. She then turned to Lu Lin and instructed, Lu Lin, please supervise her and only allow her to have one. Thank you, Mom. Before Lu Lin could nod in response, he was pulled away by his little sister. Lin Yangyang hurriedly dragged her elder brother to the corner store to purchase 2 smiley face ice creams. Finding a shady spot, the two sat down, and the young girl licked the cream atop her ice cream, thoroughly enjoying herself. Elder brother, your mother said you went to the hospital to bring food to your father. Is he sick? Is it serious? Lu Lin bit into his ice cream and nodded. It's quite serious. Oh, in a child's understanding, being ill meant injections and medicine, which could be quite painful. However, Lin Yangyang's grasp of a serious illness was somewhat vague. She only knew that if one fell gravely ill, it could lead to death. Just like her grandfather, whom her mother said had passed away from illness when she was very young. Her grandmother had raised her and her little Anne alone, which was particularly arduous. Thus, they needed to show filial piety to their grandmother, visiting her weekly and bringing her treats whenever they could. As for what death entailed, that was beyond Lin Yangyang's comprehension, so she chose not to inquire further. As long as her elder brother could be with Aunt Yao, that was sufficient for her. Now that her ice cream was finished, she desired more. Lu Lin refused, stating, Teacher Li said you may only have one. But I want to eat, Lin Yangyang pleaded, clasping her hands together in a gesture of innocence. You don't have to tell Mom. No, if you eat too much ice cream, you'll get a stomachache. Lu Lin shook his head resolutely. Lin Yangyang felt disheartened, pouting and turning her face away. Lu Lin, feeling helpless, turned her face back and suggested, If you can't have ice cream, how about some jelly? Elder brother, I knew you were the best. The cunning plan succeeded, and the little girl joyfully embraced her elder brother before hurrying off to the convenience store to purchase a tangerine jelly, munching on it while chattering incessantly. Let me tell you, big brother, I met an older brother and a younger sister in North City. The older brother is quite mischievous, always causing trouble for his grandfather, but he is exceptionally kind to me, treating me to an abundance of foreign candies. The younger sister is utterly adorable, fragrant all over. But you wouldn't believe how timid she is. She doesn't even dare to catch a dragonfly. And then there's Grandpa Jiang, who is so kind to me. He scolds brother Jiang Lu, but has never laid a hand on me, even inviting me to visit their home during the next holiday. As Lin Yang animatedly recounted her life in North City, Lu Lin listened quietly, though his brow furrowed slightly when she mentioned Jiang Lu. When he heard that Jiang Lu had taken her to the boys' bathhouse, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. You mean that Jiang Lu took you to the boys' bathhouse? Yes, it's really big inside. Brother Jiang Lu even taught me and Xiao how to swim. Taught you to swim? Lu Lin exclaimed, growing anxious. What did he do? Did he make you take off your clothes? No. Lin Yang shook her head. Xiao wanted to take off her clothes, but brother Jiang Lu wouldn't let her, saying that girls shouldn't undress in front of others. That's right, Lu Lin nodded, his eyebrows returning to their normal position, though he furrowed them again lightly. The boys' bathhouse is a place for boys to bathe. You mustn't go there again, understand? I understand. Lin Yang obediently nodded. Her mother had already spoken to her about it. After not seeing each other for a summer, her elder brother had become quite like her mother. Dinner was at Lin Yang's grandmother's house, where they were to fetch Little Black, who had transformed into a plump cat after nearly 2 months apart. It was unclear what the elderly lady had been feeding him, as the once small kitten now resembled a little black bear. Lin Yang found it somewhat burdensome to carry him and couldn't help but worry. Little Black, you're now so dark and fat. What if other kittens don't like you? Meow. Little Black seemed to understand his little owner's disdain for his weight, wriggling free from her embrace and scampering to lie at the feet of the elderly lady. Grandma, did you miss me? Lin Yang ran over to her grandmother, who wrapped her arms around her granddaughter and affectionately touched her chubby arms, smiling as she said, Our Yang has grown so well, plump and fair, like a little winter melon. Of course I missed you. Yes. Lin Yang nodded vigorously. Winter melon soup with ribs is delicious. Ha. The grandmother laughed heartily, gently patting her granddaughter's little head. Tonight, you'll sleep with Grandma, and tomorrow I'll make winter melon rib soup for you. The little girl nodded eagerly. Okay. Grandma is the best. Meow. Little Black felt neglected upon the return of his little owner, meowing incessantly around the elderly lady. Ha. Our Little Black is also vying for attention now. Grandmother, with a gentle smile, cradled the little black cat in her lap, scratching it affectionately. Come on, it's your turn. Meow. The little black cat nuzzled against the elderly woman's palm, blissfully closing its eyes. As seasons changed, winter gave way to spring, and time slipped away like chalk turning to dust at one's fingertips. The 3rd grade passed with remarkable swiftness, so much so that it left little in the way of lasting memories. For Lin Yang, she merely aged a year, neither taller nor slimmer, her cherubic face remaining round. Unlike her classmates, most of whom had grown taller and shed their baby fat, seemingly blossoming into beauty, the young girl remained indifferent, content with her hearty meals and restful sleep. Yet, despite the ordinariness of the year, a significant event unfolded in Jinyuan community. Lu Xiaohong had passed away. He lived longer than the doctors had anticipated. They had predicted he would not survive until spring. Yet he departed only when the lotus flowers began to peek above the surface of the ponds surrounding Huqing. After several consecutive rains, that once prominent man, who had swiftly fallen from grace, vanished from the public eye. Chapter 18. 1 person, 1 cat, and a pack of dogs when Lin Yang was in the 4th grade. Lu Lin transitioned to middle school. The 2 schools were not far apart. However, the middle school commenced its day earlier and concluded later by an hour and a half. Consequently, they could no longer return home together. Yet, each time Lu Lin passed by the 3rd floor, his little brother would open the door to greet him. Most often, it was the familiar refrain, Boss, you're back. Occasionally, it would be, Boss, why are you back so late? On one particular day, when he returned quite late, a little girl, bleary-eyed and yawning, peeked her head out from behind the door, exclaiming, "Boss, you're finally home." From that day onward, Lu Lin made it a point to return home earlier each day. As for how Lin Yang could anticipate his return time, Lu Lin initially thought it was due to the sound of his footsteps, prompting him to deliberately stomp louder on the stairs. Eventually, he discovered that it was because the large yellow dog, owned by the elderly lady at the alleyway's entrance, would bark upon seeing him. Of course, the yellow dog was not constantly vigilant. After all, dogs have their own lives to lead. This resulted in the little girl occasionally receiving inaccurate information. Thus, whenever Lu Lin passed the alley and the yellow dog did not bark, he would whistle or stomp his foot. One time, he accidentally frightened the dog's friend, a small white dog, causing it to run away. Since then, the yellow dog barked even more ferociously upon seeing him. Today was no different. Upon spotting Lu Lin, the yellow dog barked incessantly. "Silly dog," Lu Lin thought. Feeling in good spirits, he whistled at it. The barking grew louder. Lu Lin retrieved a sausage from his pocket and placed it in the dog's bowl, giving its head a gentle pat. "Good boy." The dog barked a couple of times, suddenly appearing somewhat bewildered, circling its bowl twice. Lu Lin chuckled and strode into the stairwell, deliberately thumping his feet as he approached the third floor. Then 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds, a minute. Lu Lin glanced at his watch. He had been standing at the door for nearly 2 minutes. The once warm sweet rice cake in his pocket had begun to cool, and there was no sound from within the house. After a few more seconds, a wave of profound anxiety crept into his heart. Without further hesitation, Lu Lin raised his hand and knocked on the green iron door. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Knock, knock, knock. Still, no answer. His heart sank as he discarded his backpack and rushed down the stairs towards the security office. Under normal circumstances, he might have doubted whether Lin Yang had returned or if she had gone out to play with Teacher Li. However, today was Wednesday, and Lin Yang's last class was physical education, so she should have returned by now. Moreover, Teacher Li typically took her out only on Fridays and weekends, making it unlikely that she had gone out to play. The recent series of child abductions in Hucheng had left him feeling uneasy. At the security office, 2 guards exchanged uncertain glances. As for Teacher Li, it seems I haven't seen her return today, but I believe I saw Teacher Li's chubby daughter come back. Don't just believe. Hurry and call Teacher Li to see if we can reach her. I apologize, but the call you are attempting to make is temporarily unanswered. Uncertainty looms. Perhaps there is no signal, as the line remains perpetually engaged, the repetitive voice message inducing a sense of unease. At that moment, Xiao He unexpectedly emerged from an unknown source. Meow. The scruffy feline was unceremoniously kicked out by a rather rotund security guard, who barked, "Where did this stray cat come from? Go meow elsewhere." Meow. Xiao He let out a pained cry and scratched at Lu Lin's pant leg before darting off in a particular direction. Without hesitation, Lu Lin snatched the electric baton from the guard's waist and swiftly followed suit. "Hey, stop!" The guard immediately pursued, yet being of advanced age, he quickly became winded and failed to catch up with the slender youth. Xiao He sprinted with all its might, and Lu Lin followed closely behind. Soon, the cat slipped into a narrow alley that Lu Lin could not enter, emerging with a few stray dogs in tow, including a large brown-haired mastiff. Astonished yet fueled by urgency, Lu Lin quickened his pace. Despite Xiao He appearing emaciated during its days of wandering, it was once a formidable street fighter, and the other dogs dared not run ahead of it. However, its stamina was waning, and ultimately, it could only lead the pack while Lu Lin kept pace. A boy and his cat, accompanied by a throng of dogs, drew the attention of passers-by. Lin Yang was indeed in the clutches of human traffickers. The young girl, petite and plump, often misjudged as younger due to her size, was particularly vulnerable without an adult in sight and had a penchant for food, making her an ideal target. The traffickers had already succeeded in capturing one child that day, but upon spotting this seemingly easy prey, felt compelled to act. Little did they know that the unsuspecting girl was far from naive, cunningly leading them near the police station. Now, the trafficker was in a dire predicament, hiding beneath a staircase cluttered with debris, desperately stifling the voices of 2 girls to prevent any sound from escaping. Particularly, the chubby girl was a source of frustration. Were it not for the potential profit she represented, he would have gladly silenced her permanently. Terrified, Lin Yang clutched the hand of the other girl tightly, hoping to provide some comfort amidst the fear. Earlier that day, upon returning home, she discovered her pen had run dry. Thus, she ventured out with Xiao He to purchase a new pen, and after that, they indulged in a wheel cake. On their way back, she encountered a little sister who claimed to be lost. Lin Yang resolved to take her to the police, only to be intercepted by the trafficker en route. Unable to escape, she feigned knowledge of a friend waiting for her, threatening to alert the authorities if she went missing, which would surely lead to the trafficker's capture. Indeed, upon hearing this, the trafficker felt no fear. Instead, he threatened her to guide him to her supposed companion. She pretended to resist, enduring a couple of slaps, but ultimately deceived him into following her toward the police station. Bark, bark, bark. The trafficker was nearly paralyzed with fear. What could possibly explain the presence of such a large dog? Its tongue was an unsettling shade of purple. Its breath was reeking. The massive canine huffed and puffed, clearly famished, its eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Lin Yang, too, felt the tension. The dog was enormous, and it seemed capable of devouring her in a single bite. When the dog's tongue made contact with the face of the trafficker, the man felt a surge of despair. Gritting his teeth, he pushed Lin Yang away, intending to seize the moment when the dog lunged at her to escape with another little girl. Just as the trafficker was bitten on the calf by the Shar-Pei, Lu Lin happened to arrive with Xiao He. He immediately spotted Lin Yang clinging tightly to the trafficker, accompanied by 2 police officers who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the police, the trafficker, disregarding the bite, kicked Lin Yang aside and sprinted away with the little girl in his arms. Lu Lin dashed forward, nearly sliding as he reached out to catch her. The frightened girl, having endured so much fear, finally broke down in tears upon seeing Lu Lin, exclaiming, "Oh, boss, I knew you would come to rescue me." "Yes, boss is here. There's nothing to fear now." Lu Lin was too exhausted to utter a word, drenched in sweat, his coat soaked, and his arms trembling as he held her. Meow. Xiao He also approached, nuzzling against its little owner's feet. Lin Yang picked it up, wiping her tears on its fur. Chapter 19. The youthful boy the human trafficker was swiftly subdued, caught red-handed, exhibiting no audacity to claim it was a misunderstanding, instead bowing his head in a semblance of guilt and submission. The little girl, nearly abducted, fainted from the shock and was taken to the hospital by the arriving female police officer. 2 male officers escorted the trafficker back to the police station. Lu Lin carried Lin Yang on his back, while Xiao He and a pack of dogs followed closely around them. "Boss, are these dogs summoned by you?" Lin Yang, having regained her composure, curiously leaned her head to observe the large and small dogs encircling them. She recalled that during her childhood, the dogs in the neighborhood would steer clear of the boss. "It wasn't me. It was Xiao He," Lu Lin replied, tilting his head towards her, his voice somewhat hoarse with a lingering taste of blood. Lin Yang was taken aback. "Xiao He, it brought you to find me?" "Indeed." Meow. Upon hearing its little master's call, Xiao He meowed and raised its head proudly. It was indeed the valiant rescuer of its little master. "Xiao He, so all these dogs are your friends?" Lin Yang exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly climbing down from Lu Lin's back. She lifted Xiao He by its front paws, showering it with affection from its head to its tail, grateful that she always brought it along during her outings. "You're so clever, Xiao He. Thank goodness you knew to find the boss to rescue me. Otherwise, I would have been taken away to become a little beggar." Meow. Xiao He nudged her hand with its head, determined to safeguard its little master, having finally found a home. A large lion dog wagged its tail and approached to sniff Lin Yang's leg. Despite her fear, she resisted the urge to pet its head. However, before she could reach it, Xiao He jumped down from her and slapped the lion dog with its paw. The lion dog lowered its head, letting out a plaintive whine, feeling wronged as it had been the first to detect the villain. "You little rascal, you humph." Suddenly, before anyone could react, Lu Lin thrust the electric baton forcefully into the trafficker's abdomen. The trafficker writhed in pain, unable to even cry out. However, before Lu Lin could strike again, a police officer seized the baton from his grip. "Classmate, thanks to you, we apprehended the trafficker. Please take good care of your sister. We will handle the scoundrel." the officer said. Lu Lin did not acknowledge them. His gaze fixated on the trafficker, his cold, piercing eyes instilling dread in those who met his stare. His lips moved, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Those who harm her deserve to die. The frigid, rasping tone sent shivers down spines. When Li Chuanfang hurried to the police station upon hearing the news, Lu Lin was just stepping out, guiding Lin Yang, accompanied by an escorting officer. Upon seeing an adult come to retrieve them, the officer greeted Li Chuanfang before returning to his duties. Lin Yang, who had ceased her tears, could no longer contain herself upon seeing her mother. "Mom, hey, don't be afraid, Yang Yang. Mommy is here." Li Chuanfang embraced her daughter tightly, overwhelmed with fear and tears streaming down her face. Earlier that day, a student had gone missing since the afternoon, and she had been searching alongside the child's parents for what felt like an eternity, nearly exhausting herself in the process. The outcome revealed that the student, in a fit of rebellion against his parents, pretended to run away from home to his grandparents' house, deceiving them into believing he had informed his parents. The elderly couple, unsuspecting, took their grandson out for a day of merriment, only returning him home just recently. Li Chuanfang, relieved to confirm the student's safety, was then struck with the harrowing news that her daughter had nearly fallen victim to abduction, nearly causing her to collapse on the spot. Fortunately, it was reported that the trafficker had been apprehended, and aside from fright, her daughter was unharmed. After soothing her daughter, Li Chuanfang expressed her profound gratitude to Lu Lin. "Annie is at a loss for words to express my thanks. Had you not discerned the danger in time, I shudder to think of the consequences. Were it not for Lu Lin, she could hardly fathom what might have transpired. Auntie, Yang Yang is like my own sister. It is my duty to protect her." Moreover, Lu Lin shook his head, his face devoid of color. He looked down at Lin Yang, whispering, "I too cannot bear to think of what might have happened if she had been taken by the traffickers." He was her protector, a role he deemed essential. Furthermore, Lin Yang was not merely a younger sibling figure. She was a cherished presence he would forever hold dear. Ever since he had overheard others label him as Yao Yu's burden and disgrace, he had intentionally sought to provoke trouble, striving to transform himself into a figure that would repel adults, hoping to encourage Yao Yu to leave them for a better life. Yet, in his attempts to tarnish his own image, he yearned for companionship, but the children in the community held no fondness for him. Lin Yang was the first to approach him with genuine intent. Only she did not view him as a bad child, despite her fear. Caught between her mother and her protector, Lin Yang's fear had begun to dissipate. Observing their gloomy countenances, she endeavored to uplift the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Mom, big brother, do not be sad. See, I am perfectly fine. Besides, I have learned to wield nunchaku from Brother Jianglu. I am quite skilled." With that, she released their hands and performed a lively display. However, once her performance concluded, their expressions grew even more despondent. Disheartened by her failed attempts to cheer them, Lin Yang lowered her head, resembling a deflated balloon. Turning her gaze, she spotted a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged at Li Chuanfang's hand. "Mom, big brother saved me. Should we not express our gratitude?" Li Chuanfang nodded. "Indeed, that is only natural." Lin Yang then pointed at the vendor, asking, "Shall we treat him to roasted sweet potatoes?" Li Chuanfang, with a resigned glance at her daughter, finally smiled, ruffling her hair. "Instead of sweet potatoes, let us go out for something delicious." It was Lu Lin's first experience dining with a mother and daughter duo. As Lin Yang struggled to reach the dishes with her short arms, he continuously served her from the array of food. While munching on the succulent pork trotter he had fetched for her, Lin Yang pointed to the steamed base on the table, saying, "Big brother, once I finish this, I want to eat that fish." Lu Lin promptly set down his chopsticks, switching to the serving utensils to assist her in getting the base. Watching her daughter devour the meat with delight and the attentive boy picking bones for her, Li Chuanfang felt immensely fortunate, grateful for her daughter's bravery, appreciative of Lu Lin's attentiveness, and thankful for that fateful evening when she had invited Lu Lin into their home to discuss that math problem. Although the human trafficker has been apprehended, Li Chuanfang can no longer allow Lin Yang to return home alone. Each day, after work, she rides her bicycle to escort her daughter home. Initially, Lin Yang obediently accompanied her mother, but over time, she grew discontented with the journey, as it afforded no opportunity to indulge in snacks or sneak off to the bookstore for comics. Consequently, she confided her grievances to Lu Lin, expecting him to empathize with her plight. To her dismay, he displayed no understanding whatsoever. This left Lin Yang so irate that she refrained from addressing him as boss for several days, until he pacified her with a box of cream cake. As time swiftly passed, over a year had elapsed, and the young girl was now in the 6th grade. With Li Chuanfang's bicycle retired, Lin Yang believed she could finally return home on her own. Elated, she treated Lu Lin to a smiley face ice cream. In a gesture of generosity, she also bought one for Xiao He, though she ended up consuming the majority of it herself, just as she resolved to visit the bookstore to peruse comics. Li Chuanfang returned on a small electric bike, shattering Lin Yang's aspirations of visiting the bookstore. The sole source of joy was that, despite still being somewhat chubby, she had grown taller, now standing at approximately 1.50 meters. Physical education class was no longer her first opportunity to be counted. In the afternoon, as school ended, Lin Yang ambled slowly toward the bike shed. Suddenly, a voice, familiar beyond measure, pierced her ears. Lin Yang, watch where you're walking. Lu Lin, now in the 3rd year of junior high, had experienced a remarkable growth spurt, nearing 1.80 meters. Lin Yang, now only reaching his chest, found herself looking up at him each time they met. At this moment, she tilted her head upward. The sight of the elegant youth clad in a white t-shirt captivated her attention. Chapter 20. I am a glutton. The young lad, clad in fresh attire and radiating vigor, is regrettably accompanied by the bittersweet taste of youth. Big brother, have you come to fetch me? Lin Yang was pleasantly surprised by Lu Lin's arrival, far more so than if it had been Li Chuanfang. Since Lu Lin entered the 3rd year of junior high, his schedule had been filled with morning and evening study sessions, transforming his holidays from a mere 5 days of school followed by 2 days off to a grueling 15 days of classes with only 4 days of respite. Today marked the beginning of his much-awaited break. Recalling Lin Yang's persistent yearning to visit the bookstore for comics, he had decided to come and collect her today. What else could it be? Lu Lin teased, lightly tapping her forehead. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Lin Yang, covering her forehead, retorted, had I known you were coming for me, I would have been out much sooner. Now, hurry up and get in the car before night falls. A playful smile graced Lu Lin's lips as he took her backpack and slung it over his shoulders before mounting his bicycle with his long legs. Lin Yang effortlessly settled onto the modified bike, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist. Once she was secure, Lu Lin began to pedal away. As they approached a fork in the road, Lin Yang suddenly realized they were not heading home and tugged at his shirt. Aren't we going back? Just then, they encountered a red light, and Lu Lin halted, resting one foot on the ground. He turned to her and said, Did you not wish to see comics? Oh, big brother, I adore you. Lin Yang tightened her grip around his waist, then playfully nuzzled his back, albeit with her backpack in between. As the green light illuminated, Lu Lin remained oblivious until the cars behind them began to honk incessantly. Sit still, will you? Girls should not be so restless. Lin Yang, feigning innocence, replied, I'm sitting still. Besides, my PE teacher even praised me for being well-behaved today. After riding for a while, Lu Lin suddenly pulled over and turned to her. What did I just say? Lin Yang glanced at him, her mind racing as she coolly replied, You mentioned you wanted to eat at McDodo. You said you wanted to eat at McDodo. Lin Yang swallowed hard, maintaining her composure, and also some ice cream and cream puffs from DeFu. Indeed, I am a glutton, craving all sorts of delicacies. Lu Lin's expression softened with a hint of indulgence as he smiled wryly. So, what else do you wish to savor? Today, Big Brother treats you to your heart's content. Are you testing me on behalf of my mother? The suddenness of this happiness left Lin Yang feeling as though Lu Lin were an imposter. What are you thinking? Lu Lin glanced at her. Eat whatever you desire. Well, have I ever denied you snacks? Lin Yang squinted her eyes in realization. Oh, right. She felt slightly self-conscious about her weight, as her mother had been strict in supervising her diet, remaining unyielding to her attempts at persuasion. Big Brother is much better. Throughout their journey, Lin Yang had already envisioned her desired treats. However, upon arriving at McDodo, as she gazed through the glass at her plump reflection and then at the passing beautiful young ladies, she gulped and pulled Lu Lin outside. In truth, I do not desire to eat that much. Let us depart. Lu Lin furrowed his brow, recalling his earlier insistence on her hunger. Suddenly, a stern expression crossed his face as he gazed intently at her. Lin Yangyang, do not emulate others in their weight loss endeavors. You are not at all overweight. If anyone claims you are, inform me, and I shall confront them. Lin Yang lowered her head, speaking softly. No one has called me fat. It is my own wish to don beautiful dresses. However, she had indeed overheard several male classmates discussing her, referring to her as a chubby girl and commenting on her running style, likening it to that of a duck. This sparked a confrontation, during which she adeptly utilized her writing skills to chastise the boys to the point of existential doubt. Concerned that his tone had been too harsh, Lu Lin softened his demeanor. Let's eat first. Afterward, I will take you shopping. Lin Yang hesitated slightly, asking, am I really not overweight? Indeed, you are not, he replied, bending down to meet her gaze, his eyes earnest. I assure you, our Lin Yang is not overweight in the slightest. Well, then I shall not hold back, she exclaimed. Yes, decide quickly what you wish to eat. I fear you may become too hungry and suffer from a stomach ailment. Lu Lin's expression relaxed as he guided her back into the establishment. However, Lin Yang ultimately did not order much, for although her elder brother's mischievous father had passed away, Aunt Yao had opened a fruit shop at the community entrance. Business was thriving, yet it required her constant presence, which was quite taxing. The young girl understood that making money was no easy feat for Aunt Yao and her brother, so she deliberately avoided the more expensive items on the menu, opting for the more affordable options. Nevertheless, Lu Lin, who had watched her grow up, could discern her thoughts at a glance. Frustrated, yet resigned, he ordered her favorite dishes once more. Lin Yangyang, remember, even if I were to starve, I would never deprive you. Indeed, you are the best, she replied earnestly. As she savored the delicious chicken wings, a sense of relief washed over her. If being chubby was the case, so be it, regardless of others' opinions. Her brother would never abandon her. After their meal, Lin Yang finally beheld the comic she had longed to read. She had followed this series for quite some time, but the price of a single volume nearly matched her weekly allowance, and with the story yet unfinished, she had refrained from purchasing it, opting instead to peruse the bookstore. By the time they returned, night had fallen. She settled onto the back seat of the mountain bike, her plump arms wrapped around Lu Lin's waist, relishing the cool evening breeze, feeling utterly content. Meow, meow, meow upon arriving downstairs. Xiao He, hearing the commotion, called out incessantly. Oh dear, I apologize for our late return. We kept our little Xiao He waiting. Lin Yang picked up Xiao He, stroking its fur while eagerly looking at Lu Lin. Brother, will you come to pick me up again tomorrow? Not just tomorrow, Lu Lin replied, securing the bike and raising an eyebrow playfully. I have informed Teacher Li that I shall be here to fetch you for the next several days. Long live the brother, Lin Yang exclaimed joyously, clapping her hands in celebration, inadvertently forgetting that Xiao He was still in her grasp. With a thud, Xiao He tumbled to the ground. Meow. Fortunately, the little creature reacted swiftly, landing on all fours. Nevertheless, it still meowed a few times in a haphazard manner at its young master. Lin Yang wore an awkward expression, rubbing her nose, as she couldn't shake the feeling that the little black one was scolding her. Chapter 21. To memorize or not the following day after school. Lin Yang indeed dashed out of the school gates. One might say she was leading the charge. Lu Lin spotted a small girl with a ponytail sprinting towards him from a distance. However, as she approached within 10 meters, she began to slow down, no longer throwing herself into his arms as she would have in her childhood. This pattern continued for the next 2 days, and on the final day, after perusing comics at the bookstore, Lin Yang boldly expressed her desire to visit an amusement park. Lu Lin contemplated for a moment, noting that it was Friday and she had no classes the next day, so he called Li Chuanfang to inform her that he would be taking Lin Yang along. As evening approached and the amusement park was nearing closing time, he instead took her to a park closer to the city center. Though it lacked the grandeur of a large amusement park, it offered plenty of enjoyable activities. Before he could secure his bike, Lin Yang made a beeline for the artificial lake at the park center. She particularly adored rowing boats there, finding it immensely relaxing to drift on the water, especially with a carbon-grilled chicken leg in hand. "Don't run off. Be careful not to get lost," Lu Lin admonished, pulling her back with a slightly serious expression. "I want to get lost," Lin Yang replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. "I'm old enough now. I can't possibly get lost. Even if I did, you would come find me. Just don't stray from my sight," Lu Lin retorted, recalling an incident from her 4th grade when she almost fell victim to a human trafficker, instinctively keeping her close. "Understood," Lin Yang said, sweetly shaking his hand, which he took in his own. On that Friday evening, the park was bustling with visitors. While they were in line to purchase tickets, 2 well-dressed girls approached Lu Lin to greet him. "Hi, Lu Lin. What a coincidence to see you here." Before he could respond, they noticed Lin Yang, who was holding his hand, and simultaneously asked, "Is this your sister? She is so adorable." "Hello, little sister." Lin Yang politely nodded, responding with a cheerful, "Hello, sisters." The 2 girls smiled and pinched her cheeks, exclaiming, "Such a polite little girl. Truly delightful." "Who are you?" Lu Lin interjected, pulling Lin Yang aside with a frown of displeasure. The girls exchanged glances, sensing the awkwardness in the air, and then managed a sheepish smile. One of the girls with short hair introduced herself. "I'm Su Yu-chan, and this is Huang Mengyao." Last time, before she could finish, Lu Lin frowned and interrupted, "I don't know you." "Oh, all right then. Are you planning to row boats? May we join you?" Lu Lin, visibly irritated, declined her invitation, thinking it absurd to offer such a grandiose request after cutting in line. The 2 girls, feeling somewhat embarrassed, walked away, casting a glance back at Lu Lin, their eyes betraying a hint of delight rather than disappointment. "Boss, those 2 sisters didn't seem to be lying. Do you really not know them?" Lin Yang asked with curiosity. "I don't know them," Lu Lin replied, shaking his head as he pulled out money to buy tickets. Since entering middle school, he had been approached by girls for conversation without any rhyme or reason, sometimes in groups, flitting about like a swarm of butterflies. He could hardly remember so many faces. As time passed, he began to regret bringing the little one to the amusement park. Lin Yang had once again entered her chatty mode, chattering incessantly. After disembarking the boat, she eagerly pulled him to watch others play balloon games, and then insisted on watching a ring toss. Her boundless energy was unmistakable. Ultimately, she tugged at him to visit the haunted house. Gazing at the eerie entrance, Lu Lin felt overwhelmed. Although he knew it was all a facade, he worried about the little girl getting frightened. The girls in their class would scream at the slightest hint of horror in a movie. Fortunately, she eventually relented, as a ticket cost 25 yuan, while 2 buns were merely 50 cents. Lin Yang felt it was an outrageous price. With 25 yuan, she could buy 100 buns. Yet, the sinister sounds emanating from the haunted house piqued her curiosity. What lay within? Lu Lin noticed the child continually glancing back at the haunted house, feeling somewhat exasperated. Did she truly wish to see it? She uttered a reluctant no, yet her head bobbed like a chick pecking a grain. Frowning slightly, Lu Lin thought that if she were scared, he could simply pull out the wires of those ghosts, revealing their true nature to her. He took her hand and led her toward the ticket booth. In front of them, a woman with 2 children was met with impatience from the ticket seller, who curtly informed her that one adult could only accompany 1 child. How ridiculous! Such an expensive ticket, and they wouldn't allow children? Let us go, let us go. We're not watching this, the woman exclaimed, dragging her unwilling children away, who were rolling on the ground in protest. With an impassive expression, Lu Lin handed the ticket seller the money for 2 tickets. Once inside, there would be no refunds. The seller's face was as sour as if someone owed her money. Lin Yang quietly remarked from behind, "That lady is quite fierce." The ticket seller, a woman in her 30s, instantly darkened at Lin Yang's comment. What kind of child was this, so inconsiderate? She was bound to scare her into tears soon. Inside the haunted house, it was pitch black, with the only light being a sinister red glow. Lin Yang immediately regretted her decision upon entering. However, for the sake of the 25 yuan ticket, she stubbornly pressed on. "Big brother, hold on tight, or if you get lost, Mom will scold me." Lu Lin shot a glare at the grotesque specter beside them, suppressing a smile. "All right, hold on tight. Just don't lose me." Suddenly, Lin Yang turned around and was confronted by a disheveled female ghost, causing her legs to weaken as she clung to Lu Lin. In the darkness, Lu Lin smirked slightly. Should he carry her? The haunted house spanned 500 meters. If she reacted like this at every step, they might never make it out. No. Lin Yang, with a show of courage, pressed against his leg and bravely took a step forward, colliding directly with a ghostly figure that suddenly appeared. Having kept her eyes shut, Lin Yang opened them to find a ghastly white apparition before her, sending her voice and tears into a frenzy. "Ah, Mommy!" Her piercing scream echoed throughout the haunted house, chilling to the bone. Lin Yang clambered onto Lu Lin's back with the agility of a monkey, using both hands and feet. "Big brother, carry me." Lu Lin cast a sharp glance at the skeleton actress, then squatted down to hoist the young girl onto his back. The only real person in the haunted house, disguised as a skeleton, reveled in the success of having frightened someone, only to be chilled to the bone by a cold stare. Damn, this is rather eerie. Working in a haunted house was no easy task. It was far less perilous to fry stinky tofu, despite its pungent odor. At least there was no constant threat of being struck. Those frightful figures were all electrically powered. If one felt fear, they could simply shut their eyes. The young girl's voice trembled. "I'm not scared. I'm just tired from walking." Carrying Lin Yang, Lu Lin exited the haunted house without hindrance. The ghosts they encountered along the way seemed to lose their spark, screeching incoherently, yet refraining from coming out to scare them. Even after leaving the haunted house, Lin Yang clung to Lu Lin like an octopus, refusing to let go. Lu Lin threatened her, "If you don't get down, I'll take you back in. No ticket, no entry." Lin Yang was not easily fooled. She was genuinely terrified and still dared not open her eyes. When she had momentarily peeked, she had seen a monster ripping open its own abdomen, exposing its bloody entrails. It was utterly terrifying. She vowed never to visit a haunted house again, having spent 25 yuan on a night of nightmares. That evening, as soon as Lin Yang closed her eyes, she felt as if the room was filled with monsters, rendering her too frightened to use the bathroom. The next morning, she awoke with dark circles under her eyes. Starling Likumfan. Chapter 22. Fever in the month leading up to the crucial entrance examination for junior high school. Hua Primary School planned to send several Chinese language teachers for an exchange learning program lasting half a month. Each teacher concocted various excuses to decline, and Li Chuanfang also cited her daughter's lack of care as her reason for refusal. Ultimately, not a single teacher volunteered to go. During the meeting, the principal erupted in fury, and after the session concluded, he promptly established the list of participants, with Li Chuanfang's name at the top. Despite her disappointment, she sought to contest this decision, but the glances from her colleagues silenced her. After all, everyone had children to look after. With no other option, she steeled herself for the trip. The journey itself was not a concern. The real issue was finding someone to care for her daughter. Under normal circumstances, her mother-in-law could assist for a few days, but recently, her younger sister had given birth to her second child, and her mother-in-law was occupied with postpartum care, leaving no one available to help. Although there had been murmurs since the beginning of the year regarding her husband's transfer back home, there had been no concrete information on when this would occur, leading her to believe it was unlikely. After much contemplation, Li Chuanfang decided to let her daughter stay with Yao Yu for a few days. Following Lu Xiaohong's passing, the two women had grown closer due to their shared experiences with their children. After work, she visited the market to purchase some vegetables, meat, and eggs, then headed to the fruit shop situated at the entrance of the community. 16 yuan and 80 cents. I'll charge you just 16, consider a discount. The vendor cheerfully offered. Yao Yu, with her gentle demeanor, exhibited no trace of the bustling marketplace as she prepared a bag of apples for her customer. After sending the customer off with a smile, she playfully chided, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Yang Yang is such a good girl. I adore her. How could I find a bothersome? Thank you so much. I'll pack her things and bring them over later," Li Chuanfang replied. As another customer approached, Yao Yu continued to assist while saying, "When Xiao Lin returns, he can just pick them up." Li Chuanfang smiled back. "You're busy, so I'll head home to tidy up. We'll have dinner at my place later." "All right, I'll close up once I finish this rush," Yao Yu responded, not standing on ceremony. Watching Yao Yu, who was happily helping customers select fruits, Li Chuanfang couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness for her. After Lu Xiaohong's death, Yao Yu had transformed from someone who knew nothing into a successful fruit shop owner, supporting herself and her son, while Lu Lin assisted with the procurement. Allowing her to merely oversee the stand, the endeavor was still quite exhausting, yet Yao Yu appeared to grow younger with each passing day. Perhaps this is the essence of life. The affluent have their own way of living, while ordinary people find joy in simplicity. Li Chuanfang did not ask for much in her life. She merely wished for her daughter and husband to remain safe and sound. Lin Yang was aware of her mother's impending trip and felt a twinge of reluctance, as she had never spent a night away from her mother. Yet, she also felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of having the freedom to watch television without supervision. As Li Chuanfang packed, she reminded her daughter, "Remember, my dear, other families are not like ours. When you stay at Aunt Yao's, be diligent. Help with the dishes after meals, sweep the floors, and most importantly, do not be mischievous. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, Mom. I'll behave at Aunt Yao's just like I do at home," Lin Yang assured her. Lin Yang playfully teased Xiao He with a ball of yarn, entirely unconcerned. "You know, too," she said. Li Chuanfang glanced at her daughter, her tone unexpectedly tinged with acidity. "You spend all day running upstairs. One might think that's where you truly belong." Lin Yang smiled, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Well, the eldest is up there," she replied. "The eldest, always revolving around him. Eventually, Lu Lin will have a girlfriend. He can't coddle you forever. The little girl will surely end up in tears." Li Chuanfang shook her head, choosing not to dwell on future matters. "I've prepared Xiao He's food and placed it in the refrigerator. Remember to feed him when you return home." Meow. Xiao He, hearing his name, meowed at his little owner. Lin Yang affectionately rubbed Xiao He's ears and asked, "Can't Xiao He stay with the eldest?" "No, he has shedding lately. He would leave for all over Aunt Yao Yu's house." "Oh." Lin Yang resolved to spend time with Xiao He every day after school. It would be too lonely for him to be home alone. When Li Chuanfang left, she bought additional groceries and meat for Aunt Yao Yu and left Lin Yang 200 yuan, instructing her to buy whatever she needed instead of always relying on Lu Lin's money. The young girl felt a fleeting sadness as her mother departed, but soon her spirits lifted. The entire building consisted of two-bedroom apartments, and initially, Lin Yang would have shared a bed with Aunt Yao Yu. However, upon learning she was coming to stay, Lu Lin promptly cleared his room, opting instead to lay a mat in the living room. He also changed the sheets and made the bed nicely for her. Lin Yang did not hesitate. As soon as the bed was ready, she kicked off her slippers and rolled around for a couple of times. Her mother had often said she was a restless sleeper, and she had worried about kicking Aunt Yao Yu, but now that she was alone, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, the eldest's bed was even softer than hers. It felt delightful. That evening, after her bath, Lin Yang emerged, her face slightly misty from the steam, and with her still damp hair, she sought Lu Lin for a hairdryer. As Lu Lin had short hair and seldom used a dryer in summer, he fetched one from Aunt Yao Yu's room for her. "Quickly dry your hair. Be careful not to catch a cold," he advised. "I won tea. I'm perfectly healthy," Lin Yang dismissed, confident that one could not catch a cold in summer. Yet, the next morning, she learned that colds were indeed possible, even in warm weather. She had a habit of kicking off the covers at night, and, usually, Li Chuanfang would rise each night to tuck her in, but last night, no one was there to cover her, coinciding with a sudden drop in temperature and rain. When Lin Yang awoke, she was already sniffling, sneezing, and feeling dizzy, unable to finish the wontons Aunt Yao Yu had prepared for her. Yang, let us take you to the clinic for some medicine. I'll come to pick you up at noon. If you're still unwell, we'll go to the hospital. All right?" Aunt Yao Yu was flustered, not knowing how to explain this to Li Chuanfang. "It's fine, Annie. A bit of hot water will do," Lin Yang smiled, though her voice came out hoarse. She sniffled softly, holding her small cup as she approached the water dispenser to fill it with a cup of hot water. After finishing his early self-study session, Lu Lin returned to assist Yao Yu with her stall, carrying 2 bags of soy milk and fried dough sticks as he hurried upstairs. Just as he opened the door, he encountered Yao Yu leading Lin Yang out. He immediately noticed the little girl's red, flushed nose and bent down to check her forehead. She had a fever. Furrowing his brow, Lu Lin handed the bags of soy milk and fried dough sticks to Yao Yu and said, "Mom, let's delay the stall today. I'll take her to see a doctor. Please call her teacher and request a leave of absence for her. I want to take a leave, Lin Yong quickly interjected. I'm going to class. There's an exam today. Lu Lin's frown deepened. Are you certain? Yes. On the way to school, the little girl appeared listless, her arms wrapped around his waist, feeling limp. Lu Lin pressed his lips into a thin line, writing slowly. If you feel unwell, tell your teacher. They can send you to the hospital or have them call me, and I'll come to pick you up. All right, I understand. Goodbye, big brother. Lin Yong mustered her spirits and waved to him. The little girl had always been spirited and lively. Lu Lin had never encountered such a subdued child, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. Watching her enter the school, he hurried back to assist Yao Yu with the stall. By the time he arrived at school, the first class was nearly over. His tardiness was not uncommon, yet his academic performance remained commendable, prompting the teacher to turn a blind eye. However, today, his lateness was particularly egregious. The English teacher, frowning, ordered him to stand outside. Lu Lin shrugged nonchalantly, entered, grabbed a book, and stepped back outside. Chapter 23. His little tail must recover swiftly. Fortunately, the class ended shortly. The English teacher reprimanded him briefly before allowing him to enter. The second period was mathematics, but Lu Lin found it impossible to concentrate on his studies. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the frail girl. Was her fever reduced? Had her condition worsened? To what extent? Why hadn't the teacher called him? Had she fainted from the fever? An anxious restlessness gripped him, and as the bell rang, he slammed his book shut and tossed it onto the desk. Jiang Kaming, who had been dozing with his head resting on the desk, was startled awake, blinking in confusion. What's wrong? Even the top student struggles with some problems? Which one dares to challenge you? I can help you out. Lu Lin shot him a sidelong glance. What is 88 multiplied by 8? 2 digits, right? Let me draft a rough calculation first. Jiang Kaming replied, rubbing his eyes and pulling out a scratch paper from his desk. As Lu Lin observed him setting up the vertical calculation, he couldn't help but divert his gaze. Please excuse me for the next 2 classes. You can say whatever you like regarding my absence. Jiang Kaming was taken aback. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor echoed in his ears as Lu Lin stood up and left. Wait, Lu Lin, did you come to school just to stand in a corner? Jiang Kaming was bewildered. Despite already being late, Lu Lin still showed up. If it were him, he would have simply skipped school, but Lu Lin had left him one of the lowest in the grade to concoct an excuse for one of the top 10 students. This was utterly nonsensical. The teacher might think he was the one leading Lu Lin astray. Perhaps he should skip too? Without hesitation, Jiang Kaming swiftly climbed the wall to escape, only to be caught red-handed by the grade supervisor lying in wait outside. Supervisor, what a coincidence. I couldn't resist my urge to assist when I heard you were here catching truants. You again, Jiang Kaming. Count for yourself how many times this month. The supervisor's smile was more terrifying than a frown, his temper boiling as he grasped Jiang Kaming's collar to prevent his escape. Helpful, huh? 3,000 words of self-reflection. Miss a single word, and you'll run a lap around the playground. Upon hearing the requirement for a 3,000-word essay, Jiang Kaming felt a twist of injustice. After all, he wasn't the only one skipping class. How unfair. He desperately wished to report it, but the thought of his deskmate's formidable fist, he silently resigned. During the exam, Lin Yong had been incessantly blowing her nose. The pack of tissues Lu Lin had placed in her backpack that morning was nearly depleted. After completing her paper, she handed it in and, inadvertently catching sight of someone at the door, rushed out without informing the teacher, her eyes widening as she beheld her leader. Boss, what brings you here? Lu Lin did not respond, instead reaching out to feel her forehead. Are you feeling any better? Does your head still ache? Lin Yong sniffled vigorously and shook her head. It doesn't hurt, but I feel dizzy and my nose keeps running. After shaking her head, the dizziness intensified and the world around her seemed to spin. The little girl, feeling lightheaded, clung to Lu Lin's arm, leaning gently against him. Upon witnessing her younger sibling in such a weakened state, Lu Lin felt as though her heart was tightly gripped, a knot forming within. She gently stroked the soft, furry head of the girl, her tone infused with an unmistakable authority. No classes today. Take a leave to rest at home. Return only when you are well. Boss, I don't want to take leave. Lin Yong dared not shake her head, clutching at her elder-esque clothing, her voice muffled as she implored, "Just let me lean on you." As a child, she would have relished the thought of falling ill to stay home. Yet with the upcoming entrance examination looming, her peers were diligently studying, and she did not wish to fall behind. Reluctant to return home, Lu Lin could not compel her. After watching her take the medicine she had purchased on the way, she placed a piece of candy into her mouth. That evening, Lin Yang had dinner and took her medication once more. After enduring the day, she succumbed to exhaustion without even washing up. Yao Yu, wary of exacerbating the young girl's cold, refrained from bathing her, merely placing a towel on her back for comfort. When Lu Lin returned from evening study, Yao Yu, still awake, was about to feed Lin Yang her medication. Upon noticing Lu Lin's arrival, she lowered her voice, saying, Yang is asleep. She still has 1 dose left. You go to sleep, I will handle it." Lu Lin took the water and medicine from her hands and quietly entered the room. Whether it was due to the fever or the heat, the young girl's face was flushed, her forehead damp with sweat. Supporting the back of her head, Lu Lin gently lifted her from the bed. "Lin Yang, wake up and take your medicine before sleeping." "Boss." Lin Yang, drowsily opening her eyes, called out upon seeing him, obediently taking the medicine with his assistance. The boss is here." Lu Lin carefully set her down, wiped the sweat from her forehead with a tissue, covered her with a blanket, and lit a mosquito coil at the foot of the bed before quietly exiting. The night passed without incident. As dawn approached, Lu Lin rose to restock supplies. Before leaving, he gazed at the still ailing girl, his heart softening at the sight. His little tail must recover swiftly. Lin Yang's cold lingered for several days. Due to the fever and lack of appetite, she had lost weight, her once round face now appearing diminutive as if it could fit in the palm of a hand. Li Chuanfang, upon returning, almost failed to recognize her daughter, feeling a mix of sorrow and unexpected admiration for her newfound slenderness. During her business trip, she had bought 2 dresses for Lin Yang. Initially fearing they would be too small, to her delight, they fit perfectly. Moreover, for the upcoming summer break, Li Chuanfang had planned to take her daughter to Beicheng to visit her husband. However, on the day the results were announced, Lin Wei called to inform her that the transfer order had come through and he would return by the end of August at the latest. After 6 long years of living apart, the couple would finally reunite, a joy surpassing all others. The mother and daughter spent the entire summer in eager anticipation. On August 26th, when Lin Yang heard a knock on the door, she rushed to open it. "Daddy!" she exclaimed with delight, only to be lifted by the tall figure of her father, reminiscent of her childhood. Then, with a thud, Lin Yang collided with the doorframe, instantly swelling a large bump on her head. Before she could even laugh, she was brought to tears by the pain. Lin Wei was overwhelmed with guilt, while Li Chuanfang couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at her husband. The joy of their reunion was thus considerably diminished. Nevertheless, the atmosphere at home remained lively over the next few days, with grandparents arriving from the countryside bearing fresh eggs and grandmother returning from her sister's house. Numerous visitors also came bearing gifts. Lin Yang, sporting a large bruise on his forehead, managed to convince his father to buy him a box of smiley face ice creams. Chapter 24. Lu Lin, Lu Lin, Lu Lin. As September 1st arrived, all primary and secondary schools in He City officially commenced their academic year. Lin Wei had been invited to oversee military training at a university, leaving home, while Li Chuanfang, as the class teacher, had already gone to school to register the students. Since Lu Lin was accompanying her daughter for the registration, there was no need for them to worry. Lin Yang awoke early, donning a new dress purchased by her mother and styling her hair into a high ponytail. She smiled at her reflection in the mirror and joyfully stepped outside. "Big brother." "And Yao, I'm here to help you." Lu Lin was assisting Yao Yu in setting up their stall when he noticed her arrival. He handed her 2 oranges and told her to simply enjoy herself. "You don't need to help here. Just focus on eating." "All right then." Lin Yang pouted slightly, sitting on a small stool to peel an orange. After tasting a segment herself, she offered Lu Lin a piece. He opened his mouth to bite into it, and a rush of tangy juice filled his mouth. Without flinching, he cast a sidelong glance at the girl who was clearly eager for his reaction, then took another segment from her hand and passed it to Yao Yu. "Mom, where did you get these oranges yesterday? They're quite sweet." You should try one. Of course. Yao Yu replied with a smile as she accepted the orange and placed it in her mouth. I made sure to taste them when I procure the goods. Tui, she exclaimed a moment later, spitting the orange out, her delicate features scrunching up in distaste. Why are they so sour? Lu Lin instructed Lin Yang to discard the piece in her mouth and finished off the remaining segment in her hand. He spoke calmly, Ms. Yao, from now on, I shall handle the procurement myself. You can stay at home and relax. His mother had insisted on going herself yesterday, fearing it would interfere with his studies, only to be taken advantage of by someone. Yao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Her son was already burdened with his studies, and yet he had to help her with procurement every day. She felt like an inadequate mother. I'll go with you. I can learn from you, she offered. I can manage on my own, Lu Lin replied with the same calm demeanor, looking at his mother. I am well aware of my academic standing. I will undoubtedly get into university and take care of you. And me, Lin Yang interjected, standing up and tilting her little face, trying to charm him. Big brother, you mustn't forget me when you become successful. Lu Lin glanced at her and couldn't help but poke her forehead. Rest assured, I won't neglect you. Yao Yu smiled softly at her son, a hint of a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Indeed, forgetting anyone is out of the question, especially our Yang Yang. Lin Yang grinned broadly. Hee, big brother is the best. That's good to hear, Lu Lin replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Did you bring your household registration and academic documents? Lin Yang patted her new backpack. I've got everything. All right, let us go. Lu Lin nodded and habitually slung her backpack over his shoulder. The junior high and high school departments were separated by a playground. After seeing that Lin Yang had been assigned to class 7 on the class list, Lu Lin took the little girl to her classroom for registration. The homeroom teacher, a middle-aged gentleman teaching mathematics, was slightly rotund, with a pair of thick glasses perched on his nose. He furrowed his brows as he perused the comments in her elementary school graduation booklet. It wasn't for any particular reason, but rather because every teacher's final remark was the same. It would be even better if she refrained from snacking during class. Lin Yang stood behind Lu Lin, awkwardly squeezing his hand. Fortunately, the teacher did not comment further. He simply outlined the class schedule and important notes before inscribing her name on the enrollment form. With time still on their hands, Lu Lin took the young girl for a stroll around the school. Lin Yang was positively thrilled. The middle school was significantly larger than her elementary school. As they passed by the campus wall, she suddenly spotted a photograph and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Lu Lin. Big brother, it's really you. You're on the wall. That was the honor roll. Lu Lin's expression darkened. Top 10 a grade. Big brother, how impressive. Upon reading the words beneath the photograph, Lin Yang straightened her back, feeling a sense of pride. Everyone, look. My big brother is one of the top 10 in the grade. Lu Lin scratched his neck and casually replied, It's nothing special. At my best, I was first in the grade. Lin Yang was taken aback. Big brother, if your studies are so excellent, why didn't you apply to the affiliated school? With your grades, you could easily get in. The affiliated school is the best in Huqing. It was a pity that they were assigned to Xingda for elementary school. Otherwise, she would have loved to attend the affiliated school. As she looked at the little girl who displayed a face of regret, Lu Lin smiled. A mix of youthful exuberance and a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. As long as I want to, it doesn't matter where I am. Unlike elementary school, the commencement of high school required military training. After a week of training, Lin Yang became well acquainted with most of her classmates. With her amiable nature and striking looks, she quickly garnered everyone's fondness. Throughout her 6 years of elementary school, due to Li Chuanfeng, Lin Yang had not made many friends. Thus, upon entering middle school and discovering so many people willing to play with her, she couldn't help but bounce in delight. After exchanging contact information, her deskmate, Ji Han, invited her to watch a movie over the weekend. In Lin Yang's eyes, Ji Han was particularly straightforward and strikingly beautiful, albeit prone to bouts of anger. For instance, right now, after answering a phone call, her hair seemed to stand on end. I'm so furious. Su Hong, that four-eyed tortoise, actually expects me to be back before 5 o'clock. Can't I be a little late? Lin Yang frowned, realizing the movie wouldn't end until 5:30. Of course you can. At worst, I'll just get a beating. Huh? You have no idea. My brother is like a radar. If I'm even a minute late, He knows and then persuades my parents to beat me. It's so bad I can't even sit on a chair afterward. Ji Zihan spoke of her brother with palpable resentment. Is your brother really that terrifying? Lin Yang gasped, then sighed in relief. Thank goodness I only have a big brother and no older siblings. Ha ha. Zihan left uncontrollably. What on earth is Big Brother? Lin Yang felt her face flush from her laughter, yet she explained the situation earnestly. Ji Zihan could hardly contain her laughter. In this day and age, there are still individuals who refer to each other as boss and little brother. It feels rather juvenile. Lin Yang's neck grew warm. Is it really that childish? Perhaps it was her own perception. She felt a slight resemblance to the two bears on television. Unintentionally spoken, yet Lin Yang took it to heart, feeling a strong connection. Juvenile is one thing, but how could she be likened to a bear? The following afternoon, after school, Lin Yang had not ridden her bicycle in the morning and now had to rely on Lu Lin's bike to return home. Boss, I have something to tell you. Lu Lin casually remarked. What is it? He inquired. From today onwards, you're no longer my boss. Lu Lin's expression froze, and his movement to get on the bike halted as he looked at her, slowly speaking. Do you have another boss now? Of course not. Lin Yang quickly clarified. I mean, I won't call you boss anymore. I want to call you by your name. What is this all about? Lu Lin was taken aback for a moment before he nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Call me Lu Lin, as the young girl enunciated his name clearly. Lu Lin couldn't help but tap her forehead lightly. It's not like we're on stage receiving an award. Why so formal? Lin Yang chuckled while covering her forehead, slightly unaccustomed to it. Silly. Lu Lin. Lu Lin. Are you silly or what? Lu Lin laughed heartily as he pedaled his bicycle. The girl seated behind him wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, her laughter bright, revealing her teeth yet hiding her eyes. The boy's tousled hair danced in the evening breeze, his striking features causing the blooming cosmos flowers by the roadside to bow their heads in admiration. Chapter 25. Who Says I Cannot? Following 2 intense monthly examinations, the new students of Xingda Middle School were eagerly anticipating their inaugural sports meet. The prospect of a day free from classes filled everyone with enthusiasm, and when the sports committee announced the news, the classroom erupted in cheers that lasted a full 2 minutes. However, amidst the excitement, Lin Yang observed a peculiar trend. While everyone scrambled to sign up for performances during Children's Day, once they entered middle school, not a single student was willing to participate in such activities. There were no volunteers for the sports meet, nor for the cultural evening. With no one stepping forward, their homeroom teacher ultimately decreed that the class committee must take part. The committee members sighed in resignation, but there was no escaping the teacher's command. They had to participate. As the cultural committee member, Ji Zihan impulsively signed up for the long jump, while Lin Yang, having been appointed as the life committee member by the homeroom teacher and knowing her physical limitations, opted for the long jump instead. Determined not to finish last in the sports meet, she practiced daily after school on the playground, only to discover on the day of the competition that she had actually signed up for the triple jump. She had no idea how to execute a triple jump and felt utterly foolish, convinced that last place was destined for her. The sports meet was held jointly for both junior and senior high students. Lu Lin, aware of her long jump registration, traversed a significant portion of the playground carrying a carton of soy milk and fruit tea to find her. For the first time, Lin Yang felt that even desserts could not lift her spirits. What if I can't even jump a meter? The thought was mortifying. Who says you should be embarrassed? Let them compete with me, Lu Lin reassured her. Moreover, there are no stipulations that you must jump far. Simply standing there surpasses those who might speak ill of you. Lin Yang, however, could not absorb his words. Her face was drawn in despair, consumed by the fear of ridicule. The sports teacher announced, Contestant 15, prepare to take the stage. Contestant 16, get ready. Glancing at her number, it was her turn. She inhaled deeply and steeled herself to advance. Suddenly, Lu Lin exclaimed, Who says I cannot? In a world where everyone regarded him as the troublemaker, his willingness to approach her meant he would stand against all odds for her, even if it required jumping 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times. Lin Yang was so nervous that she barely registered his words. When the referee's command rang out, she mimicked the others and surged forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the next moment, the spectators watched in disbelief as the girl with the high ponytail nearly tumbled into the sandpit, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd, while the referee averted his gaze in embarrassment. Suddenly, the attention of those on the playground was drawn to the commotion at the triple jump area, where a tall, handsome boy was seen lifting the girl from the pit, not merely pulling her out, but cradling her in a princess carry. Where is the director of education? It's your turn, someone shouted, reveling in the chaos. The once quiet area near the sandpit has erupted with excitement, as everyone is gossiping about the relationship between the two individuals, with many more describing just how handsome a young man is. It is likely that every girl has fantasized about such a scene during her school years, a seemingly aloof, ethereal boy breaking through the crowd to rescue her from the overwhelming attention of onlookers. The raucous atmosphere caused Lin Yang to blush even deeper, feeling utterly despondent. She covered her face, convinced that everyone was mocking her. Oh, how embarrassing. She wished to be buried alive instead. Little did she realize that there could be moments even more humiliating than failing to jump 1 meter. In that instant, face first in the sand, she genuinely wished she could perform an act of sudden demise for the audience. Are you speaking nonsense? Lu Lin said as he set her down, playfully tapping her forehead. Jump a couple of times and see if anything hurts. Lin Yang obediently bounced in place, spitting out sand from her mouth and nostrils, ultimately concluding, "My face hurts." Concerned, Lu Lin took her to the infirmary, where the doctor, clearly exasperated, merely instructed her to wash her face. Perhaps it was the power of suggestion, but Lin Yang felt as though everyone was watching her. She decided to drag Lu Lin home, as the sports event allowed for free entry and exit from school. Once outside the school gates, she finally felt less awkward, sitting contentedly on the back of the bicycle, sipping fruit tea and munching on soybean boxes. Suddenly, as they passed over a speed bump, a slight jolt caused her to grab onto Lu Lin's shirt. In the next moment, she felt a warm rush beneath her. Lu Lin, her voice trembled with panic. Lu Lin hastily stopped the bicycle and turned to ask, "What is wrong?" With tears nearly spilling, Lin Yang stammered, "I think I've started my period. You need to ride faster." Having attended health class, she understood that this was a natural occurrence every girl would face. She had contemplated various scenarios in which it might begin, perhaps while showering, or while using the restroom, or even more dreadfully, during gym class. Yet, it had come to pass while she was wearing white pants. She had heard it was notoriously difficult to wash out stains. Would there be time? Should they stop at a supermarket to buy some? Sanitary pads? No need. For reasons unknown, adolescent girls often harbor an inexplicable sense of shame regarding their periods, feeling embarrassed even in front of their closest companions. "Let us just go home. We have supplies there. Mama stocked up for me." Lin Yang buried her face in her chest, her cheeks blooming like the sun setting at that moment, oblivious to the boy's own flushed ears. As summer rapidly faded, early autumn began to take hold. The gentle breeze that brushed against them was a grand prelude orchestrated by summer for the forthcoming autumn, with the vibrant days of youth. The winds stirred, heralding the onset of womanhood marked by the sudden arrival of her first period. The day after the frost's arrival was Lin Yang's birthday. She awoke to find red envelopes and gifts from Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang waiting for her. Lin Wei had gifted her a box of imported chocolates procured through a friend from abroad, while Li Chuanfang presented her with a complete set of her favorite manga. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Upon encountering her beloved comic, Lin Yang was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears as she embraced two individuals with heartfelt affection. She felt an immense wave of happiness. Excitedly, she dashed downstairs, only to be greeted by a gift from Lu Lin, who had been patiently waiting. To her astonishment, it was a mobile phone. Her previous device had been an old model previously owned by Li Chuanfang, which had become exceedingly sluggish over time, and she had long dreamed of acquiring a new one. Yet now, instead of feeling elated, she found herself flustered and at a loss for words. "Oh my, why did you give me this? Where did you purchase it? Is there a receipt? Can it be returned?" she exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. "Once activated, it cannot be returned. What should I do then?" She stammered. Sensing her turmoil, Lu Lin spoke in a calm yet firm tone. "Lin Yang, Your elder brother is not as impoverished as you might think. You and your mother work so hard for your earnings. I truly do not require such an extravagant gift." Still, Lin Yang shook her head resolutely, refusing to accept it, and rode off on her bicycle. "Who said I purchased this with money from my store?" Lu Lin caught up with her, riding alongside. "What?" Lin Yang exclaimed, gripping the brakes in shock as she turned to him, her voice rising in urgency. "If it were stolen funds, that would be even worse. That is illegal." "Lin Yang, what thoughts occupy your mind daily?" Lu Lin said, exasperated, wishing he could delve in her head to understand her reasoning. "I bought this with my prize money from winning first place in a physics competition. The cash reward was 3,000 yuan. At this revelation, Lin Yang recalled that he had indeed participated in some competition, rumored to be exceedingly difficult with national participation. She was astonished that he had secured first place. "Well, that still does not justify such an extravagant gift for me," she protested, feeling it was too lavish, especially considering his own phone was secondhand. "It's not that expensive," Lu Lin remarked, casting her a glance before decisively placing the phone into her backpack. "Use it for now. I will buy you something even better in the future." Chapter 26. I am not your pet dog in the end. Lin Yang accepted the smartphone, but she dared not conceal such a significant matter from Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei. Upon learning that Lu Lin had gifted their daughter such an extravagant present, the couple was taken aback and hastily withdrew some money to offer to Lu Lin. However, he steadfastly declined. "Uncle and aunt, if you do not regard me as an outsider, please do not give me money. My kindness towards Lin Yang stems from her treating me as a brother. I have no siblings, and I can only bestow upon her the finest things I can think of. Moreover, my actions are not solely for her benefit, but for my own." Observing Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei, Lu Lin pursed his lips and added, "Her happiness brings me even greater joy." With such words spoken, Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei ceased their insistence. Coincidentally, with the fruit shop undergoing renovations, Lin Wei promptly enlisted the help of his friends, thereby saving a considerable sum on labor costs. The residents of the community marveled at the spacious and bright fruit shop, exclaiming how, in the absence of Lu Xiaohong, the single mother and her daughter were thriving. Having a good neighbor is truly a blessing. Additionally, the community members inadvertently noticed that the little girl who, as a child, would bow graciously for a piece of candy from teacher Li had grown up remarkably. It could be said that each day she transformed more and more. The once spirited little girl was now blossoming into a graceful young lady. Ah, youth! How it arrived so quietly yet with such fervor. As for the transformation from junior high school to the second year, it was evident that the boys had grown taller while the girls had developed and elongated. Lin Wei measured his daughter's height with a tape measure, astonished to discover that the little girl who had barely reached 1.5 meters at her elementary graduation had surpassed 1.6 meters in just a year. Since the onset of her first menstruation, Lin Yang had also recognized the changes within herself. Her bust began to develop, and two little curves emerged, while her skin had become slightly fairer, albeit with the occasional blemish appearing on her forehead. The girl in the mirror would alternate between broad grins and subtle smiles, her bright eyes sparkling with charm. Lin Yang pinched her cheeks, hardly able to recognize herself. Li Chuanfang, observing her daughter's silly demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle, pondering from whom this vanity had been inherited. "Mother, it's thanks to your beauty that I turn out so well," she exclaimed, giggling joyfully, reminiscent of her childhood laughter. "What girl laughs like you do?" Li Chuanfang mused, listening to her daughter's innocent laughter, both amused and somewhat melancholic. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing this, one might mistake her for a character from a humorous tale. "Ha, he." The silly girl was unable to restrain her laughter. Lin Wei approached and inquired, "Daughter, have you encountered some delightful news? You seem so joyous." Li Chuanfang shook her head with a smile, acknowledging that the girl had grown up and developed an appreciation for beauty. It is entirely normal to love beauty, and besides, our Yang Yang is inherently lovely. Although Lin Wei was rather straightforward, he couldn't help but harbor doubts at that moment, pondering if perhaps some young boy had managed to deceive her with his charms. "What are you thinking? Your daughter is only 14. Li Chuanfang glanced at her husband, feeling that he was overthinking. Moreover, If there were truly a boy bold enough to deceive her, Lu Lin would have dealt with him already, believe it or not. That's true. Lin Wei nodded without hesitation. Lu Lin treated his daughter as though she were his own sister. After pondering for a few seconds, he suggested, "What if we let Yang Yang acknowledge Yao Yu as her godmother?" "There's no need for that. Things are perfectly fine as they are now," Li Chuanfang replied, shaking her head. She hadn't considered that angle, especially since the children had grown up. Acknowledging a godmother was something that should have happened in their childhood. Besides, given how well the two children got along, they might end up together in the future. If they recognized a godmother, it would only complicate matters unnecessarily. As it turned out, Lin Wei's concerns were not unfounded. Someone indeed had their eye on his precious daughter. Shortly after the start of the second year, Lin Yang experienced her first confession. That morning, as she enjoyed her meat bun, her hands became greasy. While reaching into her desk for a tissue, she encountered a hard envelope. The paper was pink, adorned with delicate white flowers, and in the bottom right corner, it read to Lin Yang in fluorescent ink. Lin Yang knew precisely what it was. Gripping the thin letter, her heart raced, and she hurriedly stuffed the envelope deep in her desk, her heart pounding until class began. She had received a love letter addressed to her. Throughout the entire morning, Lin Yang was distracted, feeling as though someone was watching her, and she subconsciously straightened her back. When school let out at noon and the classroom was empty, she stealthily retrieved the oil-stained love letter from the depths of her desk and quickly opened it. Even with no one around, she dared not read it openly, but instead discreetly placed it between her body and the desk to steal glances at its contents. The letter praised her as being cuter than his cat, expressed his fondness for her hair, which appeared particularly soft, and declared that she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. The letter continued to shower her with compliments, causing Lin Yang to blush and her heart to race, leaving her questioning if she truly possessed so many admirable qualities. At the end of the letter, he confessed his feelings and asked if she would be his girlfriend. Having received a love letter for the first time in her life, and being likened to a blossoming flower, it was impossible for her not to feel a flutter of excitement. She yearned to discover the identity of the sender. Yet the letter bore no signature. As she dazedly exited the classroom, she nearly collided with Lu Lin, who was rushing towards her. "Lin Yang, watch where you're going," Lu Lin scolded, gripping her ponytail with irritation. "What are you doing in there? Why did it take you so long to come out?" Typically, the young girl was eager to eat, yet he had waited at the cafeteria entrance for ages without seeing her. Fearing something was amiss, he hurried over, only to find her blushing and flustered. Lin Yang quickly shook her head in response. "I wasn't doing anything." The pink love letter still nestled in her pocket evoked a sense of guilt akin to being caught in a youthful romance by her parents. She dared not meet his gaze, stammering an evasive excuse. "There was a question I couldn't solve. I pondered over it for a while." For reasons unknown, she instinctively wished to conceal from Lu Lin the fact that someone had penned a love letter for her, for if he were to discover this, he would undoubtedly inform her parents. After their meal, Lu Lin furrowed his brow, observing the distracted young lady with a weighty tone. "Lin Yang, you are hiding something from me." "I am not. How could I possibly keep anything from you?" Lin Yang instinctively retorted. Alas, there was indeed something she concealed from him. Lu Lin chuckled in disbelief, his tongue grazing his molars as he began to tally her misdeeds. "No. Last year, you secretly sneaked off to an internet CAF with your classmates to play games, and when discovered by the teacher, you fled through the window and injured your leg. Just last week, you ran out in silence over a trivial matter and nearly faced bullying, not to mention—" "Stop. Don't say another word." Lin Yang suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze upon him. "What I choose to do and where I go is my own freedom. Why must you always control me, demanding that I adhere to your wishes? I am not your pet. On what grounds do you expect me to report every little thing to you?" The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Lu Lin seemed to govern every aspect of her life. She had to dine with him at noon and return home alongside him in the afternoon, leaving no room for anyone else to engage with her. "So, you believe I should not concern myself with you?" In a fit of anger, Lin Yang shouted without a second thought, "My parents don't control me. You are not anyone significant in my life. So, can you please stop meddling?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Regret flooded her heart as she witnessed the instant shattering of Lu Lin's expression. Yet, her pride and adolescent rebellion conspired against her, compelling her to stubbornly wipe away her tears and refuse to acknowledge her wrongdoing. After a prolonged silence, she heard him utter, "Fine." Chapter 27. He is not my boyfriend. Lu Lin remained silent for a moment, his throat bobbing as he finally uttered a single word. Lin Yang watched him depart, seated in her place while tears streamed down her face. A nearby girl, who had been attentively observing them, handed her tissue. "Did you have such a fierce argument with your boyfriend?" Lin Yang, lost in her own sorrow, initially did not realize the girl was speaking to her until she gently touched Lin Yang's hand with the tissue and repeated her question. Choking on her words, Lin Yang shook her head. "No, he's not my boyfriend. We didn't argue. I made him angry, and I need to apologize." Lin Yang felt utterly despicable for having been so harsh to someone whose name she didn't even know. The hurtful words she had uttered must have deeply wounded him. Despite Lu Lin insisting on having lunch together each day, preventing her from dining with her classmates, he always ensured she didn't have to queue for food. He would even give her a ride home in the afternoons and kept her safe from potential accidents by placing her in the innermost position when riding. After a quarrel with Li Chuanfeng, when she stormed out of the house in a huff, it was Lu Lin who searched for her throughout the night, nearly getting into a fight on her behalf. No one had ever treated her better than Lu Lin, yet she had spoken to him in such a manner. She had to apologize. The young girl resolved her thoughts and hurriedly chased after him. Lu Lin, worried that she might do something reckless alone, rushed back, and they collided with each other. Lin Yang, momentarily disregarding the pain from the impact to her nose, looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and apologized. "I'm sorry. You treat me the best. I shouldn't have said those things. I don't think you're bothersome. I was just rambling. Please don't ignore me. Please don't be angry. I'll treat you to a smiley face ice cream." Lu Lin looked down at her, seemingly letting out a sigh, then helplessly rubbed her reddened nose. "You're always so impulsive." Lin Yang, with tears still clinging to her eyelashes, gazed at him anxiously. "So, have you forgiven me?" "I'm not angry." Lu Lin gently shook his head, lifting his hand to wipe her tears away. He was frustrated with himself for being overly protective, neglecting the fact that she needed her personal space. He had indeed been a bit too strict with her. "I also apologize from now on. You can do whatever you want as long as you inform me beforehand so I don't worry about you. Just like last time, when you quarreled with Teacher Li and ran off without a word, wandering the streets alone for hours. When I found you, you were almost harassed by a few drunks." "Okay." The young girl smiled through her tears, pulling him toward the convenience store. "I'll treat you to a smiley face ice cream." Not only had the young adults matured, but the once 1 yuan smiley face ice cream had now risen to 2 yuan 50 cents each. Thankfully, the brand and flavor remained unchanged, still being Lin Yang's favorite ice cream. She reached for the freezer door, but Lu Lin suddenly recalled something and pulled her out of the store. "No, you're on your period today. You cannot have anything cold." Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, having completely forgotten that today marked the onset of her menstrual cycle. The next instant, she began to become insistent, declaring then, "I want to have tiramisu." Lu Lin smirked slightly, promising to take her to buy some after school. Lin Yang, her spirits lifted, began to chatter away, entirely forgetting her earlier displeasure. As promised, by the time she awoke, she found herself indulging in the delightful dessert. Upon opening her eyes at noon, she discovered her favorite tiramisu from that beloved shop sitting on the table, adorned with a sticky note. The chestnut flavor was available, but the cocoa was sold out, which she deemed unworthy of bringing back for Xiaohei. Naturally, Xiaohei would not be getting any. How could tiramisu be anything but delectable? Lin Yang pondered throughout the afternoon, and on her way home from school, she dutifully handed over the love letter, fully aware that regardless of the boy's identity, she would not acquiesce. Her current mission was to focus on her studies. No one was permitted to distract her with romance. She showed the letter to Lu Lin, preemptively stating, "I found it in my desk. Please don't scold me. I don't even know who he is, so I haven't engaged in early romance." As Lu Lin pushed the cart along, he scrutinized the flowery descriptions within the letter, his brow furrowing in dismay. "I adore your soft hair, perfectly split and free, and your sparkling eyes, akin to stars in the sky, which are enough to ensnare my heart. I know you relish chocolate. Although I do not, I am willing to. Oh no, you mustn't read any further. Lin Yang flushed, hastily covering his mouth. The love letter that had once stirred her heart now sent shivers down her spine as Lu Lin recited its overly sentimental lines, making her suddenly feel a twinge of disdain. How could it be so sappy? She had failed to notice this when she read it. Lu Lin, still frowning, finished the letter, feeling as though he had just been subjected to an ordeal. He was relieved he had never perused the small envelopes those girls had given him. "Who is Su Ziheng?" he asked. "He is our class sports representative." "What's wrong?" Lu Lin shot her a sidelong glance, bemused that she didn't recognize him. "What? This is from Su Ziheng?" Lin Yang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Lu Lin pointed to a line on the back of the letter, exasperated. "You couldn't see this large line?" Lin Yang widened her eyes to read it, and indeed, she spotted the line, "Sincerely yours, Su Ziheng. If you feel the same, let's South meet at Fuyujia Square at 6:30 on Saturday." "Why did he write on the back?" "I didn't even see that," she exclaimed. "What do you intend to do now that you've seen it?" Lu Lin asked. Before Lin Yang could voice her intention to reject him, she heard Lu Lin inquire, "How are his grades? Is he of good character? Does he have any bad habits?" "He is all right," Lin Yang replied thoughtfully. "He plays badminton quite well. He even won first place at the last sports meet. Our PE teacher said he has potential and could consider pursuing a career as a professional athlete." Lu Lin suddenly folded the letter, narrowing his eyes at her. "You seem to know quite a lot about him. It is rather acceptable, not particularly." "What is it?" "All of my classmates are aware." Sensing the implication behind his words, Lin Yang resembled a startled rabbit, almost springing into action, only for her bicycle chain to suddenly slip off. Lu Lin promptly fixed it for her, applying a bit of oil. Lin Yang pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands and casually suggested, "Perhaps I should stop riding and let you take me instead." "You've only ridden your bike today," Lu Lin remarked, giving her a pointed glance. "Isn't it because my bike is difficult to ride?" In truth, it was her bike that lacked appeal, with its garish magenta frame and a front basket, resembling something a primary school student or a market-going aunt would ride. For the remainder of their journey, the two refrained from discussing the love letter. As for why Su Ziheng would write her a love letter, Lin Yang was utterly perplexed. They hardly had any interaction, barely even exchanged words. Upon arriving downstairs, a sudden realization struck her, and she excitedly slapped Lu Lin on the arm. "I figured it out. He must have noticed my academic prowess and wants me to tutor him for free. How naive of him. Tutoring has become so expensive nowadays. No chance." Lu Lin had originally intended to enlighten her on the perils of early romance, but it now seemed unnecessary. As for the matter of the love letter, let him encounter that young lad named Su Ziheng. Chapter 28. Lu Gu is impressive on Saturday afternoon. Lu Lin initially intended to visit a certain Su Ziheng at Fuyujia. However, as soon as he alighted from his vehicle, he received a call from Jiang Kaming, who was cornered at an internet CAF and urgently requested his assistance. Lu Lin candidly suggested that he seek help from someone else. Although he was unafraid of trouble, he preferred to avoid it, once entangled with certain ruffians. It was nearly impossible to extricate oneself. Nonetheless, Jiang Kaming persistently phoned him, proclaiming that if Lu Lin did not come, he would be doomed. Unable to withstand his relentless pleas, Lu Lin acquiesced to check on him. Despite his desk mate being a somewhat foolish, wealthy second-generation heir, he possessed an unexpectedly endearing innocence, along with a rare quality of kindness and generosity. When Lu Xiaoang had departed not long ago, leaving behind debts for his funeral, Lu Lin and Yao Yu had endured a particularly challenging time. Perhaps recognizing his financial plight, Jiang Kaming offered him a lucrative sum to assist with his homework, 100 yuan per subject, and even procured a complete set of study guides, all of which Lu Lin ultimately utilized. It could be said that his first earnings were garnered from Jiang Kaming's generosity. Thus, even though Jiang Kaming occasionally acted foolishly, Lu Lin could tolerate his antics. The internet CAF was conveniently nearby, and Lu Lin arrived swiftly, ascending to the second floor as per the information provided. The establishment was relatively spacious, yet scarcely populated. Aside from a receptionist, only 4 or 5 individuals were engaged in gaming, all donning headphones and furiously tapping away at their keyboards. Upon spotting Lu Lin, Jiang Kaming eagerly waved him over. "Lu Ge, over here." Lu Lin surveyed his surroundings, noticing no signs of disturbance. His demeanor grew stern as he addressed Jiang Kaming. "Are you quite free?" "Of course not, Lu Ge. I don't value my life so lightly. I'm still waiting to inherit my father's company," Jiang Kaming hastily explained, gesturing vehemently through the window toward a group of thugs loitering on the curb, smoking. "Those scoundrels are the ones. They've robbed me several times already. If I don't show them some consequences today, they truly believe I'm an easy mark. Once is forgivable, but being targeted repeatedly is intolerable. I intend to make them acknowledge my authority." Lu Lin glanced outside and assessed the 4 individuals, 2 with bleached hair and 2 with dyed red hair. He realized they were not worth the confrontation. Even if he could overpower them, he would likely sustain injuries. Gaining a clear understanding of the situation, he plopped down in Jiang Kaming's seat. "Then go ahead. I'll handle this round for you." With that, he began to type on the keyboard, his gaze fixed on the screen, swiftly eliminating 2 opponents with expert precision. Jiang Kaming was taken aback. Did Lu Ge truly believe he had come merely to assist him in a game? Or did he think he was merely boasting? Lu Ye. Jiang Kaming quickly corrected himself. "What I meant was, you'll make them call you daddy. No, you defeat them, and I'll call you daddy," as he spoke. Lu Lin eliminated another opponent, taking a moment to inform him, "If you can't win, make your escape through the back door." "Lu Ge, you must be joking," Jiang Kaming replied incredulously. "You can send people to the hospital. Dispatching a few small-time thugs should be a trivial matter for you." He had witnessed Lu Ge's formidable combat prowess. None of his so-called streetwise friends could hold a candle to Lu Lin. He couldn't quite recall the exact details, but during the first day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Lin had effortlessly taken down a third-year student with a single kick. That third year, in turn, had attempted to confront him with 2 accomplices, only to find themselves dispatched to the infirmary. It was nothing short of impressive. Consequently, he shamelessly sat next to him in class, hoping to forge a bond with an older brother figure and indulge in a bit of rebellion. To his astonishment, however, Lu Lin turned out to be an exemplary student, never cutting class, never engaging in fights, and achieving remarkable grades. Unfortunately, despite basking in the glow of 3 years of academic excellence, he could only manage a score of just over 300 on the high school entrance exam. Fortunately, his affluent father utilized his financial clout to secure his place at Xingda and subsequently enrolled him in the experimental class. By virtue of his own abilities, he found himself once again seated next to Lu Ge. Lu Ge's performance remained consistently stellar, firmly positioned within the top 10 of his grade, and even clinched first place in the national physics competition. If it were him, his father would merely acknowledge his efforts with a casual, "Son, you've worked hard." Lu Ge was simply perfect. Not only did he excel academically, but he also possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, refrained from smoking and drinking, and was remarkably skilled at video games. He regretted not being a girl. Jiang Kaming momentarily lost track of his surroundings, gazing at Lu Lin with unabashed admiration. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure with yellow hair emerging at the staircase. Jiang Kaming cursed under his breath and crouched down, desperately tugging at Lu Lin's pant leg. "Lu Ge, big brother Lu, they're coming." Lu Lin moved his mouse, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Don't call me big brother." All right, big brother. I won't call you that anymore. They're here. You need to drive them away." Jiang Kaming was visibly anxious, his eyes darting around vigilantly as he subtly grasped the baseball bat that had been resting nearby. Lu Lin glanced at the red-haired and yellow-haired individuals approaching them, exited the game, and nudged the person on the ground with his foot. "Whereas the network administrator? With so many people causing a ruckus, where is he?" "There's no network administrator. What about the owner? Doesn't he care? This internet CAF was a birthday gift from my uncle." Jiang Kaming whispered. "I'm the owner. No wonder this place has no business. The owner is so weak." As the group of delinquents drew closer, Lu Lin noticed a familiar face among them. Pan Shu. They had clashed during elementary school, and although a considerable time had passed, the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are especially fierce. Clearly, Pan Shu recognized him as well and let out a cold laugh. "I thought this kid had found a formidable ally. Turns out it's just you." So, have you fallen to the point of being a bodyguard for these second-generation rich kids? But you've chosen well. This kid is foolish and wealthy, making for a fine master. Lu Lin's expression remained unchanged as he sat in his chair, coolly remarking, "It seems you Haven T had enough time in the juvenile detention center and are itching to return to prison." Pan Shu had heard such comments countless times before and merely responded with a scoff. "Stop with the nonsense. Have this kid hand over 2,000 yuan, and we can call it a day. Otherwise, I'll settle both old and new scores and take you down as well." Jiang Kaming was taken aback. This young man with golden hair actually knew his brother Lu, and it seemed he had known him for longer than he had. Yet, how dare he show disrespect towards Lu? It turned out he had just come out from within. "In the past, a benevolent soul, refrained from sending you to jail. However, since you have already experienced it, you might as well continue residing there." No one had made a move, but Jiang Kaming unexpectedly swung a baseball bat at Pan Shu. At this point, it was impossible not to retaliate. Lu Lin cast a disdainful glance at him, and as the group of thugs finally reacted, he swiftly seized his keyboard and headset, hurling them at the assailants, followed by a punch to one of their stomachs. The onlookers, witnessing the escalation, cursed and departed, save for one who continued to furiously type away. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Kaming handed the baseball bat to Lu Lin, standing at a distance to observe his impressive brother Lu overpowering the thugs. Brother Lu was indeed formidable. The thugs appeared rather young, around 17 or 18. Aside from Pan Shu, the remaining three were not much of a challenge, writhing on the ground after just a few hits, leaving only Pan Shu and Lu Lin engaged in a struggle. Realizing the outcome was inevitable, Jiang Kaming eagerly approached Lu Lin, inquiring, "Brother Lu, should we call the police?" Lu Lin, having just taken a punch from Pan Shu that left his nose bleeding, wiped the blood away with his hand, glanced at the shattered computer pieces on the ground, and retorted, "Of course. If we don't call the police, who will compensate for all this damage?" No sooner had he spoken than the receptionist timidly emerged from behind the counter, holding up her phone and murmuring, "I have already called the police." "Xiao Wang, right?" Jiang Kaming's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand enthusiastically. "Well done. A raise is in order." Chapter 29. Speak. What trouble have you stirred? After being monitored for an hour and a half during a youth legal education program at the police station, Lu Lin emerged just shy of 10 o'clock. "Lu, where do you live?" The gentleman said he would take you home first. The speaker was the driver from Jiang Kaming's family, who had also escorted them out of the police station. Given the inconvenience of hailing a cab at night, Lu Lin accepted the offer with a slight nod. "Thank you." "Not at all," the driver replied amiably. Without waiting for the driver to speak, Jiang Kaming hurried over to open the car door, wearing a charmingly eager expression. "Lu Ge, get in." Accustomed to the occasional foolishness of his deskmate, Lu Lin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Kaming before bending down to enter the vehicle. Inside the car, Jiang Kaming animatedly recounted the events of the evening, vehemently cursing the ancestors of Pan Shu and his group. Since Jiang Kaming had initiated the altercation, what began as extortion quickly devolved into a mutual brawl, with Pan Shu's group sustaining more serious injuries. Consequently, the police merely offered them a reprimand, imposing no substantial punishment. However, the surveillance footage clearly indicated that Pan Shu's group had instigated the conflict, with Jiang Kaming fanning the flames. As Pan Shu's group remained detained, it was uncertain whether they would face a few days of confinement. Perhaps sensing that his solo commentary was lacking, Jiang Kaming shifted the topic. The driver, accustomed to such antics, continued to focus on the road. "Lu Ge, you were incredible today. The moment you struck, I feared I might hinder you, so I stepped aside. Just as I anticipated, your uppercut transformed that punk into a mess, and then you sent two red-haired goons flying with a kick. I can only wonder who in a past life saved the galaxy to earn your favor, Lu Ge." As Jiang Kaming spoke, he sighed dramatically, a look of dejection overtaking his features. "Alas, if only I were a girl." Lu Lin, initially resting with his eyes closed, opened them at this comment and shifted slightly away, his expression revealing unmistakable disdain. "Be normal." "All right, Lu Ge." Jiang Kaming snapped his fingers, instantly silencing himself, then lowered his head, feigning a wounded demeanor. Lu Ge was admirable in every respect, except for his ironclad heart. He was unyielding even to a handsome, wealthy, and kind-hearted boy like him. Lu Lin disregarded his foolish deskmate, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Though most of the injuries were on his body, the bruises at the corners of his mouth and eyes were glaringly evident. It would be disastrous if that little ancestor caught sight of them. Back in middle school, he had once fought with a girl from the 9th grade, and when she found out, she scolded him for a good half hour, much like a concerned guardian. He had marveled at her ability to reprimand with such clarity, leaving him momentarily speechless. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the community. After thanking the driver, Lu Lin alighted and walked inside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed that the light in Lin Yang's room was still on. Since entering middle school, the young girl had been diligently studying, often working on problems until 11 o'clock. Hearing the noise of his return, the large yellow dog, which had been on the verge of slumber, sprang to its feet, the sound of its chain scraping against the floor echoing in the quiet. Since Lu Lin had treated De Huang to ham sausages on 2 occasions, the dog no longer barked at him. Instead, it now obediently stood in place, wagging its tail. Lu Lin bent down to stroke its ear. With a soft grunt, De Huang nuzzled against his hand, clearly enjoying the affection. "Get to bed early. Be careful of your bald head," he said, giving the dog's head a gentle rub before tiptoeing upstairs. As he passed the 3rd floor, he quickened his pace. He exhaled a sigh of relief upon returning home, knowing he needed to concoct an excuse to go out the next day to avoid letting the young lady discover his injuries. Yao Yu was already asleep, having left a bedside lamp on and a bowl of egg fried rice for him. The rice had cooled slightly. He finished it in a few bites, washed the bowl, and quickly took a shower. The bruises on his body were not yet conspicuous, but his ribs and back throbbed with pain. Fortunately, he often procured goods and occasionally strained his back, so there were pain relief patches available at home. He applied 2 of them while gazing into the mirror. The next morning, Yao Yu was taken aback by the sight of her son's injuries and hurried to turn off the gas before examining his wounds. "How did you get hurt like this? Were you in a fight?" "It's just a minor injury," Lu Lin replied vaguely. "A classmate ran into some trouble, and I lent a hand. Doing the right thing is commendable," Yao Yu lamented, deeply concerned. "But this is far too dangerous. In the future, you should call the police instead." "Yes," Lu Lin nodded, "I know my limits." Still uneasy, Yao Yu asked, "Are there any other injuries?" "The store is closed today. Let me take you to the hospital." "Closing the store is fine. You can rest at home. It's just a little surface injury." "I don't need to go to the hospital," Lu Lin reassured her. Knowing she could not persuade her son otherwise, Yao Yu turned to the kitchen to prepare noodles, seeing that he indeed did not appear to be in distress. After breakfast, the mother and son went to the fruit shop to set up their stall. Yao Yu stayed to manage the store, while Lu Lin planned to return home for a shower before heading out to a bookstore to review some materials. Just as he reached the ground floor, he unexpectedly ran into Lin Yang, who was wearing a nightgown and had come out to buy breakfast. Feigning ignorance, he turned to leave, but to his surprise, the young lady, with her keen eyes, dashed over and grabbed his shirt. "Lu Lin," Lin Yang exclaimed, her large eyes wide with incredulity as she circled around him. You actually got into a fight again. As the student representative, you represent Xingda in the national competition. Every action of yours reflects the school's image, and yet you go and get into a brawl. I understand you have much to say, but please let me finish first." Li Chuanfang had incessantly urged her to regard Lu Lin as a role model, and Lin Yang, having heard it repeatedly, seized the opportunity to express her thoughts now that she had caught him in a compromising situation. "Just think about it. My parents insist I look up to you. Every time I get scolded, they say, 'Look at Lu Lin. He's so sensible and excels in his studies.' And this is how you demonstrate your sensibility? By getting into fights." Lu Lin felt a knot form in his throat. Had he known he would encounter this little tyrant, he would have chosen not to return. How ungrateful she was. She was worried sick over her own minor scrapes. Yet here she was, reprimanding him for being beaten up. To add insult to injury, she even stood him at attention as if he were in the military. With chest held high and hands pressed firmly against his trousers, his body slightly inclined forward, and his center of gravity leaning ahead, Lu Lin instinctively straightened his back. Lin Yang, when speaking, one must report. Report. My waist hurts. My back aches, and my shoulders are in pain. Serves you right getting into fights. Lin Yang stood with her hands on her hips, showing no mercy, for it was hardly discernible on the surface. Lu Lin felt a surge of anger, nearly on the verge of carrying her home for a proper reprimand. Chastising her for her audacity was a mistake. Indeed, will you fight again in the future? No more fighting. Words alone are insufficient. Write a guarantee of 1,000 words. Fine. Initially, Lu Lin did not genuinely feel any pain, but at that moment, every part of him seemed to throb, particularly his head. Thus, he nodded in agreement to whatever Lin Yang said. You guarantee you will never engage in fights again. I guarantee. And you shall not support my parents in criticizing me. I will not. Observing him obediently accepting his lecture, Lin Yang's spirits soared. If she had a tail, it would surely be pointing skyward. She rolled her eyes mischievously and quickly declared, Wait, I need to tell you something, but you mustn't scold me. All right. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Lin Yang's lips curled into a sly smile. Lu Lin cast a glance her way and sighed, Speak. What trouble have you gotten into this time? Chapter 30. He is not so easily placated, nor is he one to cause trouble. Lin Yang did not dwell on the nuance of his words. Lowering her head, she nervously fidgeted with her fingers, hesitating before finally adopting a resigned attitude. I went to your room yesterday to retrieve something and inadvertently saw a message someone sent you. And then? Lu Lin fixed his gaze upon her, subtly moving his limbs. His computer was always left on and devoid of a password, making it entirely reasonable for her to have come across his messages. The meek demeanor she now displayed was likely a facade for some mischievous antics she had engaged in. The message was a video, and I clicked on it, but it only contained strange sounds, no visuals whatsoever. And then, Lu Lin found himself asking, his breath hitching at the mere mention of the video. Lin Yang detected the tremor in his voice, realizing the gravity of the situation. Her attitude of contrition now reaching its zenith, her large eyes filled with trepidation. Then I exited, intending to re-enter, but inadvertently clicked delete. Before Lu Lin could fully exhale, she continued, However, I immediately asked that person if they could resend it to me. Who in the world sent him such a video? Just as Lu Lin was on the verge of losing his temper, he noticed the girl's voice dwindling, her head lowering further, unable to meet his gaze. But he said that resource is particularly hard to find and is no longer available. I'm sorry for losing such an important resource. Lu Lin exhaled heavily, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. After Lin Yang spoke, an agonizing silence ensued, and her anxiety peaked. Cautiously, she raised her head to gauge Lu Lin's expression, only to discern from his eyes that the video was indeed of great significance. Oh no, could it be that she truly deleted something of utmost importance? Lin Yang felt tears welling in her eyes. Although it was not her intention, the video was undeniably gone. Tentatively, she asked, How about you describe what it was like? I could ask my father if he might be able to recover it. In just a few minutes, Lu Lin's emotions swung wildly, his back drenched in sweat. No need, he replied, maintaining his composure. It was likely some study material, of no use to me. I can self-study. After pondering for a while, Lu Lin recalled who might have sent him such trivial content. He remembered a boy from the neighboring class who, during their basketball game last week, had winked and claimed he had something good to share. At that moment, Zhao Rui, still in bed, inexplicably shivered, reaching for the remote to raise the air conditioning temperature by 2 degrees. Lin Yang observed his serious expression and inquired once more. What if we try again? Perhaps we can retrieve it? Lu Lin took a deep breath and shook his head. Such material often contains viruses. Even if we recover it, it would be of no use. I was puzzled by the strange sound, only to discover it was due to a virus infection. It startled me. Your expression earlier led me to believe I had deleted some confidential document. Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief, his previously tense demeanor relaxing as he playfully patted him on the back. Alas, he inadvertently struck the most painful spot, causing Lu Lin to wince. Oh, I forgot you were injured. Lin Yang retracted her hand and smiled sheepishly. Before Lu Lin could recount his 1-against-4 battle, he was pulled upstairs by the young girl. Come on, let us go to my house. I'll apply some medicine for you. Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei had gone to the countryside to visit their grandparents yesterday and had yet to return. Lin Yang searched for ointment in their room, and instructed Lu Lin to wait in her room. So what do you think? ISN Teehee handsome? She found the ointment and entered to find Lu Lin admiring the poster of a man whose makeup was even more exquisite than a woman's, prompting her to ask proudly. Lu Lin frowned in disdain at the poster. Mediocre. Mediocre. Linyang retorted, clarly dissatisfied. He is undeniably incredibly handsome. Undeniably? Initially perplexed by his wording, Lin Yang soon collapsed onto the bed in laughter. Ha ha! Lu Lin, you're so amusing. Ha ha! You're almost becoming a bookworm. Bookworm? Lu Lin narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly taking on a dangerous edge. Lin Yang sensed the shift and attempted to escape, but Lu Lin pounced on her, pinning her to the bed and forcing her to meet his gaze. Say that again. I'm a bookworm? No. Lin Yang's laughter continued. Try to clarify it was just jest, but Lu Lin didn't give her the chance. Fixing his gaze on her, as he stated, I came first in the men's 3,000 meters at the last sports meet, was the best center in last year's provincial high school basketball league, and my long jump record for middle school remains unbroken. All right, I was joking. You're the best. Lin Yang nodded repeatedly, her face aching from laughter, finally remembering the matter at hand. Enough of the teasing. Lie down, I'll apply the ointment. Lu Lin regarded her, still visibly displeased. He intended to convey, through his actions, that he was not easily appeased. Observing his puffed-up demeanor, Lin Yang chuckled. I was wrong. I was wrong. You're not a bookworm. After saying this, she leaned closer to ruffle his hair, cheerfully coaxing, Be good. Lie down. I'll put the medicine on you. The ointment was cool against his skin, and the gentle touch of her fingers made Lu Lin involuntarily flinch. In the next moment, a warm breath brushed against his back, causing his entire being to tense up. Does it itch? Lin Yang asked after blowing on the affected area, before adding, But if it does, bear with it. Blowing helps it dry faster. After saying this, she gently blew on the area where she had applied the ointment. Lu Lin's response of not itchy caught in his throat, ultimately transforming into a low, The boy's voice carried unspoken thoughts, deep and husky. Once the ointment had dried, upon hearing a mention returning home to do homework, Lin Yang remarked, You can take it off and write. I'll be quite bored at home alone. Lu Lin naturally would not refuse. He nodded and went upstairs to fetch a book. Taking advantage of his absence, Lin Yang headed to the kitchen to boil an egg. After rinsing it with cold water, she peeled off the shell and stored it in a plastic bag. When Lu Lin returned, the young girl was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a comic, while the little black dog was busily gnawing at her slippers. Upon seeing him enter, Lin Yang murmured softly, wondering why he took so long to come down. Then she pointed to the egg on the table and said, Here, use this for your face. It'll heal quickly. Lu Lin responded with a hum, picked up the egg, and pressed it against his face. Just as he was about to sit down and tackle his exercises, he caught a glimpse of the girl's nightgown riding up to her thighs as she turned over. He walked over to pull it down and furrowed his brow, saying, It's fine at home, but when you're outside, be mindful not to expose yourself. Lin Yang, absorbed in her comic, mumbled back, Got it. After working on his exercises for a while, Lu Lin noticed that the egg he had placed on the table was missing. Assuming he had accidentally knocked it off, he glanced down at the floor. What are you looking for? Lin Yang asked casually, sensing his search. The egg. Lin Yang lifted her head from the comic, pointed to her abdomen, and then to the little black dog. The dog, oblivious to their interaction, continued to play with its owner's slippers. Lu Lin shook his head and returned to his exercises, while Lin Yang remained on the bed, engrossed in her comic, rolling around with laughter at particularly amusing parts. Her face flushed from suppressing her laughter for fear of disturbing Lu Lin. Where's this? Lin Yang was stifling her laughter when she suddenly heard Lu Lin's nonsensical question. My room, she replied. Then why are you holding back? If you want to laugh, just laugh. Lu Lin leaned over from his chair, poking her flushed face with the tip of his pen in mock annoyance. He then asked, Have you finished your homework? Do you want to do it together? No. Lin Yang shook her head. I'll do it later. She was at a particularly exciting part, and, having spoken, returned her focus to the comic. Watching the girl stifling her laughter, Lu Lin chuckled silently and turned back to derive the formula he had yet to solve. Chapter 31. Childhood Sweethearts on Tuesday Afternoon. A group of boys took advantage of the cleaning period to play basketball on the playground. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the backboard, spinning twice around the rim before settling down smoothly. Lu Lin effortlessly scored another basket, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the court and enthusiastic screams from the girls outside, who were oblivious to their image. Watching his opponents score basket after basket, Zhao Rui felt utterly exasperated. After an entire game, he was exhausted, yet had barely touched the ball. As a teammate dribbled past him, calling out, "Zhao Rui, what are you doing? Can't you even see the ball to pass it?" Zhao Rui felt like crying. He indeed wanted to pass the ball, but the esteemed student from the experimental class seemed intent on marking him, whether intentionally or not. He pondered if he had inadvertently provoked him, right? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from outside the court as Lu Lin made an incredible three-pointer without even touching the backboard. The ball soared straight into the hoop and then fell heavily to the ground. After being thwarted time and again, Zhao Rui felt a surge of anger. After Lu Lin scored yet another three-pointer, he could no longer contain himself and rushed over to shove him. "What the hell is your problem, Lu Lin?" Lu Lin stumbled back 2 steps from the shove, just as the basketball bounced near him. He caught it with one hand, dribbled twice, and then assumed a shooting stance. Just when everyone thought he was about to take a shot, Lu Lin flicked his wrist, sending the ball crashing into Zhao Rui. It landed with a thud on the ground and bounced up again. Meanwhile, Lu Lin looked at Zhao Rui coldly and remarked, "Are we on familiar terms?" Zhao Rui seethed. "What do you mean we're familiar? I could care less." Struck by the basketball on his shoulder, his fury ignited completely. Without a second thought, he swung his fist toward Lu Lin's chin. Lu Lin, unperturbed, met his assault head-on, and the two began to grapple fiercely on the playground. A crowd gathered, bewildered by the sudden altercation, yet some had already sensed the tension and rushed to intervene. "What are you fighting for at this crucial moment? The college entrance exams are next year. Be careful not to get caught by the discipline director and face serious consequences." Usually, Lu Lin was quite easygoing, rarely seen in a heated argument. Today, for some unknown reason, he had persistently blocked Zhao Rui. In a fit of rage, Zhao Rui shouted at those attempting to break them apart, "Don't pull me away. I've had enough of him. He always struts around, thinking he is better than everyone just because of his grades. Today, I'm going to teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished shouting, Lu Lin seized him by the collar and pushed him against the basketball hoop. Zhao Rui struggled to kick him, but his height and long legs were of no advantage. He could only twist Lu Lin's arm with his hands. Lu Lin landed a punch on his jaw, and, just as he was about to throw another, his phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. With one hand holding Zhao Rui down, he retrieved his phone to check the messages. It was from Lin Yang, a flood of over 10 messages filled with adorable emojis. The last 2 messages read, "I had a dream last night, and a little angel said Lu Lin is the best. I believe he is right. Lu Lin is the best in the world." As he glanced at the sentence behind him, Lu Lin's lips curled subtly upwards before he sent a voice message. "Just tell me what you want to eat." Shortly after, a flattering emoticon and a voice message arrived from the other side. Lu Lin opened it, and the sweet, endearing voice of the young girl resonated through the receiver. My little angel, didn't deceive me. I crave the taro pastry from Sue's and their caramel milk tea." Zhao Rui, witnessing Lu Lin's casual demeanor amidst the chaos, was infuriated. "Lu Lin, are you fighting or chatting? If you dare." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Lin had already released him and fled. "Damn it." Zhao Rui couldn't help but curse, staring in bewilderment at the class monitor who had hurried over to mediate. What on earth is happening? The monitor adjusted his glasses, equally perplexed. Weren't we supposed to see Lu Lin fighting? Where is he? After scanning the surroundings, he asked, "Did you see him? Is that really Lu Lin? I've never seen a top scholar engage in a brawl. Never seen a top scholar fight. Would you like to see someone who has been beaten by one?" Zhao Rui rolled his eyes. "Uft. What top scholar? They haven't even taken their college entrance exams yet." Infuriated, Zhao Rui rubbed his chin where Lu Lin had struck him, pondering if he had inadvertently provoked this brilliant student. Just moments ago, Lu Lin had inquired about their familiarity. Were they close? Perhaps. Zhao Rui thought back. They had known each other since freshman year and had played basketball several times together. Just last week, they had exchanged messages, and he had shared some hard-earned resources with Lu Lin, even though they had expired. Surely, the academic prodigy wouldn't blame him for not backing them up? Or would he? What if? The more Zhao Rui contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Just as he reached for his phone to check their chat history, he remembered that his phone had been confiscated by the homeroom teacher for playing during class earlier that day. By the time they finished cleaning, it was nearly time to leave. Lin Yang and Ji Zihan were carrying a trash bin to dispose of the waste. As they walked and chatted, Lu Lin passed by, clutching the taro pastry and milk tea, completely ignored. Ahem, ahem. Lu Lin feigned a cough. Yet the girl who had just claimed he was the best in the world didn't even glance his way, engrossed in conversation with her classmates. After the two disposed of the garbage and returned, Lu Lin coughed once more, but still received no acknowledgement. What a little trickster. I waited in line for so long, and even the little black cat acknowledged me with a meow. At least the cat has more conscience than her. Lin Yang, do you want her taro pastry and milk tea? Lin Yang turned in surprise, disregarding the irritation in his tone, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the pastry and milk tea in his hand. Wow, you bought them already? Her implication was that they had gone together after school. Noticing her singular focus on the food, Lu Lin felt a pang of irritation. He bought it for the little black cat, not for her. What belongs to the little black cat is mine. What is mine shall remain mine. The true nature of Lin Yang, akin to a rogue, is laid bare, as he earnestly states. Fearing further comments, he adds, what is yours is also mine. Ji Zihan's inquisitive gaze flits between the two, before she forcibly pries Lin Yang's hand away, dashing up the stairs with a half-human-high blue garbage bin in tow. She has no desire to play the third wheel. The following morning, as Lin Yang arrives at the classroom, she is barely steady on her feet when someone seizes her arm, unceremoniously seating her on a chair. Ji Zihan excitedly slaps the table, exclaiming, "So you're Lu Lin? Is that handsome?" Lin Yang frequently mentions Lu Lin, and although Ji Zihan was aware of his existence, it was only yesterday that she laid eyes on him for the first time. She had always imagined Lu Lin to be the quintessential boy next door, but to her astonishment, he turned out to be an extraordinarily charismatic gentleman. His looks and physique seemed to have stepped right out of a Korean drama. It is no wonder Lin Yang often critiques the characters in comics, remarking on their insufficiently prominent noses or inadequately long legs. She has been accustomed to gazing upon such a striking visage daily. Upon hearing praises for Lu Lin's handsomeness, Lin Yang's heart swells with pride, yet she remains composed, shaking her head to correct her desk mate. Although he lives just above me, very close, we are not family. Oh, Ji Zihan claps her hands together, I see. Childhood sweethearts. Without waiting for Lin Yang to respond, she sighs and continues, I truly envy you for having a childhood friend who is like an older brother, unlike me, who only has a brother akin to a beast. To be honest, Lin Yang is particularly curious about what the rumored Su Heng truly looks like. According to Ji Zihan's descriptions, her brother appears to be less than human. Chapter 32. Lu Lin will come, as Lin Yang wished. It wasn't long before she encountered the brother whom Ji Zihan referred to as Nyoma. However, the scene of their meeting was exceedingly chaotic, even to the point of being tragic, leaving her with only a vague impression of a boy of similar stature to Lu Lin, with no clear view of his features. On the day of a New Year's Eve party, Ji Zihan, serving as the cultural committee member, not only organized a modern dance for her class, but was also invited by the school's art office to perform a piano piece as the grand finale. The weather was bitterly cold, and the event was held outdoors, prompting many attendees to sneak away before it concluded. Lin Yang zipped her down jacket all the way to her chin, pulling the hood over her head, exposing only her eyes as they fixated on the radiant Ji Zihan on stage. She felt a mix of envy for Ji Zihan's piano skills and sympathy for her, as she braved the frigid air in a sleeveless dress. Suddenly, the audience erupted with excitement as a boy ascended the stage, cradling an enormous bouquet of flowers. Upon recognizing him, Lin Yang furrowed her brow. This boy was Tan Song, a third-year student known for his relentless pursuit of Ji Zihan. His persistent attention had led to misunderstandings with their homeroom teacher, nearly resulting in a call to her parents. While these misunderstandings could be clarified, the more troublesome aspect was Tan Song's ex-girlfriend, Chun Jiaowen, a girl from their grade who had caused Ji Zihan trouble on several occasions. With Tan Song's grand gesture presenting flowers to Ji Zihan, Lin Yang couldn't help but wonder what commotion might ensue. After enduring the cold, Ji Zihan finally finished her performance, her teeth chattering from the chill. As soon as she stepped off the stage, she embraced Lin Yang, exclaiming, "Yang Yang, please give me a hug." The temperature was indeed frigid, and Lin Yang draped her down jacket over Ji Zihan's shoulders, removing her own scarf to wrap around her neck. "Hurry and change your clothes, then take a hot shower at home," she advised. "Yes, I'm freezing." Ji Zihan nodded vigorously, feeling utterly numbed by the cold. She promised herself that if she ever wore a dress to play the piano in winter again, she would be the epitome of foolishness. The long dress made it difficult to walk, so Lin Yang linked arms with her to accompany her to the restroom. After the curtain call, the once bustling playground quickly emptied. Perhaps it was the biting cold or the late hour, but Lin Yang felt a gnawing unease in her heart, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Her instincts proved to be correct, as they were soon cornered by a group of girls near the equipment room, led by none other than Chun Jiawen, Tan Song's ex-girlfriend. Ji Zihan frowned at Chun Jiawen and impatiently inquired, "What do you want, Chun Jiawen? Mind your tone, or I'll make sure you regret it." Chun Jiawen retorted, her heavily made-up face appearing rather unsettling in the dim evening light. She crossed her arms, exuding an air of arrogance. Realizing the situation was escalating, Lin Yang grasped Ji Zihan's arm, attempting to retreat. Sensing their intention, Chun Jiawen and another girl with short hair quickly blocked their exit, even shoving Ji Zihan slightly. "Still trying to escape? Do you really think you can get away?" Chun Jiawen sneered. "I'll say it again. I have no interest in that Tan guy. If you have a problem, go get it treated. Please stop making a scene in front of me. It's just annoying." Upon witnessing her close friend being pushed, Ji Zihan's temper flared as she stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Yang, defiantly pushing back. With all this romantic nonsense, don't they realize the importance of studying? If they don't strive now, will they simply wait to scavenge in the future? Before Chun Jiawen could utter a word, the short-haired girl beside her scoffed. "What a joke. Our Jiawen's family is so wealthy. What does her wealth have to do with you? Can she buy you a house or a car?" Ji Zihan interrupted impatiently, her annoyance palpable as she faced a crowd of fools. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike out. "Oh, perhaps in the future you'll find yourself rummaging through trash, and out of pity for your past assistance, I might toss you an empty bottle. You. The short-haired girl, flustered by Ji Zihan's retort, could barely compose herself to respond. "Enough," Chun Jiawen dismissed. Waving her hand impatiently, she turned to the other girls, instructing, while no one's watching, quickly take them to the restroom. Naturally, Ji Zihan and Lin Yang were not inclined to submit quietly. They immediately retaliated, but with 6 opponents, amidst the chaos. They received a few slaps before being dragged to the restroom. Chun Jiawen had clearly prepared for this, as the innermost stall was piled high with used sanitary napkins and toilet paper. Ji Zihan, taken aback by Chun Jiawen's audacity and malice, grimaced at the sight of the refuse and declared, "Chun Jiawen, think carefully. If you dare to throw this at me today, your family will be finished for life." Chun Jiawen rolled her eyes dismissively, retorting, "Don't try to intimidate me. There's no one in Huqing that I fear." A chill emanated from Ji Zihan's eyes as she coldly replied, "Then just wait and see." The short-haired girl interjected, "Jiawen, I don't think she's bluffing. Perhaps we should." "Fear what?" Chun Jiawen struck her across the face, asserting, "If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." With that, several girls surged forward, raining punches and kicks upon Lin Yang and Ji Zihan, even snatching their phones and stuffing them into their own pockets. Chun Jiawen stood with her arms crossed, observing as Lin Yang and Ji Zihan were doused with bucket after bucket of cold water, culminating in a final kick that sent a trash can full of toilet paper crashing into them. "This is the consequence of daring to entice me," Chun Jiawen proclaimed triumphantly, instructing her cohorts to barricade the stall with a mop from the outside before departing with a satisfied clap of her hands. The other girls followed suit, chattering with sycophantic remarks. Once the commotion subsided, Ji Zihan turned to Lin Yang, guilt etched across her face. "Yang Yang, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this mess with those idiots. But rest assured, I will not let this go unpunished. Lin Yang replied, lowering her head to wring out her wet hair, her voice devoid of emotion. I won't either. This was her first encounter with such an ordeal. Her body trembled with anger as she grappled with the existence of such individuals, unable to fathom how many more like Chun Jiawen lurked in the shadows. She could not believe the school would remain indifferent, nor that the police would turn a blind eye, and she refused to accept that society could tolerate such bullying. Their clothes were completely soaked, making them feel increasingly uncomfortable. The two young girls removed their down jackets and laid them on the ground, huddling together for warmth. Before long, Ji Jihan could no longer endure the cold. In frustration, she pounded on the door, her voice tinged with a cry. That scoundrel Su Hong. Why hasn't he come to find me? Lin Yang also felt the chill, continually exhaling puffs of breath, and confidently reassured her, do not fear, Lu Lin will come. He will surely come to rescue us. Although Lu Lin had not attended the evening gala, he was aware that it would conclude at 9:30, and if he did not find her in the parking shed, he would undoubtedly search for her. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Yang and Ji Jihan were utterly drained from the cold when they suddenly heard footsteps. They exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, Su Hong, Lu Lin. Chapter 33. I must do something for her. Upon hearing Lin Yang's voice, Lu Lin was poised to smash the equipment room door with a brick. Accompanying him was Su Cheng. Upon hearing the call, both of them discarded their bricks and simultaneously dashed into the women's restroom. Upon encountering the stall barricaded with a mop and a bucket, the previously calm demeanor of the two transformed into one of urgency. As they kicked the mop and bucket aside, Lu Lin, Su Chengyu, before Lin Yang and Ji Jihan could utter another word, Lu Lin and Su Cheng swept them into their arms. Feeling the tremors of cold emanating from the girl in his embrace, Lu Lin promptly set her down, removed his coat, and draped it over her shoulders before swiftly carrying her outside. Cold. After enduring numerous slaps and being doused with cold water, Lin Yang's mind was in a haze. At long last, finding solace in Lu Lin's arms, she succumbed to a half-conscious state, her eyes fluttering shut. With a crimson hue in his eyes, Lu Lin hurriedly exited the school, racing towards the hospital while hailing a cab. After running approximately a kilometer, they finally secured a vehicle. Once inside, he produced a red note and handed it to the driver, instructing him to take them to the second municipal hospital and to crank the air conditioning to the maximum. Upon receiving the fare, the driver complied, turning the air conditioning to its highest setting while pressing the accelerator with increased fervor. As Lu Lin held the pale, unconscious Lin Yang close, a surge of fury ignited within him. He tenderly caressed her swollen cheek with his thumb and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Sorry. I should have come for her sooner. Remembering that Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei were waiting for her return home, Lu Lin swiftly dialed Li Chuanfang, requesting that they bring a warm set of clothes to the hospital. After ending the call, he reached out to Yao Yu, succinctly explaining the situation and advising her to lock the door behind her. As the cab journeyed onward, a light drizzle began to fall, prompting the driver to activate the windshield wipers and reduce speed. Please, drive faster, Lu Lin urged, tightening his hold on Lin Yang as he pressed the driver to accelerate. Aware of their destination, the driver complied, flooring the clutch and shifting gears to hasten their progress. Fortunately, traffic was light, and they soon arrived at the hospital. Lu Lin carried Lin Yang from the taxi, just as Lin Wei screeched to a halt in front of the hospital. Yang, observing his daughter's severely swollen face, Lin Wei, a man in his 40s, felt his eyes welling up with tears as he swiftly took her from Lu Lin and strode purposefully into the hospital. Li Kongfan, overwhelmed with concern, followed closely behind, tears streaming down her face as she clutched the clothes she had brought. After the doctor's examination revealed that the injuries were primarily superficial, he prescribed medication and instructed them to change Lin Yang's clothes to prevent her from catching a cold, which could exacerbate her condition. Under the nurse's guidance, Li Chuanfang proceeded to a vacant room to assist Lin Yang in changing. Meanwhile, Lu Lin and Lin Wei stood vigil at the door. At 17, Lu Lin, though not as robust as Lin Wei, had already grown to match his height. Their gazes met, and they both recognized the simmering rage in each other's eyes. Leaning against the wall, Lin Wei clenched his fist, years of military discipline preventing him from losing his composure. He placed a reassuring hand on Lu Lin's shoulder and spoke softly, "Lu Lin, don't concern yourself with today's events. Let your uncle handle this." Lu Lin shook his head without a moment's hesitation. He could not bear to witness Lin Yang being treated in such a manner. Lin Wei understood Lu Lin's affection for his daughter and knew it was impossible to ask him to stand idly by. However, from a rational standpoint, it was indeed inappropriate for Lu Lin to intervene. "Lu Lin, my dear boy, I understand your thoughts, but listen to your uncle. You will be taking your college entrance examination next year. Do not act impulsively. Some matters are best left to the adults. Do not forget, I am Yang Yang's father, and I will not allow her to be bullied in vain." Yet, Lu Lin shook his head again. "Uncle, please resolve this in your own way," he added. "As for me, I must do something for her." No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing Li Chuanfang supporting Lin Yang as she emerged. The young girl, awakening to their presence, began to weep profusely. "Do not be afraid, Yang Yang. We shall return home to rest. There is nothing to worry about. When you awaken, your father will ensure that those who have wronged you are brought to justice." Seeing the girl's distressed expression shattered Lin Wei's heart, prompting him to comfort her. As Li Chuanfang gently patted her back and wiped away her tears, soothing her as she had done her childhood, she said, "Be good. Young Yang, no more tears. If you cry, you will turn into a little calico cat." Lu Lin stood by, his eyes filled with a deep-seated intensity that transformed into profound tenderness the moment Lin Yang looked at him, tear-filled and vulnerable. "Does anything hurt?" he asked softly, his thumb brushing gently over her eyelid as he wiped away her tears. "Speak of any pain, and I shall avenge you." Lin Yang herself was uncertain of the reason for her tears. She felt an overwhelming urge to speak, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. In her choked sobs, Li Chuanfang managed to decipher her words, "I want to go home." As her injuries were merely superficial, the doctor advised against hospitalization but recommended returning the following day for further examination, just to be cautious. At Lu Lin's insistence, the doctor checked her temperature again, noting signs of a fever, and prescribed some antipyretic medication, advising them to return for intravenous fluids if her fever did not subside by the next day. On their way home, Lin Wei drove with utmost care, unlike their earlier journey when they had been teetering on the edge of speeding. When they arrived at their building, Lin Yang had fallen asleep again. Lu Lin carefully lifted her from the car and ascended the stairs, with Li Chuanfang hastily following to open the door. He carried her straight to her room, placing her gently onto the bed and tucking her in before he made to leave. Li Chuanfang accompanied him to the door, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Lin, for saving Yang Yang once more." Lu Lin, aware she was referring to the incident in 4th grade when Lin Yang had nearly been abducted, shook his head. "Teacher Li, there is no need to thank me for anything concerning her." Li Chuanfang replied sincerely. "Yang Yang is fortunate to have you." She added, "You should head home and rest now. Her father and I will take good care of her." Lu Lin nodded slightly. "If there is anything, do not hesitate to call me." "All right." In the middle of the night, Lin Yang awoke, and Lin Wei remained by her side, not closing his eyes for an instant. Upon noticing her wakefulness, he immediately touched her forehead. "Yang Yang, are you awake? Do you feel unwell?" "Father." Lin Yang moved her lips slightly. Due to the fever, her lips were parched and cracked, forming 2 white lines between the chapped edges. Lin Wei promptly rose to fetch a glass of water. "Are you thirsty? Would you like to drink some water?" Lin Yang nodded, her throat feeling as if it were sliced by a blade, struggling to sit up weakly. With Lin Wei's assistance, she took a couple of sips. "Thank you, Dad." Lin Wei tenderly tousled his daughter's hair, saying, "Be good. Don't speak as your throat hurts. We can discuss anything tomorrow. I'll be right here with you." Lin Yang silently nodded and closed her eyes. Drifting back to sleep, Lin Wei stood vigil by her bedside, his silhouette tall and resolute. He embodied the steadfastness of a soldier and the towering presence of a father. That night, it was not just Lin Wei and Lu Lin who remained awake. Su Cheng and the Ji family were also restless. The villa was brightly lit, with the family doctor adjusting the foredrip for Ji Jihan. Ji father watched his delicate daughter lying pallid on the bed, her usual demeanor of grace replaced by an expression of fury. "Have you found out anything? Who could have done this to our little treasure?" The butler hurriedly stepped forward to respond. Young Master Chung said he would investigate personally and has been gone for a while. He should be back soon. G Mother's eyes were brimming with tears, her heart gripped by anxiety. Thank goodness young Master Chung returned today. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what would have become of our little treasure. G Father remained silent, his gaze sternly fixed on the entrance. Before long, Su Ching entered, bearing the weight of the world upon him. His suit sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, his tie missing, and beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. His eyes radiated a fierce coldness, entirely devoid of his usual refined composure. Chapter 34. He was aware of all her preferences. Have you figured it out? Who exactly was responsible for injuring Xiaobao? Mr. and Mrs. Ji immediately turned their gaze towards him. Su Heng bent down to touch Ji Jihan's forehead, confirming she had no fever before coldly stating it was Chun Mude's illegitimate daughter. Chun Mude? Mr. Ji momentarily struggled to recall the name. Good, 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 Mrs. Ji exclaimed, her anger evident as she repeated the word thrice upon hearing the name. How dare that Chun Mude, relying on his position as a deputy director, indulge in debauchery and engage in corruption, and on top of that, bully my Xiaohua's daughter. With that statement, Mr. Ji finally remembered who Chun Mude was and let out a cold snort. Though merely a businessman, he was also a father. His precious daughter had been harmed so egregiously, and regardless of the adversary's stature, he would ensure they faced consequences. After Mr. and Mrs. Ji departed, Su Heng instructed the nanny to take the doctor to the guest room for rest while he remained to care for Ji Jihan. Understood, Master Aheng, the nanny promptly replied, leading Dr. Gao away. Once the door closed, the room fell into tranquility. Su Heng sat by the bedside, his slender, delicate hand gently caressing the girl's cheek. His voice hoarse and barely discernible. Xiaobao, I am sorry. I arrived too late. Although there had been many people earlier, their attention had been solely on Ji Jihan, leaving no one to notice the still damp bloodstains on his clothing, nor the profound struggle reflected in his eyes. The new year had just concluded, and the streets remained serene as the entire nation reveled in the joy of the festivities, except for Chun Jiawen. After leaving school that day, she had been in high spirits, renting a private room at a KTV in the city center and inviting a throng of friends to join her. Just as the group was enjoying themselves, the door swung open, and a man in a suit stormed in, single-handedly incapacitating all 10 of them. The most severely affected was Chun Jiawen, who ended up in the hospital, reportedly on the verge of losing her eyesight. However, that was not the worst of it. When her powerful biological father came to see her, just as she was about to voice her grievances, he slapped her hard across the face. Who the hell gave you the audacity to provoke the Ji family in that brute Lin Wei? Dad! Chun Jiawen's eyes widened in shock, her previously hopeful expression morphing into one of distress. What was wrong with her father? Had she not merely taught Ji Jihan and Lin Yang a small lesson? She knew Ji Jihan's family had a bit of money, but so what? Her father, despite his corrupt wealth, was still wealthy. What did that have to do with her? And Lin Yang, was her mother not just an elementary school teacher? Why was her father so furious? Fool! How could I have such a daughter? Chun Mude, infuriated, slapped her again. If my career comes to ruin, you and your mother shall not expect to live comfortably. Chun Mude was genuinely enraged. Lin Wei, who had always been a thorn in his side, had openly confronted him in the office that morning, exposing all the unsavory deeds he had done over the past 2 years. The Ji family group is indeed a prominent entity with assets ranking among the highest nationwide. Who is unaware that the couple from the Ji family, having longed for a daughter, dotes on their precious jewel excessively. Their illegitimate daughter has audaciously harmed their cherished one. The more Chun Mude contemplated this, the more infuriated he became, fearing not only the potential ruin of his career, but also the looming threat of imprisonment. It is all due to this foolishness. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath upon Chun Jiawen, a sudden heavy footfall echoed in the corridor. Startled, Chun Mude swiftly turned and fled, but as he dashed out of the hospital room, Lin Wei kicked him forcefully, sending him sprawling. In an instant, his hands were bound behind his back, and the cold clink of handcuffs echoed ominously. Lin Wei, You have betrayed me. Who bestowed upon you the authority to restrain me? Tien mudis trugled in vain. Lin Wei, with a stern countenance, grasped his collar and declared with conviction, Chun Meud, there are credible accusations against you for embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power for personal gain, aiding others in evading legal consequences. The commotion at the entrance sent a shiver down Chun Zhaoen's spine. Could her father be on the verge of downfall? What would become of her then? Without Chun Meud's influence, how could she navigate the world outside? Contemplating her future predicament, fear finally gripped Chun Zhaoen's heart, intensifying her resentment towards Ji Han and Lin Yang. Were it not for them, Chun Meud would never have dared strike her, nor would that suited ruffian have nearly blinded her. What wrong had she committed? She merely detested others seizing what was rightfully hers. Unbeknownst to Lin Yang, Chun Zhaoen harbored such fervent hatred. After lying in bed for nearly 2 days, Lin Yang, upon waking the first day, recounted to Lin Wei the reasons and events leading to Chun Zhaoen's assault on her and Ji Han. Then, she drowsily drifted back into slumber. This sleep was particularly profound and reassuring, for she knew Lin Wei would rectify everything. Her father was a soldier, and he would not allow her to suffer indignities. Soldiers do not let someone like Chun Zhaoen roam free. After lying there for quite some time, her swelling had subsided somewhat, making her appearance less alarming, though her face was still marked by red veins from congestion. Li Chuanfang applied an egg mask to her daughter's face, while Xiaohe circled the bed. Seizing a moment of inattention, the little creature leaped onto the bed, only to be discovered before it could burrow under the covers. Li Kunfan, ever strict about allowing it on the bed, especially while Lin Yang was ill, promptly chastised, Xiaohe, get down. The little creature looked longingly at its young master, only to face rejection. Lin Yang pointed to the floor, indicating it could sit on her slippers. It was not that she despised Xiaohe. Rather, she had not bathed it since winter began, fearing it might carry lice. Meow, finally. Xiaohe reluctantly hopped off the bed, resting its head on her slippers. Despite her mother and Xiaohe's company, Lin Yang felt an inexplicable emptiness within her heart. As she turned and caught sight of the small bell by the window, the realization of what was missing struck her. Mother, she gazed at Li Chuanfang and inquired, where is Lu Lin? Why hasn't he come to see me? The response was simple. He had indeed come, but each time she was asleep and he could hardly rouse her. Li Chuanfang cast a glance at her daughter, pondering that while anyone could be absent, Lu Lin's presence was a certainty. However, it was merely a coincidence that both times he visited, she happened to be asleep. Upon receiving a reassuring answer, Lin Yang nodded, her heart's void filled. Once Li Chuanfang left, she retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow and called Lu Lin. After 2 days of consuming broth and porridge, she craved some junk food. As soon as the call connected, he answered promptly, his voice revealing he had awakened. Are you feeling better? Much improved, though the bland diet has left me feeling utterly drained, lacking the energy to engage in anything. Lu Lin's voice carried a hint of amusement, tinged with affection. What would you like to eat? I shall procure it for you. I crave McDodo's fried chicken and fries, along with a cup of hot cocoa. Lin Yang had eagerly awaited this moment, immediately responding with a giggle. Her illness lent her voice a nasal quality, inadvertently sounding somewhat endearing. I will go buy it now. When the aunt leaves to get groceries, please let me in. Lu Lin, I knew you would understand me. Lin Yang, initially concerned about being discovered by Li Chuanfang, felt a rush of excitement at his words, rolling about on her bed with her phone in hand. Lu Lin truly was like a worm in her stomach. No, he knew all her preferences, even the date of her menstrual cycle, understanding her better than she understood herself. Lie still, don't roll around, or you'll feel dizzy later. Oh, Lin Yang obediently settled down. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if he had installed surveillance in her home. How else could he know she was rolling about? Chapter 35. I have weaknesses, yet I do not yield to weakness undoubtedly. Chun Zhaoen has been expelled from school. Recently, she has endured countless beatings, and now, lying in the hospital, she is somewhat delirious. Upon learning of her expulsion, she merely chuckled. Her father holds a position of authority, and she fears no one. However, when a nurse entered the room, she instinctively shrank beneath the covers, her body trembling uncontrollably refusing to emerge regardless of the nurse's reassurances. Please, please don't hurt her, Chun Jiawen whimpered unconsciously. The patient's noncompliance with her treatment left the nurse with no choice but to uncover the blankets, revealing that the girl's trousers and the sheets beneath her were soaked. It was not only Chun Jiawen. Several other girls who had ruled the school with impunity were also advised to withdraw. Initially, some of them remained indifferent until they were rejected by other schools upon attempting to enroll, at which point they grasped the gravity of their situation. While Chun Jiawen still lay in the hospital, they lacked such influential connections. In a flash, these girls began to fear that they would be the next to find themselves in a hospital bed, retreating to their homes, afraid to step outside. When they learned that their parents had been dismissed from their jobs and their businesses had gone bankrupt overnight, their terror reached a zenith, with some even falling ill. Eventually, someone succumbed to the pressure and sought out Ji Zihan and Lin Yang to apologize. To their surprise, Ji Zihan, citing the trauma they had inflicted upon her, immediately called the police upon their arrival. Lin Yang reclaimed her phone, but remained steadfast in her refusal to forgive. If apologies held any worth, would the law not lose its significance? At this juncture, a girl with a buzz cut appeared before the camera. Her name was Yi Si, a student from Xingda who had just transferred this semester. According to her account, she had been tormented by Chun Jiawen since her arrival. To what extent was this cruelty inflicted? Yi Si recounted how Chun Jiawen had coerced her into accompanying her to drink with local gangsters, forcing her to consume alcohol while they threatened her. When she refused, they would shove beer bottles to her lips, even urinating on her and taking nude photographs, threatening to share them online should she dare to speak out. When a reporter inquired why she hadn't reported this to a teacher, Yi Si replied, "Teachers, I have approached them. They called Chun Jiawen in to apologize, stating that conflicts among students are normal and urged us to resolve our issues ourselves. Chun Jiawen did apologize, but the consequence was that I received 50 slaps to the face, leaving my left ear deafened. I believe I am now partially deaf." She continued, and her followers, in their attempts to appease Chun Jiawen, pausing momentarily as she turned to the camera, she added, "They recorded videos of me drinking from the toilet, and when I resisted, the torment escalated. They splashed toilet cleaner on me and poured glue on my head." The girl spoke with an expressionless demeanor, her tone steady, yet it sent shivers down the spines of those listening. While most viewers were filled with outrage, some questioned the veracity of her claims. After all, who would believe that a blossoming young woman could exhibit such malevolence? Yet, when Yi Si lifted her shirt to reveal her wounds, everyone was left in shock. Where were the police? Gazing intently at the scars, the reporter, feeling a pang of sympathy, could not help but inquire if seeking the teacher proved futile. "Why did you not report it to the authorities?" Yi Si cast a fleeting glance in her direction, but remained silent, contemplating the identity of Chun Myud. The reporter hesitated before pressing her on why she hadn't confided in her family. With a gentle smile, Yi Si invited her to visit her home. Soon, the camera focused on a dilapidated cottage where a hunchbacked elder was fumbling in the kitchen, preparing a meal. When she turned around, it became apparent that the elderly woman was blind. "Grandma, listen," Yi Si said as she served the cooked dish onto a plate, smiling as she informed her. "We have a reporter here to interview us. We're going to be on television." "Really? That must mean our CC is extraordinary," the elder replied joyfully, her eyes, though clouded, twinkling with delight, albeit with a slightly unsettling appearance at first glance. Sensing the camera's presence, the elder grew somewhat bashful, instinctively straightening her clothes, and anxiously asked her granddaughter, "Am I embarrassing CC? Should I step away?" At this, tears welled in the eyes of the reporter and the audience watching from their screens. When it was revealed that Yi Si had lost her parents early on and was left to rely solely on her grandmother, many viewers broke down in tears. Following the broadcast of this poignant news story, Yi Si's teacher became the target of public ire, and Xingda faced criticism for its inaction, failing to detect and curtail the bullying incidents in a timely manner. In response, Xingda pledged to cover all of Yi Si's medical expenses, striving to restore her hearing, and voluntarily requested an investigation from the Education Bureau, willing to accept full responsibility. Their approach was beyond reproach, which gradually quelled public outrage. Simultaneously, As the Ministry of Education investigated Xingda, they unearthed various bullying incidents across multiple schools, leading to a heightened awareness of the gravity of the situation. Many parents, upon discovering that their children had also been victims of bullying, banded together to demand accountability from schools. The situation escalated to such an extent that education departments nationwide began to rigorously scrutinize these bullying incidents. Numerous shocking cases came to light, resulting in the expulsion of students involved in the bullying, the dismissal of teachers, and in severe cases, imprisonment. This extensive cleanup effort continued until the following September, when it finally reached a conclusion. PCS teacher was dismissed, while Chun Myud was sentenced to 10 years for embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power. Chun Jiawen, on the other hand, was reported to be worsening in the hospital and had not been discharged. However, she once managed to escape, armed with a stolen scalpel from the hospital, lurking in a shed. Lin Yang narrowly avoided being stabbed, thanks to Lu Lin's timely intervention. Upon seeing him, Chun Jiawen fled, but inflicted a wound on him with the scalpel, resulting in 2 broken fingers. Of course, Lin Yang was oblivious to these events. Lu Lin shielded her from the gruesome details, fearing it might haunt her dreams. All she knew was that Chun Jiawen had been admitted to a psychiatric facility. Since then, no further news about her circulated in the school, while those who had once been her victims gradually became more extroverted. The transformation of He Si has been remarkable. The girl with the buzz cut featured in the news now sports a chic bob. On the playground, her figure is often seen gracefully running. The bulletin board proudly displays a notice celebrating her exceptional academic achievements, which led to her early and exceptional admission to the affiliated school. Beneath the photograph, a quote reads, "I possess weaknesses, yet I do not consider myself a weakling." Chapter 36. What is wrong with her? Lin Yang, now in the 3rd year of junior high, not only had to attend morning and evening study sessions, but her holiday schedule had also changed from 2 days off every other week to 4 days off every full week. After enduring the rigors of school, she finally reached the long-awaited vacation, only to sleep until noon, reluctant to rise from her bed. As she rolled over, hoping to linger in her slumber a little longer, a sound reminiscent of a growling stomach echoed in the room. Drawing from her years of watching television, Lin Yang's first thought was that a burglar had entered the house, likely hiding beneath her bed or in the wardrobe. Instantly alert, she reached for her phone under the pillow to send a message to Lin Wei, but upon turning around, she found Xiao He sitting upright on the floor, staring at her with its round, dark eyes. Goo goo. Realizing that the sound originated from Xiao He, Lin Yang set her phone down and exhaled in relief. Well, that was quite a fright. She had even calculated the probability of jumping from the 3rd floor and landing on the crooked tree below, seeing that her little master was still not up. Xiao He nudged its bowl toward her. Only then did Lin Yang recall that Li Chuanfang had mentioned the previous night that she wouldn't be back for lunch due to a meeting, asking her to feed Xiao He. The old cat could no longer manage raw meat, so Lin Yang poured some cat food, specially purchased by Li Chuanfang, into its bowl. "Eat up, you're too old to be hungry." Xiao He immediately approached, as if it intended to devour the bowl itself. As the enticing aroma of the cat food wafted through the air, Lin Yang's stomach protested as well. Meow. Xiao He lifted its head from the bowl, pawed at it, and tilted its head in a gesture that seemed to suggest she'd join it in eating. Lin Yang gently patted the cat's head in refusal. She preferred to go downstairs and buy herself a boxed meal. Although the cat food smelled delightful, it was far from appetizing. In truth, she had a desire to cook for herself, but Li Chuanfang forbade it, fearing that she would either undercook the food and suffer from food poisoning or forget to turn off the gas and succumb to gas poisoning. Feeling too lazy to put on a bra, she simply threw on a jacket and headed downstairs. As Lu Lin dismounted his bicycle, he spotted the girl with disheveled hair emerging from the corridor, clearly on the hunt for food. "Didn't you see the message I sent you?" Lin Yang shook her head, her gaze fixated on the lunchbox hanging from his handlebars. "Is that for me? Does it have braised spare ribs? Sweet and sour pork, braised spare ribs, and stir-fried broccoli with meat." After listing the dishes, hearing her stomach grumble, Lu Lin frowned. "You didn't eat breakfast?" Upon hearing that all her favorite dishes were included, Lin Yang beamed as she reached for the bag in his hands. It's all right. It won't prevent me from having 3 meals today. As Lu Lin handed her the meal, he initially intended to smooth down the hair that was pressed beneath her clothing, but accidentally caught a glimpse of the youthful girl's neckline. His face and neck flushed a vivid red at an alarming rate. What? What is wrong with her? Did Teacher Lee not teach her to wear a bra when going out? Coughing slightly, he scratched his neck, hesitating to speak, nearly choking on his own saliva. Finally, he couldn't help but remind her, remember to wear a bra when you go out. Lin Yang pondered whether it truly made a difference what she wore. Upon glancing down, she realized it indeed did. There were even whispers online of someone being referred to as Little Mantu, while her appearance at best could be likened to a small steam bun. Oh, suddenly aware, Lin Yang felt her cheeks flush, instinctively adjusting her coat and strategically diverting the conversation. Aren't you supposed to have an exam this afternoon? Shouldn't you hurry back to school? Lu Lin, now in a senior year, faced not only monthly assessments but also weekly tests, with classes stretching until 10:30 each night. To make matters worse, he could only enjoy a day and a half off in the first half of the month, resembling a life akin to imprisonment. The thought of enduring such a routine in the future cast a shadow over Lin Yang's spirits. After voicing her thoughts, she turned to leave, while Lu Lin remained rooted in place, his face still tinged with red, sunlight illuminating the veins beneath his skin. Remembering something, he cleared his throat and reminded her, "Don't forget to do your homework after dinner." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang quickened her pace up the stairs, only to hear him continue. "If you could finish it before my break." She immediately turned back and asked, "What happens if I finish it before your break?" Under her expectant gaze, Lu Lin's lips curved into a slight smile. "Aren't you fond of Mingming?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yang, brimming with excitement, clasped her chest, having an inkling of what he was about to reveal. Sure enough, he scratched his neck casually and said, "A classmate gave me 2 tickets to his concert." "Ah, oh my goodness, you are truly my hero." Lin Yang's face flushed with excitement as she squealed and rushed over to embrace him. Lu Lin, having anticipated her reaction, slightly opened his arms, allowing her to hang on to him as he gradually tightened his embrace. Observing the girl in such a state of elation, a hint of intrigue crept into his tone. "So excited? Is he really that remarkable?" "Not as good as your classmate," Lin Yang retorted immediately. "Tickets for Mingming are so hard to come by and incredibly expensive. I never even dared to dream of attending. He actually gifted you 2 tickets." Since Lu Lin mistakenly believed her idol's name was Mingming, Lin Yang found the name rather catchy and began to use it herself. What else is there to dream of? Once she calmed down a bit, Lu Lin looked in her eyes and said, "Share your thoughts with me. What is there to fear about attending a concert?" He would go to great lengths to pluck down stars from the sky for her. Lin Yang, regaining her composure, released him and pondered for a moment before shaking her head, her large eyes blinking. Nothing at the moment. It seemed she truly had no particular aspirations or desires. She felt content with her daily life, so much so that she hadn't even experienced a rebellious phase. The only instance of rebellion occurred in the second year of junior high when Su Ziheng wrote her a love letter, leading her to sulk at Lu Lin for less than 10 minutes. Speaking of Su Ziheng, he had indeed pursued a professional path in badminton, now spending most of his time training at a base, rarely attending classes at school. As for that love letter, it had likely been tucked away in some book and sold to a recycling collector. Very well, go ahead. After finishing your meal, take a short nap, and then complete your assignments, tackling the ones you can manage, while I shall elucidate the more challenging ones during the holiday. Upon hearing someone's stomach growl once more, Lu Lin slightly furrowed his brows, urging her to hasten and eat. Lin vowed resolutely, "I shall not nap. I will write right after my meal." "Indeed, go on then," Lu Lin replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. After she had ascended, he departed on his bicycle. What he did not disclose to her was that he would be attending a physics training camp in Lawn City next week, which would span approximately a month and a half, during which they would be under a nearly closed management system, meaning they would not see each other for nearly 45 days. Lu Lin was concerned about her riding to school alone without anyone to shield her from the wind, and about arriving late to the cafeteria, thus missing out on her favorite dishes. He felt he was not a responsible leader. Chapter 37. Is he not even comparable to dried beef? On the day of the concert, in anticipation of meeting her idol, Lin Yang meticulously adorned herself. She braided her hair into 2 plaits that cascaded to her collarbone, donned a trendy khaki knitted dress, and paired it with ankle boots that revealed a glimpse of her delicate calves and knees. Completing her ensemble was a petite handbag, presenting a youthful and vibrant appearance, infused with a touch of playfulness. Lin Yang gazed into the mirror, satisfied, and playfully winked at her reflection. 2 words, stunning. Not content with merely admiring herself, she twirled in front of her parents, Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei, who were engrossed in a television program in the living room. "Isn't my daughter beautiful?" she asked. Li Chuanfang nodded with a smile, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. "Of course, my daughter is beautiful. She is indeed lovely," Lin Wei remarked, furrowing his brow. "But why isn't she wearing pants? Lu Lin called for me. I'm heading out." Lin Yang feigned ignorance to Lin Wei's comment. Noticing a message from Lu Lin urging her to come downstairs, she glanced at herself one last time in the mirror before dashing down the stairs. Lin Wei, aware that he could not keep pace with the trends of youth, turned to his wife with a frown once Lin Yang had left the house. "Why do I feel like Yang hasn't grown at all these past 2 years? The young lady is in her 3rd year of junior high, yet she remains so petite." Li Chuanfang, however, was unconcerned, with Lin Wei standing over 6 feet tall and herself at 5'3". She believed their daughter would eventually reach a height of around 5'5". Reflecting on the concert tickets that cost nearly 1,000 yuan each, she half-jokingly remarked, "Don't fret about her height. Just think about where you will hide to cry on her wedding day." "What on earth would I cry about?" Lin Wei leaned back on the sofa, looking quite relaxed. "She'll just marry someone from upstairs. I can still manage those 30 stairs." Now it was Li Chuanfang's turn to frown, her eyes widening as she regarded her husband. "So, you've accepted Lu Lin as your son-in-law so soon? Doesn't teacher Lin see that Lu Lin has feelings for our daughter?" Lin Wei raised an eyebrow and scoffed lightly. "He's just a man. I know exactly what that lad is thinking. If he desires her, then why not just give our daughter to him?" Li Chuanfang retorted, playfully pinching her husband. Though her efforts were futile, unlike most middle-aged men, Lin Wei maintained a rigorous fitness regimen even after leaving the military, keeping himself in excellent shape. As she tried to twist his arm, he instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer. "I'm confident in handing Yang over to Lu Lin. Besides, do you think anyone could treat Yang better than he does?" Without hesitation, Li Chuanfang agreed, knowing full well that no one else could compare. She dared not claim she would treat their daughter better than Lu Lin. However, seeing that Lu Lin was soon to become an adult while their daughter still clung to her comics, giggling foolishly, and needed her teddy bear to sleep at night, she felt a twinge of concern for him. She tugged at her husband's sleeve, exclaiming, "What is taking our daughter so long to wake up? While I don't support her indulging in early romance, I don't want her to be oblivious either. There are plenty of girls who admire a young man as exceptional as Lu Lin. Our daughter takes after me. She may be slow to realize these things, but she is devoted," Lin Wei stated earnestly, looking at his wife. "Once she sets her heart on someone, it will be for a lifetime." The sudden gaze from her husband caused Li Chuanfang's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Wasn't he discussing their daughter? How had the conversation shifted to himself? The temperature in the room abruptly escalated. An oblivious young lady dashed downstairs, eager to showcase her new dress to Lu Lin, only to hear him solemnly instruct her, "Go upstairs and put on some pants before coming back down." Lin Yang's forthcoming words became lodged in her throat, and she silently resolved to purchase thermal pants for both him and her father this new year. She had already donned a dress. Why was it necessary for her to wear pants? It wasn't as though she intended to prance about indecently. The pants were still wet from washing, leaving her without a suitable option. She fabricated an excuse and plopped down on the back seat of the bicycle, clutching the fabric of his waist. "Let us hurry. We might miss it." Lu Lin glanced back at her delicate calves, furrowing his brow. He chose not to persist in his demand for her to change, instead stopping at a nearby convenience store to purchase a bag of snacks and a bottle of mosquito repellent for her to hold. Throughout their journey, Lin Yang's chatter was incessant. She munched on snacks continuously, even shoving a couple of potato chips into Lu Lin's mouth when they paused at a red light. The concert was set to take place at the Huqing Sports Arena, an open-air venue. By the time they entered, a throng of fans had already gathered, predominantly young women brandishing various light sticks. Their seats were situated in the front section, with Lu Lin protecting Lin Yang as he navigated through the crowd. The tall, handsome young man accompanying the charming girl attracted many envious glances. Are they a couple? The guy is so handsome, and the girl is beautiful too. She hasn't even put on makeup, yet her skin is fairer than mine with foundation. Both are so good-looking. Could they be siblings? If so, might I have a chance? Lin Yang was lost in excitement, oblivious to the attention they drew. After finally locating their seats and settling down, she immediately pulled out her phone to take selfies, striking poses before nudging the man beside her, who was busy applying mosquito repellent. Lu Lin lifted his gaze to the camera and mimicked her peace sign. Next, Lin Yang pouted cutely, while Lu Lin maintained his peace sign. Peering through the lens with a wistful expression, she hesitated to press the shutter. Lu Lin, caught on her gaze, puffed out his cheeks slightly. Only then did Lin Yang contentedly capture the moment, turning to review the photos with an amused smile. Now that's more like it. Lu Lin retrieved his phone, requesting, "Send me a copy of that photo." After locating his contact, Lin Yang shared the image and then snapped several more selfies. The concert was scheduled to begin at 6:30. Yet when 7 o'clock approached, their tardiness, coupled with the lack of an explanation, slightly tarnished Lin Yang's impression of him. Perhaps due to their proximity to the speakers, Lin Yang felt her ears ringing, and she suddenly perceived that Ming Ming's singing was rather mediocre, and he appeared less attractive in person than on television, with noticeable acne scars. Just as she reached to scratch her bitten calf, Lu Lin expertly sprayed the repellent on the itchy spot. Although the performer on stage was interacting with fans and glancing their way, Lin Yang found her gaze fixed on Lu Lin's face. He possesses a certain charm. From her perspective, she could discern his prominent jawline, the elegant bridge of his nose, and the pristine clarity of his neck. As she gazed, a warmth crept across her face, and in a moment of panic, she hastily averted her gaze when Lu Lin lifted his head. Once she regained her composure, an inexplicable enchantment enveloped her. How could it be that she felt her cheeks flush at the sight of Lu Lin? This was Lu Lin, someone she could unabashedly belch and fart in front of. How could she possibly feel shy merely looking at him? With this thought, Lin Yang playfully pinched Lu Lin's cheek. He frowned and handed her a wet tissue to clean her hands, bemused, as in the past she used her clothes for such tasks. And now she resorted to his face. Perhaps her expectations were too lofty. Lin Yang, attending her first concert, found herself less than amazed, instead plagued by mosquito bites on her legs. On the return journey, fatigue set in, and she leaned against Lu Lin's back, barely uttering a word. Seizing a moment at a red light, Lu Lin turned to her and said, "Next week, I will travel to Lan City for a physics training camp. You may have to go to school on your own." "What?" Lin Yang immediately perked up. "For how long?" 1.5 months. Such a long time. Lin Yang's eyes widened. After a moment's thought, she sat up straight and declared, "When you return, remember to bring me local specialties. I've heard the beef jerky there is particularly delicious, and I also want some milk cake. I'll bring them all." Lu Lin swallowed the words stuck in his throat, feeling caught in a dilemma. He had thought she might miss him, having wrestled with whether or not to share this news with her. But what was the outcome? It seemed she valued beef jerky more than him. Just then, the light turned green, and in a fit of frustration, he accelerated the bike, prompting Lin Yang to cling tightly to his waist. As they descended a slope, Lin Yang placed one hand on Lu Lin's waist while cupping her other hand like a trumpet to her mouth, shouting joyfully, "Thank you, Lu Lin, for taking me to my very first concert. Lu Lin is the best in the world." Passers-by cast hurried glances their way, and the spirited youth riding the bike radiated with a brilliance akin to a galaxy of stars. Chapter 38. The joy of love lies in personal engagement this time. 6 individuals from Hexing City traveled to Lan City for a competition training session. Among them, Lu Lin was the sole representative from Xingda, accompanied by 3 from the affiliated school and 2 from the 6th high school. Due to the larger number of participants from the affiliated school, a teacher with prior experience in leading competition teams was designated to supervise the group. On the day of departure, Lin Wei drove Lu Lin to the airport. Lin Yang, aware of her inability to rise early, bid him farewell the previous evening and did not accompany him. Do well in the exam. Upon your return, inform Uncle Lin. He will come to pick you up. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Lin Wei responded with a warm smile. We are family. No need for formality. Lu Lin felt a flutter in his heart, followed by a smile. Yes, family. Lin Wei raised an eyebrow and patted his shoulder. Do your best. Uncle Lin believes in you. Lu Lin gazed at him, his expression suddenly turning serious. With his back to the bustling airport, his eyes were resolute as if making a vow. I will. He would give his all, whether for the competition or his little tale. After Lu Lin's departure, Lin Yang initially felt no sense of loss. However, when she rode her bicycle to school, the biting cold wind stinging her face, she found herself missing him. At noon, while alone in the cafeteria, she accidentally collided with someone, spilling soup all over the floor. As she wiped up the mess with a paper towel, she thought, if only Lu Lin were here, he would never have let that happen. How she wished he were present. Throughout the day, this sentiment echoed in her heart repeatedly. Unfortunately, this was merely the first day. On the second day after Lu Lin's departure, it rained. While cycling through an intersection, she was splashed by a speeding car. She did not have time to note the license plate number and arrived at school drenched. On the third day, without Lu Lin, she encountered a group of drunken ruffians at another intersection, taking a lengthy detour to school and arriving 10 minutes late. As a result, her mathematics teacher punished her by making her stand at the back of the classroom during the lesson. After half a month, Lin Yang finally adjusted to the routine of attending school and dining alone. What are you up to? However, when he called and she heard his voice, an inexplicable urge to cry washed over her. She had so much to share, yet the words lodged in her throat remained unspoken. Her nose tinged with emotion. She merely replied, I just woke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Lin smirked on the other end of the line, knowing she could not rise before noon during the holidays, and had deliberately waited until now to call her. Make sure to eat something. Don't linger in bed. Prolonged hunger can lead to stomach pain. Lin Yang was reluctant to end the conversation so quickly. Remembering something she had seen the previous day, she excitedly said into the phone, Guess what I saw yesterday? What did you see? I saw Uncle Song hold Aunt Yao's hand, and she didn't let him go. You have quite the keen eye. Imagining the little girl's animated expression at that moment, Lu Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Did I not make myself clear? I said Uncle Song and Aunt Yao held hands. They held hands. Lin Yang was astonished by his reaction, sitting up in bed with wide eyes. I suspect that Uncle Song is pursuing Aunt Yao. Lu Lin chuckled, initially thinking she had already known, only to realize that she had just figured it out now. The Uncle Song mentioned by Lin Yang is Song Wenhui, a childhood friend of Lin Wei, who runs a moderately sized renovation company. He was the one Lin Wei had called upon to assist in renovating the fruit shop. Song Wenhui had been married once, but due to his wife's infidelity and with no children at that time, they amicably parted ways. He had not sought another partner over the years, claiming he had not met anyone suitable, until last year when he got to know Yao Yu through Lin Wei. As they interacted, he developed feelings for her and gradually expressed his desire to build a family with her. They have been seeing each other for some time now, and upon learning that Yao Yu was busy with her studies and needed help with supplies, Song Wenhui readily took on that responsibility. Yao Yu's initial firm rejection has since wavered. If you had discovered it a bit later, they would already be applying for a marriage certificate. What? They're already together? Lin Yang couldn't believe her intelligence network was so lacking. She passed by the fruit shop every day. How could she have missed this? Not yet. Lu Lin smiled and replied, but it is likely to happen soon. So, what do you think? Lin Yang's voice dropped, although Uncle Song was quite nice. She feared that having him as Lu Lin's new father might be a bit too much for him to adjust to. Lu Lin was indifferent. He felt there was someone good beside his mother. Lin Yang couldn't discern the pros and cons, but she knew Lu Lin would not deceive her. However, she felt a sudden surge of irritation that Lu Lin had already noticed such a significant matter, yet hadn't shared it with her. How could you not tell me about such a big thing? Just then, Lu Lin's roommate returned to the dorm after dinner. The door slammed shut, causing the balcony window to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Lu Lin said, as if by a strange impulse, love should be experienced firsthand. Watching others in love is nothing special. Lin Yang didn't catch that clearly and pressed her phone to her ear. What love? It's nothing. Thoughts of the myriad dangers of adolescent romance flickered through Lu Lin's mind as he quietly shifted the topic. Are you sure about the entrance exam for the affiliated school? Yes, I want to go to the affiliated school. They have a good cafeteria, and the uniforms are nice, Lin Yang replied cheerfully, adding, provided I can pass the exam. Then from today onward, you must refrain from reading comics. Focus on solving problems, and if you encounter any difficulties, ask the teacher. Or wait for me to come back and explain it to you. Got it, got it. Lin Yang repeatedly agreed, unable to tolerate Lu Lin's tendency to treat her like a primary school student. How about you? Is the exam difficult? How many meals do you eat daily? What time do you go to bed at night? Listening to the soft voice of the young girl, Lu Lin stood on the balcony, watching raindrops splatter against the leaves. His heart softened. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and fine mist sprayed against him, prompting him to step back and lean against the door. The exam isn't difficult. I eat 3 meals a day. Millet porridge with soup dumplings for breakfast, takeout for lunch, and usually noodles for dinner, going to bed before midnight. Oh, are your roommates easy to get along with? Are they all quite impressive? Indeed, the selections made by the school were meticulous. The two engaged in conversation for nearly half an hour, and it was only when Lu Lin needed to submit his phone that Lin Yang reluctantly ended the call, preparing to venture out in search of food. Feeling a touch lazy and unwilling to don a bra, she merely threw on a coat and readied herself to leave. When suddenly a text message arrived, "Don't forget to wear a bra when you go out." Lin Yang couldn't help but glance around, and upon confirming the absence of surveillance, she picked up the bra from the foot of her bed and put it on. Perhaps it had been too long since she had heard his nagging. She felt that Lu Lin was increasingly resembling a motherly figure. Yet curiously, she found herself feeling a hint of joy. Chapter 39. Lin Yang. I want to die. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. While Lin Yang was awaiting Lu Lin's call, she first received her monthly exam results. To her dismay, she scored a mere 62 in physics, falling short of passing and plummeting from 4th to 11th in her class ranking. This blow was undoubtedly monumental for Lin Yang. Since the commencement of her 3rd year in junior high, she had felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. In the 2nd year, physics had been her forte. Achieving a score of 90 out of 100 was effortless. Yet, after delving into electricity, her grasp of the subject disintegrated. It was the first time in her life she had received a failing grade. From a paper with a perfect score of 101, she managed to earn just slightly over half of the marks. The moment she saw her score, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she was struck by a profound sense of defeat. For the entire morning, she remained motionless at her desk, repeatedly scrutinizing her examination paper to identify her mistakes. Even the usually carefree Ji Jihan noticed something amiss. Aware that her distress stemmed from her grades, she hesitated to mention it and instead asked, Yang, do you have time off this week? Lin Yang absent-mindedly nodded, her mind preoccupied with various circuit diagrams. Then accompany me to get my ears pierced. Ji Jihan feigned indignation. That 4-eyed boy, Su Hung. 1 tea, let me get it done, but I must go for it. I'll get 2. All right. Lin Yang replied with a nod before burying herself in her studies once more. Ji Jihan refrained from interrupting her, understanding that comfort at this moment would be counterproductive. Quietly, she took Lin Yang's water cup to refill it. Having seen Lin Yang's score, she knew that 62 did not reflect her true capabilities, as she herself had scored 80. Nevertheless, she believed her diligent and intelligent desk mate would soon catch up. This state of distress persisted until the physics teacher sought her out for a conversation. Emerging from the office with reddened eyes, yet an unwavering gaze, Lin Yang resolved that it was merely physics, merely electricity, and she refused to believe she could not master it. When emotions reach a boiling point, the tear ducts become particularly responsive, and upon returning home, Lin Yang retreated to her room for an earnest cry. Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei exchanged worried glances at the door. Their daughter, known for her carefree nature, had never hidden away to cry like this before. The couple was alarmed, conjuring countless possibilities. Had she been bullied, faced rejection from a boy she liked, performed poorly on her exam, or had a falling out with a close friend? As Li Chuanfang hesitated, contemplating whether to call Lu Lin for insights, the door suddenly swung open. Lin Yang emerged from her room, clutching a pile of comics and novels, her eyes glistening with tears. What's wrong, Yang Yang? Is there something? Li Chuanfang and her husband exchanged a glance, but before they could finish, their daughter's congested voice interrupted. I'll place my novels and comics in your room. After the entrance exam, I'll retrieve them. In the meantime, please supervise me and ensure I do not touch them. So, it was merely a matter of poor performance. Lin Wei sighed in relief. As long as she had not been wronged by someone, that was sufficient. Mom and Dad do not expect you to necessarily attend the affiliated school. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Gaining admission to Xingda is quite commendable, and if all else fails, we can consider attending the 4th high school. There is no failure. Once Lin Wei finished speaking, Lin Yang shook her head resolutely. Dad, I can do this. If I approach the high school entrance examination with such a mindset, I will surely perform poorly in the college entrance examination as well. Although Lin Yang's family circumstances were not particularly affluent, she had always been well cared for, sheltered from hardship, and her academic journey was one she had diligently forged by herself. She acknowledged her own shortcomings, but refused to allow herself to be complacent. We believe in you, Yang Yang, with your hard work. You will surely gain admission to the affiliated school. Yes. Lin Yang nodded earnestly, convinced of her own capabilities. Get to bed early. Don't study too late. Balance is essential in learning. I understand, Dad. After placing the comics in Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei's room, Lin Yang returned to her own room and picked up her pen once more, repeatedly calculating on a sheet of draft paper. This year, the first snowfall in Lan City arrived unusually early, blanketing the city in white by the end of October, making headlines. Gazing out the window at the pristine, snowy landscape, Lu Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. What are you up to? Observing the answers that did not align with any of the 4 options, Lin Yang felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Her voice lacked energy as she replied, just doing homework. How about you? Just finished class? She had calculated this problem for the 3rd time, yet it still eluded her, leading her to suspect the question might be flawed. Lu Lin, keenly perceptive, noticed the change in her tone. The previously relaxed furrow of his brow deepened. What's wrong? Are there questions you can't solve? Not exactly that, Lin Yang replied, biting the end of her pen, the receiver pressed to her ear. I just can't seem to get the calculations right. She heard rummaging sounds on the other end. Guessing Lu Lin was searching for scrap paper. Sure enough, the next moment, he said, read the question to me. No need. I can manage it myself. I just made an error. Lin Yang, Lu Lin said, slightly frowning, you are the winner of the first prize in the physics competition. Can you give yourself a chance to shine? Lin Yang did not inquire how he knew she was working on a physics problem. Instead, she set down her pen, stretched her arms, and reclined in her chair. You've gone through the trouble of calling me. I'd rather not discuss problems. Tell me how you've been lately. Have you made any new friends? Tried any delicious food? Lu Lin responded swiftly. No. Lin Yang's voice rose slightly. You haven't made new friends or found anything delicious to eat. The pen paused on the paper, leaving an ink blot. Lu Lin replied, no new friends. And the food is quite ordinary. Everything here is rather dull. Ah, that's unfortunate, Lin Yang remarked, her delicate brows furrowing. I thought it would be a fun place. I was even considering going to university there. What I just said was under the premise that you're not around. Lu Lin lowered his voice as he spoke, and his 2 roommates simultaneously cast him knowing glances. Leaning back in his chair, he continued before Lin Yang could respond. In another week, I'll be back. I'll bring you some local specialties. You said they're not tasty. Just bring a little. All right, I'll choose what you like. Subsequently, the 2 engaged in some trivial conversation. Eventually, Lin Yang stifled a yawn. Though reluctant to end the call, she reluctantly hung up, recalling that Lu Lin still had assignments to tackle. Just as Lu Lin set down his phone, his 2 roommates simultaneously lowered their pens and raised their eyebrows, inquiring about his girlfriend. Lu Lin neither affirmed nor denied, simply remarking, she is still young. On the day Lu Lin returned, Lin Wei took a half-day leave to pick him up. Coincidentally, Xingda was on break and Lin Yang, having hastily emerged from her cocoon of blankets and carelessly dabbed at her face, settled into the passenger seat beside her father as they rushed to the airport. The plane landed punctually and Lu Lin, along with several other competitors, emerged from the terminal behind their supervising teacher, quickly spotting Lin Yang waiting at the arrivals gate. The young girl, clad in a soft yellow down jacket, leaped up and waved enthusiastically at him. Lu Lin exchanged a few words with the supervising teacher before hastening toward her. Lin Wei, observing the youthful figure striding ahead, filled with affection for his daughter, felt a gentle smile blossom on his face as he discreetly made his way to the restroom. As Lu Lin approached Lin Yang, he released his suitcase, and with long strides, extended his arms to embrace her warmly. Amidst the bustling crowd at the airport, the graceful young man enveloped the charming and radiant girl in his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder and inhaling deeply. Lin Yang, I have missed you terribly. Chapter 40. I come from my sunflower just a few days after the Spring Festival. Lu Lin, a senior high school student, and Lin Yang, who was preparing for her upcoming middle school entrance examination, resumed their grueling study schedules. The adults in both families also began to feel the pressure. Yao Yu resolutely forbade Lu Lin from engaging in any trivial matters at the fruit shop, while Li Chuanfang diligently prepared various meals for Lin Yang, ensuring that she also packed a portion for Lu Lin to save time on their way to school. After 2 months, both students maintained steady academic performance. Although their weights began to rise noticeably, Lu Lin, being tall, appeared less affected, while Lin Yang became visibly rounder. Consequently, she would often complain while serving vegetables into Lu Lin's bowl, insisting that she shouldn't bear the burden of weight gain alone. Frustratingly, it seemed that some individuals simply could not gain weight. Lu Lin, a height of 1.85 meters, initially appeared slender, but with the increase in weight, his physique and frame began to exude a sense of stability. Coupled with his handsome features, he frequently turned heads among female classmates, both at school and on the way home. Lin Yang, on the other hand, had not grown taller over the past 2 years. Despite her daily intake of 2 glasses of milk, her height seemed to have plateaued at 1.62 meters, barely reaching Lu Lin's shoulders. As spring blossomed, the countdown to the college entrance examination was boldly inscribed in red chalk on the blackboard, and the students, immersed in their studies, could see the numbers dwindling day by day. At this juncture, half of their youthful chapters had been turned, and they fervently pinned their futures with every stroke. Lin Yang continued to lean against Lu Lin's back on their way to school, often stealing moments of sleep, occasionally drooling. Upon entering the school gates, Lu Lin headed east, while Lin Yang headed west, still able to catch glimpses of the stars and moon above. After a refreshing thunderstorm, June quietly arrived. During the 2 days of the college entrance examination, the entire city made way for the examinees. Watching her daughter nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, Li Chuanfang felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Lin. Lu Lin treats you so well, yet you don't feel the slightest bit anxious for him. What is there to be anxious about? Lin Yang replied, lifting her gaze from the screen to her mother. If anyone should be anxious, it should be me. After all, Lu Lin received a 20-point bonus for winning first place in a competition, and he consistently ranks in the top 3 of his class. He is bound to enter college without any trouble. Then you can accompany Aunt Yao Yu to pick him up while I stay home to finish my homework. At this, Lin Yang immediately shut her phone and sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, I'm going too. Today, Yao Yu donned a scarlet qipao, her hair elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, exuding grace and poise. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration as she praised Aunt Yao. No wonder Lu Lin is so handsome. He takes after you. Li Chuanfang shot her a glance. Are you implying I made you less attractive? When have you ever praised me? Who said that? Lin Yang quickly wrapped her arms around her mother. I thank you in the mirror every day for making me so beautiful. Pleased, Li Chuanfang smiled. Now that is more like it. On their way to school, Lin Yang remained glued to her phone, and upon reaching the school gate, she scanned surroundings. Li Chuanfang followed her gaze and inquired, What are you looking for? A man dressed as a courier emerged from the crowd, and Lin Yang's eyes brightened as she waved at him and hurried over. Uncle, over here. The courier glanced at her, confirming the information. The benefactor of Xiaohe? Yes, indeed. I am Xiaohe's benefactor. Lin Yang exclaimed excitedly as she accepted the large parcel from his hands and began to unwrap it on the ground. This is sunflower seeds? The onlookers were left dumbfounded as they watched her unveil the contents. Li Chuanfang raised her eyebrows and silently shook her head, thinking she would have been better off arriving empty-handed. At least then she could have offered a hug. A sunflower of such considerable size would be cumbersome to carry home. Yao Yu observed Lin Yang as she stood the towering sunflower upright, then glanced at her own small sunflower, barely the size of her palm, and blinked in astonishment. Yang, where did you acquire such a magnificent sunflower? The sunflower was as large as a small basin, already bearing seeds and looking quite plump. Lin Yang proudly held up the sunflower, unable to contain her delight. I grew it myself. You grew it yourself? Yes. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon her, including reporters pointing cameras in her direction, Lin Yang felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. To be precise, I grew it online. I simply purchase fertilizer for it every month. Last year, while browsing online, she stumbled upon a seller offering sunflowers, which could even be named. After researching the growth cycle of sunflowers, she discovered that this was the perfect time for them to bloom, and she eagerly placed an order. The seller was exceptionally kind, sending her photos periodically and even covering the shipping costs when it was time to deliver. Before Lu Lin had even exited the school gates, he spotted the enormous sunflower standing there. Beside it was his beaming little tail, along with Yao Yu and her Qipao and teacher Li, who wore a joyful expression. As he stepped out, reporters who had been waiting eagerly surrounded him. Classmate, you are the first to emerge. Are you confident of achieving a perfect score? Lu Lin did not focus on the camera, but instead fixed his gaze on the girl beside the sunflower. I came to collect my sunflower. He walked straight toward Lin Yang. Is this the long-anticipated surprise you mentioned? How about it? Impressive, isn't it? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, handing the sunflower to him and then shaking her hand. It's just too heavy. My arms are sore. Luckily, you came out early. Yao Yu's eyes glistened with emotion as she handed the flowers to her son. Son, congratulations on your graduation. Lu Lin accepted the flowers and gently patted her back. Thank you, Mom. Seeing that Yao Yu's emotional state was becoming uncontrollable, Li Chuanfang quickly smiled to lighten the mood. I heard on the news that this year's exam questions are relatively standard. Is there a chance you might achieve the top score? I haven't thought about it. Lu Lin shook his head, but getting into the school I wish to attend is certainly within reach. Then I wish you all the best in your endeavors. The group chatted and laughed as they took a taxi to the hotel they had originally booked. Lin Wei and Song Wenhui had been waiting for some time, and they enjoyed a joyous meal together. Lu Lin even shared a few drinks with the two men, while Lin Yang, feeling overly full, was chastised by Li Chuanfang. She pretended not to hear and instead insisted that Lu Lin accompany her for a leisurely stroll. However, due to the exuberance of the previous days, Lin Yang dove into a mountain of homework upon returning home, with a considerable stack of tests yet to be completed and exercise books still unfinished. That evening, Lu Lin brought a plate of fruit downstairs and, upon entering, beheld the girl with a wild mane of hair, scratching her head in frustration as she attempted to solve a physics problem. He placed the fruit on the table and, taking a rubber band from the side, helped her tie back her hair. How much do you have left to write? He inquired. Lin Yang picked up a grape and popped it in her mouth, her expression one of exasperation. You should be asking how much I have completed. Upon seeing the hefty stack of test papers, Lu Lin couldn't help but tap her forehead lightly. What have you been doing these days? The exam is approaching, and if you don't pass, you will have reason to lament. With the holiday already half gone, she had managed to accomplish so little. Don't jinx me. I will surely pass. Lin Yang retorted confidently after a dismissive sound. Over the past 6 months, she had honestly reflected on her efforts, aside from occasionally slacking off on assignments. She had dedicated herself wholeheartedly to her studies. Do you need me to help you with a couple of papers? No. Lin Yang shook her head, biting into a piece of watermelon, her cheeks puffing as she spoke. I can finish them tonight. Lu Lin secured her hair with a rubber band and tucked away the stray strands behind her ears with a hairpin. As summer arrived, the cat, Xiao He, became lethargic, too lazy even to play, spending all day sprawled on the floor in slumber. At that moment, it nestled beside Lin Yang, its belly rising and falling rhythmically. Not wishing to disturb her, Lu Lin finished styling her hair before stepping outside, and upon hearing Xiao He's soft purring, he decided to take it along with him. Xiao He, displeased, opened its eyes, and was about to protest when it was gently lifted by the scruff of its neck. "No, disturbing her while she is working on her homework. You're driving me crazy, Meow." Chapter 41. The little rascal has eyes for another, unlike most students who have just completed their college entrance examinations. Lulin did not indulge in a stupor of sleep or engage in all-night gaming sessions. Instead, he continued his routine of escorting Lin Yang to school in the morning and picking her up after classes in the evening. During the day, he would practice driving at a driving school, while the remaining hours were spent bustling through the dessert shops of various malls in Huqing. Indeed, he harbored ambitions of opening a bakery. Although he lacked the skills to create confections, Lulin had long familiarized himself with the industry. Motivated by Lin Yang's fondness for sweets, he astutely observed that, with the rapid economic growth and evolving consumer preferences, the coming years would witness a surge in demand for Western pastries and bubble tea. During his time in Lan City, he had noted the emergence of several brands in Western-style baking and tea, all expanding at a brisk pace. Lulin certainly aspired to establish a brand of his own, yet the constraints of manpower and finances compelled him to commence with a single storefront. Coincidentally, the dessert shop favored by Lin Yang was up for transfer. After consulting with Yao Yu, he resolved to sell his fruit shop and take over the dessert establishment. Although this decision entailed higher initial costs, it would mitigate risks considerably. However, achieving a favorable price for the fruit shop while simultaneously negotiating a lower price for the dessert shop proved to be a formidable challenge. By late June, Lulin finally reached an agreement on the price with the dessert shop owner, but the urgency to sell the fruit shop resulted in a lower transfer price. Thus, the transfer of operations was set in motion. Lulin instructed Yao Yu to pursue a romantic liaison with Song Wenhui while he focused on finalizing the transfer contract. The intricacies of the transfer fee, store handover timeline, lease agreement transfer, and inventory assessment did not overwhelm Lulin. His thoughts were solely occupied with how Lin Yang would react upon learning that he had taken over Du Fu's establishment. As the preliminary contract was being drafted, the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the high school entrance examinations. Upon exiting the examination hall, Lin Yang felt her legs turn to jelly. Despite having performed adequately in the previous subjects, she had not allowed herself to relax, spending the previous night memorizing vocabulary. Unfortunately, her overzealous efforts had led to insomnia, causing her to fall asleep past 1 in the morning, which significantly slowed her pace during today's exam. When the bell rang, she had just completed filling out her answer sheet. Her palms were clammy with anxiety as she stood up under the stern gaze of the invigilator, unable to check her work. Fearing she might have missed or misaligned any answers, she hurriedly cross-checked her sheet before the teacher could collect it. Breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming that she had neither made mistakes nor left any answers blank, she felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. The tension that had gripped her for 6 months finally dissipated. Lin Wei had to work today, while Li Chuanfang was assigned to supervise at another school. Seizing the opportunity, Lulin came to pick her up. Among a sea of middle-aged parents, Lulin's height and appearance stood out remarkably, making him a striking figure in the crowd. Also conspicuous was Su Heng. Having met on 2 occasions, they could only be considered acquaintances, thus they exchanged a nod of acknowledgement. Lin Yang was the first to emerge, immediately spotting Lulin waiting at the entrance alongside the man beside him. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in a crisp white shirt paired with tailored trousers that accentuated his long legs, he appeared as gentle as jade. Yet, beneath this facade lay a heart unencumbered by desire. Was he not the quintessential protagonist of a novel? Lin Yang found herself captivated, nearly rushing forward to exclaim, "Who is this dashing gentleman? Pray, reveal your name." Lulin, observing her infatuation, narrowed his eyes, and his gaze towards Su Heng grew decidedly less amiable. Young, at last, the exams are over. We are free." Ji Zihan emerged, her exuberance faltering upon sighting Su Heng. "What brings you here? Where are Mom and Dad?" "I've finished my exams. You aren't still going to monitor me, are you?" Ji Xiaobao. "You have 2 options," Su Heng replied, his tone as unperturbed as his expression. "You can come home with me now, or you can choose a destination, and I shall drive you there. But you must return home by 9 o'clock. Ji Zihan cast a sorrowful glance at Lin Yang, as if to convey, "Did I deceive you?" Lin Yang, momentarily transfixed by Su Heng, remained silent. It was Lu Lin who furrowed his brow, his voice deepening. Haven't you had your fill of this? Lin Yang snapped back to reality, realizing 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon her. She chuckled awkwardly. Zihan, your brother's rather handsome. How fortuitous, she thought. So he was indeed the illustrious brother Ji Zihan had mentioned. I did tell you he was nearsighted, but you wouldn't believe it, Yi Zihan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pulled Lin Yang closer, whispering, he is no match for your Lu Lin. At that moment, her voice was just loud enough for both Lu Lin and Su Heng to overhear. The two exchanged glances, each surveying the other, before leading their respective companions away. Su Heng, let me clarify. I am your sister, not your pet. There is no law dictating that I must be home by 9. Our parents are indifferent to my whereabouts. If you continue to be unreasonable. Su Heng cast her a sidelong glance, and what of it? Ji Zihan, brimming with indignation, retorted, I shall take you to court. Su Heng merely raised his hand to check the time, his expression and tone remaining unruffled. Very well. Upon our return, I shall set up a mock trial for you. You may choose to be either the judge or the attorney. Yi Zihan, infuriated, felt the urge to strike him but was swiftly restrained by Su Heng's quick reflexes. No mischief allowed. Lin Yang had been straining to hear Ji Zihan hurl insults at Su Heng, but felt a tinge of disappointment when she did not. This expression, however, did not go unnoticed by Lu Lin, who felt a pang of jealousy. Oh no, this little rascal has taken a fancy to someone else. He adjusted the sunshade towards Lin Yang, clearing his throat. Do you fancy such a type? Not at all, Lin Yang shook her head. The heart of a young woman is easily swayed by appearances. A refined gentleman is sought after, while I, being a rogue, make no demands. In essence, she simply found him aesthetically pleasing. Crisis averted, Lu Lin casually inquired, now that exams are over, do you have any aspirations? Perhaps to learn an instrument or take up dancing? Absolutely not. The mere suggestion sent shivers down Lin Yang's spine, prompting an immediate and loud rejection. I should have learned it in elementary school. Why wait until now? After all, having finally been liberated, I intend to relish my freedom. What opportunity will I have to play once high school begins? Besides, my novels and comics are eagerly awaiting my attention. Moreover, I have noticed that you are increasingly resembling my mother. Despite being merely 3 years my senior, you carry yourself as if you were 30 years older. Lu Lin was rendered speechless. This little rascal is becoming more infuriating by the day. Nevertheless, who could blame him, as he is indeed their only cherished one? So it is best to indulge him. Lu Lin inquired whether she wished to go out, to which Lin Yang initially shook her head, only to later express a desire to visit the water park. He calculated the time and realized her menstrual cycle was still over a week away. So he resolved to complete the matters at the shop in the next couple of days and take her there the day after tomorrow. What? You have purchased a Fu? Lin Yang, realizing he had taken over to Fu, became so exhilarated that she nearly toppled from the car. Lu Lin promptly hit the brakes, one hand on the steering wheel while instinctively reaching out to steady her. Lu Lin, do you need a summer job? I would gladly work for you. I promise not to sneak any snacks. Apologies, but employing minors is against the law. Chapter 42. Fondness, here they come. The top scholar has arrived. In the days following the release of the college entrance examination results, reporters set up their cameras at the entrance of Jinyuan Community. For with an additional 20 points, Lu Lin unequivocally became the valedictorian of Huching, achieving an unprecedented score of 723. A throng of journalists, microphones in hand, rushed towards them, and Lin Yang, seated on the back of the bicycle, tugged at Lu Lin's shirt in bewilderment. Didn't you say you would refuse this? Why are there so many people? It dawned on her why the saying goes that fame is a double-edged sword. The aggressive approach of the crowd suggested an interview, yet to the uninitiated, it might have appeared as though they had committed some grave offense, with people clamoring to apprehend them for accolades. Lu Lin cast a glance at the advancing reporters, urged Lin Yang to hold on tightly, and deftly maneuvered the bicycle, accelerating out of the community. Lin Yang clutched his waist fiercely, the wind whipping past her ears, causing her heart to race. It must be said, being pursued by such a multitude was rather exhilarating. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, she turned to see the reporters in hot pursuit. and her grip on Lu Lin transformed from a gentle tug to an embrace around his waist. They're catching up. Ride faster. Lu Lin leaned forward, pedaling furiously. As strands of hair were tossed by the wind, and a fine sheen of sweat formed on his brow. In his peripheral vision, he noticed the small hands encircling his waist, their warmth igniting a fervent blaze within him. Summer is quite delightful, he mused. To remain in this moment until the end of time would not be so bad. When they finally arrived at the store, the bicycle tires were nearly smoking. Lu Lin's shirt was soaked, and Lin Yang eagerly jumped off the bike, pushing him into the shop, observing DeFu Jia with fresh eyes. The interior remained largely unchanged. Due to budget constraints, Lu Lin had replaced the original wooden cabinets and standard light fixtures with glass ones and warm-tone pendant and spotlighting, creating a softer, more inviting ambience. Since Lin Yang adored the name DeFu Jia, Lu Lin opted not to change it, instead commissioning a new, more refined sign. The rich, sweet aroma of small cakes made Lin Yang's mouth water. When Lu Lin asked which one she wished to try, she swallowed hard and pointed to each one with her index finger. Ah, have you forgotten the pain after the scar is healed? What did you say when you couldn't sleep from that toothache last time? Lu Lin shot her a sidelong glance. You may have just one. Shall I fetch it for you, or will you do it yourself? Lin Yang pouted, using tongs to select the cheesecake. Just as she took a bite, two reporters, breathless and lugging cameras, blocked the entrance. One of them, struggling to steady himself, plastered on a standard formulaic smile. Dear viewers at home, this is our valedictorian from Hucheng, Lu Lin. Next, it seemed they could not evade this encounter. Lu Lin positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yang as he prepared to face the interview. The reporters merely inquired about the secrets behind his remarkable score and which university he planned to apply to. There are no shortcuts to education. I often practice problem-solving extensively. If circumstances allow, participating in competitions can further enhance one's critical thinking and adaptability. Lu Lin's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to address Lin Yang's potential toothache, leading him to respond somewhat absent-mindedly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Yang conversing with the shop assistant, after which the assistant retrieved a box of cream puffs from the display. He raised his hand to block the camera and turned to the assistant, instructing, "Do not give that to her." Upon receiving the boss's directive, the assistant promptly returned the puffs to their place, for it is wise to avoid offending anyone, especially those who pay one's salary. Understood, boss. Observing his plan thwarted, Lin Yang quickly turned away, feigning interest in the outside world, adopting a demeanor of indifference. The reporter chuckled, "Lu, you are quite strict with your sister. However, indulging too much in desserts is indeed unwise." Huh? Boss. Lu, did you open this establishment? The reporter's astonishment was palpable, as if he had just been served an egg unexpectedly. Lu Lin nodded, his expression composed. Yes, I've just taken over. Is there a problem? No problem at all. I simply did not anticipate that you would become a proprietor right after graduating high school. Realizing his facial expression had betrayed him, the reporter hurriedly re-established a formal smile. May I ask why you chose to open a dessert shop? Is it because you have a fondness for sweets? Indeed. Lu Lin turned to see Lin Yang gazing longingly at the cream puffs, and he slightly smiled and nodded. I do have a fondness. After addressing the reporter, Lu Lin inspected the cleanliness of the shop while listening to the staff brief him on inventory management and recent operational performance. Lin Yang observed this scene, marveling at how someone she had grown up with had unknowingly become so accomplished. The thought that such an exceptional individual still cycled to take her to school each day made her straighten her back instinctively. Look at her foresight. She had attached herself to him from an early age. Upon the release of the interview video, the news of the handsome scholar and the top-notch dessert shop swiftly made headlines, leading to long queues forming outside the DeFu family bakery. Many parents, believing that their children could achieve excellence by consuming the scholar's desserts, traveled great distances to stand in line. Business flourished immensely, and due to a shortage of staff, Lu Lin had to recruit several university students for part-time positions during their summer break. The Fu Family Bakery became increasingly popular, attracting not only locals but also visitors from afar. Some even approached Lu Lin expressing interest in franchising, while others attempted to use the Fu's name without permission. only to be swiftly countered with legal action. Even more absurdly, a company selling oral solutions sought him for an advertising campaign. Lu Lin, of course, declined. But somehow his phone number was leaked, leading to a barrage of calls from strangers, which became quite bothersome. He eventually changed his number to regain some peace. After seeing the news, Jiang Kaming approached him, accompanied by his father's assistant, bearing a bank card and a proposal to invest. In addition to this, he presented a business plan, though not entirely professional. It was comprehensive, detailing marketing strategies, business models, future projections, and risk assessments. What do you think, Brother Lu? Is my proposal detailed enough? Does it have a high feasibility? As Lu Lin finished reading, Jiang Kaming eagerly inquired, only to furrow his brows shortly thereafter. The sum is rather meager, a mere 5 million. Yet, all my New Year's money is tied up in this. Lu Lin gazed at the card in silence for an extended moment before posing a question. Isn't it better to return home and inherit the family fortune? Inheriting wealth pales in comparison to the rapid gains of starting one's own business. Jiang Kaming retorted, his clarity evident as he swiftly shook his head. Moreover, my father is only 42, as robust as an ox. It's quite possible that by the time he retires, I might already have a grandchild. He constantly berates me for my lack of skills and has mentioned the prospect of having a second child. If that were to happen, where would I stand? Assistantly, tell me honestly, is my father preparing for another child? Assistantly gazed skyward, pondering why Jiang Kaming did not inquire if his father had given him a raise. Chapter 43. He tucked me in his pocket, and I kicked him to the ditch. Yao Yu and Song Wenhui had already registered their marriage, leaving Lu Lin without any lingering concerns. Thus he had no reason to refuse Jiang Kaming. With the assistance of Assistant Li, the two promptly register a company, followed by trademark application, recruitment, site selection, contract negotiations, and renovations. During that period, Lu Lin often returned home past midnight. Conversely, Lin Yang enjoyed a leisurely 2 months, fully embracing the fact that she had a top-achieving older brother and relishing the perks of having a brother who owned a dessert shop. The entire summer was blissful. Having surpassed the secondary school entrance examination cutoff by 30 points, Li Chuanfang went on a trip with colleagues, and Lin Wei had to work, leaving her to frolic at home unrestrained. She and Xiao He claimed the entire sofa, living a carefree life of air conditioning and watermelon. Not to mention, Lu Lin occasionally brought her back a delightful little cake. Whatever the type, she had it at her whim. Ji Jihan was traveling abroad, sending her numerous photos daily, showcasing breathtaking waterfalls, canyons, glaciers, and auroras, alongside some less flattering pictures of her brother. These so-called unflattering photos were not unattractive at all. They had merely been transformed by Ji Jihan into amusing memes, embellished with silly captions that rendered them comical. In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Yang created some memes using Lu Lin's photos and sent them to Ji Jihan. Later, Ji Jihan compiled those memes into a video, set to music and text, which was particularly captivating. The two young ladies spent their days giggling at their phones until they were discovered by the two subjects of their amusement. Ji Jihan was enjoying a week-long trip to Africa, while Lin Yang watched in disbelief as Lu Lin presented a small cake he had brought for her to a mischievous child in the neighborhood. Lin Yang crouched down before the boy, attempting to persuade him. If you eat sweets, you'll get cavities. How about I buy you one? Only one, not for sale. Upon hearing her mention the word buy, the child's eyes flickered with hesitation, but upon seeing her produce a bill, he immediately turned wary and scampered away with the cake. Before Lin Yang could recover from the sorrow of the cake flying away from her grasp, Lu Lin burst into laughter, exclaiming that the little rascal was utterly ungrateful. Remarking on the absurdity of the captions accompanying the images, he tucked me in his pocket, and I kicked him into the ditch. Don't be angry yet. Listen to my defense. Lin Yang stood against the wall, her feet together, her gaze flitting nervously, unsure of where to look. With that hairline, he would likely have been a beggar in ancient times. Each glance at the images deepened Lu Lin's scowl. Yet he couldn't help but wonder when she had taken so many pictures of him. How perilous it was. He almost succumbed to his own charm while looking in the mirror. Alas, enough of this. I should buy insurance, lest I die from my own good looks one day. Lu Lin placed the first meme of himself with one hand in his pocket before Lin Yang, forcing a grin that lacked sincerity. Come on, here's your chance to defend yourself. After saying this, he recalled the video he had just seen and pulled it up again. Is this man harboring a secret crush on me? Is he in love, but unable to attain it? Constantly enshrouded in melancholy, I rebuffed a confession of affection with the dismissive claim of fanciful delusion, forcefully sending the suitor crashing against the wall. Lu Lin paused for 2 seconds, contemplating the subtitles, before directing her gaze back to me, continuing with a sardonic inquiry. Not even a trace left behind? Ha ha. Lin Yang had always been adept at navigating the winds of circumstance, and, recognizing the futility of contesting the matter, she quickly raised her head in contrition, her expression imbued with sincerity. With both tangible evidence and witnesses at hand, the young woman was acutely aware of her grave transgressions and humbly sought Lord Lu's mercy. Yet, Lord Lu maintained a serious facade, while Lin, trembling with trepidation, prepared to kneel. A guilty subject. May I prostrate before you twice? Lin Yang, I am genuinely curious about the thoughts that occupy your mind daily. The audacity of this little scamp had reached new heights. Lu Lin found himself at a loss for words, exasperatedly lifting her up and rapping gently on her forehead, returning her phone. Delete them. Henceforth, you are forbidden from using my likeness as an emoticon. He shot her a sidelong glance, or I shall cast you into a ditch. Thank you, Lord Lu. Your magnanimity leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. I vow to serve you as a humble beast of burden in the next life. Spare me, Lu Lin replied, his expression remaining grim. I certainly do not require your servitude. Just delete them. Lin Yang hastily complied, erasing the emoticons, then trotted after him. May I defer my 2 prostrations until the new year? Forget it. Just be kind enough not to cast me into a ditch, Your Highness. Lin Yang dared not utter another word, following him home and insisting he sit upon the sofa, eagerly offering him a back massage. One must possess both skill and strength. Where there is strength, there must be a hammer. 2 of the stores were nearing completion of their renovations, and he had been preoccupied these past few days coordinating advertisements, fire safety measures, and recruitment, utterly exhausted by the end of each day, collapsing into slumber. Today, however, he had finally carved out some time to rest, intending to take Lin Yang out for a bit of enjoyment before the school year commenced. Yet she had orchestrated this scene. It was likely that the video was produced by her deskmate, given that the unfortunate soul sent crashing against the wall was Su Hang. One could only speculate the deep-seated animosity between the siblings that would lead to such antics. I apologize. I swear never to use your photo as an emoticon again. Please do not harbor any anger. If necessary, you may turn my photo into an emoticon as well. Lin Yang pleaded, gently squeezing Lu Lin's shoulders in apology. To her surprise, he exhibited no reaction, causing her to jump, fearing he might truly be upset, prompting her to tilt her head for a better look. To her astonishment, he had fallen asleep. Her gaze fell upon the dark circles beneath his eyes, and Lin Yang suddenly recognized that he had not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. Yet, it was not merely a recent development. Since middle school, Lu Lin had seldom found respite, balancing his studies with assisting Yao Yu in her market endeavors, and often spending half the night procuring goods twice a week. Although he had now become his own boss, his workload had only intensified. Furthermore, after Aunt Yao and Uncle Song had married and moved in with him, he found himself utterly alone, despite having grown accustomed to a carefree existence. Witnessing the fatigue etched upon the youthful features of Lu Lin stirred a subtle pang within Lin Yang's heart. She delicately maneuvered his body to lay him flat upon the sofa, finding a cushion to serve as his pillow. Noticing that the air conditioning was set a tad too low, she quietly adjusted the temperature upwards, concerned that he might catch a chill. Then, she gently retrieved a light blanket from his room to drape over him. Chapter 44. What is the tale of the four-eyed turtle? On the day of registration for the new semester, a throng of students gathered around the bulletin board displaying the class assignments. Lin Yang struggled to squeeze through the crowd, and upon finally gaining entry, she was startled to discover that both she and Ji Zihan had been assigned to the same class. Zihan, Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Did you not go on a trip? Why have you tense so much? Yi Zihan, who was once fair and delicate, now resembled someone who had just returned from Africa. Indeed, she had just returned from such a journey, but her transformation was striking. Particularly when she spoke, her milky white teeth contrasted sharply with her now darkened complexion. At this point, Ji Zihan's irritation flared as she pulled Lin Yang away from the crowd, her temper rising. Don't even mention it. That scoundrel Su Hang saw the expression pack I created for him and banished me to the African savannah, making me collect elephant dung and feed ostriches. You cannot imagine the horror of being chased by an ostrich. It was larger than me. I almost got trampled while trying to steal its egg. Your brother. Lin Yang was momentarily speechless at the thought of Su Hang, impeccably dressed, squatting in the dirt to collect elephant excrement. Bah, he is no brother of mine. He is merely a pile of organic matter. Anyway, enough about that four-eyed turtle. Has Lu Lin seen the video I made? What was his reaction? He doesn't harbor any murderous intent towards me, does he? Fear not. I've been massaging his back for a week. If there's any malice, it has surely been extinguished, Lin Yang reassured her. In comparison, she mused that Lu Lin was like the bright moon in the mountains and the gentle breeze over the waters. Later that evening, as Lu Lin opened the door to find Lin Yang standing there with a plate of neatly cut fruit, his initial reaction was one of apprehension. Surely she had done something to wrong him again. This feeling peaked when Lin Yang fed him a peeled grape, which slipped down his throat before he could react. Lin Yang, just confess what you've done. I'll forgive you unconditionally, he sighed, as if she had indeed committed a grave offense. Lin Yang pouted, displeased. Yet, recalling that Ji Zihan had been sent to Africa to collect dung, while Lu Lin merely transferred her small cake to some troublesome child, she felt fortunate and resolved to cling to him even more tightly. First, I assure you I haven't misbehaved. Secondly, just consider it a moment of conscience where I wish to treat you well. Lastly, after all these years of eating your food, cutting a plate of fruit for you is only right, she declared, placing the fruit on the table before turning to reveal an innocent smile. I'm off now. Enjoy at your leisure. Good night. After finishing the fruit, Lu Lin was left pondering the true reason behind Lin Yang's visit. There were no signs of the painted cat on his face, no crumbs from chips or cookies on the sofa. The cactus on the balcony thrived in its pot, and the ice cream in the fridge remained untouched. Surely, she hadn't sold them off, had she? Lu Lin spent an entire night tossing and turning, unable to comprehend what was troubling Lin Yang. After finally drifting into sleep, he dreamt of being bound tightly to an iron pillar, while Lin Yang sat beside him, counting money and requesting his assistance in keeping track. This was not the end. In the subsequent days, Lin Yang seemed to have transformed entirely. He began sending daily greetings, both morning and night, accompanied by an adorable emoticon that sent shivers down Lu Lin's spine with its unsettling sweetness. Fortunately, this peculiar behavior did not last for long. The reason was straightforward. Although Lin Yang wished to maintain the act a bit longer, the rigorous schedule at the affiliated high school was utterly exhausting. She left home at 6 every morning and did not return until 10 at night. Even dogs would be asleep. Despite Lu Lin being just across the wall at the university, the tradition at the affiliated school mandated military training in the second year, while Lu Lin had to endure military training from the start of his freshman year. Additionally, with 2 new stores set to open, Lu Lin was shuttling between the school and the company, making it impossible for Lin Yang to see him. By the way, Xiao Yuding mentioned her birthday is this weekend and invited us to sing. Are you going? Ji Jihan casually inquired during lunch. I think I want to go, Lin Yang replied after a moment's thought. I promised my mother I would help with the new store openings this weekend. Moreover, although Xiao Yuding attended the same middle school, they were not in the same class and had only recently become acquainted. Thus, it would be rather awkward to attend. Then I want to go either. I'll just get her a gift next week. Ji Jihan nodded, having no strong desire to attend. Suddenly, she recalled something and continued. Speaking of which, isn't your Lu Lin busy with both studying and running a company? How does he manage? And flying back and forth from Lancy for the weekend must be quite a hassle. Lin Yang inadvertently bit into a piece of ginger hidden among her shredded potatoes, grimacing slightly as she removed the ginger strips and set them aside. No, he is just at the university, but he is indeed quite busy. I hardly see him. The S at the university? Ji Jihan expressed mild surprise. ISNT, he the top student? ISNT, it a bit of a waste for him to attend that school? Honestly, I feel that way too. Lin Yang finally finished picking out the ginger and nodded in agreement, looking at Ji Jihan earnestly. But he has a passion for physics. And the Optoelectronic Information Technology program at the university is ranked first among universities nationwide. Although the teachers at the affiliated school often warn them that without diligent study, they would end up attending the nearby university. The truth is that the university is among the top 10 in the country, especially for many science-related programs, where the admission scores are not lower than those of universities in Lancy. Ji Jihan suddenly squinted her eyes, grinning like a sly fox. I think his fondness for physics is actually more about not wanting to part with certain people. Indeed, his mother is still here, Lin Yang began. But Ji Jihan's eyes widened in surprise, nearly choking, prompting her to hastily call for the owner to order another bowl of soup. Let her worry herself to death, Lin Yang thought, casually glancing up to see a figure flash by the door. She furrowed her brow, recalling Lu Lin's earlier words. Is your brother also at the university? Lu Lin mentioned he saw him there. When? In the realm of the university? The mention of four-eyed turtle left Ji Jihan feeling as though she were in Turtle Live. It was inconceivable, utterly implausible. He must have misperceived the truth. Su Hang, that older gentleman, was nearing 30. As she spoke, she noticed Lin Yang's peculiar expression. His eyes blinked rapidly, and he discreetly kicked her under the table. By the time she grasped the situation, it was already too late. Ji Xiaobao, is this truly how I have instructed you? 24 is indeed approaching 30? What? Should one not approach 30, but rather 40? Ji Jihan rolled her eyes, muttering softly under her breath, while the siblings both wore grim expressions. Could you elucidate what the four-eyed turtle signifies? At this moment, Ji Jihan genuinely found herself choked. Just then, the proprietor brought forth the soup. She seized it eagerly and took a hearty sip, only to immediately regurgitate it back into the bowl, fanning her tongue in distress. Ouch, that scalded me. Lin Yang, startled, rose to fetch some ice water, but Su Hang, already scowling, gripped her chin and, without a word, dragged her out of the restaurant. Hey, my meal. I haven't finished yet. Ah, murder. Watching Ji Jihan being escorted away, Lin Yang felt a flicker of astonishment, her mind weaving an elaborate narrative akin to a 10-episode series. Upon realizing the absurdity of her own thoughts, she was engulfed in embarrassment, rewarding herself with a resounding slap to her face. I'm doomed. I've read too many novels. Chapter 45. Apologies, I am a dog Su Hong, having majored in finance and minored in law for both his undergraduate and master's degrees. Returned home after graduating from a prestigious university in China to intern at his own company while pursuing a doctorate at the University of Science and Technology. The mere thought of facing him every day left Ji Jihan feeling utterly dejected throughout the afternoon. During chemistry class, the teacher called upon two students to demonstrate the chemical equation for the oxidation of ferrous hydroxide by oxygen. The sound of chalk scraping against the blackboard filled the air, and the dust particles danced in the shafts of light streaming through the door. After completing the equation, Lin Yang noticed Ji Jihan's draft paper, riddled with imperfections, and cautiously inquired, Is there some misunderstanding between you and your brother? He seems quite concerned about you. Concerned about me? Ji Jihan retorted indignantly. Don't be deceived by his appearance. He is merely a. After a prolonged pause, she vented her frustration onto her draft paper, ultimately exclaiming, He is a four-eyed turtle. Their exchange had attracted some attention, prompting the chemistry teacher to glance over disapprovingly. Lin Yang quickly nudged Ji Jihan's arm, straightening up to feign attentiveness to the blackboard and her book. Ji Jihan, in a state of defiance, continued to poke at her draft paper, even contemplating asking the teacher to expel her, which would allow her to transfer to another school. Had she known Su Hong would pursue his doctorate at the University of Science and Technology, she would have done everything in her power to avoid enrolling in the affiliated high school. Fortunately, the chemistry teacher remained silent, and they endured until class concluded. Before the teacher could exit the classroom, Ji Jihan vented her frustrations to Lin Yang. Congratulations, Lin. You are about to witness a lifeless version of me. Every aspect of my daily life is meticulously arranged. Even indulging in ice cream requires stealth. Every outing must be reported. Nail polish is forbidden. Hair dye is prohibited. My clothing cannot expose my midriff. Skirts must not be shorter than knee length. And I must return home before 8 o'clock. I cannot. Lin Yang was already aware of these restrictions, as Ji Zihan often recounted them while venting about her brother. It did indeed sound harsh, and Lin Yang couldn't help but recall the concerned look Su Hong had given Ji Zihan when he took her away earlier that afternoon. Yet, considering Ji Zihan's palpable animosity towards her brother, it was clear she would not be swayed by such sentiments. Unsure of how to respond, Lin Yang offered a vague comfort. We really don't have much time to play anyway. It's not merely a matter of time. Ji Zihan exclaimed in frustration. Others say, I am my parents' prized jewel. But can you believe that I have never been to an amusement park in my entire life? That very amusement park is owned by my family. When I was younger, he even sent me to the estate, watching as I got lost until I cried for him to rescue me. How could someone like that possibly be concerned about me? As she spoke, Ji Zihan jabbed her pen into the paper, as if wishing to puncture it entirely. She turned to Lin Yang and asked, Do you understand this feeling? Lin Yang shook her head. She did not comprehend. Her family had neither an amusement park nor an estate where she could lose herself. Ji Zihan's anger only escalated as she continued, her pen stabbing into the paper with intensity. He even deducts my living expenses, wanting me to rely on him for survival. Not a chance. I would rather starve than seek sustenance from him. I curse his girlfriend to beat him daily, pressing his head into the toilet, his body wedged against the wall. No, I wish for him to remain perpetually single, never finding a partner. Whether Su Hang will remain a bachelor is uncertain, but Ji Zihan has already slapped him in the face. The following noon, in the cafeteria of the University of Science and Technology, Ji Zihan, holding a chicken leg in one hand and wiping the grease from her mouth with the other, lifted her head from her tray, her cheeks puffing out. Young, it must be said, the food in the university cafeteria is indeed more appetizing than ours. Lin Yang, munching on a rib, nodded in agreement. A significant part of her reason for attending the affiliated high school was the allure of the university's cafeteria. Delicious meals at reasonable prices. Lu Lin, burdened with numerous classes today, also opted to dine at the school, and the four of them fortuitously gathered at the same table. Two boys, having collected their meals, went to fetch soup for the girls. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a boy clad in a sleeveless shirt approached, displaying exaggeratedly muscular arms. Disregarding the occupied trays before him, and boldly sat down opposite them. Lin Yang was about to inform him of the occupied seat when he produced his phone, opened WeChat, and presented it to Ji Zihan. Freshman, you seem intriguing. Let us be friends. Ji Zihan exchanged a glance with Lin Yang and then shook her head at him, saying, Sorry, I'm a dog. She then resumed gnawing on her chicken leg, mumbling the final two words indistinctly. Aesthetic dog. The laughter that erupted around them was infectious. The boy's expression shifted, yet he showed no inclination to leave. After sizing up Lin Yang, he extended his phone toward her. Could you possibly change seats? There is someone here. Lin Yang, feigning ignorance, swallowed her food and pointed to the trays on the table as a reminder. You all look quite young. You must be freshmen, right? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Fei from the School of Physical Education. Before he could finish his introduction, he spotted Su Hang and Lu Lin approaching with soup and promptly withdrew his phone and departed. Both of them placed the soup before the girls, and Lu Lin, glancing in the direction of the departing boy, inquired, What was that about? Just as Lin Yang was about to dismiss it, Ji Zihan interjected. A bullfrog wanted to be friends with Yang Yang. Coughing abruptly, Lin Yang was taken aback by the metaphor or personification, choking on the spicy pepper in her throat. Fortunately, the convenience store was nearby, and Lu Lin quickly bought her a bottle of milk, which she drank almost entirely in one go, feeling somewhat better afterward. Throughout the meal, Lin Yang maintained an air of decorum, causing Lu Lin to frown as she added several pieces of braised pork to her bowl. I'm full. I was going to bring you 2 taro balls from the store later. Since you're satisfied then. Lu Lin hesitated, but before she could finish her thought, Lin Yang had already stuffed her mouth with the meat, sauce smeared all over her lips. Su Hang, typically silent during meals, was suddenly kicked under the table. Lifting his gaze, he found Ji Zihan glaring at him as a warning, while Lu Lin offered Lin Yong a napkin to wipe her mouth. He glanced at Lu Lin and Lin Yong, and then at the rice grain lingering at the corner of Ji Zihan's mouth. He took out a handkerchief from his chest and offered to wipe her mouth. Unable to contain herself, Ji Zihan inadvertently spewed rice all over him. In an instant, all four of them were taken aback. Ji Zihan was the first to regain her composure, frantically attempting to clean the remnants of rice from Su Heng's hair and face. This individual was not only a bespectacled oddity, but also possessed an aversion to filth. How dare he offer to wipe her mouth? Her intention was to signal him to refrain from speaking indiscriminately, forbidding him from reprimanding her in front of her friends, and certainly not to utter phrases suggesting that a girl ought to maintain a certain feminine demeanor. Chapter 46. Over the line, due to his reputation as the top student and campus heartthrob, Lu Lin had already made a name for himself at the university during military training. Su Heng, though seldom present, exuded an aura that was captivating no matter where he was. At this moment, the two were seated together, one of them having been splattered with food. Even his glasses were not spared. From their presence, an eerie silence enveloped the cafeteria within a 10-meter radius. A sharp intake of breath followed, accompanied by the sound of phones being drawn and cameras activated. The situation, however, took an unexpected turn, culminating in Ji Zihan lowering her head to apologize to Su Heng. "Brother, I am sorry. I shouldn't have spoken while eating. As a girl, I ought to behave more ladylike. Punish me by forbidding me from going out this weekend. Let me feed the horses for a week and clean up their manure. Please don't be angry. I truly understand my mistake. Don't hit me. I won't dare again." Ji Zihan, with a voice full of sorrow, managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, leaving Lin Yong utterly stunned. Unable to contain herself, she gave Ji Zihan a thumbs up from below. "What a remarkable performance. Why are you crying? When did I say I would hit you?" Su Heng furrowed his brow, reaching out to wipe her tears, but she recoiled, covering her face. "Brother, please don't hit me. I genuinely know I was wrong." Once again, silence fell over the surroundings as everyone's gaze turned to Su Heng. Lin Yong chuckled awkwardly at Lu Lin. Noticing a stray grain of rice on his shirt, she extended 2 fingers to flick it away. Observing her obedient demeanor, Lu Lin inferred the reason behind her recent attentiveness, and a sense of relief washed over him. As Lin Yong's earlier displeasure at Su Heng faded, she found him more agreeable and even offered him a couple of friendly suggestions. While it was acceptable for a brother to educate his sister, resorting to physical reprimand was certainly inappropriate. "Ha ha ha. Su Heng has his fair share of misfortune today." On their way back to the classroom, Ji Zihan was unable to contain her laughter, drawing the attention of students and teachers returning from lunch. "We must go to the university canteen again tomorrow, and from now on, let us always go." Perhaps her values had momentarily aligned with her appearance. As Lin Yong reflected on the way everyone had looked at Su Heng when they left the cafeteria, she felt a twinge of pity for him, considering he had hardly spoken throughout, and even after being splattered with food, he had displayed remarkable composure. The gaze Ji Zihan directed at him bore no trace of anger, only a sense of helplessness, perhaps even affection. Could it be? That absurd thought resurfaced in Lin Yang's mind, prompting her to silently admonish herself for indulging in fanciful notions. "Lin Yang, someone is looking for you." Just as they settled into their seats, a boy positioned at the entrance called out, prompting Lin Yang to turn and her smile to falter immediately. The boy with the pompadour leaned against the door, believing himself quite charming as he tousled his hair and smirked. "Are you coming out? Or am I coming in? Goodness, yes, back again. Where's my knife?" Ji Zihan exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, unable to suppress her irritation. Lin Yang echoed her sentiments, muttering that he must be seriously unwell. As she emerged, Zhou Hao handed the paper bag to Lin Yang, having queued for an extended period. He could not fathom why girls were so enamored with such sugary delights, which were both exorbitantly priced and difficult to procure. Yet, here he was captivated by her. If she agreed to be his girlfriend, he would procure such treats for her daily. Lin Yang, suppressing her impulse to retaliate, inquired earnestly, "Do you know what I most desire to do right now?" "No need for thanks," Zhou Hao interjected, raising an eyebrow, just something tangible like a hug. Unable to restrain herself, Lin Yang retaliated with a swift kick, initially intending to slap him, but his acne-ridden face dissuaded her from doing so. "What the hell, Lin Yang? Are you out of your mind? Why are you kicking me?" Zhou Hao exclaimed, wincing in pain. "You're the one who's insane. A kick is too lenient. Let me be clear, do not allow your friends to call me by that ridiculous title. If it happens again, I will report you." Lin Yang found it absurd that Zhou Hao, after striking her with a basketball, believed he had won her affection, persistently blocking her path and bringing his friends to call her sister-in-law. Displeased at the sight of the DeFu bag in his hands, she deemed it an affront to the establishment. Frustrated, yet unable to snatch it away, she resorted to another kick. "Stop kicking me. Can you at least let me finish speaking?" Zhou Hao persisted. "I'm serious. Lin Yang, I like you." Oh, Lin Yang inhaled deeply. "Next time, do not harbor such feelings. Consider this my misfortune." With that, she attempted to return to the classroom, but Zhou Hao blocked her way. "Misfortune? Don't you think we are destined? After all, why will my basketball hit anyone but you?" What a ludicrous rationale. Did he believe he was casting a love spell? Lin Yang had never encountered anyone so shameless. Exasperated, she shouted, asked the disciplinary director. Coincidentally, Director Xie was patrolling the halls, and Lin Yang took the opportunity to greet him. "Good afternoon, Director Xie." "Good afternoon, Director." Director Xie, aptly named for his large head, listened intently as Lin Yang recounted the events. He immediately summoned their homeroom teacher for a meeting. Early romantic entanglements were a serious matter, although Lin Yang was coerced. It did not exempt her from parental notification. The homeroom teacher's stance was merely to inform the parents, but unexpectedly, when the parents were informed, they insisted on a serious resolution. As Lin Yang pondered why Li Chuanfang was present at the school, she noticed Lu Lin entering the office. Lu Lin approached Lin Yang directly, his expression grim. "Lin Yang, when did I ever teach you to keep such entanglements from your family?" It then dawned on Lin Yang that she had listed his contact as her guardian. Before she could utter a word, Director Xie interjected as a student's guardian. "This issue is of great importance to the school. We are actively addressing it and will provide a reasonable response. If you have any solutions, please feel free to present them now. We will certainly cooperate." Lu Lin slightly nodded to him, then took out his phone and presented it to Zhou Hao, succinctly instructing him to read it aloud without missing a word. Zhou Hao, already in a state of bewilderment upon seeing Lu Lin, widened his eyes even further at the title of the article and under Lu Lin's cold gaze. He softly read it aloud. "The 99 Dangers of Early Romantic Relationships Among High School Students and the Legal Consequences of Harassment Against Minor Girls." Lu Lin raised his eyelids, his voice calm, yet powerful. Louder. Lin Yang, feeling detached from the situation, was about to inform the homeroom teacher that she would return to the classroom when Lu Lin called her back. "Listen." With a teacher present, Lin Yang dared not act out of line, standing obediently beside him, occasionally stealing glances at him, noting the tension in his jawline, which left her inexplicably uneasy. It was excessively intimidating. Upon finishing, Zhou Hao felt parched, and his gaze towards Lin Yang shifted from shamelessness to one of sorrow and indignation. Clearly, Lu Lin's approach exceeded Xie Data's comprehension. After all, reading through 99 Dangers had consumed nearly half of their break time. Lin Yang's parents. I believe Zhou Hao has recognized his mistakes. Once his parents arrive, I will discuss with them the importance of guiding their child regarding early romantic relationships. Does that sound acceptable? Lu Lin maintained a serious expression, and at this moment, he could only manage a reluctant nod. Copy this article 100 times before we proceed. Zhou Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to meet Lu Lin's gaze, and instead directed a look of sheer terror towards Lin Yang, as if she were a demon. Chapter 47. The Elephant with a Long Trunk. Lin Yang. When do you intend to change your impatient habit of loving hot tofu? After school one evening, Lin Yang purchased a meat sandwich at the school gate, savoring it as she walked. Upon hearing Lu Lin's voice, she was so startled by the heat that she instinctively bared her teeth, not having time to retract them. Since the affiliated high school is quite far from home, and Lu Lin has been exceedingly busy since the start of the school year, she has been taking the bus to school every day. Thus, when she suddenly spotted him balancing on his bicycle with one foot on the ground she momentarily found herself at a loss. You've claimed you were accustomed to it. So what is there to change? Once she regained her composure, she took a substantial bite of the meat sandwich and mumbled in response. As she spoke, she had already settled securely on the back seat of his bicycle, holding the sandwich in one hand and lightly resting the other on his waist. Lu Lin glanced back at her, refraining from answering her question, tightening his grip on the handlebars. Upon hearing this, Lin Yangyang swiftly finished the meat sandwich, grasping the fabric at his waist with both hands, and earnestly declared, "Congratulations, you won a limited edition t-shirt with the authentic flavor of Sister Zhang's meat sandwich." A few days prior, the rain had fallen and the weather had turned cooler. The journey was tranquil, with the evening breeze gently caressing them, the bicycle chain and gears producing a faint sound of friction, accompanied by the soft electric hum from the aging streetlights. Most shops along the roadside had closed, with only the convenience store at the corner still open, steam from the Odin forming a layer of mist on the glass. Had it not been for your teacher calling me, would you have chosen not to inform me or your uncle and aunt about today's events? After a moment of silence without a response, he turned his head slightly to glance back. Lin Yangyang stopped pretending to be asleep. As his words fell, the girl's fluffy head gently knocked against his back, causing the bicycle to veer slightly, only for him to quickly correct it. Although he suspected she was likely feigning sleep, Lu Lin nonetheless reduced his speed. Initially, he had intended to say more, but then deemed it unnecessary. The little sister had grown up, no longer the chubby girl who used to cry for his help when bullied. Never mind. After all, her parent had listed his number as the contact. Not hearing Lu Lin speak again, Lin Yangyang understood that the matter had been put to rest. She had indeed started off pretending to be asleep, not because she wished to evade anything, but rather out of fear that Lu Lin would make her copy 100 times the so-called 99 dangers of early romance. It should be noted that after discovering she had stayed up all night reading comics and had a nosebleed the next day, Lu Lin had found an article titled The Top 10 Dangers of Staying Up Late on Teen Health, compelling her to transcribe it a staggering 49 times. For days afterward, she could barely hold her chopsticks without trembling. Eventually, she truly fell asleep, having missed her afternoon nap. The math and physics classes that ensued were utterly exhausting. Upon reaching home, she intended to rise and sleep. At the foot of her building, still asleep, as Lu Lin spoke, he made a slight movement of his shoulder. Lin Yangyang, opening her eyes, instinctively raised her hand to wipe her mouth, and after that, used her sleeve to rub Lu Lin's back. Indeed, it was damp. With a gaze that had become a familiar sight to Lu Lin, she dismounted from her bicycle and, feeling a twinge of guilt, murmured, "I will wash it for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Lin's expression turned intriguing, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Previously, when Lin Yang had accidentally spilled some oil from spicy strips onto his shirt, he had playfully threatened her with a need for a proper wash, a jest she took to heart. Secretly, she had taken his shirt to clean it, opting to wash it by hand to demonstrate her sincere remorse. Coincidentally, the school was hosting a basketball match, and he had worn the shirt for the occasion. However, midway through the game, rain began to fall, causing his shirt to bubble up. When the game was paused due to the rain, he became the center of attention, covered in bubbles. To this day, he still believes Lin Yang orchestrated it, as she was the one laughing the loudest in the crowd. Ahem. One must understand that the reason an accident is termed as such is that it typically occurs only once. Your moment has already passed. Clearly, Lin Yang had the same thought, as she coughed lightly and playfully stuck out her tongue. Nonsense. Nonsense is still a form of reasoning. If it comes to it, you may punish me. Her eyes twinkled mischievously, akin to a cunning little fox. Isn't your company currently developing new products? Just penalize me by allowing me to test them. Sweet tooth, Lu Lin remarked about her, deeming today's incident forgiven, but he insisted that in the future, should anything similar occur, she must inform her parents. If she didn't wish to tell them, she could confide in him instead. Understood. I assure you I will inform you at the first opportunity next time. That's good to know. Lu Lin gently flicked her forehead. I'm not a mere ornament at the university. Thus, it was agreed that she would help test new products. Lin Yang, displaying remarkable magnanimity, chose not to dwell on his flick, waving him off as she ascended the stairs. Lu Lin watched her retreating figure, momentarily puzzled about what he had taken on. A corner trimmer? A product tester? A food processor? You walk ahead. As they continued, Lin Yang suddenly recalled something, darting back to hide behind Lu Lin. What's the matter? The second floor has been drying sausages for the past few days, attracting a multitude of mice. You should lead the way to shoo them off. All right, none of the above accurately described her. She was a carefree little rascal capable of tugging at one's heartstrings. When the voice-activated light turned off, Lu Lin cleared his throat, unable to suppress a smile as the light flickered back on, restoring his composure. A night devoid of dreams. The following day, upon arriving at school, Lin Yang felt as though whispers surrounded her. While fetching water, she overheard several boys huddled together, joking that the discipline director was her relative, suggesting that anyone wishing to pursue her would first need to transcribe the school rules 100 times. One boy, half-jokingly, remarked that it was quite a deal, 100 repetitions of the rules for a potential date. Lin Yang turned to look at him. The boy, initially oblivious, glanced her way after his friends gestured towards her. Classmate, do you need something? Without waiting for Lin Yang to respond, the boy who had signaled him quietly warned, She is fine. You have a matter at hand. That is 100 repetitions of the rules. The boy stood dumbfounded, his face turning beet red as he stammered, glancing between Lin Yang and his friends. The subject I referred to is a pair of elephants. Elephants with elongated trunks and ears resembling large fans, their bodies. Lin Yang finished filling her water and departed, leaving behind a boy who continued to stutter. Elephants. Elephants, what do they look like? With their large ears and plump bodies. How absurd. Fortunately, Zhou Hao no longer sought her out. In fact, he would hide at the mere sight of her. After all, she truly dared to report matters to the principal. Chapter 48. Mutual prosperity in wealthy times after the new year. The atmosphere in the class took on two extremes. The pressure from the impending final exams created a sense of gloom, while the excitement for the upcoming winter break brought a spark of joy. During breaks, rather than engaging in playful antics, many students were engrossed in their studies, recognizing that achieving good grades could potentially lead to receiving more red envelopes during the New Year festivities. Yao Yao, are you going to the restroom? As the evening study session neared its end, Ji Zihan nudged Lin Yang with her elbow. Yes, Lin Yang replied softly, completing a fill-in-the-blank question with two possible answers before standing up. Let us go. She had performed poorly in the last monthly exam due to menstrual discomfort, falling outside the top 20 in class rankings. Eager to catch up during the finals, she had been diligently reviewing, even using break times to tackle exercises. Honestly, if it weren't for us being in the same year, I would thought you were preparing for the college entrance exams tomorrow. Ji Zihan remarked as the two girls linked arms after exiting the classroom. Lin Yang sighed. You know how poorly I did last time. She had placed 24th in class, and her previous rank was merely 26th. That was due to your menstrual cramps. It doesn't reflect your true abilities. Before Ji Zihan could finish her thought, Lin Yang covered her mouth, pulling her down the corridor to observe the two figures embracing in the stairwell. The night was inherently quiet, and the spacious corridor amplified the subtle sounds of fabric rustling and the flickering of lights. They were not far away, and Lin Yang recognized the boy as Wei He, the class representative. To her, the class representative was merely a bookworm, perpetually engrossed in studies, never seen sharing a laugh with a girl. Can you believe he's actually being affectionate with a girl? They decided to take a detour to the restroom, and Lin Yang's cheeks flushed as if she had consumed a strong drink, her head swirling with excitement as she confided in Ji Zihan. Don't you think the class representative isn't as dull as he seems? He's the top student in our class, within the top 10 of the grade. Ji Zihan replied, unconvinced. Only you perceive him as dull. I'm not referring to his grades. I mean, he's not merely a bookish type. He's actually dating early and was careless enough for us to catch him. Did you just discover this? He's been dating since the start of the semester. As far as I know, he has had several partners. This one is from class 6. I believe her name is Zhao something Shui. The previous one was from our class. Yes, your desk mate. Lin Yang stared in bewilderment. How was I unaware of this? What do you know? Ji Zihan probed. All right, I admit I'm the true bookworm. By the way, do you want to go out after the exams? Ji Zihan casually asked as they exited the restroom. Where could we possibly go? Lin Yang replied, It feels like there's nothing entertaining in Hutching. This was the truth. Although Hutching had developed considerably over the past few years, with many foundational structures erected, several tourist attractions and entertainment venues were still under construction, leaving little to offer in terms of amusement. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Zihan suggested, how about visiting a hot spring? My uncle possesses a hot spring resort in the suburbs, where we can indulge in the soothing waters, alongside a film studio that is currently bustling with a crew filming a drama. I was completely unaware that such a place existed in Hutching. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "We absolutely must try it. I have never experienced a hot spring in my life." They agreed that as soon as their exams concluded, they would embark on this adventure. As they reached the doorway of their classroom, they fortuitously encountered Wei He, who had just returned from a visit. Lin Yang instinctively glanced at him, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared surprise. Had he seen what had just transpired? Wei He's amber gaze held hers without any hint of shyness. Lin Yang stood there momentarily dazed, her thoughts momentarily lost. After a brief pause, she elongated her response with a hesitant hum. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she fancied she heard him emit a soft grunt from his nose. After school, she parted ways with Ji Zihan at the school gates and, bracing herself against the wind, made her way to the bus stop. A sleek black car pulled up beside her, and the door swung open to reveal a boy clad in a black coat, whose striking demeanor and handsome features immediately drew the attention of many, including Lin Yang. However, while others regarded Lu Lin with admiration, Lin Yang was simply astonished. Lu Lin walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and remarked, "If you've seen me, why not come over?" Amidst the curious stares, Lin Yang took a seat in the passenger seat, only reacting when Lu Lin fastened her seatbelt. "Did you buy a car?" "Indeed," Lu Lin replied, gripping the steering wheel as he started the engine. "It was pre-ordered, and it just arrived." "Wow," Lin Yang marveled, feeling the luxurious leather seat beneath her, her lips making a soft clicking sound. Lu Lin shot her a glance and said, "Let us communicate respectfully. Fortune favors the bold," Lin Yang joked playfully. "From this day forth, Mr. Lu." Before she could finish, Lu Lin inhaled deeply and pointed to the storage box in front of her. "There's food inside. All for you. Feel free to take whatever you desire." With a cheerful bark, Lin Yang tore open a packet of cookies, munching as she shared her study progress and the concepts she was struggling to grasp. Lu Lin assured her that she could reach out to him with any questions. Then, shifting the conversation, he inquired, "Uncle Lu mentioned you had an argument with Annie recently?" At this, Lin Yang's expression suddenly changed, her brows furrowing in distress. "You haven't been home lately, and with Aunt Yao absent, my father is quite lenient. You can't imagine how harshly I and Xiao He have been scolded." This was indeed true. Lu Lin was aware of Li Chuanfang's affection for her, but that did not prevent her from reprimanding her. "What did Annie scold you for? What did you and Xiao He do to upset her?" "How should I know? Just trivial matters. She claimed my room resembled a pigsty, that I only indulge in gluttony, and lack any semblance of femininity. She also criticized me for being picky with food. After all these years, she knows I detest cilantro, yet still insists on putting it in my bowl. Naturally, I was furious, not realizing it until now." Lin Yang indeed felt a twinge of grievance. Recently, she had quarreled several times with Li Chuanfang. Each argument was trivial, yet collectively they bore a weight of significance. As Lu Lin listened to her voice, tinged with a hint of tears, he felt both amused and pained. "From now on, I'll always return home," he said. Just as they reached the entrance of the community, he signaled and turned the car into the parking lot. He unbuckled his seatbelt and handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. "Stop crying. Go home and get a good night's sleep. I'll have a word with Annie tomorrow." Lin Yang, with unexpected boldness, replied, "I wish you were my mother." "Don't speak nonsense," Lu Lin lightly reprimanded, before adding, "I am your elder brother. It is only natural for the elder brother to protect his younger sibling. Then go tell my mother not to put cilantro in my bowl, and that the vase next to the television was truly broken by Xiao He, not me." "All right, I shall convey that." Lu Lin playfully pinched her nose. "No more tears. Tomorrow, I will bake you a cake shaped like a kitten." "A kitten-shaped cake? I want to eat it in front of Xiao He." Lin Yang's tears transformed into laughter. Very well. I will make two, and we'll enjoy together, he chuckled, retrieving two tissues from the central console for her to wipe her nose. Lin Yang took the tissue, forcefully blew her nose, and then wiped away her tears with her hand. As they reached the door of Lin Yang's home, Lu Lin affectionately ruffled her hair. Go inside. Get a good night's sleep. I'll come to see Annie tomorrow. Make sure you sleep early too. With the thought of Lu Lin speaking on her behalf, Lin Yang felt a surge of confidence. All the grievances of the past few days dissipated. She nodded and flashed him a bright smile. Good night. Good night. Chapter 49. With Lu Lin by her side, the following day at noon, after finishing her meal, Lin Yang was confronted by a girl blocking her path. You are Lin Yang. You're rather unremarkable, the girl stated, towering over her by half a head, scrutinizing her with a condescending gaze. Lin Yang, perplexed, furrowed her brow and asked, And you are? The girl crossed her arms, her eyes brimming with both fury and disdain. What are you pretending for? I am Zhao Yingxue. Zhao Yingxue? Upon witnessing Lin Yang's blank expression, Zhao Yingxue was incensed, her frustration boiling over as she invoked Wei He's name. Wei He. I am Wei He's girlfriend. Recalling the scene from the previous night, Lin Yang slowly nodded. Oh, I warn you. Stop using your connection with Xie Datu to spread rumors. Wei He is mine. Don't think that just because you managed to separate us, you can be with him. Lin Yang finally grasped the situation. This girl had been dating Wei He and, upon being discovered by a teacher, mistakenly believed that Lin Yang had feelings for him. As a result, she reported them for early romance in an attempt to break them apart. Her initial reaction was one of misfortune, realizing that she had merely stolen a glance the night before, yet had been burdened with such heavy accusations. Adhering to the principle of clarifying misunderstandings promptly, she responded with a kind demeanor. Let me clarify. You have warned the wrong person. I do not like Wei He. I have no association with Director Xie, and I have not disclosed your relationship to anyone. Of course, Yu Wen-ti admitted. Zhao Yingxue scoffed, her tone dripping with arrogance. Just stay away from Wei He, or else you'll regret it. There's a saying that one can never awaken a person who is pretending to sleep. Lin Yang thought that it was not just pretending to sleep. It was as if they were feigning death, and even a beating might not rouse them, let alone a call. She was at a loss for words and managed to squeeze out two dry sentences. Firstly, girls your age should focus on their studies. Secondly, I wish you a long and happy union. With that, she walked away, leaving Zhao Yingxue fuming in her wake, cursing under her breath. She had harbored feelings for Wei He for a long time, even though he often treated her with indifference when they were together. Yet, she still cherished him. After finally mustering the courage to kiss him yesterday, she found herself reported today. To make matters worse, Wei He had proposed breaking up with her, citing the school's prohibition on early romance, and had subsequently blocked her. Lin Yang, preoccupied with her impending final exams, paid little heed to this minor episode until after the tests concluded. The class monitor's birthday arrived, and he invited the entire class out for a meal. With 14 people, a single table was insufficient, and it was unnecessary to set up two, so they simply squeezed in a few plastic stools. Lin Yang sat beside Ji Zihan, while on the other side was a typically quiet girl from their class. However, when Wei He arrived, he promptly pulled a chair and inserted himself between them. Lin Yang glanced at him, but found it rather normal, as their side indeed appeared to require more space. The class monitor was quite the character. Though he was talkative, he always managed to hit the nail on the head, ensuring that there were no lulls in conversation, making the meal fairly enjoyable. After dining, a few boys clamored to go karaoke, but Lin Yang was disinterested. She voiced her intention to leave early, saying she had matters to attend to. I'll see you off. Suddenly, Wei He, who had been quietly handling his chopsticks, spoke up. Lin Yang was still processing this when Ji Zihan, ever the gossip, turned her curious gaze toward them. What was happening? Wei He maintained a nonchalant expression and casually remarked, Let us go. The table was filled with varied expressions. Some were teasing, while others sighed in disbelief. Most of the teasing came from the boys, but several girls present had subtly shown interest in Wei He. His decision to sit next to Lin Yang had already raised eyebrows, and now his offer to escort her home only intensified the situation. Anyone with a semblance of sight could discern his intentions. Wei He stood up, grasping his jacket that had been draped over the back of his chair. Let us go. I'll walk you home. No, I can go back by myself, she protested. It's unsafe for a girl to return alone. Let Wei He take you. A boy interrupted, winking mischievously at Wei He. Exactly, Lin Yang, just given the chance to take you home, another chimed in. The crowd was thoroughly entertained. Yi Zihan, observing the way Wei He looked at Lin Yang, began to grasp the situation and was taken aback. She playfully rapped the table, feigning authority. What are you all laughing about? I came with Yang Yang, so she'll go with me. Yes, Lin Yang quickly agreed. I'll just leave with Zihan. With a loud scrape, a plastic stool met the floor. Wei He coldly remarked, then don't go. He turned and strode away. A chorus of bewildered expressions met his departure. Lin Yang looked at Ji Zihan, utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Wei He's sudden shift in demeanor. Did he have feelings for me? Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Yang, upon hearing Ji Zihan's comments, feigned surprise. That's impossible. We've barely exchanged 2 sentences. She immediately dismissed the notion, but then recalled the incident with Zhao Yingxue and turned to Ji Zihan. Could it be revenge? Pretending to like me just to reject me later? I didn't mention it before, but that girl we saw in the hallway. She approached me, thinking I reported them for dating and caused their breakup. That seems unlikely, Ji Zihan countered, shaking her head. I could believe Zhao Yingxue would seek revenge, but Wei He wouldn't bother with that. With his good grades and handsome looks, he has plenty of girls vying for his attention. He would need to stoop to such antics over someone like Zhao Yingxue. However, Ji Zihan found it surprising that Wei He might actually be interested in Lin Yang. After all, his previous girlfriends had all been slender and tall, while Lin Yang was more on the plump side, distinctly different from Zhao Yingxue. But what if? Lin Yang remained skeptical about Wei He's affections, and I just offended him in front of so many people. What if he decides to make my life difficult? Ji Zihan glanced at her knowingly. You have Lu Lin. What do you have to fear? True. Lin Yang tilted her head thoughtfully. What is Wei He compared to Lu Lin? Chapter 50. That day upon returning, many inquired of Lin Yang regarding the situation between her and Wei He. Lin Yang responded to each one, asserting that there was nothing amiss. Who could fathom the whims of that young couple? As for whether Wei He harbored any feelings for her, only he possessed that knowledge. As with years past, on New Year's Eve, Lin Wei took Li Chuanfang and Lin Yang back to their hometown to celebrate the festival, returning after the 5th day of the new year. The couple loaded their vehicle with items for visiting relatives while Lin Yang assisted, greeting passing neighbors with polite cheer. Happy New Year, Grandpa Zhang. Happy New Year, Yang Yang. The elderly man replied warmly, his red-brown tang suit lending him an air of benevolence. He turned to Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei. Isn't Xiao Lin on duty this new year? It's good. You seldom take a break. Now you have the opportunity to bring the child back to see the elders. Lin Wei closed the trunk, his face alight with a familiar smile as he exchanged pleasantries with the old neighbor. Happy New Year, Uncle Zhang. It's been quite a while since we last visited. We're taking the child back to see the elders and will come by to pay our respects. Drive safely on your way. After some cordial exchanges, the family finally set off, the car laden with a multitude of bags, leaving just enough space for Lin Yang in the back seat. The journey was fraught with traffic, the vehicle lurching forward intermittently. What should have been a 2-hour drive extended into an agonizing wait to exit the city. Fortunately, once they broke free from the urban confines, the roads became clearer. Through the window, Lin Yang glimpsed the sparse mountain forests. Seeing the mountains filled her with a burgeoning sense of joy. In the class group chat, well wishes circulated, her phone buzzing incessantly in her pocket. She retrieved her device and sent a message wishing everyone a Happy New Year, only for a new notification to pop up. Happy New Year, Yang Yang. May the new year bring you safety and joy. Your red envelope will be given when Annie returns. The message was from Yao Yu. Lin Yang's eyes widened momentarily as she stared at the latter part of the message, turning to Li Chuanfang. Mom, where has Annie Yao gone? Is she not coming back for the new year? Your Auntie Yao dislikes the cold. Nansheng has a warmer climate, and your Uncle Song took her there at the beginning of the month. She likely won't return until spring. What about Lu Lin? Lin Yang's tone conveyed her anxiety. If I had known, I would have had him come back with us. She pulled out her phone. I'll call him now. I've already asked. He doesn't want to come, Li Chuanfang replied. Besides, he has somewhere else to go. Spending the new year in Nansheng with them is just as good. And who knows, Auntie Yao and Uncle Song might return after all. Lin Yang outright dismissed the former notion. Based on her understanding of Lu Lin, he would rather spend the New Year alone than seek out the bustle in Nanching. As for the latter, with it being New Year's Eve, if Auntie Yao intended to return, she would have done so by now. A wave of melancholy washed over her, coupled with a tinge of discontent towards Yao Yu on Lu Lin's behalf. It wasn't that Auntie Yao should not pursue her own happiness. Rather, Lu Lin deserved love as well. Moreover, everything she had now was a result of his steadfast efforts. Lin Yang nearly voiced her intention to Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang that she wouldn't return, yet the words caught in her throat. Grandfather and grandmother had not seen them for a long time. Knowing they would return for the new year, preparations had begun well in advance. The usual reluctance to purchase delicacies had vanished, and the house was tidied up. If she were to suddenly announce her decision not to return, it would undoubtedly sadden them. Yet, the thought of the joyous atmosphere surrounding the neighborhood, while Lu Lin remained alone at home, filled her with profound sorrow. The household he had painstakingly built now seemed to exist solely for him. As the car entered the village, it began to jolt. Upon arriving at her grandparents' house, Lin Yang opened the car door and squatted by the small ditch at the entrance to vomit. Grandmother, who had been waiting at the door, hurried over to pat her back and called for grandfather to bring warm water for her to rinse her mouth. With a pained expression, she said to Lin Wei, "Second, you must not come back next year. Yang Yang suffers too much like this." Grandmother had 2 sons and a daughter, and Lin Wei was the second-born. Once the children grew up, the elderly couple began to refer to them by their birth order. Lin Yang quickly replied, "Grandma, I'll be fine after throwing up. It's nothing." Grandmother insisted on leading her inside, saying it was nothing, but noticing Lin Yang's pallor, she urged her to rest. While Lin Yang was forcibly ushered into the room, she did not sleep. Once her grandmother exited, she called Lu Lin. "Have you arrived?" The call connected almost instantly. "Yes, just got here." Hearing her weak voice, Lu Lin frowned. "Are you feeling sick again? If you're unwell, you should rest." "I'm fine," Lin Yang replied. Shaking her head through the phone, "I've already thrown up." She continued, "Why didn't you tell me your mom wasn't coming back for the new year? Doesn't that mean you'll be alone this year?" Her voice was heavy with sadness. There was a brief pause on the other end before he chuckled lightly. "I'm not a child. What's wrong with spending the new year alone?" Though he spoke lightly, Lin Yang felt a deep sorrow. He no longer had a father, and his mother had a new family. Watching her grandparents bustling about through the window, she earnestly proposed, "Why don't you come to my hometown and celebrate the new year with us? My grandparents cook exceptionally well, and the dog is very well behaved. Plus the little ducklings are adorable." Lu Lin sat on the couch, the television muted. He gazed absently at the images on the screen, quietly listening to the lively sounds on the other end of the call. "My grandfather also grows oranges, and my cousin is back. He can climb trees. I'll have him pick some for you." Lin Yang persistently invited him. "Really, come? I'll take you crab catching." Firecrackers exploded in the neighborhood, crackling incessantly. Lu Lin stood up to close the window, and after Lin Yang finished speaking, he jokingly remarked, "Lin Yang, you haven't wished me a happy new year yet." Hearing his evident attempt to change the subject made Lin Yang's eyes sting with tears, and she replied, "Not just for the new year. I hope you find joy every single day." Undeterred, she asked once more, "Are you really not coming? If you do, I'll come to pick you up." Lu Lin understood that the young girl was concerned he would feel lonely during the new year, and he wished he could drive over immediately. However, it was not possible at this moment. Merely being a neighbor is insufficient. "You should remain at home, dutifully accompanying your grandparents. I shall visit when the opportunity arises." The sunflower specimen upon the table continues to radiate brilliance, and Lu Lin's heart softens like a pool of water as he both comforts and advises her. "Do not venture up the mountain unnecessarily, nor approach the water's edge. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. Most importantly, I wish for his little friend a new year filled with peace, joy, and ease, free from worries and obstacles, with all things aligning in his favor." Although the festivities outside hold no relevance to him, he remains filled with joy. Despite that place's former dilapidation, it has been mended snugly by his little tail. From this, He has come to believe that certain things are not merely figments of the imagination. For instance, what is persistently remembered will surely resonate. Chapter 51. The indulgence of Lin Yang spent 5 days in her hometown, during which she refrained from joining the local children in their firecracker festivities. Her days were consumed either by visiting relatives with her parents or by staying at home with her grandparents, warming themselves by the fire. On the 6th day of the new year, as they prepared to return to Huqing, her cousin returned from outside, carrying a bag of oranges. His shoes and pants caked in mud, panting heavily. "Xiao Huan, why did you pick so many oranges?" Lin's grandmother exclaimed as she hurried outside to greet him. Lin Zihuan placed the bag on the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow, and declared loudly, "My sister said they are delicious." Lin Yang glanced at her cousin, feeling a swell of emotion. He was merely 13, brimming with mischief, and even the large goose in the yard would avoid him. Yet he remembered a casual remark she had made. At that moment, her aunt scolded him for dirtying his freshly changed pants, but he remained silent, beaming at her as he pointed to the bag of oranges. "Sister, I just picked these. They are so fresh. I brought them back for you to enjoy." Li Chuanfang chuckled, teasing, "Who says our Xiao Huan is thoughtless? At such a young age, he knows how to pamper girls. He will surely grow into a warm-hearted man. It is but a few oranges. As long as my sister loves them, I would cultivate an entire mountain of oranges for her," Lin Zihuan stated matter-of-factly, lifting his chin with pride. Lin Yang was accustomed to her cousin's flattery, smiling as she peeled an orange, savoring its sweetness before sharing it with him. "The oranges picked by our Xiao Huan are indeed sweet." "Of course, I only picked the largest ones," he replied, his delight growing as he noticed her enjoyment. He hastily stuffed the bag of oranges into the car, anxious that they might be squished, even finding a foam box to protect them. Every reunion is a farewell, and every parting is a promise of a future meeting. What will we possibly do at home? You're busy with work. Make sure to rest when you can and do not feel the need to rush back home. Have we packed everything? Drive carefully on the road, and call when you arrive. After the old couple watched the car disappear around the corner, they slowly turned to tidy up the remnants left by the lively days that had passed. During the spring festival, traffic is invariably congested. The return to the city is often more arduous than the departure. Even though Lin Yang and her family left early, they still arrived home in the afternoon. Li Chuanfang instructed Lin Wei to park at the entrance of their community, suggesting he buy some items at the supermarket to bring to their colleagues and neighbors for New Year greetings. Upon exiting the car, she noticed Lin Yang still distractedly sitting inside, which puzzled her. Knowing that Lin Yang felt a twinge of sadness spending the New Year alone due to Lu Lin. She had assumed that after days of unappetizing meals at her hometown, Lin Yang would rush upstairs as soon as they returned. "Why are you still sitting there? Aren't you going to pay New Year visits? We have our greetings to make, and you have yours," Li Chuanfang said, looking at her disapprovingly. "Lu Lin treats you so well, yet you have not prepared to wish him a happy New Year. Why didn't you say so earlier?" With that, Lin Yang jumped out of the car and dashed away. Li Chuanfang shook her head in resignation. She had not taught Lin Yang to visit empty-handed during New Year greetings. Lin Yang possessed a key to Lu Lin's home. As she entered, she noticed the curtains drawn tight, casting the room into darkness, as though no one were present. "Lu Lin?" She first pulled back the curtains before knocking on Lu Lin's door. "Is he not here?" No one answered. She murmured in confusion, pushing the door open. Inside, it remained shrouded in darkness, revealing only the shape of a person lying beneath a mound of blankets. Lu Lin was not one to indulge in excessive sleep. If he were resting at such an hour, it was likely due to an ailment. Indeed, upon feeling his feverish forehead, Lin Yang was struck with a mix of concern and irritation. It pained her to think he was alone during the New Year, suffering so severely, and she was vexed that he had not informed her of his illness. Stubborn as he was, he refused to heed her, and she lamented that if she had known, she should have simply knocked him unconscious and taken him home. Lu, the obstinate mule. Lu, the great goose. Lu, the little black one. Lu while he remained in slumber. She huffed and poked his cheek, preparing to prod him again when the figure in bed suddenly spoke. "Lin Yang, I can't hear you." Lu Lin had been asleep for quite some time, and as dizziness enveloped him, he initially thought he was hallucinating from the fever when he saw Lin Yang. To his surprise, He then heard her scolding him. Lin Yang, instead of feeling embarrassed at being caught, was quite irate as she inquired, "Why didn't you tell me you were ill? Why are you back so soon?" They both spoke simultaneously, but Lu Lin's voice remained hoarse, and he couldn't help but cough lightly after responding. "What do you mean, so soon? Didn't I tell you I would return on the 6th day of the new year?" Lin Yang gazed at him in disbelief. "You don't mean to say you've been feverish for days and lost track of the date?" "No, I just woke up and feel a bit dizzy." Lu Lin propped himself up, leaning against the headboard. Upon reaching for his phone, he realized he had indeed slept for an entire day. He had anticipated Lin Yang returning today to bake her a cake, but he hadn't heard his alarm at all. It seemed that illness truly rendered one vulnerable. His throat felt parched and scratchy. Covering his mouth and nose, he suppressed the urge to cough and said seriously, "You should go back. Don't come up for the next few days, or you might catch it too." "I want to go," Lin Yang retorted without a second thought, then reproached him. "It's one thing for you not to tell me you're sick, but now that I've come to see you, you want to send me away." "Lin Yang, let's be reasonable," Lu Lin replied helplessly. "How can you scold me when I'm sick?" His eyes, appearing somewhat haggard due to his illness, added a tinge of vulnerability to his words. Lin Yang remained unmoved. She grabbed the medication from the bedside, examined the instructions, and meticulously extracted the capsules from their blister pack, her expression and demeanor fierce. "Who told you not to inform me when you fell ill? Be obedient. Go home, I want tea. Don't be angry. Once I'm better, I'll bake you a little cake, all right?" Lin Yang thrust the medicine in front of him, still stern. "You're in this condition, and you want to eat cake? Take your medicine." Lu Lin, devoid of any strength, without a second thought, leaned down to take the medicine from her hand. Their skin met. His warm lips brushed against her cool palm, sending shivers down their spines. Yet Lin Yang dismissed the moment, noticing his feeble state, and simply lifted a cup to his lips. "Drink some water." After finishing his water, Lu Lin instinctively licked his lips. Lin Yang observed his nearly cracked lips and poured another glass for him. Once he finished, she inquired, "Would you like more?" Lu Lin gently shook his head. Lin Yang placed the cup back on the table, and the room was instantly enveloped in silence. It was peculiar that, despite their unfamiliarity, it was in such an environment that one could feel awkward. Yet, she had been following Lu Lin since she could remember, and now she found herself feeling uneasy. How to put it, the ailing Lu Lin seemed particularly alluring. Chapter 52. He is quite an enigma. Hungry? Perhaps her gaze was too unabashed, as Lu Lin quickly discerned her subtle actions of biting her lip and swallowing hard, leading him to believe she was famished. Enraptured by her beauty, Lin Yang barely registered his words, nodding unconsciously. Acknowledging her insatiable appetite, Lu Lin sighed in resignation. "There is hardly anything to eat at home. You may rest here for a while. I will go prepare some noodles." Lacking energy, he propped himself up from the bed, donned the coat at the foot of the bed, and lifted a corner of the blanket to indicate she could sit beside him. "What are you doing?" Lin Yang regained her senses and awkwardly shifted her legs. "Oh, I suppose I am hungry." "Yes, I am indeed hungry." She shook her head, attempting to hypnotize herself, wondering how she had perceived such delectable allure in Lu Lin's presence. Once the water was boiling, noticing her still seated in the chair, he insisted she move to the bed. The water would take a moment to reach a boil, and the chair was cold. It was better to sit on the bed. "Oh," observing him, weak and coughing hoarsely, yet still intent on preparing noodles for himself, while she occupied his bed, Lin Yang felt quite inconsiderate. However, it seemed ungracious to invite him back now. Filled with guilt, she lay down. In truth, during their elementary school years, she often commandeered his bed, hiding prohibited items from Li Chuanfang in his room, spending weekends at his place more than in her own home. Yet, as they entered middle school, the distinction between genders became apparent, and she seldom sat on his bed thereafter. Strangely, she recalled how they used to burrow under his covers reading comics, rolling about on his bed, even using his sheets as capes, playing the roles of Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian. Now, merely leaning against it and inhaling the faint scent of Lu Lin, a wave of unease washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush. Could she have truly caught his affliction? Listening to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Lin Yang's eyelids grew heavy, and she unexpectedly dozed off. It was hardly surprising. During her recent stay at home, she had slept in a room at the back of the yard, enduring nightly dog barks and morning calls from chickens and ducks, resulting in rather poor rest. When Lu Lin entered with the noodles, he was taken aback to find her asleep, momentarily at a loss for words. It was just like her. Truly, concerned he might be alone during the new year, she was the first to seek him out upon her return. He was the one who fell ill, yet she was the one who felt both hungry and fatigued. It was she who had fallen asleep again after he had prepared the noodles. But she was Lin Yang. It was only fitting that he endeavored to win her favor. Noticing the faint weariness in her features, Lu Lin quietly carried the noodles back to the kitchen. Upon returning, he carefully adjusted her into a more comfortable sleeping position. After drawing the curtains to shield her from the cold, he retrieved a blanket from the cupboard, draping it over her. Once he had completed these tasks, he gently brushed his fingers across her forehead. Only you, the one who could render him ill yet still require his care. Typically, after the Lantern Festival, schools in Huqing would gradually resume, and the affiliated middle school was no exception. The new semester commenced shortly after the festivities. Last semester, as everyone embarked on their first journey into high school, I refrained from exerting too much oversight. However, with this semester leading to the division of disciplines, I hope you all have a clearer understanding of the path ahead. There are voices online suggesting that effort does not guarantee success. While a lack of effort might bring ease, the teacher does not refute this notion. Yet, I reiterate, now is the time to strive wholeheartedly, for it will imbue you with confidence in all future endeavors. Once all the classmates had gathered, Lin Yang's homeroom teacher, leaning on a thermos, delivered an impassioned speech from a podium. Children, how can one not be exuberant in the spring? The reeds aspire to touch the heavens. Wild grasses flourish wildly, and youth is at its zenith. You are all exceptional, and I eagerly anticipate your soaring ambitions. A bold voice from the back shouted, "Brave flight, homeroom." Others chimed in, "Experimental class, A shall endure." Observing the lively bunch, the homeroom teacher quietly closed the door, contemplated for a moment, then reopened it, propping it with a stool. He ascended the podium once more, his gentle gaze sweeping across each student. "Let us all soar together. No one shall be left behind." The teacher's words heralded a promising start to the new semester. Despite being mere first-year students, everyone maintained a remarkable sense of propriety. Playful yet committed, their enthusiasm for learning unwavering. From the inaugural monthly exam to the midterm, the class excelled, achieving the highest average scores across all subjects, solidifying the status of Experimental Class A. The midterm exam was a collaborative effort among 8 schools surrounding Huqing, and both teachers and students invested significant energy into their preparations. Once the results were announced, and the dust settled, Ji Zihan and Lin Yang decided to unwind with a shopping excursion. As mealtime approached, they entered a hot pot restaurant, where Ji Zihan, unable to tolerate spice, turned crimson even at the slightest heat. Fanning herself, she inquired of Lin Yang, with the intention form for discipline selection approaching. "Have you decided on arts or sciences?" Lin Yang replied, "Not yet, but I lean more towards sciences." Ji Zihan, having been intimidated by the spice, fished a piece of potato from the clear broth and declared, "I have decided on sciences." Lin Yang, taken aback, recalled Ji Zihan's previous desire to study the arts, especially given her less-than-stellar performance in chemistry compared to her impressive ranking in politics, history, and geography. "I considered it. I prefer conducting experiments over rote memorization. Besides, if I choose the arts, I would have to transfer to another class, and frankly, I'm quite reluctant to leave our class." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Her spirits lifted as she exclaimed, "Then we can continue sitting together." Ji Zihan joyfully raised her cup in celebration, then, with a serious demeanor, added, "As far as I know, Wei He is also opting for sciences." This revelation puzzled Lin Yang, for Wei He had inexplicably become her desk mate this semester. He had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. Rather, during instances when the teacher posed questions and she faltered, he would quietly provide her with the answers from behind. Yet, there were moments when he seemed inexplicably irate. "He is quite an enigma," she mused. "What makes him so peculiar? What did he say to you the other day when he called you outside? Your desk mate has me utterly curious. Please elaborate." The night before last, during the evening study session, The atmosphere had become somewhat relaxed following a recent examination. The homeroom teacher, with a sweeping gesture, decided to show a film to the class. It was a classic inspirational movie, and despite it being a study session, the entire class was engrossed. Just as the film reached its climax, depicting the protagonist's resurgence after a period of adversity, Wei He suddenly called his desk mate away. Ji Zihan had refrained from asking for 2 days, but her curiosity was nearing its peak. She glanced at Lin Yang and then at the boxes of beer piled on the floor, her anticipation growing. "Have you ever had beer?" she inquired. "I have," Lin Yang replied with a nod. "Sometimes when we go out for barbecue. Lin Wei and Lu Lin will have a few drinks and offer me a small cup." Upon hearing this affirmative response, the excitement in Ji Zihan's eyes was unmistakable. She eagerly rolled up her sleeves and went to the front desk to request 2 bottles of beer. Chapter 53. Abba, he spoke to me about his former girlfriends. I responded with his apparent fondness. Ji Zihan blurted out, only to halt abruptly upon realizing the outcome was far from her expectations. Her gaze shifted from me to her forehead, now adorned with a multitude of question marks. Didn't he confess his feelings to you, yet chose to discuss his exes? And exes, plural? You must find it baffling as well. Lin Yang glanced at her and continued. He mentioned that all his previous relationships were initiated by them, as he was merely bored at the time. I believe Ji Zihan shared her perspective. He might be concerned about inciting your jealousy. But we have no relationship. What would he have to fear regarding my jealousy? Wei He is not Zhou Hao. He has never explicitly expressed affection for her, nor has he been persistently clingy. In fact, aside from a slight disrespect towards his ex-girlfriends, he is remarkably accomplished, always the top of his class, with exceptionally fluent English and proficiency in French, and I have heard he plays the violin splendidly. Such a young man should be forthright in his affections. However, Wei He gives her a sense of exploration or perhaps teasing. Ji Zihan, ever the gossip, pressed on, aside from his exes, what else did he share with you? Nothing much, just, why is your face so flushed? Before Lin Yang could finish her thought, she noticed Ji Zihan's face was unusually red, and upon glancing at the beer before her, she realized it was nearly empty. Oh dear, how have you consumed so much? She quickly inquired, are you feeling drunk? Not at all, Ji Zihan replied while covering her face. Is my face really that red? Lin Yang nodded emphatically, very red indeed. After a brief pause, Ji Zihan suddenly recalled something and slowly spoke. What's the date today? The 13th. Oh no, Ji Zihan murmured, covering her face as if the apocalypse had arrived, genuinely appearing intoxicated. Yang, if I don't make it to school next week, it's quite possible that I have departed from this world. I still have a bag of cheese sticks and spicy chicken feet in my desk. You can have them. Is it really that serious? Lin Yang was alarmed. I'll take you to the hospital right away. She hurriedly rose, but Ji Zihan suddenly embraced her, sobbing. Boo-hoo, let me tell you a scary story. I forgot that four-eyed Wang Ba returned today. I fear I won't live to see that day when Wang Ba kicks his legs. Oh no, she is truly intoxicated. Lin Yang hailed a taxi to take her home, fervently praying that her brother was not at home. As luck would have it, just as they arrived at the door, they coincidentally ran into Su Heng, who had just returned home as well. Ji Zihan was still rambling incoherently, her mind barely alert. Upon spotting Su Heng, her first instinct was to retract her foot from the car window and cover her face, hiding behind the glass. However, it was clearly too late. Su Heng had already seen her. Ji Xiaobao. He did not directly reach for the car door, but instead stood outside, tapping on the window. I'll count to 3. You come out yourself. Despite having encountered Su Heng numerous times, Lin Yang still felt a flush of warmth upon seeing him. She helped the still stammering Ji Zihan out of the car and respectfully nodded at him. Please do not be upset. Zihan is quite well behaved. She often speaks of you, claiming that you treat her the best. She's making an effort to compensate. The inebriated individual suddenly begins to sing. Although her words are slurred, one can barely discern the melody. La la la. Su Heng is quite the scoundrel, with a shell upon his back, a tiny tuft at the end, eyes smaller than mung beans, and a head. Had I known that Ji Zihan would behave in such a manner when intoxicated, Lin Yang would have done everything in her power to prevent her from acquiring 2 bottles of beer. Now, she dares not even lift her head, fearing Su Hong might take her down as well. Thank you for returning, Xiao Bao. Su Hong took Ji Han from Lin Yang's hands, his tone devoid of coldness, revealing his excellent upbringing. Only then did Lin Yang muster the courage to glance at him. Of course, you should promptly take her to rest. After casting a glance at her, Su Hong carried Ji Han away, leaving Lin Yang feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, while simultaneously worrying for Ji Han. On the way back, she leaned against the car, contemplating whether to call Ji Han upon her return to confirm her safety, while also pondering what way he truly intended. It was already May, with a hint of warmth in the air. Lin Yang rolled down the car window, allowing the wind to rush in, though it hardly dissipated the lingering scent of alcohol in her mouth. Almost forgot, she had one upstairs as well. Let's hope she does not encounter Lu Lin upon her return. At the intersection, the traffic lights shifted and vehicles converged. Wei He, seated in the car, found himself momentarily lost in thought as he glimpsed a figure fleeting by in the adjacent vehicle. His first reaction was that she was not in her school uniform today. His second realization was that it was rather serendipitous. It had seemed that such coincidences were not uncommon. That day, while playing basketball on the playground, Zhou Hao, that fool, failed to score a single basket and even hit someone with the ball. At the time, he thought little of it, merely recognizing the girl who had been struck as a classmate. Later, upon learning they were in the same class, Zhou Hao inquired whether she had a boyfriend. He had no idea, casually remarking that he was unsure. Zhou Hao, that fool, asked him to keep an eye on her. He was merely being dismissive at the time. Yet, before long, he found himself genuinely paying attention. The girl was clearly single, always zipping her school uniform all the way to the top with disheveled hair, frequently nibbling on pen caps and spending her days either reading or doing homework. During every recess, she would visit the vending machine, devouring a sandwich and 2 tea eggs, always opting for the larger cup of soy milk and indulging in a dessert box at noon, shaking her head in delight as if she were experiencing culinary ecstasy. After evening study sessions, she would order a full house for her pancake and request 2 extra eggs for her egg-filled pancake. She was well acquainted with the vendors at the vending machine and those at the school gate, greeting them whenever she saw them. When buying pan-fried dumplings, the vendor would give her 12 for 5 yuan, while he only received 10 for the same amount. Oh, she would also secretly hide in the equipment room, crying, only to later encourage herself, insisting that she would succeed, that one day she would rank among the top 10 in her grade. He found it amusing, unable to fathom that such a whimsical individual truly existed in real life. Later, he learned that she had reported Zhou Hao to Xie Datu, who was aware that she had an older brother comparable to a strict dean. Eventually, one evening during study hall, Zhao Yingxue called him outside, claiming she had a surprise for him. He never anticipated that the surprise she spoke of was her first kiss, which fortuitously caught the attention of Lin Yang. The following day, he ended his relationship with Zhao Yingxue, a decision he proactively communicated to Xie Datu. In a moment of folly, he succumbed to the rumors that Lin Yang and Xie Datu were relatives. Absurdly, he thought this would leave a favorable impression on Xie Datu. He was aware that Zhao Yingxue sought her out, yet she earnestly wished them a harmonious union. What should have been a blessing felt to him like a curse. Wei He mused that his intrigue for Lin Yang likely began at that very moment. If one were to consider an earlier time, he would concede that as well. Chapter 54. With nothing else to offer, I can only embrace you in early June. The decision regarding the separation of Chinese and science classes was officially finalized. In Lin Yang's class, fewer than 10 students opted for the humanities track, yet a farewell party was organized nonetheless. The boys faced their first taste of separation, the distance between the upper and lower floors seeming both close and distant. Children, do not rush. Take your time. As the farewell gathering concluded, those transitioning to the humanities class began to relocate. Some began to pack their books, while the homeroom teacher stood at the podium attempting to maintain order. Though his efforts proved futile, as students continued to rustle about with considerable noise. Zhao Yifan, what are you so fervently packing? If I recall correctly, you chose the science track, did you not? The teacher rapped on the blackboard and called out to the boy in the third row by the window. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the classroom to hear. The collective gaze turned towards the boy, who was fully packed, prompting laughter among the students. Are you moving for the humanities class? I thought it was the science students moving. Zhao Yifan's face flushed crimson as he pulled more books from his backpack. Those moving to the new classroom need not hurry. We have ample time. Let's check if the eraser is still intact, whether the pen cap is still there, and if I return my deskmate's notes. The clamor gradually subsided as the homeroom teacher's soothing tone reached each ear. There's no rush to organize the exam papers. We can take our time with the books. We have enough time left to bid a proper farewell. At this, the teacher cast a gentle smile at the students below. I will guide you to this point, hoping that you will not halt your progress in your new classes. When faced with difficulties, confront them head-on. There is no need to endure grievances. Class A of the experimental program will always be here. Before the teacher's words could fully settle, some students felt their eyes welling up. A few girls discreetly wiped away tears, while those packing their belongings slowed their movements. Those departing and those remaining exchanged encouragement, their eyes glistening with emotion. We must all strive forward. Let us promise to meet again at the pinnacle. You shall conquer the humanities class, while I will continue to support our class from the bottom. In the future, we will be an unstoppable duo, making waves at university. Get lost. I will come find you then. Goodbye. The classroom was chaotic, filled with heavy desks burdened by books. The fan spun so quickly that the shadows of its blades were indistinct. The crumpled exam papers had no time to be smoothed out, as those departing embraced each other with laughter and heartfelt farewells. It felt as though the classroom had emptied. Gazing at the now vacant spot to her left, Lin Yong set down her pen, her expression melancholic. Indeed, Ji Zhihan replied, her voice subdued, lacking in vigor. Though their relationship was not particularly close, there was an undeniable emptiness within her. It was curious. Despite only a few desks being absent, the classroom felt as though it had lost half of its essence. The noise echoed, amplifying the sense of vacancy, and after a brief rustle, silence enveloped the room once more, only to soon erupt again with the arrival of new faces. The sense of loss seemed to weigh heavier on Lin Yang. She shook her head, attempting to cast aside the worries stemming from the division of subjects. Yet her unease only intensified, her eyelids twitching inexplicably. The left eye signifies fortune, while the right foretells misfortune. Lin Yang was not particularly superstitious, yet for reasons unknown. Anxiety gnawed at her. It was not until the afternoon after school that she learned from Wei He that indeed, a crisis had emerged. Someone had suffered from severe diarrhea after consuming food from the DeFu establishment, with reports indicating that some had even been hospitalized. I suggest you get checked at the hospital, Wei He reiterated patiently, trailing behind Lin Yang. The dessert shop you frequently visit has a problem. I had no issues with what I consumed, Lin Yang replied, not bothering to look back as she strode directly toward the bus station, quickening her pace upon spotting the approaching bus. The items given to her by Lu Lin could not possibly be flawed. Wei He, observing her indifference to his concerns, kicked a nearby flower bed in frustration. He meant well, worried for her safety, yet she didn't even grant him a glance. During self-study, he was distracted by his phone, suddenly coming across a headline that read, "Attention, the largest bakery chain in Hucheng faces food safety issues." Initially, he scrolled past it, but recalling that Lin Yang favored that particular dessert shop, he returned to read the article, confirming it was indeed the DeFu establishment. After skimming through the news, he grasped that there were significant quality concerns with the food. To his surprise, his first reaction was one of worry, and he hadn't anticipated being rebuffed when he suggested she see a doctor. Wei He had never experienced such feelings before. He could overlook Lin Yang's repeated dismissals, but despite his efforts to treat her well, she remained aloof. Even the slowest of individuals would recognize that this was more than mere concern. It was affection, especially someone as astute as Wei He. Watching the bus merge into the traffic and disappear, he suddenly chuckled to himself, finally understanding why he had reacted so when he heard Zhou Hao and his friends call her sister-in-law that day. At the entrance of the community, Lin Yang disembarked and found Lu Lin waiting at the station, a mix of urgency and surprise flooding her. "What are you doing here? Did you know I would return?" "I was worried you might hear the news and come back," Lu Lin replied casually, reaching out to smooth her hair that had fallen across her forehead. "Let's go eat first," he suggested as they walked. "This incident at DeFu is serious. I knew you would return upon hearing the news, and I was concerned you wouldn't find me." The company had arranged for Jiang Kaming to cover for him. "How is the company handling it? Is everything all right without you?" Lin Yang asked, her grip tightening on his hand in concern. "Jiang Kaming is there. I'll join him shortly. We've identified the cause of the customer's diarrhea, expired cream." As he spoke of the customer issues, Lu Lin furrowed his brow. "However, we've always been diligent about the expiry dates of our ingredients. It's impossible for anything to be past its prime. I visited the store, and the labels on the packaging have been tampered with." Lin Yang frowned in response. "Are you suggesting that the staff manipulated the products? That seems unlikely, as multiple stores experience the same issue." Lu Lin explained, "However, it is also possible that the staff, warehouse personnel, delivery workers, and anyone who has come into contact with this batch of cream could be affected. We have already reported it to the police, and the results will be disclosed through them in due time. You won't be in any trouble, will you?" At the entrance of the fast food restaurant, Lin Yang suddenly inquired. Lu Lin ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Focus on your studies. I will handle these matters." "That means there is trouble," Lin Yang quickly retorted. "I am unbothered. The most crucial task now is to reassure the customers who have encountered issues." Realizing that evasion was futile, Lu Lin opted for honesty shortly. "I will accompany the company's representatives to the hospital to check on the customers exhibiting severe symptoms. Once they recover, everything will be fine. I cannot be of any assistance." Lin Yang sighed with her head bowed after their meal. Suddenly, Lu Lin grasped her hand, gazing at her, and elicited a gentle smile in response to her downcast eyes. "Silly girl." Lin Yang looked up, meeting the intensity of his gaze. "I was feeling quite exhausted today, but upon seeing you disembark from the bus, I felt that nothing else mattered." As Lu Lin finished speaking, Lin Yang unexpectedly embraced him tightly, her delicate, fair face pressed against his chest, her mouth still filled with the candy he had given her. "Then you keep going. I don't know how to help, so I can only hold you." Chapter 55. Something lurking deep within. Although Lu Lin claimed to be unfazed, the reality of the situation proved far more complex. An overwhelming number of customers experienced diarrhea, with many children suffering from varying degrees of vomiting and diarrhea, their fragile immune systems rendering them susceptible to further complications. While Lu Lin was besieged by family members at the hospital demanding answers, Jiang Kaming called to assert that it was not merely a case of expired cream or a simple label swap. Rather, the cream had been deliberately substituted. Simultaneously, law enforcement confirmed issues with the cream, revealing a switch from high-quality animal cream to a plant-based variant that exceeded bacterial safety standards, which also contained laxative components. This was no mere employee negligence. It was evident that malicious intent was at play. In a bid to provide accountability to consumers, Lu Lin courageously sought media coverage to report on the incident. Upon the release of the report, the internet erupted in outrage. DeFu Jia faced unprecedented vitriol and attacks. Not only were the implicated stores targeted, but all DeFu Jia locations were besieged with eggs and rotting vegetable scraps, their entrances vandalized with red paint, and graffiti proclaiming blood buns defaced their signs. A week passed, and the situation continued to escalate, with online platforms inundated with condemnations of DeFu Jia. Lin Yang meticulously responded to each post, recognizing the deliberate smear campaign against DeFu Jia. After all, who would be so foolish as to introduce laxatives into their own products? Her phone buzzed incessantly. Li Chuanfang remarked that she would keep pressing it until it was rendered useless. Pressing it to the point of destruction won't hasten the resolution. Such matters require patience. "I am not anxious," Lin Yang replied, her focus unwavering as she typed. "I trust Lu Lin to handle this adeptly. He is exceptionally capable, and DeFu Jia will surely emerge unscathed. Just knowing that is enough. There's no point in your fretting," Li Chuanfang replied, observing the blisters on Lin Yang's lips without comment as she tied on an apron and headed to the kitchen. "Lu Lin has undoubtedly been too preoccupied to eat lately. I will prepare a soup and a couple of dishes for you to bring to him," she added. Li Chuanfang's assessment was accurate. Ever since the incident at DeFu Jia, Lu Lin had not returned home, taking leave from school and shuttling between the company and the police station. Recently, he had even been doused with water by an irate customer at the company entrance. When Lin Yang entered with a food container, he was in the midst of drying his hair with a towel. "What brings you here?" Lu Lin's cold, sharp features softened upon seeing her. Lin Yang snatched the towel from his hands, insisting he sit down while she dried his hair, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "How could you be so foolish as to stand there and get splashed?" she scolded, having witnessed the incident just moments before. He could have easily evaded the water, but chose to remain motionless. Lu Lin replied solemnly, "Regardless of the outcome, they are the victims, and their emotions must be expressed." "But you have done nothing wrong," Lin Yang insisted, placing the towel down and gazing stubbornly into his eyes. Upon closer inspection, she could see the fatigue etched across his features, the bloodshot veins in his eyes, and the stubble on his chin that had begun to grow. As she gazed upon him in this state and recalled the harsh words directed at him online, tears instantly welled up in Lin Yang's eyes. She turned her face away and bowed her head to wipe her tears. Why must this be? He is clearly a victim, yet subjected to such mistreatment. While those online hurl insults, they're truly unbearable. Over the past few days, he had endured relentless verbal abuse, including having cakes thrown at him and water splashed upon him. Yet Lu Lin did not even furrow his brow. Now, upon seeing Lin Yang in tears, his heart ached profoundly. He swiftly lifted her into a chair, his trembling hands wiping her tears. "Do not cry, do not cry. I am fine, truly." "Fine, are you?" Lin Yang gasped for breath, and after struggling to compose herself, she inquired, "Do you realize how red your eyes are? How long has it been since you ate properly? How many hours do you sleep each day?" Lu Lin found himself at a loss for words, his gaze caught by her reddened eyes, his heart feeling as though it were being squeezed painfully. Be quiet," Lin Yang interjected forcefully, opening the lid of a food container and commanding him by thrusting chopsticks into his hands. "Eat." Saying this, she lifted her own bowl and began to eat. Noticing that Lu Lin had yet to move, she urged him, "What are you staring at? Hurry and eat if you don't finish. I will be scolded when I return." Just having cried, her lashes were damp, her eyes still swollen, her voice thick with nasal tone. Yet she spoke with an edge that brought Lu Lin an inexplicable sense of comfort. He took the bowl and began to eat heartily. Deep within, something was clawing and roaring uncontrollably. The monitoring systems in the cream production workshop and during the delivery process revealed no issues. Thus, the only point of concern could only be the cold storage, where surveillance could not be installed. In the absence of monitoring, the police could only investigate individuals who had accessed the cold storage, but ultimately, this yielded no results. Just as the police and Lu Lin found themselves at a loss. Suddenly, a boy with a wild shock of hair, clad in flip-flops, swaggered into the police station and tossed a battered phone to the officer on duty. The phone was in a deplorable state, with a missing corner on its back cover and a cracked screen, responding sluggishly with a green line running vertically through it. As the phone teetered on the brink of malfunction, the officers discovered a recording. "Luga, let us go. To the police station. They've found our person." That day, Lu Lin was in his office, repeatedly reviewing the surveillance footage near the cold storage, when Jiang Kaming burst in, seizing him and making a run for it. "What recording?" "You'll know when you get there." Utilizing the monitoring from the gaming room, the two listened to the recording in the police station as they compared it to the video. The recording had a chaotic background, clearly recorded in the gaming room, with the distinct sounds of mahjong tiles being shuffled. "Sorry, it got muddled again. What's this little amount? As long as you handle this matter well, it's worth half a lifetime of struggle, but it hasn't even been secured yet. What is there to fear? The largest shareholder of your company is just a foolish person with too much money, all show and no substance. It's merely that, when something goes awry, they will likely just throw some money at it and never suspect you, a mere storage clerk. Rest assured, the deposit has already been transferred to your account, and the remaining funds will be deposited in full once the matter is resolved. Will there be any issues? What exactly is wrong with the cream you are handling? What if it leads to a fatal incident? It's merely expired cream. At worst, it might cause some digestive discomfort. Is that all? Of course. Our intention is not to cause harm, but merely to tarnish your reputation." Suddenly, the sound of mahjong echoed, The recording was somewhat indistinct, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern snippets of conversation. There are plenty of others willing to undertake such actions if you refuse. It's as simple as that. If not, we shall seek alternatives. Very well. At worst, I shall resign after the task is completed. After listening to the recording once more, the police replayed several key segments and took notes. The young man who provided the recording, Hiao, spent more time in the internet CAF than at home. The mahjong parlor was conveniently nearby. Occasionally, when he grew weary of the computer, he would indulge in a few games, and by chance, he overheard the conversation about this matter and recorded it, not anticipating the situation would escalate. Everyone's demeanor appeared quite natural, save for Jiang Kaming, who looked at Hiao with a puzzled expression. How can you be certain they were referring to me? Hiao replayed the segment where they mentioned foolish individuals with excessive wealth, raising his eyebrows at him. Isn't that sufficiently clear? Jiang Kaming was utterly exasperated, slamming the table in frustration. What an absurdity! I am clearly a charming and affluent individual, not a tyrannical CEO. Lu Lin wrinkled his brow in distaste. I did not require you to provide evidence on site. Chapter 56. Even you disdain me, Jiang Kaming pointed at his own face and turned towards the police, only to find several barely suppressed smiles. No, officers, you. He sighed, realizing that his foolishness was not worth showcasing. Lu Lin, already accustomed to Jiang Kaming's antics, shot him a glance before firmly indicating the screen. This man is Wang Jiangxing from Sanji Lu, and the one beside him is Zhao Sun, our warehouse manager. I'll go find them. The other two are likely from the same group. You should find someone to keep an eye on them and prevent their escape. Damn, it really is Sanji Lu, and they've come knocking on my door. If I don't teach them a lesson, they might think I have a good temper. Suddenly, a scoff echoed in the room, and before Jiang Kaming could react, Hiao was already shuffling towards the door in his slippers. At the threshold, he turned back, snatching the broken phone from the table. Really, you can still use this? Jiang Kaming's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you fallen so low? Not only can I use it, but it can also be lethal, Hiao replied with a casual snort, waving the phone in the air between his fingers. His tone as indifferent as his expression. The oblivious Jiang Kaming failed to grasp the underlying meaning in his words and frowned at the wrinkled t-shirt Hiao wore, feeling a sudden surge of generosity. Name your price. I'll buy it. Sure. Hiao raised an eyebrow, leisurely stating a figure. Plus one condition. You must be present when I need you as a witness. Deal. Hiao clicked his tongue, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, before glancing at the phone. It's a bit damaged. I'll take it for repairs and bring it back later. Who would have thought you consider after-sales service? Jiang Kaming muttered under his breath, reaching for his phone to ask for his account details to transfer the money. Seemingly oblivious, Hiao recited a series of numbers before yawning and turning to leave, the notification of a successful transfer following him as he exited. Are you burning money? After Hiao departed, the police summoned the others for a meeting. Lu Lin, maintaining a serious demeanor, took out his phone to transfer Jiang Kaming half of the amount he had just sent. Although the recording had already been copied, it remained the most critical source of evidence. So even if Jiang Kaming hadn't suggested buying the phone, Lu Lin would have broached the subject. However, he hadn't anticipated Hiao's initial demand to be a six-figure sum, nor Jiang Kaming's immediate agreement. Consider it a charitable act, Jiang Kaming remarked nonchalantly. Didn't you see how worn his pants were? Lu Lin glanced at his account balance and scowled, unwilling to look at this extravagant spender any longer. He stepped outside to contact the media. To return to the main issue, the situation was becoming clearer. Sanji Lu was indeed a competitor of DeFu, having bribed DeFu's warehouse manager to replace the original cream with inferior cream laced with laxatives, changing the labels to create the impression that customers suffered from diarrhea due to expired ingredients used by DeFu. Their aim was to undermine DeFu's momentum while launching their own brand in the process. With Lu Lin's assistance, the police swiftly apprehended the individuals responsible for the three deer, along with the warehouse manager from the DeFu family. As the truth emerged, public sentiment online overwhelmingly condemned the three deer, while the Fu family enjoyed a different fate. The customers who had previously encountered issues were now largely recovered, and some took to the internet to share that In addition to medical expenses, they had received compensation for nutritional costs and lost wages. For those whose children were affected, parents even reported receiving tutoring fees, claiming their children's education had been disrupted. In no time, people were both admiring the Fu family's adept handling of the situation and lamenting their apparent wealth. The compensation amounts shared by individuals further propelled the Fu family into the limelight, with some jokingly lamenting how, a month later, they still felt the sting of not having purchased from the Fu family that day, while others who had purchased were now discharged from the hospital, with funds deposited into their accounts. In contrast, those who bought from the three deer remained hospitalized. As the fervor surrounding the incident waned, the once vibrant discussions began to cool. Lin Yang found herself devoid of entertainment, growing bored and restless on the couch. Lu Lin's company had eased its pace, but his mentor assigned him to a new project, demanding long hours in the laboratory. Lin Wei had returned to work, while Xiao He, now older, spent his days eating and sleeping. This left only her and Li Chuanfang exchanging glances, each wondering what to do next. Ji Jihan had traveled abroad once again, though Lin Yang was unaware of the specifics, only noting that this time she hadn't heard about Su Heng asking her to pick up after him. Feeling utterly bored, Lin Yang, exhausted from her restless fidgeting, collapsed into a difficult pose on the couch, yawning at the television, which was replaying the same series for the umpteenth time. Li Chuanfang, donning her sneakers, prepared to head out. Since the beginning of the year, she had developed a passion for badminton and would play a couple of games with neighbors in the nearby park each evening. Observing Lin Yang lazing around at home, looking as if she might sprout fur, she couldn't resist chastising her. If you're bored, just get out and walk around. Lying there all day like a decorative piece is going to mold you into the couch. Lin Yang blinked and replied, "Can I join you for badminton?" "Forget I said that." Li Chuanfang quickly backtracked, then with a straight face added, "Young people should cultivate their own circles. I'm off now. Remember to take your keys if you decide to go out." Lin Yang thought to herself, is it really her fault for lacking athletic ability? She always managed to hit the shuttlecock inaccurately. Surely the racket and the shuttlecock were to blame as well. And was it her fault that the shuttlecock had a mind of its own, often flying towards the ceiling? Xiao He, disturbed by the noise, leapt down from his perch with a yawn. "How dare you? Upon seeing your master, why do you not kneel?" Startled by her voice, Xiao He took a step back but soon recognized his oddly shaped little master and elegantly sauntered off to drink water. "Even you disdain me," Lin Yang pouted, using her foot to pull a plush pillow under her chin. Just then, her phone pinged with a message, which she opened casually. "It's my birthday, will you come?" The message was sent by Wei He, followed promptly by a photograph depicting a scene in what appeared to be a villa's yard, where some individuals were barbecuing. Others were engaging in games, and an outdoor movie was being screened. Lin Yang was about to open the image to see if she recognized anyone when another message arrived. Many classmates were present, and Jiang Tian and Meng Xining were on their way. Jiang Tian and Meng Xining were Lin Yang's desk mates with Ji Zihan, and they shared a good rapport. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang contemplated that it would be a pleasant diversion to watch a film, and she was just preparing to type a response when a voice message unexpectedly came through. With little inclination to amplify the volume, she opened it and held the receiver to her ear, where Wei He's cool, deep voice resonated beside her. "Are you coming? If so, I will come to fetch you." Chapter 57. Understanding me is Lu Lin. Coming to fetch her? After listening to that voice message, Lin Yang hesitated once more. Though she may have her quirks, she was not slow-witted. It seemed that Wei He treated her differently than he did others. It felt somewhat ambiguous, she mused. She acknowledged Wei He's exceptional qualities. According to Ji Jihan, many girls at school coveted him, even obsessing over him. Lin Yang had experienced this through Zhao Yingshu. Yet she was certain she did not harbor any affection for him, at least not a desire to engage in a romantic relationship. Moreover, he had not explicitly expressed any feelings for her, leaving her unable to firmly reject him. However, after much contemplation, Lin Yang decided that rather than remain in this unclear situation, it would be better to openly convey her refusal. "I want to be going. Enjoy yourselves." Having reached clarity, she replied, even omitting the most ordinary of birthday wishes to sever any potential budding feelings. "All right." After quite some time, a single word was sent back. Although it was merely one word, Lin Yang perceived two meanings, no, and way he is upset. She thought indifferently, if he is angry, so be it. After all, he had caused her some trouble, so it balanced out. Bored and restless, she rolled around on the sofa a couple of times before grabbing her phone and messaging Lu Lin. I want to watch a movie. Initially assuming he would be busy and not expecting an immediate reply, she was pleasantly surprised when he responded in less than 2 minutes. I will be downstairs in half an hour. I can come down after washing my hair. Understanding me is Lu Lin. Upon seeing the message, Lin Yang leaped from the sofa like a monkey, forcing Xiao He to look at her phone. Did you see that? Take note, or I'll cut off your cat food. Meow, protested Xiao He, feeling the grip around its neck. You don't even read. Lin Yang quickly finished washing her hair, and upon hearing the sound of a car stopping downstairs, she changed clothes and went down without even drying her hair. Opening the car door and getting in, she immediately recognized the frown on Lu Lin's face, knowing he was about to voice his thoughts. She fastened her seatbelt, tossed her hair behind her, and turned to him, saying, "Oh, it dries in the wind." She urged him, let us go, or we'll miss a good show." With that, she deftly opened the storage compartment in search of snacks. Lu Lin was at a loss with her antics and drove towards the cinema. Throughout the journey, Lin Yang munched on snacks, even feeding Lu Lin a bit when they were stopped at red lights. Encountering rush hour traffic, they arrived at the cinema just as the latest screening had begun. Tickets cannot be purchased for the already started show. Which other film would you like to see? The ticket seller inquired. Superpower Interstellar Adventure. Black Butterfly. They both spoke simultaneously, with Lu Lin mentioning the animated feature while Lin Yang referred to the mystery film. One was a suspenseful tale, while the other was an animated re-release that Lin Yang adored and had longed to see again. The suspense film was also a mutual favorite for both her and Lu Lin, so without a second thought, she declared Black Butterfly. Should we buy tickets for both? Or just one at a time? The ticket seller paused momentarily before asking. Lu Lin looked at Lin Yang. Didn't you always say you wanted to see this again? Are you not fond of watching anime? Lin Yang inquired. Let's watch Black Butterfly. Many online reviews praise it highly. I still vividly recall numerous scenes from superpowered interstellar adventures, but I'm not particularly eager to revisit it at the moment. Are you certain? Absolutely. Ultimately, the two settled on Black Butterfly. The film was indeed captivating, albeit mentally taxing. Lin Yang found herself grasping only fragments of the plot. How did that lawyer deduce that the murderer was the priest? Because the victim's mother was disguised as the lawyer's wife. How do you know that? Did you not pay attention to the beginning? There is a photograph on the wall of the victim's home. Noticing Lin Yang's continued bewilderment, Lu Lin clarified. The photograph is black and white. His mother has passed away. Oh, I see now. Lin Yang exclaimed in realization, and then added a compliment. Mr. Lu, your intellect is truly impressive. Moreover, your outfit today perfectly complements a barbecue. Which place shall we choose? Thank you, Mr. Lu, Lin Yang said with an exaggeratedly sycophantic smile. Chin's spicy barbecue. Just walk straight to the end and then turn right. Lu Lin skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, glancing at her with a threatening look. Go ahead, shout again if you dare. All right, Mr. Lu. Tonight, Mr. Lu is treating us. Once I earn a significant income, you will be the first I repay. Lu Lin remained indifferent, too weary to engage in her antics. After finishing their barbecue, they returned home, the clock nearing 10. The streets were sparsely populated with vehicles and pedestrians. Lu Lin drove while Lin Yang, having satisfied her appetite, dozed off against the seat back. Lu Lin switched off the cold air conditioning, opting for a gentle breeze, and slowed the car. As they turned into the community, he noticed a boy standing by the security office, unfamiliar to him. Lu Lin stole a glance, intrigued. Perhaps the car's headlights were too bright. As the boy frowned and glanced back at him, their gazes met briefly amidst the glare, while Lin Yang seemed restless in her sleep. Lu Lin was the first to avert his eyes. In the following fortnight, Lin Yang diligently purchased study materials to prepare for the new school year. With classes approaching, Li Chu and Fong began lesson planning as well, and the mother-daughter duo transitioned from mutual irritation to a peaceful coexistence, enjoying a serene summer. At the affiliated school, the tradition mandated military training for second-year students, so Lin Yang and her peers would undergo a week of training before formal classes commenced. On the evening of the reporting day, the second-year students received their military uniforms, and the following morning, they began their training. Stand up straight. Have you all forgotten to eat? Show me some spirit. The chief instructor addressed the crowd, while the students suppressed yawns, their eyes reddening from fatigue. Stand still. If I see anyone moving, girls would do 100 squats and boys 100 push-ups. Despite lacking athletic prowess, Lin Yang had spent time in a military environment, and her posture was impeccably correct, earning her a spot as a model for demonstration. Everyone, take note, especially certain male classmates. As noon approached, the sun blazed overhead, and exhaustion set in for many, including Lin Yang. But as a demonstrator, she persevered through the sweat. Report. Ji Zihan suddenly spoke up from the ranks. Proceed. Ji Zihan's complexion had turned pale, as if she were on the verge of fainting. Instructor, I feel a bit dizzy. May I request a moment's respite? The instructor nodded, noticing her pallor, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, is there any other discomfort? Would you like to visit the infirmary? No, I just need a moment to rest. Ji Zihan slowly made her way to a shaded area to sit down, eliciting envy from her classmates who continued their training, while only Lin Yang, observing her ashen face, felt a twinge of concern, but could only wait until the training concluded to inquire about her condition. Fortunately, perhaps out of concern for the students overheating, the instructor allowed a brief pause. Lin Yang hurried to check on Ji Zihan and found her complexion had improved slightly, alleviating her worries. I am alright. Just a sudden bout of dizziness, Ji Zihan said, taking a sip of the water Lin Yang had offered. Perhaps I stayed up too late last night. I'll be fine after a short rest. Make sure you don't push yourself. If you still feel unwell later, just inform the instructor directly, Lin Yang advised. Understood. Upon regrouping, Lin Yang's eyes brightened as she spotted a familiar face, Jiang Lu. Chapter 58, A Lack of Rules, What Should I Call You? Since the 5th grade, Lin Yang had not visited North City and had not seen Jiang Lu again. When the school leaders introduced the instructor and she heard that name, she initially thought it was a coincidence of names. It was only when she got closer that she recognized it was indeed Jiang Lu. There was a scar on the left side of his jaw, a remnant from the time he had stolen old Master Zhang's car to take her and Xiao Xiao for a joyride, only to end up in a ditch and cut by glass. However, it was clearly not the moment for greetings. When Jiang Lu glanced in her direction, she quickly winked at him. Unfortunately, their class instructor caught sight of her and immediately reprimanded her sternly. What are you doing? Is your eye twitching? Jiang Lu had not noticed Lin Yang initially, but when he looked over at the sound, he saw a girl standing at attention with a posture more precise than that of the new recruits in his unit. Upon a closer look, he was pleasantly surprised. Jiang Lu knew Lin Yang was from Huqing, and before coming to Huqing, he had considered the possibility of running into her, although he did not expect it to happen on the very first day. During his time abroad, his grades had been dismal, but due to his extended stay, he had developed a fondness for slipping in a few foreign phrases when he spoke. His grandfather would mockingly call him a fake foreign devil, saying he had attended a subpar university and failed courses left and right before he was packed off to the military. From his initial rebelliousness to eventually being tamed, 3 years had passed, and he had become quite exceptional in various military trainings. For instance, when he first started, he would fall behind by as much as 2 miles during runs. Now, carrying a 10-kilometer load was a trivial task. When training new recruits, he could perform 200 push-ups without breaking a sweat. Stay still and keep your eyes to yourself, the instructor continued to reprimand Lin Yang. She casually retorted, reporting to the instructor, my eyes were twitching just now. The instructor was momentarily taken aback. You better be. As Jiang Lu approached, he did not look at Lin Yang, but tapped his teammate on the shoulder and whispered, are you guys from this company? It looks a bit off. Should I help you out with some discipline? We can't have any disorder. Gu Feng disdainfully brushed his hand away. Go on, mind your own company. If you're trying to help, I don't need your charity. With a scoff, Jiang Lu walked away but paused in front of Lin Yang. He then turned to his own class and commanded sharply, stand at attention. While resting, observe how the girl in the front of the neighboring class stands. We are both in the 2nd year. She looks like she has practiced, while you all look like you've given up. Lin Yang silently shed tears in her heart. Was it really appropriate to receive such a grand greeting upon their reunion? Her legs were almost cramping, and she had intended to discreetly stretch her ankles. But now she could only grit her teeth and endure. Throughout the ensuing training, the two had no chance to converse until the afternoon session concluded. As Lin Yang stood by the wash basin to freshen up, a shadow suddenly loomed over her. Seems like what the old man said was true. Even a little girl stands more properly than I do. Lin Yang turned to see who it was, and her eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Lu, brother. Well, you still remember me, huh? Jiang Lu has already changed out of his military uniform. With a charming smile, he resembles an ordinary university student. But upon noticing the petite girl barely reaching his chest, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Where does all that food go? Even Li Qianqian is taller than you. Initially, Lin Yang felt somewhat reserved due to Jiang Lu's current role as an instructor and the long time since their last meeting. However, upon hearing his familiar banter, she realized he was still the same chatty young man, causing her to dismiss her apprehensions. Estimating Jiang Lu's height, she pouted, "I'm shorter than you." Afterward, she took out her meal card and generously offered, "Have you eaten? Let me treat you." "All right, you treat," Jiang Lu nodded, turning to joke. "Let the old man skin me alive for this. At least you'll get to enjoy a feast." Lin Yang couldn't resist glancing at him. "Jiang Lu, you're already a soldier. How can I still what?" Jiang Lu's eyes sparkled with laughter. "Still be so unrefined. It's no wonder the old man still frequently mentions you." Jiang Lu's grin widened, revealing his teeth. It seemed she had inherited his straightforwardness in complimenting others. "All right, let us go eat. I'll treat you. If you insist on treating me, I'll go home and punish you instead." Reuniting with a childhood companion after so many years, Lin Yang joyfully forgot her fatigue from the day and nearly overlooked that Lu Lin was still waiting for her. Aware that meals would be scarce during military training, the two had agreed that he would prepare her food in the cafeteria. Upon arriving at their designated spot, Lin Yang proactively introduced, "This is Jiang Lu, the brother I mentioned who took me around in Beicheng. He is here to lead our military training." As she introduced Lu Lin, she simply stated, "This is my boss, Lu Lin." Jiang Lu and Lu Lin exchanged glances, extending their hands. "Hello, Instructor Jiang," Lu Lin replied, shaking his hand. Lu Lin had already prepared Lin Yang's meal, while Jiang Lu went to the counter to get his food. While waiting in line, he couldn't help but observe the two waiting for him in the corner. Back in Beicheng, the little girl constantly spoke of her boss, and he had been curious about this figure for quite some time. It was surprising to finally meet him upon arriving in Huqing. Returning with their meals, Jiang Lu suddenly recalled a recent widely discussed news story and casually inquired, "Lu Lin? I believe the owner of DeFu is also named that." "Oh, you know about DeFu?" Lin Yang's eyes lit up at the mention of the name. Yes. He is the second in command at DeFu." She quickly added, "And just to clarify, DeFu has always been popular, not just recently." Noticing Lu Lin's lack of expression, she immediately flattered, "Under your leadership, it will surely become even more popular." As they began to eat, Jiang Lu stood up to fetch water after noticing the food was a bit salty. Once he sat down again, Lin Yang curiously asked, "Jiang Lu, how did you end up as an instructor at our school?" Even if the affiliated school wanted military personnel for training, Huqing and Beicheng are over 1,000 kilometers apart, which doesn't quite make sense. "No need for formality. Just call me brother." Before Jiang Lu could utter a word, Lu Lin spoke first, addressing the instructor. Jiang Lu, with keen interest, observed the two, his gaze eventually resting on Lu Lin. As a fellow man, he could instantly discern that Lu Lin harbored impure intentions. A playful impulse surged within him, prompting him to tease Lu Lin. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Yang, realizing the same, promptly exclaimed, "Hello, instructor." "Ah, this fellow Lu possesses quite the cunning nature." Although he prides himself on being impartial, it is evident that the title of instructor does not possess the same melodic charm as brother Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu chuckled softly, placing a chicken leg on a Lin Yang's plate, urging her to indulge, lest she find herself lacking energy for tomorrow's training. They needed to begin conserving strength for the impending exertions, especially after a day that had left them utterly exhausted. Lin Yang misinterpreted his intentions. Just as she was about to take a bite, the chicken leg was suddenly snatched away, replaced by a chicken wing at her lips, which she instinctively bit into. "Don't you enjoy chicken wings?" she inquired, offering him the chicken leg from her plate in exchange for the wing he had taken. If you crave chicken legs, simply say so. I will gladly share. Jiang Lu lowered his head to eat, nearly stifling a laugh. Lu Lin, on the other hand, remained unfazed, setting aside the chicken leg that Jiang Lu had returned to Lin Yang, opting instead to savor the piece she had offered him. Chapter 59. You actually feel jealous of Jiang Lu after dining. Jiang Lu received orders to return to the team, while Lin Yang headed back to attend her evening study session, with Lu Lin accompanying her school. Time has flown by so swiftly. Nearly 5 years have passed, and I never imagined I would see him again. As they conversed on the way, the topic naturally turned to Jiang Lu. When Lin Yang reminisced about their childhood, Lu Lin casually inquired, "After so many years apart, how did you recognize him?" Lin Yang held her head high, a sense of pride swelling within her. "I recognized him at first glance." Oblivious to the peculiar glint in Lu Lin's eyes, she continued recounting the scene from that day, even taking a moment to jest about their stern instructor. "So, your happiness today is solely because you saw Jiang Lu?" Lu Lin asked. "Indeed." "Ah, the beauty of distance. I suppose he, living just above me, is hardly deserving of it." Lin Yang mused, pondering when she might see Qiu Qiu again. Jiang Lu had mentioned that she had grown taller than Lin Yang, and she was eager to see what she looked like now. With such familiarity in her tone, Lu Lin couldn't help but feel slighted by Lin Yang's constant reference to Jiang Lu as brother. His demeanor transformed, tinged with envy. "How come I've never heard you address me like that?" It was distressing that he couldn't discern the underlying meaning. The air was thick with his jealousy. Lin Yang blinked innocently, pretending not to grasp his implication. "What should I call him then?" Addressing him as instructor feels a bit formal, and using his name seems rather impolite. Noting the darkening expression on his face, she tilted her head and continued, "Besides, I've always called him that since childhood. I believe calling him Brother Jiang Lu is quite endearing." After saying this, she earnestly asked, "Don't you think so?" Lu Lin narrowed his eyes. "Lin Yang, are you doing this on purpose?" "Ha ha, Lu Lin." Lin Yang laughed, pointing at him, unable to contain her amusement. "You're actually feeling jealous of Jiang Lu." "Lin Yang," he retorted, frustrated. "It's one thing to address a man you haven't seen in 5 years as brother, but to tease him like this is just too much." Lu Lin feigned indifference, but it was clear he was vexed. Lin Yang dashed through the gate of the affiliated school, waving cheerfully at him. "Goodbye, Lu Lin." "Thank you for dinner, Lu Lin. See you tonight." "All right then," he conceded, his irritation fading as he watched a retreating figure towards the classroom building before shaking his head in resignation and leaving. The following day, the training was far more exhausting than the previous one, as many struggled to maintain proper military posture. The chief instructor penalized everyone with squats, followed by push-ups for both genders alike. When a much-anticipated break finally arrived, the participants were utterly drained, too lethargic to move, some even lying down to rest. "Yi Zihan." Lin Yang, feeling fatigued but parched, was about to ask if she wanted some water when she noticed Ji Zihan suddenly topple backward. Positioned at opposite ends of the line, Lin Yang rushed over, only to find that Ji Zihan had already been assisted by nearby individuals. "Instructor, someone has fainted." Upon hearing that someone had fainted, the instructor immediately rushed over to disperse the crowd that had gathered. Simultaneously, the medical personnel stationed at the entrance swiftly arrived on the scene. After a rapid examination, the doctor, with a grave expression, informed a fellow nurse the heart rate is elevated and there is severe hypoxia. The situation is quite concerning. We must expedite transport to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang disregarded the chief instructor's whistle, signaling assembly, and hurried to converse with her instructor before dashing towards the classroom. Military training was not overly strict, and many students had secretly brought their mobile phones, Lin Yang included. "Hello, I am Lin Yang, a classmate of Ji Zihan." No sooner had she spoken than Su Heng's anxious voice came through. "What's wrong with Xiao Bao?" "Zihan has fainted and is currently in an ambulance, likely at the 3rd Municipal Hospital." Lin Yang had deliberately glanced at the note on the ambulance before she arrived. As she finished speaking, a flurry of sounds erupted on the other end. Wind rushing, doors swinging open, footsteps descending the stairs, and rapid running. What was Xiao Bao doing before she fainted? Were you all? Su Heng's tone suddenly grew heavier. Was Xiao Bao training alongside you? Yes, the entire second-year cohort is undergoing military training. Lin Yang, unsure why he asked, nonetheless responded, continuing, today we were penalized with squats, push-ups, and standing at attention, as well as marching in formation. This round of punishment lasted nearly an hour. An hour? Did no one notice her condition? Even over the phone, Lin Yang could sense Su Heng's emotional turmoil. We weren't standing together. I only noticed she had fainted when the instructor allowed us to rest. However, Lin Yang added, the school has been vigilant, with doctors monitoring at the entrance. But she paused, candidly admitting, the doctor indicated that her condition is not promising. I understand. Thank you. Su Heng, with utmost decorum, expressed his gratitude before hanging up, just as a deafening roar erupted as a vehicle sped out of the garage. Despite the urgency, Lin Yang knew she had to return to military training. Perhaps due to the fainting incident, the instructors had considerably reduced the intensity of the training. The atmosphere improved significantly, yet Lin Yang felt both anxious and guilty. Suddenly recalling that Ji Zihan had not participated in the military training during their middle school entrance. Her eyelids fluttered, and she vaguely suspected that Ji Zihan had previously experienced health issues, although she had always appeared robust. The fact that she had been able to call Su Heng promptly was reminiscent of the time Ji Zihan had been intoxicated. After bringing her home, it had seemed inappropriate to speak openly in her presence, and Su Heng had remained silent then, but later sought her out to share some thoughts. Thank you for bringing Xiao Bao home. She has been cherished by her family and may not be in the best of health. Therefore, should she insist on drinking in the future, please make it a point to stop her. Here is my number. If anything arises concerning Xiao Bao, I kindly ask that you reach out to this number immediately. As soon as the gathering dispersed, Lin Yang dashed towards the school gate. Wei caught up with her, saying, don't worry. I have already inquired. Ji Zihan is still in emergency care, and there's no point in you going now. Upon reaching the school gate, he opened the door of a car parked by the road and said to Lin Yang, get in. At this moment, understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Yang set aside her hesitations and took a seat without further ado, perhaps having received prior notice. The driver moved directly towards the 3rd Municipal Hospital without the need for any conversation. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Lin Yang quickly handed the driver 20 yuan, expressed her gratitude with a hasty thank you, sir, and rushed out of the vehicle. Wei Mingji turned back, holding the 20 yuan. Is this the young girl who has captured your heart? Mind your own affairs. After Wei he uttered these words, he took the 20 yuan from her grasp, clutched it in his hand without sparing her a glance, and made his way into the hospital. Chapter 60. All is well. Wei he was not mistaken. When Lin Yang located the emergency room, Ji Zihan had yet to emerge. The 3rd hospital was the oldest in Huqing. Its corridors were worn and dilapidated, with portions of paint peeling off the door of the emergency room. It was daytime, and the overhead lights flickered dimly. Su Heng stood before the emergency room, his back slightly hunched, hands clenched in a fist hanging by his sides, his right hand gripping a loose azure tie. Lin Yang leaned against the safety door, panting, hesitant to approach. The emergency room was on the 5th floor, and she had ascended the stairs due to the long wait for the elevator. Why not sit for a while? You've been standing for ages, Wei he remarked as he emerged from the elevator, gesturing towards a nearby chair. You should go back. Thank you for earlier, Lin Yang replied. We have military training this afternoon, and our class is already short on people. The instructor will have something to say about it. If there are issues, Wei he stated casually, taking a seat on the chair without further ado. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, revealing a middle-aged couple. Lin Yang recognized them as Ji Zihan's parents. She quickly stepped aside to make way. Ji's mother, though her hands trembled with worry for her daughter, recognized Lin Yang and paused to greet her. Yang, we owe you our gratitude for notifying Aheng. Otherwise, we would have been unaware of Xiao Bao's condition. Once Zihan recovers, Annie and Uncle will properly thank you. Condition? Again? Lin Yang was taken aback by Ji's mother's words, her underlying suspicions confirmed. A fleeting blankness crossed her face, but she quickly composed herself, waving her hands. Auntie, please don't say that. I should be the one apologizing. As Zihan's closest friend, I was unaware of her illness. What do you have to apologize for? If she didn't tell you, it's not your fault. Wei He interjected, rising suddenly. His words were blunt, yet instead of offering comfort, they deepened Lin Yang's sense of guilt. She should have noticed something amiss yesterday. This student is right. Ji's mother agreed with Wei He, casting a glance at him before returning her attention to Lin Yang. Zihan has always kept her illness from us. Yes, Auntie. Please try not to worry. I believe Zihan will be just fine, Lin Yang said with a forced smile, though she felt utterly in the dark. Her heart silently praying for Ji Zihan's well-being. Fearing she would miss the afternoon training, she called Jiang Lu, asking him to request a leave of absence for both herself and Wei He from their instructor. We discussed this yesterday. Any leave during military training must be approved by the instructor, Jiang Lu reminded her. He had been nearby when he heard someone had fainted, initially startled, thinking it was Lin Yang, but was relieved to learn it was her friend. He promptly agreed to speak with Gu Feng on her behalf and casually inquired, "Have you arrived at the hospital? How is your friend?" Lin Yang glanced at the dim lights above the emergency room, her worry apparent. "I don't know yet. She is still inside. I hope everything is all right. Don't be too anxious. As long as the doctors are attending to her, it should be manageable." "I'm all right," she replied. "All right then. I won't keep you. Call me if anything comes up." "Okay." After ending the call, Lin Yang turned her gaze back to the man who remained standing motionless at the entrance of the emergency room. True urgency resides in that place. Time ticks away, second by second, as the emergency room lights remain perpetually illuminated. Lin Yang gazes repeatedly, convinced that any moment the lights might extinguish and the doctor would emerge, smiling, to assure them that the patient is well. Inside the emergency room, moments pass swiftly, yet in the hospital corridor, time trudges with excruciating slowness, making an hour feel like an entire day. After enduring what seemed like an interminable wait, the emergency room door creaked open at last. Su Hong was the first to step forward, inquiring about the patient's condition. "Fortunately, timely intervention has stabilized her state," the doctor stated as he removed his mask. "However, she remains quite weak, and all strenuous activities must cease. It is advisable for her to rest for some time." "You are aware that the patient has heart issues, correct?" Mother Ji nodded, affirming their knowledge. "Then you must be even more vigilant. While heart patients can engage in moderate exercise to bolster their physical condition, activities such as push-ups and squats, which could provoke discomfort, should be avoided." "Thank you for the reminder. We will certainly be more cautious moving forward." Both Ji parents expressed their gratitude to the doctor. The anxiety that had gripped their hearts finally began to ease as Ji Zihan was transferred to a regular ward. The bed was quite small, with Su Hong and Ji Zihan's parents surrounding it. After exchanging a glance, Lin Yang and Wei He discreetly exited, shutting the door behind them. They took the bus back to school, while Lu Lin had finally completed his tasks. During lunchtime, while waiting for Lin Yang in the cafeteria, he received her message about Ji Zihan's fainting and her visit to the hospital. He had originally intended to find her at the hospital, but a problem with experimental data in the project he was overseeing required immediate attention, and he was called in by the professor to fill in. Once he finished, Jiang Kaming called to inform him that a previously agreed business collaboration had encountered issues, urging him to hurry over. While in the car, Lu Lin called Lin Yang, who took a moment to answer, and he deduced from the bus's arrival announcement that she was still on the bus. He inquired, "Hepu Station? Is her desk mate all right?" He knew that at this time, she must have waited until Ji Zihan was stable before leaving. "Yes," Lin Yang replied, nodding excitedly. "Zihan is fine." Lu Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Good. Take care on your way back to school. I'll pick you up tonight." On the crowded bus, Lin Yang found herself squeezed between two middle-aged men, making it difficult to hold the phone. "All right, I'll talk later. It's too noisy on the bus. I'll tell you more when I get back tonight." As she ended the call, she was suddenly yanked by her arm. Reflexively, she pulled away. "Wei He, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Wei He retorted irritably. "Are you blind? Others are practically pressed against you." Lin Yang immediately turned to face the two men who had been standing beside her. One of the men spoke first, nonchalantly stating, "What are you looking at?" "I didn't do it on purpose. It's crowded on the bus, so a little bump is normal. If you find it too tight, don't take the bus." Wei He stepped forward, casting a cold glare at the man. "Say another word." "What if I do?" The man replied defiantly. What audacity! A boy, yet to mature, dares to emulate heroes in their valiant rescues, as if one could mistake my formidable presence for something less. It seems he is convinced that Lin Yang and Wei He are powerless against him, growing ever more reckless. As the driver abruptly hit the brakes, he leaned towards Lin Yang. Alas, before he could reach her, the man who had previously provoked them emitted a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Clutching his groin in agony, Lin Yang lowered her knee and cast a cold gaze toward the other man. The companion swiftly covered the same area, retreating a step while cursing inwardly. Damn it, I nearly faltered in fear. Chapter 61. Her boss treats her with great indulgence from a young age. Lu Lin had taught Lin Yang to strike directly at a man's groin when confronted with a male of overwhelming strength. Therefore, when a man approached her, she initially intended to deliver a swift kick. However, the confined space within the vehicle compelled her to instinctively bend her leg and use her knee instead, resulting in the man colliding with her. Damn it, you little brat, he exclaimed, clutching his groin, unable to articulate further due to the pain. The onlookers around them remarked that he deserved it, praising Lin Yang and giving her thumbs up. The young girl had done well. One ought to resist such scoundrels. This man was a repeat offender. I had seen him several times before, and today he finally received his due lesson. Someone in the front spoke up, questioning why he hadn't warned others earlier. I was afraid I couldn't take him, stammered young man, blushing as he faced the scrutiny of the entire vehicle. Just as the bus reached the station, he hastily disembarked, almost in flight. The two men attempted to escape as well, but were intercepted by concerned passengers. Several strangers united their voices, declaring that he was indeed a habitual bully of young girls, and they resolved to escort him to the police station. Yes, let us take them to the police, Lin Yang interjected, bowing to the nearby passengers. We are students from the affiliated school and must return for military training. Should you require our testimony or any assistance, the police may reach us at school. Do not worry, we will handle this. Acknowledging their status as students, the passengers encouraged them to return to school, while a throng of individuals escorted the two men to the police station. Are you frightened? I thought you were quite brave, just now, remarked Wei He as Lin Yang alighted and crouched by the roadside, retching. Having not eaten since noon, she expelled nothing but water. Wei He frowned and bent to pat her back. Disgusting, she muttered, evading his touch, wiping her mouth with a tissue. Once she regained her composure, she uttered two words. I didn't feel it at the moment, but now, recalling the contact with that man, a wave of nausea overwhelmed me, and she found herself retching again. Upon rising, she noticed Wei He's grim expression and hastily clarified, I'm not referring to you. I meant those two men. Wei He's expression remained sour as he recalled her instinctive avoidance of him and coldly remarked, If I do not disgust you, then why do you keep avoiding me? I didn't Lin Yang quickly countered. We simply aren't familiar with each other, are we? Wei He gazed at her. What if I said I wanted to be closer to you? That's impossible. This was the first time Lin Yang had heard such a vague question from him, and she felt a sense of relief as she decisively declined. Do you have someone you like? Whether I do or not is irrelevant to you. Indeed. Wei He regarded her and ultimately nodded. As long as you are here, that suffices. What does it mean that I am here? She pondered. What kind of curse is that? Lin Yang couldn't help but furrow her brow, yet she restrained herself from voicing her thoughts, fearing that her words might lead Wei He to misunderstand her intentions. After all, she perceived Wei He as an enigmatic individual, where conventional reasoning seemed to elude him. Upon arriving at the playground, they found it was recess. Ji Zihan, who usually enjoyed a good rapport with her classmates, was immediately surrounded by curious peers inquiring about her well-being upon their return. Wei He, however, paid them no heed, while Lin Yang briefly informed them of Ji Zihan's stabilized condition. Once it was established that Ji Zihan was all right, the conversation shifted to Lin Yang and Wei He. Given Wei He's typically aloof demeanor, it was hard not to stir up speculation about his newfound interest in following her around. It's merely a question. It won't hurt, they said, and considering their close relationship, it was assumed she would confide in them. Encouraged by her peers, Meng Xining found herself pushed in Lin Yang's direction, and realizing there was no escape, she asked, Lin Yang, is Wei He pursuing you? Daken abuk. Lin Yang replied, no. Why would you ask that? Meng Xining gestured towards the cluster of girls from their class, who had been discussing the matter. Lin Yang was curious to know who had spread such rumors, as she had barely exchanged a few words with Wei He in class. This was the modern world. Had it been in ancient times, she might as well have given up on marriage altogether. She was acutely aware that the more one attempts to clarify such matters, the greater the misunderstandings that tend to arise, particularly since she had nothing to clarify. Wei He had never claimed to be pursuing her. Having skipped lunch, Lin Yang was ravenous, so after afternoon training, she hurried to the convenience store to buy a sandwich to quell her hunger. After finishing, she planned to head to the cafeteria for a bowl of noodles when she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Luo, who was exiting the cafeteria with a hot dog in hand. Upon seeing her, he remarked, "The food at your cafeteria is truly dreadful." Then, with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "What is the situation between you and that boy from your class?" "There is no situation at all." Lin Yang Sigit, feeling exasperated that even he had heard of their supposed connection. "Where did you even hear about this? Your training is so dull that it's hard not to gossip." Jiang Luo replied, following her into the cafeteria and joining the queue beside her. "Regardless of the source, Lin Yang, let me remind you that your primary focus at this stage should be your studies. Those boys are merely distractions along your academic journey. No matter how tempting they may seem, you should simply kick them aside." "Oh, so you know that?" Lin Yang shot him a knowing glance. She recalled how grandfather Jiang used to tug at his ear, warning him that if he ever misbehaved with the girls, he would break his legs. At the time, she and T understood, but now it seemed Jiang Luo was quite the rascal. "What kind of look is that? When I was abroad, it was others chasing after me. I hardly had time to hide." The old man's accusations of me misbehaving with girls were completely unfounded. It was Lin Yang's turn. She ordered a generous portion of noodles with sauce. "Your appetite hasn't diminished over the years," Jiang Luo remarked, and upon catching Lin Yang's gaze, he quickly added, "Being able to eat is a blessing." Indeed, it was. He had initially found her amusing for her hearty appetite, which had prompted him to enjoy her company along with that little girl, Li Qiao. In the blink of an eye, the two young girls have grown up, each possessing a distinct temperament. Previously, they would refer to their elder brother with deference, but now they boldly roll their eyes at him. It is evident, however, that the eldest has a deep fondness for her. Chapter 62. You dining with him without me during the past few days of military training. Lin Yang has indeed gained notoriety. It remains uncertain whether her impeccable military posture or Jiang Lu's influence is to blame, but she has become something of a mascot, frequently borrowed by various instructors to demonstrate for different classes. There's also the matter of her walking in sync, which Lin Yang is 80% certain was intentional on Jiang Lu's part. In their childhood in Beicheng, Jiang Lu had taught her and Xiao how to march in unison, specifically instilling the habit of moving in sync. Once such a habit is formed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to alter, perhaps due to her lack of athletic prowess. She sometimes still walks with an awkward gait. Now, having fulfilled her role as a mascot, she has been publicly chastised for her synchronized walking. Consequently, after the training, the entire second-year cohort is aware of a girl named Lin Yang in class, known for her excellent military posture, yet always marching in unison. "Look, it's that awkward one from class." Lin Yang has lost count of how many times she has overheard this phrase over the past few days. She wishes she could don a mask while walking through the school. All of this is Jiang Lu's fault. Ironically, she's unable to rectify her gait no matter how hard she tries. Earlier, when discussing how Jiang Lu ended up in Hesedi to train them, it was revealed that earlier this year, a military academy from a neighboring city had invited them to conduct training for its students, which is why they came here. Now that the training has concluded, Jiang Lu is set to return to Beicheng with the troops, and before his departure, he invited Lin Yang to dine with him at the school gate since it was not the weekend. Neither of them are particularly finicky eaters, and, as they dined, Jiang Lu, ever the chatterbox, engaged in lively conversation. The old man at home is a lonely elder, spending his days with only a bird for company. Whenever you have the chance, do visit him. He would be overjoyed for months. Just as Lin Yang was about to express her intention to visit Jiang Grandpa once she begins her university studies nearby, Jiang Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Jiang Lu laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, playing a voice message from Jiang Grandpa for Lin Yang to hear. Which rascal is out there misbehaving? Lin Yang felt a sense of foreboding, and the next moment, she found herself watching a video of her awkward gait. From the perspective of the video, Jiang Grandpa's description was rather apartment. After laughing to his heart's content, Jiang Lu immediately initiated a video call, and upon connection, a spirited elderly man appeared on the screen, beginning with a stern reprimand. You little rascal, why are you off fooling around instead of training properly? Grandpa, I truly wasn't fooling around today. I came to surprise you, Jiang Lu replied nonchalantly, directing the camera towards Lin Yang. Take a good look. Doesn't this rascal resemble the Lin Nyonyo you've been constantly mentioning? Nyonyo? Lin Yang greeted the elderly man on the screen dutifully. Grandpa Jiang, it's been a while. You still look as spirited as ever. Ah, indeed it's Nyonyo. You've grown so much. Grandpa is getting old. On the other end, Jiang Grandpa straightened up, somewhat taken aback by the girl on the screen. Nyonyo, that is not what I meant earlier. You dance beautifully. Your arms and legs are perfectly straight. 100 times better than your brother Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu couldn't contain his laughter, and after a moment, he chimed in, Oh, you've really taken a turn there. Jiang Grandpa was quite exasperated. You little scamp, I'll give you a good thrashing when I see you again. Lin Yang cast an exasperated glance at Jiang Lu, who raised his eyebrows in response. Indeed, the old man appeared to be in good spirits. After years of silence between the elder and the younger, they suddenly found themselves engaged in endless conversation. Just as the lunch break was nearing its end, Jiang Lu finally spoke. All right, I must hang up now. You're quite idle, but the little girl still has class. Why didn't you mention earlier that Nyonyo has class? Old Master Jiang glared at Jiang Lu, then turned to Lin Yang with a gentle smile. After chatting with the old man for so long, it was time for Nyonyo to go to class. If you have the chance to come to the north in the future, you must visit Grandpa. Goodbye, Grandpa Jiang. I will definitely come to see you if I get the chance. Ah, Nyonyo, be good. Grandpa. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Jiang Lu abruptly ended the call. The next moment, a voice message arrived. Despite Jiang Lu having turned the volume down to the lowest setting, Old Master Jiang's voice resonated with vigor, exploding like a bomb in the bustling restaurant. You little rascal, just wait until you return. I will deal with you. Jiang Lu dug at his ears and shrugged to Lin Yang, saying, We'll go out for a meal then. That evening, after school, Lu Lin's car was parked in the usual spot. As Lin Yang rushed towards it, she heard the driver inquire, Has your brother Jiang Lu left? Yes. He left after lunch today. I wonder where he is now. Lin Yang silently lamented her fatigue. She had been stewing in jealousy for several days. Why was she still feeling this way? The school gate was crowded, and Lu Lin did not hurry to start the car. He glanced at her and remarked, From your tone, it seems you're quite reluctant to see him go. This isn't jealousy. It's just emotion, Lin Yang retorted, pausing her search for snacks in the storage compartment. My dear Lu Lin, do you need a reminder? You're practically turning into a vinegar jar. At this, Lu Lin pressed his lips together in silence. As the crowd at the school gate thinned, he pressed on the accelerator and the car gently pulled away from the curb. Throughout the journey, regardless of what Lin Yang said, he remained quiet, only speaking when she offered him snacks, otherwise keeping his lips tightly sealed. Upon arriving at the building, Lu Lin exited the car and walked towards the hallway, but Lin Yang hurried down to block his path. Are you really ignoring me? If so, you needn't come to pick me up tomorrow. I'll go home by myself. Lu Lin felt a pang of frustration. Because of Jiang Lu, that little brat had been giving him the cold shoulder for an entire week, and now that Jiang Lu was gone, he still had to endure this. Was it really so difficult to comfort him? Suddenly, Lin Yang stood on her toes to lean closer to him, playfully pinching his cheek. Let me see. Where's the thing that made our President Lu unhappy? I'll pull it out and give a good thrashing. Lu Lin extended a hand to rest on her shoulder, his eyes clouded with ambiguity. Do you not know why I am unhappy? Of course, Lin Yang was aware. She patiently reassured him. Jiang Lu is your brother. You are closer to me than to him. He didn't invite me to dinner. He didn't say he would invite you. Who needs his invitation? Lin Yang sruget. Then that settles it. Since he didn't invite you, and you don't want him to, he can only dine with me. No matter how you twist it, She is always in the right. Lu Lin felt a tightness in his chest that he suppressed, urging her to sleep early. But how will I come back after school tomorrow? She inquired. I will pick you up. Once again, he became reticent, prompting Lin Yang to sigh inwardly. How could she possibly soothe him? Apologies proved ineffective. Gifts were out of her financial reach, and he lacked for nothing of ordinary value. As she pondered, her foot unexpectedly struck the step, causing her calf and knee to collide painfully with the stairs, eliciting a sharp gasp. Where did you hurt yourself? Before she could voice her discomfort, Lu Lin, who was trailing behind her, had already lifted her pant leg to inspect the injury. The corridor's dim light made it difficult to see, so he switched on his flashlight, his brow furrowing at the sight of her leg. While her knee appeared relatively unscathed, it was scraped and bleeding. Her calf, however, was more severely injured. It's just a minor wound. I can apply a bandage at home, Lin Yang insisted, suppressing the pain as she attempted to ascend the stairs once more. In the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lu Lin's neck. How many times must I remind you that I am not a decoration? She murmured softly against his arm. But you are still upset with me, she added. I am no longer angry. I promise not to be angry again, Lu Lin replied, taking a deep breath. As long as you are well. Chapter 63. Are you no longer afraid of him? Due to military training and weather conditions, the school held its opening ceremony 2 weeks after the semester began. Ji Zihan, who had spent half a month in the hospital, was finally discharged. During her hospitalization, Lin Yang visited her twice to deliver notes, and on both occasions, Su Cheng was present. On the first visit, Ji Zihan accidentally spilled food on the bed while eating. Su Cheng promptly lifted her and placed her on a nearby chair, gently washing her hands and feet. Ji Zihan, in a fit of petulance, refused to cooperate, yet Su Cheng remained unperturbed, silently cleaning up the mess, replacing the bed linens, and finally returning her to the bed. On the second visit, Su Cheng was washing Ji Zihan's hair. She alternated between claiming he was too gentle and then throwing a tantrum, insisting he stop because he was hurting her scalp. Lin Yang watched in astonishment, fearing she might demand Su Cheng to drink shampoo. Fortunately, that did not occur, but she felt that if Ji Zihan did indeed make such a request, Su Cheng would comply without hesitation, having never shown any signs of anger. She would ask him to be gentler, and when she said he was being too gentle, he would apply more pressure, utterly obedient to her whims. Lin Yang mused that raising a daughter could not be more akin to this. To her, Ji Zihan was a precious gem cradled in Su Cheng's hands. So when Ji Zihan began to vent about her brother, she could not help but defend him. I declare that the air at school is 1,000 times better than in the hospital, and most importantly, I no longer have to endure the glare of that four-eyed tortoise. Lin Yang cast a skeptical glance at her. How do I get the sense that you're the one giving your brother the cold shoulder? With a clear conscience, Ji Zihan admitted, I genuinely feel that way. At least from what I've observed. I am indeed giving him the cold shoulder. She nodded matter-of-factly. He forbids me from doing this and that so naturally. I have my grievances. Are you no longer afraid of him? Ji Zihan hesitated. To be honest, a little afraid. During her time in the hospital, she had taken advantage of her ailment to act out, but now that she was discharged, she realized she may have overstepped her bounds. The fact that someone with Su Cheng's severe cleanliness obsession would wash her feet, even after she accidentally splashed foot water on his face, without growing angry, and instead inquiring if the water temperature was too high, bewildered her. If it weren't for his perpetually stoic expression, she would suspect he had been possessed by something. Thus, I'm contemplating whether to stay at my aunt's for a few days until that four-eyed tortoise forgets I splashed foot water on him. Otherwise, I fear he might make me drink his foot water. Impossible, Lin Yang quickly refuted. You're overthinking it. She recalled vividly that when Ji Zihan splashed water on him, he hadn't even furrowed his brow, first drying her feet before tending to the water on his own face. As for Ji Zihan's claim that he was always giving her the cold shoulder, as an outsider, Lin Yang perceived Su Cheng's gaze as one of restraint, careful consideration towards Ji Zihan. Moreover, she had not revealed to Ji Zihan that day, outside the emergency room, she had witnessed Su Cheng weeping. He appeared distant and unapproachable, leaning against the wall of the dimly lit corridor, his back slightly hunched, the corners of his eyes tinged with red. With your kind words, as long as he does not hold me accountable or restrict my freedom, I might still consider calling him brother. Ji Jihan tossed the yogurt container into the trash bin and, with a slight pout, caught sight of the basketball players on the playground. Her curiosity piqued. Let us not dwell on that for now. This morning during cheerleading tryouts, why were they all so insistent on urging you to join? Upon finishing her inquiry, a sudden suspicion struck her. Was it because of Wei He? After all, he was a member of the basketball team. I knew you would ask that, Lin Yang replied with an exasperated expression. So what is the status between you two? Ji Jihan could hardly contain her inquisitive nature. Though she had a soft spot for childhood sweethearts, the notion of a reformed rogue intrigued her. She was eager to see how far Wei He might go in pursuing Lin Yang. The situation is hardly noteworthy, Lin Yang stated calmly. However, Wei He did declare in front of the entire class that he is pursuing me. What? Ji Jihan exclaimed, her mouth agape. When did this happen? How could I have missed such an explosive moment? With 15 minutes remaining before class commenced, Lin Yang chose to settle down on the playground. You're aware that Zhou Zixiang has a bit of an interest in me, right? Yesterday, I was on my period, and he probably noticed I was feeling unwell, so he offered to fetch me some water. And then, Ji Jihan leaned in, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Zhou Zixiang, the class monitor, was a quintessential straight man whose affection for Lin Yang was hardly a secret. Each time she had class duties, he would discreetly assist her with the blackboard. And during physical education, he would always go easy on her, fully aware of her lack of athletic prowess. Despite Lin Yang's clear rejections, he remained convinced he could win her over with his actions. Wei He must have noticed as well, which led to both of them coming to grab my cup at the same time, Lin Yang explained, her head throbbing. Then they began to argue. Zhou Zixiang claimed he had reached for the cup first and questioned Wei He's intentions, asking if he intended to compete with him for me. At that moment, class had just ended, and the students had yet to disperse, Zhou Zixiang's voice booming, ensuring nearly everyone heard. Lin Yang felt her face flush with embarrassment as she snatched the cup from their hands and stuffed it into her desk. Wei He's expression was icy as he retorted to Zhou Zixiang. Do I really need to report to you about whom I wish to pursue? Zhou Zixiang rambled on, though Lin Yang could not recall the specifics. Only the gist that while Wei He need not seek his approval, at the very least, the person involved should be aware of his intentions. Then, Wei He, in front of the entire class, turned to Lin Yang and remarked coolly, the person in question is so dense that she hasn't realized I've been pursuing her all this time. His voice was loud enough for the onlookers to hear, provoking a frenzy of cheers. They left no opportunity for Lin Yang to respond. Some declared that with Wei He's capabilities, he would surely win her over, while others teased Zhou Zixiang, suggesting he had a knack for matchmaking. After hearing Lin Yang's account, Ji Jihan lamented not having left the hospital sooner. As the class bell rang, failing to quell her burgeoning excitement for gossip. Have you informed Lu Lin at home? She asked. He is so busy. I would want to burden him with such trivial matters, Lin Yang replied. Although the incident involving the cream being swapped was ultimately traced back to the three deer, it was the Dafu family that bore the brunt of the repercussions, leading to their initial compensation. Following this, the financial chain of the Dafu family nearly collapsed. Fortunately, a wealthy shareholder came to their aid. However, with Jiang Kaming providing the funds, Lu Lin was compelled to exert himself considerably, taking on many tasks personally. Presently, he is preoccupied with trivial matters. The two arrive in the classroom ahead of the teacher, and Ji Jihan, slightly out of breath, remarked that her concerns were of utmost significance to him. Lin Yang was about to voice her thoughts when the teacher entered with a book, prompting her to suppress her words. She wished to convey that aside from Lu Lin's busy schedule, the gravity of the situation made her apprehensive. She feared that if she mentioned it to him, the following day would see Zhou Zixiang and Wei He appearing in class with bruised faces. Moreover, despite Lu Lin's usual indulgence towards her, should he discover her early romantic endeavors, he would not hesitate to inflict considerable punishment. Chapter 64. He doesn't necessarily need her following the National Day holiday. The basketball tournament commenced, accompanied by various other sports events, marking the autumn sports meet of the affiliated school. Although initially, the class had teased Lin Yang into joining the cheerleading squad. The selection process certainly required the approval of the individual involved. Lin Yang, of course, declined the offer. How could someone who struggled with marching in a straight line possibly perform those frivolous cheerleading routines? Moreover, joining the cheerleading squad would entail dedicating time for rehearsals, and she would much rather utilize that time to memorize a couple more vocabulary words. The school did not impose a strict requirement for students to attend the matches. Yet their homeroom teacher insisted they cheer for their class, claiming it would help them unwind and simultaneously bolster class cohesion. On the playground, a basketball was forcefully slammed against the backboard, tracing an inevitable parabolic arc before landing flawlessly in the hoop. Ah, Wei-hee! A wave of ecstatic screams erupted from the crowd below, all chanting Wei-hee's name. TSK, TSK, another three-pointer. Ji Zihan couldn't help but click her tongue. Impressed by Wei-hee, ever since he took the court, our class's score had surged. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, Lin Yang typically refrained from discussing Wei-hee. But given the context of the class competition, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, if things continued this way, we might even surpass Class 7 in the finals, putting them at a disadvantage. Let us hope so, but I believe the likelihood is slim, Ji Zihan remarked, observing the game intently. That number 18 from Class 7 is quite formidable, and his height gives him an advantage when it comes to rebounding. Indeed, but securing second place for our class would still be commendable. After all, the opposing team boasts several members from the basketball squad, whose prowess cannot be underestimated, while our class has only Wei-hee and Zhou Zixiang who stand out slightly. As the two conversed, an unfamiliar boy dashed over and playfully tapped Lin Yang on the shoulder from behind, wearing a knowing smile. "Classmate, could you do me a favor and deliver this to Wei-hee?" he said, not even allowing her a chance to refuse as he shoved a white towel and a bottle of soda into her hands before sprinting off. "Make sure it reaches him. He dislikes when others touch his belongings." Despite the boy's insistence, Lin Yang instinctively glanced at Ji Zihan, aware that if she delivered it, the misunderstanding would only deepen. Ji Zihan looked up at the sky, feigning ignorance. "Who is Wei-hee? I don't know him." She surveyed her surroundings, hoping to find a classmate to assist. But everyone nearby suddenly adopted a look of amusement and distanced themselves. As the match drew to a close, Wei-hee scored yet another basket. While transitioning back on defense, he jogged toward her, lifting his shirt hem to wipe the sweat from his brow, revealing a well-defined midriff that caused nearby girls to squeal and cover their faces. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Lin Yang, holding the water and towel, contemplated whether she could set the items down. In her hesitation, Wei-hee approached her, first inquiring, "Why do you have my towel?" He then raised an eyebrow at the water bottle in her hand, asking, "Did you buy that?" Dressed in a red jersey, the spirited young man gazed at her with eager anticipation. Lin Yang felt a flush creep to her cheeks, yet she quickly shook her head. "No, a boy asked me to give this to you." Wei-hee's eyes dimmed momentarily, but he soon broke into a smile. "What you have given me, I shall consider as your purchase." He took the towel from her hand to wipe his sweat, draping it over his neck after finishing. He then seized the soda water she held, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down a significant portion in one breath. "In the final match this afternoon, do you believe I can win?" "Everyone thinks you can win." Wei-hee pressed on. "Will you come to cheer for me?" His gaze was imbued with a potent possessiveness, causing Lin Yang to avert her eyes slightly. "Everyone is rooting for you." "I do not want them." Wei-hee's voice suddenly dropped. "I want you to cheer for me. Is that possible?" The surrounding classmates widened their eyes in disbelief, clearly taken aback that the typically aloof Wei-hee would so humbly request encouragement. Ji Zihan couldn't help but gasp, marveling at the possibility of a wayward son returning, while also feeling for Lin Yang, uncertain if being so cherished by Wei-hee was a blessing or a curse. Lin Yang hesitated, and Wei-hee let out a self-deprecating laugh. Isn't encouragement from classmates sufficient? Under the intense scrutiny of his beautiful eyes, the tension lingered. Ultimately, Lin Yang did not relent. "Just play well." She nodded, steeling herself as she replied, "I will cheer for you along with my classmates." "Since it's so difficult." Wei-hee scoffed. "There's no need to force yourself." Proud as he was, after being rebuffed repeatedly, He cast Lin Yang a cold glance before turning to leave. He felt as though he had been trampled underfoot, and she wouldn't even grant him a glance. Why linger here? He was dependent on her. After uttering that last line, Lin Yang assumed he would not participate in the afternoon match, but to her surprise, he did take the court. He played fiercely, attacking and rebounding with tenacity, leaving the opposing team struggling to defend against him. As the score gap widened, more spectators gathered, and aside from the opposing class, nearly all were cheering for Wei He. I had not previously realized that my class monitor was not only intelligent, but also a formidable basketball player, reminiscent of my own prowess in the sport. Remarkably, even our homeroom teacher was present, camera around his neck, smiling as he snapped photos of the game. After capturing some shots, he spotted Lin Yang and Ji Zihan, raised his camera, and snapped a picture of them, saying, "You two, stop standing around. Cheer for our class athlete. Boost his morale. Let us showcase the spirit of Class A. Show them that not only are we academically gifted, but we excel in sports as well, just like this." As he spoke, he set down the camera and shouted, "Class A will surely win." Once he finished, a small object fell onto Lin Yang's shoe, bouncing a few times before resting at their feet. Ji Zihan picked it up, examining the button in her hand, then glanced at the gap in the teacher's shirt. "Teacher, do you still need this button?" "Ah, well, they say the weather is nice today. Even clothes are opening up to enjoy the breeze." The teacher chuckled, then, with a final adjustment of his belly, reached out his chubby fingers to take the button. After their homeroom teacher swiftly departed, Lin Yang and Ji Zihan exchanged a glance and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha! Truly, as a language teacher, the first words out of his mouth are rhetorical devices. I've learned that. In the future, when my button falls off, I shall say just that. Tears streamed down their faces from laughter, oblivious to the sudden conflict that erupted on the court. Wei was knocked to the ground by a tall student from Class 7, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for a foul. Zhou Zixiang and several others on the court quickly rushed over. "You've always said you can't handle defeat. We let you score 2 points just for you. Now you've lost both the game and your dignity. How utterly shameful." After helping Wei He to his feet, Zhou Zixiang, as the physical education representative of experimental Class A, was the first to confront Class 7 head-on. "What are you shouting about? Which of your eyes saw that we did it on purpose?" After a few heated exchanges, tempers flared amongst the boys, who were all too easily provoked at that age. Number 18 committed a foul. Class 7 has now accumulated 4 fouls. As tensions escalated towards a potential brawl, the referee and the teacher keeping score hurriedly intervened to separate the players. The game resumed. Chapter 65. Why is your mouth bleeding? As the competition resumed, the atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. Wei He twisted his ankle when he was knocked to the ground, forcing him to be substituted for a teammate. Despite several attempts by others to assist him, he coldly rebuffed their offers. Watching Lin Yang and Ji Zihan disappear behind the school, building only darkened Wei He's expression further. He was acutely aware that, upon seeing his injury, that gluttonous girl had promptly dragged someone away. How unpresentable must he be for her to dread being associated with him? "Oh, Wei Ge, how did you twist your ankle? With your popularity, why has anyone taken you to the infirmary?" As Wei He limped toward the infirmary, Zhou Hao spotted him from a distance and immediately began to make a fuss, scampering over to circle him with a gleeful expression. "You look seriously hurt. Can you even walk? Do you want me to carry you?" Seeing Zhou Hao's mischievous demeanor, Wei He couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded. "Sure. Cough, 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 cough." Zhou Hao nearly choked on his own saliva. What was this? Did Wei He just agree? Had he lost his mind, or was he simply mishearing? When Zhou Hao finally managed to carry Wei He to the infirmary, he was still dazed, and he was nearly exhausted. Wei He was considerably taller and sturdier than him, and the journey from the playground to the infirmary was no mere stroll. It involved a slope and a flight of stairs. At this moment, Wei He stood there looking perfectly composed while Zhou Hao, flushed and breathless, collapsed into a chair, drenched in sweat. "Who exactly has the problem here?" the doctor inquired. Observing the scene, Zhou Hao, too fatigued to speak, merely pointed at Wei He, resolving never to provoke this young master again. His cousin had been right. He couldn't even compare to a single finger of Wei He, let alone keep up with him. Once, when he had mentioned his intention to pursue Lin Yang. This very individual had promised to assist him, only to end up helping himself instead. They had agreed that he would protect him, yet in the end, he was the one who got stabbed in the back, not only lacking integrity, but also treating him like a pack mule. While Zhou Hao seethed at Wei He's lack of fairness, the basketball match had concluded. Without Wei He, Class A managed to score only 2 goals in the second half. Fortunately, Zhou Zixiang strategically shifted their approach to buy time, and ultimately, they still outscored Class 7 by 2 points. The group returned to class as if they had won a great victory, heads held high. Naturally, Zhou Zixiang received a share of accolades. And when he glanced at Lin Yang, his face flushed with embarrassment, she swiftly turned her head away, presenting him with the back of her head. That evening, there was no evening study session for the sports meet, and as soon as the afternoon bell rang, Lin Yang dashed out of the classroom, eager to avoid Zhou Zixiang's pursuit, just as Zhou Zixiang prepared to rise and look for her. By now, both Lin Yang and those around Zhou Zixiang had grown accustomed to this dynamic, with even a few close acquaintances teasing him. With Wei He injured, how could she not run faster? Ridiculous. Zhou Zixiang shot a glare at the speaker. Perhaps she merely had to relieve herself. No wonder Lin Yang ran away upon seeing him. Who wouldn't? Upon leaving school, Lin Yang hurriedly made her way to the university, hitching a ride with Lu Lin to return home. During the drive, Lu Lin casually inquired, "Is tomorrow the last day of the sports meet?" The morning would feature finals for table tennis and tennis, followed by an awards ceremony in the afternoon. He mentioned that there would be a team-building event at the Defu residence tonight, with camping in the suburbs, where a performance by a minority group was scheduled. If you wish to attend, you may. If not, how could Lin Yang possibly miss such an opportunity to dine out and have fun? Without waiting for him to finish, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she blinked at him. "I'm going." Originally, Lu Lin had no intention of participating, but upon hearing her enthusiasm, he called the administration to arrange for 2 additional tents. As they arrived at the community, he parked the car downstairs, and they ascended to change their attire. Once home, Lin Yang instinctively rummaged through the refrigerator for a snack. Spotting a plate of bayberries, she grabbed one without a second thought and popped it in her mouth. The bitter and astringent taste of the liquor flooded her senses, and she quickly spat out the bayberry. So unpleasant. She recalled that the bayberries had been a gift from Li Chuanfang's colleague. There had been 2 boxes, one had been consumed, while the other had been soaked in liquor by Lin Wei. So this was the flavor of the liquor. Lin Yang smacked her lips, feeling an odd combination of spiciness and intensity. After changing, while waiting for Lu Lin, Lin Yang suddenly found that the liquor-soaked bayberry had a surprisingly pleasant aftertaste, even hinting at sweetness. She licked her lips and decided to sample another bayberry, savoring it thoughtfully. It tastes better now. No wonder Li Chuanfang didn't throw them away. Finding them delicious, she took 2 more and, feeling insatiable, brought the plate to the coffee table. However, in her distraction, she consumed 7 or 8 bayberries until she felt dizzy, swaying unsteadily as she attempted to walk. Lu Lin, having finished getting ready, knocked on the door. As it opened, a soft figure tumbled into his arms. "Have you been drinking?" The scent of alcohol was unmistakable, prompting Lu Lin to frown and glance into the room. Lin Yang, in a daze, pointed at the bayberries on the table, declaring, "The bayberries are poisonous." Clearly quite intoxicated, Lu Lin felt a headache coming on as he lifted her and carried her to her room. Though her mind was clouded, Lin Yang remembered she had intended to go out. As Lu Lin placed her on the bed, she immediately resisted, attempting to rise. With his arms still wrapped around her, they were quite close together, and when Lin Yang abruptly sat up, her head collided with his lower lip, causing a rush of metallic sweetness to fill her mouth. Perhaps due to the pain, she instinctively reached for her head. Lu Lin quickly wiped the blood from his lip, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement. "What are you doing? Learning to play the victim while drunk? It hurts." Lin Yang, cradled in his embrace, found her hands unable to reach her head and pouted in frustration. "I haven't even complained about the pain, and you're already playing the victim." Lu Lin shot her a glare, then withdrew one hand to gently massage her scalp. "Is this where it hurts?" Suddenly, Lin Yang landed in closer, squinting as she scrutinized his lips. "Why is your mouth bleeding?" although Lu Lin had not fully released her, now that she had wrapped her arms around his neck. He found himself half leaning over her. Meeting her glistening eyes, his deep brown gaze shifted to a darker hue. "Someone troublesome has been bothering me," he said. "Make sure to settle the score with him," Lin Yang added, proceeding to pinch his face, expressing her disdain as she did so. "It's not soft, it's hard to pinch." Lu Lin, amused yet exasperated, was about to respond when she suddenly released his face and seized his flushed ear, giving it a playful shake. "Lin Yang," he warned, his voice low and slightly hoarse. "Let go." Chapter 66. No more hiding and crying in the equipment room in a state of inebriation. Lin Yang resembled her childhood self, whimsically tugging at Lu Lin's ear, insisting he imitate an elephant one moment and clamoring to see a dinosaur walk the next. To her dismay, he bore no resemblance to a dinosaur at all. He appeared more akin to a duck. Lu Lin, resembling a fool as he attempted to mimic both the elephant and the dinosaur, felt his spirits plummet further upon hearing Lin Yang's disdainful remark about his dinosaur impression. "Lin Yang, enough is enough. It's time for bed. If you don't sleep now, tomorrow will be painful for you." Given her current state, it was evident that camping would be out of the question, and she would undoubtedly awaken with a throbbing headache. Lin Yang, her mind clouded by alcohol, paid no heed to Lu Lin's warning. With a look of contempt, she groggily tossed aside the covers, intent on demonstrating her version of a dinosaur to him. "You're doing it wrong. Let me show you. Just lie still and don't move. You'll catch a chill," Lu Lin admonished, furrowing his brow. After pressing her back down onto the bed, he resigned himself with a deep breath, spreading his arms and holding them close to his chest, bending his legs into a half squat, and began to clumsily imitate a dinosaur-esque gait. This is the last time, he vowed silently. If that little rascal dared to liken him to a duck again, he would embrace his inner beast for the day. Upon returning from work, Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei heard commotion from their daughter's room and went to investigate, only to find Lu Lin with his fingers curled into claws at his chest, squatting and waddling around the room, his posterior protruding and feet turned outwards. Clink! Li Chuanfang's keys clattered to the floor. Lu Lin turned at the sound. The atmosphere fell into a hush. Aside from Lin Yang, the three others were momentarily taken aback. "Little Lu, were you just practicing the duck walk? Or have Uncle and Annie fallen behind the times, and this is how the youth now choose to walk?" Lin Wei, ever the staunch materialist, was the first to regain his composure. That's not," Lu Lin stammered, pointing at Lin Yang, but before he could explain, the figure on the bed let out a soft snore. Calm on the surface, Lu Lin's heart was tumultuous as he glanced between Lin Yang and her parents, resolving that if Lin Yang ever touched another drop of alcohol, he would no longer bear the surname Lu. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared his throat and, while retreating towards the door, said to Li Chuanfang, "Annie, Yang Yang got tipsy from eating bayberries. Do we have any honey at home? If so, could you please prepare a hangover remedy for her when she wakes?" "Preparing a hangover remedy isn't a bother. I'll brew her some as soon as she wakes up," Li Chuanfang replied, regaining her senses, and couldn't he help but scold Lin Wei about their daughter. "I must have dropped her common sense when I gave birth to her. How could she dare to eat fermented bayberries?" Unaware of the consequences, Lin Wei chuckled. "It's my fault for not being thorough. I should have put the bayberries in the refrigerator." Clearly, he had underestimated their daughter's penchant for food, which had led her to intoxication. Lu Lin quietly retreated to the door, and before closing it, he turned to Li Chuanfang and said, "Annie, when she wakes, she'll surely feel unwell, so please don't scold her." "Auntie understands. Scolding her will only upset you," Li Chuanfang replied with a smile. "Rest assured, I won't scold her." After seeing off Lu Lin, Li Chuanfang tucked the quilt around Lin Yang and closed the door before leaning in and speaking softly to Lin Wei. The ability to eat is indeed a blessing, and it has been clearly validated in her case. With Lu Lin indulging her so much, we need not worry about her for the rest of our lives. Once we retire, we can travel in peace. "Indeed," Lin Wei replied, genuinely pleased. "Little Lu is indeed worthy of trust. After all, there are very few people in the world who can meet unreasonable demands, even when their daughter is intoxicated, without hesitation." Even as her father, he could not guarantee that he could reach such a level. The next day, Lin Yang was awakened by a phone call. She fumbled for her phone without checking who was calling and answered. Hello. The voice on the other end seemed surprised. You haven't gotten up yet? Lin Yang couldn't recognize the caller, rubbed her eyes, and opened them to glance at the screen, instantly becoming more alert. Are you awake? Can you come down? On the line, Wei seemed to have quickly forgotten the unpleasantness of the previous day. Chuckling lightly, I'm downstairs at your place. I have something for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's last remnants of sleep vanished. She rolled out of bed, her disheveled hair in disarray, and peeked out the window. Wei happened to look up as well, a slight smile gracing his lips as he saw her. They exchanged glances, and Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. She was not surprised that Wei knew where she lived. The class had collected home addresses several times, making it easy to find out. What truly astonished her was that he had been so angry yesterday, advising her not to force anything. Yet today he stood downstairs with a smile, looking somewhat different. Lost in thought, she forgot to withdraw her head until Wei waved his phone at her, prompting her to regain her composure as his calm voice echoed through the call. If you're up, come down. I'll be waiting for you. Retreating back to her bed, Lin Yang lay down again and messaged him. Wei, please go back. I believe I have made myself quite clear. I have no intention of dating at the moment and do not harbor feelings for you, nor will I in the future. Please do not waste your time on me. A voice message quickly came in from him, sounding almost like a wry smile, which Lin Yang opened and converted to text. Rest assured, I will no longer trouble you. Reading the message, Lin Yang felt an unexpected calmness, not the sense of relief she had anticipated. I have to leave. I came to say goodbye. So, can you come down for a moment? I want to bid you a proper farewell. 2 messages followed in quick succession, leaving Lin Yang stunned for nearly half a minute before she asked, why the sudden departure? If it were merely because of her, she felt it unnecessary. The second year of high school is a crucial period, and transferring schools at this juncture is not an ideal choice. Although Wei had indeed caused her some distress, she did not perceive it as harassment. Objectively speaking, he was the most outstanding individual she had encountered, an exemplary student, talented in many areas, and possessing a likable personality, cherished by both teachers and classmates. If he left, their class would lose a valuable asset. Don't worry, it's not because of you. My family doesn't actually reside here. I was bound to leave eventually, just a bit earlier than planned. After perusing the message several times, Lin Yang pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to bid him farewell in person. It was quite surprising and somewhat troubling for her to be admired by such an exceptional individual. Yet, she had also felt a secret joy in it. Now that he was departing, she deemed it necessary to utter a sincere goodbye. I apologize for waking you, she said. Wei, not entering the hallway, smiled as he saw her descend. It's 11 o'clock. I thought you would be awake by now. Lin Yang felt a sudden embarrassment, having believed it to be only 7 or 8 in the morning. To her astonishment, it was already noon, and she now realized her head ached from oversleeping. She shyly shook her head. No, I should have gotten up earlier. Wei chuckled and handed her a bag. This is for you. It contains some trinkets I made casually. Keep them if you like. If not, feel free to discard them. Thank you, Lin Yang replied politely, nodding. I will cherish them. After all, they were handcrafted by someone else, and she could not bring herself to so easily cast them aside. Although I know you want tea, I must say this. If anyone bullies you, call me. No matter where I am, I will return to confront them. As Lin Yang composed herself, preparing to say goodbye, Wei suddenly interjected with this earnest statement. Without waiting for her response, he playfully lifted his chin. All right, head back inside. If you need anything, call me. You can also reach out if you encounter difficulties in your studies. At this moment, Wei recalled having seen her secretly weeping in the equipment room after a poor exam performance. He looked at her earnestly and said, Good luck with your exams. I believe you will surely rank among the top 10 in your grade. Noticing her eyes widen in surprise, he understood her thoughts and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Lin Yang had time to evade his gesture before he withdrew his hand. In the future, if you perform poorly, call me. Don't hide away in the equipment room and cry. Others might find you endearing, and I don't wish for that. Chapter 67. It turns out she has someone else. If she can perceive his discontent Wei, he initially came with a flicker of hope. He believed that even if Lin Yang exhibited the slightest inclination for him to stay, he would unhesitatingly change his mind. Alas, that was not the case. From beginning to end, she did not show any such sentiment. As Wei He boarded the plane, he could only manage a bitter smile. Realizing Wei Min's words held truth, Lin Yang did not harbor feelings for him, and her indifference would not waver simply because he was leaving. The only glimmer of joy for him was her willingness to meet him, even if it was merely for a farewell. Yet, did this not also signify that he still had a chance? She claimed not to wish for a romantic relationship at present, but he could wait until they matured and improved. Waiting was something he excelled at. After Wei He departed, Lin Yang lingered at the spot for a while before returning, feeling an inexplicable emptiness despite her certainty that she did not like him. Watching him leave left a void in her heart, neither sadness nor reluctance, just an unsettling hollowness. Unable to articulate the sensation, she simply felt unwell. However, with someone departing, she could not restrain him. All she could do was wish him a prosperous journey and hope he encounters someone equally remarkable. Once she came to terms with her feelings, she opened the bag Wei He had given her, curious about its contents. Inside lay a string of water-red beads of indeterminate material, a pure black strap adorned with a tiny golden cat pendant, and a small pig carved from wood. The pig was likely the handmade trinket Wei He had mentioned, appearing endearingly clumsy with its round belly and a charming pink hue. Lin Yang puzzled over the significance of the pig. Was it a representation of her? Noticing something else at the bottom, she opened it to discover a bottle of digestive tablets. The sense of emptiness that had settled in her heart vanished instantly. However, gazing at the golden cat pendant brought her some frustration. While the other items could be overlooked, this one felt too extravagant, being crafted from gold. The beaded bracelet also exuded an air of opulence. With a sigh, Lin Yang lamented. Had she known they were so precious, she would have refused them. After contemplating for a few minutes, she decided to keep the wooden pig, intending to return the necklace and bracelet should they meet again in the future. After organizing her belongings, she rummaged through the fridge for an open can of food. As she ate, fragmented memories began to coalesce in her mind. She recalled tugging on Lu Lin's ear, who had claimed to be an elephant, demonstrating how to walk like a dinosaur. She had teased him, saying he resembled a duck. Lin Yang vigorously shook her head, trying to dismiss this absurd memory, but the images in her mind grew increasingly vivid, her eyes widening in surprise. Goodness, what had she done to Lu Lin while intoxicated? The irony was that he had actually imitated her, although his dinosaur walk indeed resembled that of a duck. After a moment of exasperation, Lin Yang could no longer contain her laughter. With a light-hearted chuckle, Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei departed for work, leaving only her and the elderly cat, Xiao He, at home. Xiao He, an old feline, spent most of his days napping, but upon hearing her laughter, he emerged to see his jovial young mistress and quietly settled by her feet. Even the cat felt a twinge of melancholy, reflecting on the passage of time. It had aged, while his little master remained in her youth. Recently, Lu Lin had been absent from class more frequently than advisable. Even with a project supervised by his mentor, other instructors were reluctant to overlook his absences. After all, there were few promising students in the class, and each teacher vied for the best. Even if they could not claim them, borrowing them for a time was a worthy endeavor. Yesterday, their thermodynamics professor sternly declared that if Lu Lin continued to miss classes, no matter his performance on the final exam, he would receive a failing grade. Thus, Lu Lin rose early today to attend school. At the entrance of the community, he spotted the same boy he had seen that night. Although the lighting had been poor, the boy's striking presence had left a lasting impression, allowing Lu Lin to recognize him instantly despite the time that had elapsed. Noticing the bag the boy held, Lu Lin's first thought was that it contained a gift for a girl he admired. As long as it wasn't tea for Lin Yang, he mused. Yet, what if it were? From the community gate to the school, Lu Lin's mind was preoccupied with this notion. He harbored a nagging suspicion that the bag was indeed meant for Lin Yang, for she was undeniably charming. He had once imagined that even if Lin Yang perpetually regarded him as a brother, never reciprocating his affections, he would accept it. He could accompany her as a family member, provided that the boy by her side was exceptional in every way. Judging solely by appearance and demeanor, the boy certainly fit the bill. Distracted throughout the morning, after the third class concluded, he headed to the cafeteria to procure a few dishes that Lin Yang adored, along with some fruit to alleviate his hangover. Upon returning to the community, he suddenly slammed on the brakes behind a flower bed. From a distance, across the flower bed and a stretch of gravel path, Lu Lin saw Lin Yang and the boy standing downstairs. Lin Yang was holding the bag that had previously been in the boy's hands. He affectionately ruffled her hair, and they both smiled and waved goodbye. It is commonplace for adolescents to develop mutual affections, and it is unremarkable for a boy to present gifts to a girl he likes. It was entirely natural for someone as delightful as his little tail to be admired. Lu Lin sat in his car, feeling utterly drained. Lin Yang lingered downstairs for quite some time, while he remained in the vehicle until the afternoon. With classes still to attend, he directly returned to school. A straightforward problem regarding energy loss perplexed him. He read the question 4 times before attempting to write an answer. When the professor called on him, he casually stated the answer, but when asked to elaborate on his reasoning, a matter that could have been clarified in 2 sentences, he took 2 minutes. His mind was a muddled mess, thoughts jumbled. He felt lethargic, as if he were unwell. Lu Lin had not returned all day, nor had he sent any messages or made any calls, which was decidedly unusual for someone who, regardless of how busy he was, always found time to reach out to her. Lin Yang couldn't help but worry that her inebriation from the previous day had delayed his attendance at the team-building event, possibly inciting his anger. However, upon reflection, she dismissed the notion. Lu Lin could hardly be provoked by such trivial matters. Concerned for his well-being, she called him, but the response was not as instantaneous as before. He answered just before the call could disconnect. A sense of unease washed over her as she greeted him and inquired, "Are you particularly busy today?" "Yes, I have many classes to make up," he replied. "Oh, then focus on your studies and let me know when you return," she said. "I won't be coming back today." "What?" Lin Yang instinctively gasped. Something felt amiss. His tone was excessively detached, both in voice and demeanor. "I'm too late after class, so I'll just sleep in the dormitory," Lu Lin explained blandly. "I'm in class now. I have to hang up." As she ended the call, Lin Yang's apprehension deepened. She retrieved Lu Lin's schedule and discovered he had no classes that evening. Although she could not discern the reason, she was certain that Lu Lin was indeed upset, and quite intensely so. His normally stable temperament, who could possibly have provoked him to such a degree? Unable to fathom it further, she swiftly changed her attire and set out. Lu Lin was the person closest to her. Whoever had incited his ire would face her wrath, no matter the distance. When he emerged from the classroom, his demeanor remained frosty. Upon catching sight of Lin Yang, a multitude of emotions surged within him, leaving him momentarily speechless, his throat tight with unexpressed feelings. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his head bowed low, obscuring his expression from her view. She placed her hands behind her back and leaned forward to meet his gaze. "I came to see which fool had the audacity to upset my dear Lu Lin." Lu Lin cast his eyes downward, a tempest of emotions swirling within them. To her surprise, she could perceive his discontent, despite her own burgeoning feelings for another. Having just concluded his class, the corridor was bustling with students, and he guided her into an adjacent classroom, where he faced her with a blend of clarity and a hint of supplication in his eyes. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Lin Yang, do you remember the promise you made to me?" Chapter 68. He ruffled your hair. Lin Yang was taken aback. So, that oblivious person was her? She was momentarily at a loss, uncertain about what transgression she had committed. After all, she had made numerous promises to him, such as sending him messages while out, keeping her location on, reporting any instances of bullying, avoiding cold foods during her menstrual period, and not leading strangers anywhere, and so many more. Each of these had been addressed after he discovered her transgressions and made her vow not to repeat them. Lin Yang pondered for a long time, counting them on her fingers, yet Lu Lin's expression remained unchanged. She dejectedly shook her head. "I believe none of these would warrant your anger. I can't think of anything else. Could you perhaps offer a hint?" Her gaze was clear and sincere, causing Lu Lin to doubt his own perceptions. Yet vividly, "That day downstairs, I asked you if you had a crush on anyone." His hands, hanging by his sides, tightened slightly. He resolved to be a bit harsher with himself, even if it meant hearing her admit her fondness for that boy. Gazing in her eyes, He took a deep breath and said, "You claimed you didn't tea and assured me that you would never fall in love early. I truly don't." Lin Yang's eyes widened in shock. "Do you think I've fallen for someone? Have you not?" Lu Lin frowned. "Earlier today, downstairs, a boy came to find you, and you too. You saw that." "Huh?" Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, then slammed her hand on the table. "I was wronged," he asked the class representative. "He came to bid me farewell as he was leaving. He likes you." His tone was filled with unwavering certainty. Lin Yang's mouth fell open. "You could tell that too?" Lu Lin's gaze rested atop her head. "He ruffled your hair. I didn't want him to ruffle it. I just didn't react in time." Lin Yang felt inexplicably guilty and murmured, "Besides, you often ruffle my hair too." Before Lu Lin could respond, she quickly added, "But I willingly let you do that." She tugged at the hem of his shirt. "So, can you please not be angry anymore?" Upon seeing him still staring at her, Lin Yang silently lamented how difficult he was to appease. She recounted everything from when Wei He began treating her differently, what he had said and done, how she had rejected him, right up to the events that transpired yesterday on the court. And then today, as you saw, he was leaving and wanted to say a proper goodbye, asking me to come down to give me something, and that was it. Lin Yang's expression was earnest. "I'm not deceiving you. I truly haven't fallen in love early." Lu Lin listened intently to every word she spoke, each utterance tightening the furrow in his brow. Ultimately, all his attention fixated on one particular statement she made. "You encountered a rogue on the bus, such a significant matter, and why did you not inform me?" As a young girl, encountering a rogue on the bus without seeking help from the driver or others, she had confronted him directly, and not just one but two of them. The moment he heard this, his heart sank. He hadn't even considered praising her bravery, only worrying for her safety. "During that time, you were exceedingly busy, hardly finding a moment to rest, and I felt it inappropriate to trouble you with such trivial matters." Lu Lin intended to express that he was not merely a decoration, yet he had uttered that sentiment countless times before, to no avail. He simply inquired, "Do Uncle Lin and Annie know?" As he furrowed his brow, seemingly about to chastise her, Lin Yang swiftly interjected, "You have wronged me once. You cannot scold me again." "When have I ever scolded you?" Lin Yang murmured softly. "Every time you frown while speaking to me, I feel as though you are reprimanding me." Lu Lin, his brow, which had been knitted in concentration, now appeared oddly contorted, caught between furrowing and relaxing. With a chuckle, Lin Yang playfully pinched his cheek, saying, "Frowning too much will give you wrinkles. You ought to smile more." Lu Lin's lips curled into a reluctant smile, and Lin Yang, filled with delight, felt a surge of emotion within, thinking, "It's not easy, but he finally seems to be more at ease." Thus, the matter was resolved pleasantly. She smiled effortlessly. "Let us head home." Lu Lin allowed her to lead him outside, his lips curving upward uncontrollably. As they passed a small shop, Lin Yang purchased 2 smiley face ice creams, emerging with a frown. "The price has risen by 50 cents. Now, 2 costs 6 yuan. I'll reimburse you." Lu Lin chuckled, pulling out his phone to transfer the funds. "No need. I still have 6 yuan." Lin Yang snatched the phone and returned it to his pocket. "I can afford it, but the children can't. When we were young, it was only 1 yuan, and I hesitated to buy it." Though Lin Yang had transformed from a little girl who could barely read the words on the packaging into a young woman who could write out the chemical formulas of preservatives and stabilizers, she understood that the ice cream did not truly bear that name. It merely featured a smiley face on the packaging. Yet, after sampling numerous brands of ice cream, her affection for this particular brand remained steadfast, and she stubbornly referred to it as smiley face ice cream, even with the price having tripled. Its unchanging packaging evoked cherished memories, compelling her to purchase it each time she spotted it. Lu Lin remarked, "Then I shall strive to one day buy it outright and ensure the price never rises again." Auntie Yao might say you're being extravagant. Let her remain unaware. Lu Lin replied half-jokingly. The atmosphere in the car on the return journey was a stark contrast to the weightiness of their earlier departure, filled instead with Lin Yang's laughter. As the traffic light turned green, Lu Lin rolled down the window, allowing the wind to rush in, along with the warm sunlight that illuminated their faces. As they ascended the stairs, Lin Yang walked ahead. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she paused at the door, waiting for Lu Lin to reach her level before entering. Then poked her head out. "See you tomorrow." Lu Lin, understanding her unspoken words, reached out to tousle her hair, smiling softly. Get to bed early. We must rise early tomorrow. Chapter 69. Your support for a considerable time, following Wei He's departure. Not only the students of experimental class A, but also many girls throughout the school lamented the loss. Whispers circulated, suggesting that his transfer was due to a breakup with Lin Yang, fearing her persistence. Fortunately, classmates from experimental class A clarified that they were never together. It was Wei He who harbored unreciprocated feelings for Lin Yang, who, in truth, did not reciprocate his affections. The reason for his departure was attributed to his household registration not being in his city, which left him unable to participate in the college entrance examination. Nevertheless, rumors can be insidious, and many were incredulous that someone could reject a person of Wei He's caliber. Consequently, they inundated Lin Yang with verbal abuse, accusing her of feigning superiority. After being confronted several times, Lin Yang found herself increasingly exasperated, confined to the classroom, even avoiding the restroom, yet still faced harassment during her commute to and from school, where she endured ridicule and insults. Although she had reported these incidents to her teacher, the homeroom teacher, accustomed to a laid-back demeanor, merely offered platitudes about fostering friendship among classmates, which proved to be of little consequence. One day in the corridor, a girl even resorted to physically pushing her. Had she not grasped the railing in time, she would have tumbled down the stairs. You cannot imagine how outrageous that girl was today. Not only did she insult me, but she nearly pushed me down the stairs. Thankfully, I reacted quickly, or I could have been severely injured. If she fancies Wei He, she should express that to him directly. What purpose does it serve to target me? Regardless, she wouldn't believe a word I say. That evening, on her way home, Lin Yang could no longer contain her frustration and confided in Lu Lin about the harassment she faced at school. Initially fearful that he would reproach her for not informing him sooner, she was surprised when he did not. Instead, he remarked that she had finally begun to consider him as more than just an accessory. Regarding her mistreatment, he inquired about the time, location, and other details but made no promises to intervene. Lin Yang didn't dwell on it. She had merely intended to vent, recognizing that he couldn't physically confront her tormentors. Today, when word reached her that the homeroom teacher requested her presence in the office, she assumed it was due to poor exam performance and braced herself for a reprimand. As she headed to the office, her gaze lowered, she almost collided with someone, only to be caught by the arm. Walking without paying attention again? Have you forgotten about the last time you fell into a ditch for not looking where you were going? Startled, Lin Yang looked up. What are you doing here? Lu Lin was dressed formally today, his expression unusually grave. After adjusting her uniform collar, he spoke in a low voice. I'm here to support you. It took Lin Yang a moment to grasp that he was referring to the insults she had endured. Her attention was then drawn to a row of individuals standing at the back of the office, those who had previously berated her. How had he located them? Seated beside the desk were the head of the grade, Mr. Xie, and Lin Yang's homeroom teacher. Upon seeing Lin Yang arrive, her teacher addressed Lu Lin. Lin Yang's parents have arrived. We can now discuss how to resolve this issue. Who said everyone was here? Oh, then let us wait a moment longer. Turning to meet Lin Yang's inquisitive gaze, Lu Lin leaned down and whispered, Uncle and Annie are on their way. Ah, you informed them? Who else should I tell if not them? Lu Lin cast a glance at her, asserting that they are your parents and you cannot strip them of their right to stand up for you. Moreover, considering the significant grievances you have endured at school, they are entitled to be informed. Can my mother really leave her students to come here? Lin Yang furrowed her brow. And my father? They are incredibly busy at work and cannot possibly take time off. It was not that she feared their knowledge of the situation. Rather, it was that both prioritized their careers above all else. Especially Li Chuanfang, who would often leave her meal if a parent called to inquire about their child's absence. Lin Wei was no different. At times, he would rush out in the middle of the night for an emergency case, barely having time to dress. Aware of the unique demands of their professions, Lin Yang seldom shared school-related matters with them to prevent distracting them. I have reported this to the police, Lu Lin stated calmly. Lin Yang was momentarily speechless. She had not considered that option. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the office door. The occupants turned to see Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei standing at the entrance, their expressions grave. "We are Lin Yang's guardians. May we enter?" With a military background, Lin Wei exuded a certain fortitude, and clad in uniform. His presence seemed to shake the very air of the office. "Ah, yes, of course." Xiaodao hastily placed his thermos down and stood to welcome them. Once inside, Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei moved to Lin Yang's side, joining Lu Lin. The trio slightly turned to shield her in their midst. Xiaodao wiped the sweat from his brow. "Parents of this student, there are chairs available. Let us sit and discuss." "Sitting is unnecessary," Li Chuanfang interjected promptly. "Let's speak frankly. I have always believed that students from the affiliated school, like their teachers, possess exemplary qualities. I never anticipated that my child would be subjected to such verbal abuse from multiple individuals. As a teacher myself, I understand that the school cannot intervene in student conduct, but to my knowledge, my child had previously reported this matter to a teacher. I wish to know how the school addressed it. Why was my child subjected to such significant distress without parental notification? Or does your institution condone such verbal bullying?" Upon concluding her lengthy statement, Lin Yang's homeroom teacher exchanged glances with Xiaodao, both wiping their foreheads. Lin Yang's parents. "I must admit this issue was mishandled on my part. I presumed it was merely a minor dispute among students, something that could be resolved verbally. The school undoubtedly bears responsibility in this matter." Xiaodao interjected immediately. "As the parents of this student, how do you propose we resolve this?" "We are fully committed to cooperating." Lu Lin turned to Lin Yang. "Do you wish for them to apologize privately or in front of the entire school?" "Right here is fine," she replied. After nodding, Lu Lin addressed Xiaodao. "I shall refrain from elaborating on the apologies. Furthermore, according to Article 24 of your school's regulations, unjustified verbal abuse of a classmate, if deemed serious, warrants a major demerit." Several girls' expressions subtly shifted. Yet before they could utter a word, Lu Lin continued. "Moreover, according to our national public security regulations, any juvenile over the age of 14 who verbally insults a classmate may face fines or detention, depending on the severity of the offense. You say I insulted her. Yet where is the evidence? Without proof, I could just as easily claim she assaulted me." Upon finishing his statement, whether out of anger or fear, the girl at the center of the back row brazenly advanced. "She nearly pushed me down the stairs," Lin Yang whispered to Lu Lin, tugging at his sleeve. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The girl glared at her defiantly, denying, "When did I push you?" "Whoever did it knows in their heart," Lin Yang retorted boldly. Refusing to back down, Lu Lin shielded her behind him, not sparing a glance at the girl, addressing the teachers in the office and Lin Wei. "I have already compiled the evidence, which both teachers and school authorities have reviewed. If there are no further issues, I will hand it over to Officer Lin. Should additional witnesses be required, I can provide them at any time." The girl, who had initially harbored hopes of evasion, felt her complexion suddenly pale at these words. Indeed, if they were able to locate her, it indicated they possessed evidence. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, the girl's demeanor shifted drastically, and she turned to Lin Yang, saying, "Lin Yang, it was wrong of us to insult you before. You haven't sustained any real harm. Since we are all from the same school, could you please speak on our behalf and let this matter go?" Taken aback by the girl's abrupt change in attitude, Lin Yang was at a loss. Just as she pondered her next move, Lin Wei gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Yang, you should return to class. I will handle this." Lin Yang glanced at the group of girls, then at Lu Lin and Li Chuanfang, ultimately ignoring the pleading gaze of the girl, and nodded. "All right," with someone backing her. She felt emboldened. After Lin Yang departed, Lin Wei's piercing gaze fell upon the girl. "Young lady, our Yang is kind, but that does not mean she is defenseless. As her parents, we are her sword. Regarding today's events, as a police officer, I will remain impartial, yet my colleagues will enforce the law justly." Lin Wei spoke each word with conviction. "As a father, I will not allow her grievances to go unaddressed." Chapter 70. Why are you so kind? Lin Yang did not inquire whether that girl had been penalized, yet the other girls offered her sincere apologies, their demeanor suggesting genuine remorse, though she could not ascertain the truth of their feelings. On her way home that evening, Curiosity compelled her to ask Lu Lin how he had managed to locate those girls. Upon learning that he had painstakingly compared photographs one by one, she could no longer contain her tears. Initially, when she spotted Li Chuanfeng and Lin Wei together at the office door, her eyes had nearly brimmed with tears. But the presence of many people had forced her to suppress her emotions. The arrival of her family to support her was an overwhelming source of comfort, making her feel as though she were cherished by the entire world. Thus, from the moment they entered until Lin Wei instructed her to return to the classroom, she had been stifling her tears. "Lu Lin, oh, how could you be so wonderful?" she sobbed, her heart swelling with gratitude. Moreover, her parents did not dismiss her experience of humiliation as mere schoolyard squabbles, unlike her homeroom teacher. Instead, they staunchly defended her. Now, liberated from the constraint of her emotions, Lin Yang wept freely, her tears streaming down her face, her nose running as she clumsily attempted to wipe them away. Lu Lin pulled over, unfastened his seatbelt, and gently turned her face to wipe her tears. "What are you crying for? It is only natural for an elder brother to protect his younger sister. Besides, it is regrettable that it took so long for me to find out, allowing you to endure such distress." When he approached Xie Datu, the latter had initially regarded the girl's quarrel as trivial and felt that Lu Lin was making a mountain out of a molehill, dismissing his concerns and claiming the surveillance footage was too blurry and distant to identify anyone. Undeterred, Lu Lin enlarged the surveillance images and requested photographs of the high school students from the discipline office, meticulously comparing each one. The clarity of the photos and the enlarged footage facilitated the comparison, although the number of individuals involved extended the time required. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to identify those who had bullied her. "Stop crying. I made you a little cake shaped like a swan. You'll be able to enjoy it once we get home." Lin Yang, still choked with emotion, asked, "How many inches is it? At this late hour, how many inches do you expect?" Lu Lin chuckled at her question before responding with mock annoyance. Lin Yang, suppressing her tears, began to smile, but a stubborn bubble of mucus escaped, and fearing that Lu Lin would tease her, she quickly covered her nose with her hand. Lu Lin glanced at her, bemused. "I've even picked the crust from your eyes. Why would a mere bubble of snot embarrass you?" Lin Yang turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge him. Did she not care for her dignity? As she ceased her crying, Lu Lin smiled and resumed driving towards home. However, shortly after they set off, she suddenly began to sob again. "Do not mind me. I just remembered that I flunked my midterm exams and felt the urge to cry." Lin Yang stifled her sobs, attempting to clarify her feelings. "Well, that certainly gives me a fright," Lu Lin sighed, promptly seeking a parking space to halt the vehicle. After exiting the driver's seat, he walked around to open the door for her. "Get out." Lin Yang, her eyes red from mourning her lost grades, gazed at him and asked, "What for?" "Let us return." "I do not want to." Lin Yang, unwilling to relent, shook her head while wiping away her tears, feeling quite embarrassed. Lu Lin remained patient, suggesting that they could depart once she had finished crying. Resolute, Lin Yang quickly fortified herself with a hearty bowl of chicken soup, reassuring herself that having performed poorly this time would only leave ample room for improvement in the future. There was no need to dwell on a single failure, especially when her successes far outnumbered them. Yes, she could do this. Having bolstered her spirits, she flashed a smile at Lu Lin. "Let us go, I'm done crying." The autumn wind was brisk, and Lu Lin draped a coat over Lin Yang's shoulders, placing her hat atop her head before securely locking the car. The two meandered along the sidewalk strewn with fallen sycamore leaves, a leisurely stroll they hadn't shared in a long while since he had purchased the car. Lin Yang, reminiscent of her elementary school days, delighted in walking along the edge where the sidewalk met the road, to prevent any mishaps should she lose her balance. Lu Lin matched her pace, keeping one hand protectively behind her, ready to catch her if necessary. "Do you remember when you bought me cotton candy here back in elementary school?" At a crossroads, Lin Yang suddenly leapt down from the steel pipe. "How could I forget?" Lu Lin replied, glancing at her as he withdrew his hand from behind her. "With rain imminent." He pointed to a dark cloud and whimsically claimed it was merely a white cloud. Lin Yang chuckled, lamenting how it was ultimately washed away by the rain. "But didn't Ti buy you another one the next day?" She teased. Their journey was filled with laughter and nostalgic tales from their childhood. The streets were nearly deserted, the dim streetlights casting elongated shadows, while the magnolia trees, stripped of their leaves by the autumn winds, appeared ghostly beneath the night sky. The encroaching darkness blurred the surroundings. Yet the figures of the two became increasingly distinct. Humanity was more vibrant than the night itself. Just one more corner, and they would arrive home. Lin Yang had long forgotten her dismal midterm exam, and without a steel pipe to traverse, Lu Lin peeled a freshly purchased candied chestnut for her. At the entrance of the community, the stone blocks had been replaced with stone benches years ago, though they were frequently occupied by elderly ladies from the adjacent unit, who often complained when others took liberties with their drying sweet potatoes. Gazing at those benches, both were reminded of Lin Yang's childhood embarrassments. As Lu Lin was on the verge of laughter, Lin Yang tiptoed to cover his mouth. No laughing, no talking. Her words only provoked his laughter further, causing his shoulders to shake. Frustrated, Lin Yang began to tickle him. She reflected on how foolish she had been in her youth, sharing every detail with Lu Lin, whether trivial or significant. Now, it appeared that she had no secrets from him since the days of wearing open crotch pants. All right, I concede. I won't laugh anymore, Lu Lin declared, reaching out to prevent her from continuing. If you keep this up, something might happen. Chapter 71. Has she developed feelings for Lu Lin? As Lin Yang attempted to tease Lu Lin once more, he effortlessly seized her hands. Shall we see if you can provoke me again? His gaze was deep and inscrutable. At merely 20 years of age, he was still a spirited youth, and the soft, delicate form of the girl he had cherished for so long was too close for him to remain indifferent. No more, Lin Yang nodded while wincing in pain. Ouch, my hands hurt. Please let go. Once Lu Lin released her, she mischievously blinked and darted away down the corridor. By nearly 10:30, only a few homes in the neighborhood were still illuminated, creating a desolate atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by the sound of grasshoppers leaping from the underbrush. Perhaps startled by Lin Yang's footsteps, a stray cat that had taken refuge near the building emerged, surveying its surroundings before retreating to its nest for another slumber. Suddenly, as Lu Lin entered the hallway, a shadow lunged at Lu Lin, prompting him to feign surprise with a wry smile as he stepped back, patting his chest. The light in the first-floor corridor had been broken for a couple of days, and this was the third consecutive day he had been startled. Changing the light bulb would take no more than a minute, yet no one in the building had done it. Initially, Lu Lin had planned to replace it himself, but eventually decided it was amusing to be frightened. Serves you right for laughing at me, Lin Yang triumphantly teased. Then, using the faint light, discerned Lu Lin's position and playfully nudged him forward. The corridor was silent, and as they passed the second floor, the two instinctively softened their footsteps. The second floor was once home to an elderly couple, but recently, one had passed away from a cerebral hemorrhage, leaving a solitary pair of old leather shoes on the shoe rack outside their door. Reaching the entrance to their home, Lin Yang produced her key and opened the door, while Lu Lin quietly reminded her, apply a damp towel to your eyes before bed. Otherwise, they will be puffy tomorrow. Not wanting to disturb Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang, Lin Yang gestured with an okay sign to indicate she understood, mouthing a good night to him. Good night. Lu Lin smiled in return, mimicking her gesture. Only after watching her enter did he turn to ascend the stairs. After washing up and lying in bed, Lu Lin found sleep elusive, his mind occupied with the image of Lin Yang's tear-streaked face and the softness of her body pressed against his when she had reached up to tease him. He swallowed hard, a wave of emotion surging within him. Covering his eyes with his hand, he forced himself to halt those thoughts. He began counting sheep, stars, reciting pi. Yet all was in vain. With a suppressed groan, he abruptly threw off the covers, not bothering to turn on the light as he made his way to the bathroom. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Lin emerged from the bathroom, throwing open all the windows in the room. Upon returning to his bedroom, he did not lie down again, but instead sat on the bed, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Since Lin Yang began middle school, he had been particularly mindful of their physical interactions, not because he harbored any untoward thoughts at the time, but rather out of concern that the young girl might struggle to navigate her boundaries with other boys. He repressed the urge to draw closer to her, teaching her to maintain a respectful distance from others. Years of habit had led him to believe that he had mastered the control of his desires. However, the moment she approached him, he realized that his self-discipline was feeble. Fortunately, the darkness downstairs concealed the yearning that flickered in his gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Lin had been unable to fall asleep, and Lin Yang was also restless. It was peculiar. Despite not having a fever, her face felt persistently flushed. Her heart seemed to be in turmoil, pounding like a drum within her chest, the rhythmic sound resonating clearly in her ears. Something was amiss. Earlier, when Lu Lin had grasped her hand and cautioned her against causing a ruckus, she had, in a daze, momentarily perceived him not as Lu Lin, but as a mere man, not her leader, nor the boy next door, but as a captivating stranger. This realization startled Lin Yang. She had followed him since the first grade, and in times of trouble, he was always the first person that came to her mind. Lu Lin was her closest confidant. She cherished and trusted him deeply, sharing secrets with him that she would never divulge to Li Chuanfang. Regardless of the circumstances, he would always stand by her side, accommodating even her most unreasonable requests. The kindness Lu Lin bestowed upon her was irreplaceable. Yet, Lin Yang had never entertained such thoughts. In fact, she had previously mused that if Lu Lin were to acquire a girlfriend, she would intentionally distance herself to spare him the discomfort of jealousy. This had caused her to weep into her little black cat for an entire afternoon. She had contemplated this, yet had never considered the possibility of harboring romantic feelings for Lu Lin. Had she truly developed an attraction towards him? In her hazy consciousness, Lin Yang pondered this question. On New Year's Day, coincidentally Lu Lin's 20th birthday, Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei had gone out early to buy groceries. After returning, the two busied themselves in the kitchen. As the meal neared completion, Lin Yang was also close to finishing her exam paper, with Lu Lin guiding her through the final question. Your reasoning is correct, knowing the volume of the piston and the height of the gas. To calculate the work done by the sand, we can first assume the mass of the sand to be S, and then according to thermodynamics. Li Chuanfang knocked on the door, announcing that dinner would soon be served. I'll be there after I finish this question, Lin Yang replied without turning her head. I want tea close the door. Just come out to eat once you're done. After Li Chuanfang exited, Lin Yang hastily concluded her answer, her handwriting resembling that of a chicken scratch, causing Lu Lin to frown. However, recognizing her impatience, he refrained from commenting further and quietly organized her paper and pen. Come, our little birthday star. Today I shall crown you. After washing his hands, Lin Yang opened the cake box and retrieved the crown, pulling Lu Lin to sit in a chair. You're being too familiar. Lu Lin is 3 years your senior, Li Chuanfang remarked as she emerged with bowls and chopsticks, playfully tapping Lin Yang with her chopsticks. It's fine, Annie. Lu Lin is helping me out, making me seem younger, he defended. Only you would indulge her so. Observing her daughter's hair becoming a tousled mess under the pretense of wearing the crown, Li Chuanfang silently averted her gaze. As a few individuals settled down to partake in their meal, a knock resonated from the door. Lin Yang approached to open it and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yao Yu standing at the threshold before stepping aside. Aunt Yao, what brings you back? Li Gongfang, hearing the voice, rose to greet her. Why does this child speak like that? It is entirely natural for Aunt Yao to return, she remarked, slightly bemused. Hasn't Aunt Yao been away for quite some time? Lin Yang pouted in response. Her words were deliberately chosen, as during the new year, Yao Yu had gone to Nansheng to celebrate with Song Wenhui, leaving Lu Lin alone at home, and since her return, she had seldom visited. You have become increasingly beautiful, Yao Yu complimented, a hint of awkwardness evident in her demeanor as she stood there. Since moving out, she had seldom returned, occasionally bringing over fruits and snacks, ostensibly for Lu Lin, yet they were predominantly Lin Yang's favorites. This time was no exception. She carried 4 or 5 bags, and through the transparent plastic, it was clear that they were filled with Lin Yang's preferred treats. Li Chuanfang retrieved a set of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, and, noticing Yao Yu still standing, took the bags from her and placed them aside, then pulled out a chair for her to sit. Why are you still standing? Please take a seat. We haven't begun eating yet. Yao Yu seemed to have something on her mind, yet upon seeing Lu Lin already using his chopsticks, she merely nodded and sat down. I hope I am not intruding. The meal was relatively lively, though Lu Lin and Yao Yu exchanged only a few words with each other, even communicating more with Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang than with her. Chapter 72. Yet I am sorrowful after finishing their meal and engaging in brief conversation. Li Chuanfang tidied up the table while Lin Wei washed the dishes. Yao Yu appeared hesitant, casting glances at Lu Lin, while Lin Yang's gaze flitted between the two. A growing rift had formed within her, causing her to refrain from speaking freely in Yao Yu's presence as she once did. As she prepared to retreat to her room, Lu Lin offered her a reassuring glance, gently wiping the remnants of cake from her hair before standing up to call Yao Yu away. Once they departed, Lin Yang hurried to inquire of Li Chuanfang, "Mom, what is happening between Lu Lin and Auntie Yao?" Blocking the refrigerator, Li Chuanfang moved her aside, explaining, "I heard that Auntie Yao's father has grown old, and her son is rather lackluster. He wishes to reclaim her and Lu Lin." A figure unfamiliar to Lin Yang's memory, she furrowed her brow. Lu Lin's grandfather? What grandfather? He once looked down upon your Uncle Lu and disparaged Lu Lin. When Auntie Yao took him home, the harsh words that were spoken were countless. A grandfather indeed. He is less than an outsider. Then why does he wish to acknowledge him now? Lin Yang Froun Diapaned. For what reason could there be? Li Chuanfang continued, mopping the floor. He knows that Lu Lin has found success and seeks someone to provide for him in his old age. Auntie Yao's family was once well off, but their fortunes have dwindled in recent years, and I hear they have incurred substantial debts. Perhaps it is karma. Karma? Lin Yang Questionet. I heard from Teacher Lu Lin's grandfather, that when Auntie Yao brought Lu Lin back to her family, her father refused to accept him, leaving him out in the frigid cold. Lu Lin was but a child then, nearly freezing to death. Li Chuanfang approached her as she mopped, prompting Lin Yang to retreat to the couch. Her attitude toward the unseen elder shifting dramatically, tears brimming in her eyes. How dare he? Every family has its own struggles, Li Chuanfang replied, removing her shoes and sweeping beneath the sofa and coffee table. Your anger is futile. It is their family matter, and we have no say in it. I'm not angry. I am pained, Lin Yang retorted, her eyes reddening. Lu Lin is so wonderful. They do not want him, but I do. Claiming to be unperturbed was a falsehood. Her fury was nearly explosive, disregarding all notions of propriety and dignity as she berated that old man in her heart. The thought that her beloved Lu Lin was almost cast out to freeze to death ignited a deep-seated rage within her, compelling her to wish to confront that old man and chastise him until he no longer dared to covet Lu Lin. All right, you should go," Li Chuanfang said, pausing to massage her waist. Auntie Yao should have chosen a better time to speak. Today was meant to be a joyous birthday, yet now everyone feels disheartened. Since you have nothing to do, go find your dad for some money. Take Lu Lin out for a stroll, perhaps catch a movie. With her eyes still red and filled with resentment, Lin Yang remarked, "Why do I feel that you care for Lu Lin more than you do for me?" In her moments of sadness, she never received money to go out. Yet for Lu Lin, it was all about giving money and encouraging companionship. Do not feel that way. It is indeed so. Li Chuanfang cast a glance at her and remarked, "Finish dragging the last bit and go wash them up." Well, in comparison to her, anyone would prefer Lu Lin. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before letting go of her thoughts. After all, if she were Li Chuanfang, she too would long to adopt Lu Lin as her son. After sitting on the sofa for a while, she endeavored to sort her emotions and uplift her spirits, aiming to infect Lu Lin with her cheerfulness, while also contemplating where to take him for some amusement later. Xiao He, being picky, had been scolded by Li Chuanfang and was now rubbing against her leg with drooping ears. As Lin Yang gently stroked the fluffy cat's head, a spark of inspiration illuminated her eyes. Uncertain if Yao Yu had left, she rushed to the window and tugged at the bell. Over the years, the string binding the bell had been replaced countless times, and the bell itself had long since faded, yet its sound remained as crisp as ever. The bell began to jingle. Knowing that Lu Lin was peering down from the window, she leaned out and asked, "Can I come up?" Seeing her still reddened eyes, Lu Lin surmised that Li Chuanfang had already disclosed everything to her. Recognizing that his silly girl was once again grieving for him, his throat tightened as he gently nodded. "Xiao Lin, do you truly refuse to acknowledge your grandfather and uncle?" Yao Yu, still harboring hope, inquired once more. Despite their previous quarrel, they were, after all, the family that had raised her, and she could not bear to witness the disappointment in their eyes. I could do anything, but I do not wish to recognize anyone, Lu Lin reiterated, directing his gaze towards Yao Yu. He understood her desire to reconcile with her family, yet he could not bring himself to do so. He would forever remember the man who now claimed to be his grandfather, who had once looked at him as if he were filth and declared that he would not acknowledge this grandson, forbidding him from entering the door. That kick had shattered his yearning for familial affection. Lin Yang approached just as Yao Yu stepped out, and upon seeing her, Yao Yu offered a familiar, gentle smile. Yang Yang is here. Come inside. Aunt has matters to attend to and must leave. Goodbye, Aunt Yao. The usual greeting had transformed into a mere acknowledgement of entry, and Lin Yang struggled to maintain her composure, forcing a polite smile. Her mother was right. Aunt Yao had a new home now and no longer regarded this place as her own. I am aware of everything. I grant you a minute to grieve. She entered with practiced ease, and upon seeing Lu Lin, she refrained from offering comfort, instead pulling out her phone to start a 60-second countdown. Time's up. After a minute, she swiftly pocketed her phone, leaving no room for Lu Lin to speak, and began to chatter away. From now on, my home is your home. If Aunt Yao wishes to return, let her do so on her own. When you miss her, you can call my mom, or if it comes to that, you may call me mom as well. Predicting that Lu Lin would frown, she reached out to smooth his brow. I said no frowning. Come on, let's go downstairs. Little brother will take you out for some fun, and I guarantee you will forget all your worries. Lu Lin wanted to express that he wasn't particularly upset. Yet, her frantic attempts to cheer herself up were endearing, igniting a warmth within him. Thus, he discreetly pinched his thigh, feeling the corners of his eyes grow warm. Then, he extended a hand towards her. Lin Yang felt a tremor in her heart, and she grasped his hand, leading him away. Lu Lin remained silent, allowing her to guide him, yet subtly shifted the dynamics, transforming her grip into his. Despite the winter chill, their palms were warm and clammy, and neither of them dared to release their hold. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yang encountered a dilemma. She had initially intended to take Lu Lin to the hot springs in the western suburbs, but her knowledge was limited to the fact that the resort was located in the outskirts, and she had previously traveled there in Ji Jihan's car. Now, she was at a loss regarding how to get there. Clearing her throat softly, she said, I originally wanted to take you for a drive, but, well, I neither possess a driver's license nor a vehicle. Would you be so kind as to lend me yours? I promise to return it once I have my license. Ultimately, unable to bear watching her make every effort to bring him joy, Lu Lin could no longer maintain his facade. He chuckled and ruffled her hair. All right, no need to cheer me up. I'm not sad, he reassured her, adding, rest assured, you are my invincible warrior. However, immediately after his words, the smile Lin Yang had feigned crumbled, and just before tears could escape, she embraced him tightly. But I am sad, she confessed. Chapter 73. You are worthy of everyone's affection, concerned that someone might witness her distress. Lu Lin carried her back into the corridor, gently patting her back with one hand while cradling the back of her head with the other, allowing her to lean against his chest. His little girl was so heartbroken for him that she was rendered speechless. How could he not present the entire world to her? Stop crying, and don't be sad anymore. Once her sobs had subsided, Lu Lin turned her face towards him to wipe her tears, teasing her in a playful tone. If you keep crying, your face will be a mess, and that doesn't suit the refined essence of our little benefactor. Upon hearing his high-pitched voice, Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh, a gigantic bubble of mucus emerging beneath her nose, which she promptly burst with a slap before burying her face back in his chest, this time out of embarrassment. How humiliating. She had come to comfort him, yet she found herself in need of consolation. The mucus was unruly, as if she had consumed a fizzy drink. Lu Lin stifled his laughter, his shoulders trembling with mirth. This little girl was so endearing that he felt an overwhelming urge to hide her away. Embraced by him, Lin Yang was reluctant to move, her cheeks flushed. Ultimately, it was Lu Lin who, fearing she might suffocate, gently turned her shoulders to create some distance between them. Fool! I am not foolish. I can see your merits. Lin Yang huffed softly, lifting her chin to sniffle before regaining her composure. She then stated earnestly, "Do not pay heed to those unkind individuals. Their lack of appreciation is their own shortcoming. I was not jesting earlier. My home shall be your home. My parents adore you, and my mother even confessed that she favors you over me." Lu Lin chuckled. "Your mother is teasing you." "Not at all. You truly deserve the affection of everyone." "Am I really that wonderful?" "Absolutely," Lin Yang asserted with unwavering certainty. "You were the top scorer in last year's college entrance examination in E-City. Your photograph is still displayed at the entrance of Xingda School, with everyone praising your handsome looks and academic prowess. Our teachers still use you as an example. You're also the owner of DeFu, with numerous cake shops. My classmates all delight in DeFu's cakes, and the staff adore you whenever I visit. They rave about the cakes you bake." From the moment she uttered her first sentence, a smile had lingered on Lu Lin's lips, his eyes brimming with joy. It wasn't until she finished speaking that he managed to compose himself. "I had no idea I was this remarkable," he said. "Now that I know, I will strive to expand DeFu globally and bake the most delectable cakes." Lin Yang blinked. "Can you teach me?" She had always wanted to learn from him. "You needn't learn, just focus on enjoying the treats." Lin Yang considered this and, satisfied, approached the car, opening the door and slipping inside. After driving away, Lu Lin remarked, "In the future, do not get angry on my behalf. They are as unfamiliar to me as strangers, and I will not let them affect me." At this moment, Lin Yang was entirely appeased, nodding her head earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, she and her parents would undoubtedly stand by Lu Lin's side. Concerned that she might be dehydrated from crying for too long, Lu Lin stopped at a convenience store to purchase 2 bottles of water. He unscrewed the cap of one bottle and handed it to Lin Yang, waiting until she had finished drinking before starting the car again. "Where were you intending to take me?" he inquired as they merged onto the main road. "To the western suburbs." Lin Yang, never one to keep secrets, excitedly revealed her plan. "I want to treat you to a hot spring. It's incredibly relaxing." She had long wanted to take him to unwind at a hot spring, but previously, due to high costs, she had hesitated, fearing she wouldn't have enough money. Today, with the funding provided by Lin Wei, she felt justified in extending the invitation. Lu Lin looked taken aback. "How do you know there's a hot spring there?" "I've been there," Lin Yang nodded. As they approached a fork in the road, Lu Lin nearly took the wrong turn. After driving a little further, he pulled over to the side, his expression growing slightly serious. "When did you go?" "Last winter vacation," she replied. "I went with Ji Zihan." Only then did she realize she had never mentioned this to him before. Last year, Ji Zihan had mentioned that after their hot spring visit, they went to a film studio to see attractive actors. Naturally, Lu Lin had not been included since he was on a business trip in a neighboring city that day. "Was it just the 2 of you?" "There was also her family's driver." Lin Yang shook her head. "But the driver didn't go in. She picked us up when we returned." "What made you think to go there?" "The hot spring resort is owned by Ji Zihan's uncle. I had never been to a hot spring, but I heard her mention that there was one in Huqing, so we went." Lin Yang sensed that Lu Lin's decision to stop and ask so many questions was significant. She looked at him and asked, "What is wrong? Is there an issue with that resort?" Lu Lin had also been to that hot spring resort and knew that while it appeared legitimate, there were many hidden dangers. Previously, when their company collaborated with a chain beverage store, they had signed the contract there. Many people took advantage of the leisure atmosphere to gamble. It was not uncommon for drug use to occur there. Some individuals even brought their mistresses, engaging in indiscretions right in the hot springs. Realizing Lin Yang had not noticed these unsavory elements, Lu Lin felt a slight relief and then spoke solemnly. "There are numerous issues associated with that place. You should avoid it in the future. If you wish to visit a hot spring, I will take you somewhere else." Lin Yang had never doubted his words. Although she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong at that moment, she nodded in agreement. "Let your classmate know to advise her relatives to be cautious. That place is bound to be investigated eventually. Even if the resort itself isn't problematic, the sheer size of it means that someone could create a trap." Knowing that Lin Yang was close to that girl, Lu Lin elaborated further. "All right, I will tell her when I go to school tomorrow," Lin Yang promised earnestly after listening attentively. "So where are we going now?" Lu Lin momentarily struggled with the thought of where to go. Continuing along Huqing Avenue, He suddenly remembered Lin Yang's earlier desire to go camping upon passing a store selling outdoor camping gear. However, the chilly temperature of around 10 degrees quickly extinguished that notion. As I contemplated returning, the phone resting in the center console suddenly rang. He gestured for Lin Yang to activate the speakerphone. "Brother Lu, I've organized a gathering to celebrate your birthday at Yisheng. Everyone is already here. Once you finish with Lin Mimi, do hurry over." Jiang Kaming's languid voice resonated within the car. Lin Yang whispered, "What is Yisheng?" "It's a bar." Eagerly, Lin Yang exclaimed, "I want to go." Lu Lin replied, "Minors aren't allowed." He was not misleading her. Indeed, bars do not permit entry to those underage. "Brother Lu, why are you trying to deceive our sister? Even if I'm barred from entering my own bar, she should be allowed." Chapter 74. I won't let you lose. Lu Lin chose to take Lin Yang to Wild Saint instead of simply bringing her back after knocking her unconscious and demonstrating how to walk like a dinosaur in front of everyone. This decision was influenced by the possibility of incapacitating Jiang Kaming once they arrived at Wild Saint. However, Lin Yang assured him, thumping her chest, that they would merely broaden their horizons and would not indulge in alcohol. Initially, he hesitated, contemplating the idea of feigning a car breakdown midway to avoid taking her, but soon reasoned that, given her nature, if they did not go today, she would undoubtedly seek out an opportunity to do so later. Thus, it was preferable for him to accompany her and educate her on what to touch and what to avoid in a bar. From a distance, Lin Yang could already hear the music emanating from the bar, and as soon as Lu Lin parked the car and approached her, she eagerly pushed him inside. "Oh, there's a fight over there." As they entered, Lin Yang's keen eyes immediately spotted a commotion by the wall-side booth. Drawn by the excitement, she made her way through the crowd, using her petite stature to her advantage, while Lu Lin struggled to rein her in. The first thing he wanted to convey was that the lively atmosphere of the bar could be perilous and might lead to unintended injuries. By the time he squeezed in, Lin Yang had already discerned the unfolding drama. A man had groped a waitress and attempted to force alcohol upon her, only to have her retaliate by smashing a glass into his face, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Upon recognizing the waitress, Lin Yang unconsciously likened her to a character from a novel, lacking in family wealth, but otherwise embodying the pinnacle of desirability in every other aspect. As she absorbed the spectacle, someone bumped her shoulder, and Jiang Kaming shot her a knowing wink. "Sister Lin, what do you think? Is our star attraction handsome enough? Aren't I clever to have found him? How did you discover him?" Lin Yang inquired, intrigued. She had encountered Jiang Kaming a few times and had immediately deduced his wealth, not once but twice, and perhaps found him somewhat foolish. This impression was solidified when he drove a convertible, one she had only seen in magazines, on a rainy day. Her second encounter only reinforced her views. He had treated a group of 6 to dinner and ordered 6 king crabs, which were clearly extravagant. The star attraction was clearly formidable, not the sort one would expect Jiang Kaming to mingle with. Hence her curiosity about how he had managed to procure such a person, or what sum he had expended in the process. "Let us keep our voices down," Jiang Kaming advised, casting a glance at Yao. "The star has quite the temper, and we wouldn't want him to overhear." He had previously mentioned that Yao was a frequent patron of his internet CAF. While Yao was capable of managing larger business ventures, the CAF was struggling, earning barely enough each day to cover the electricity bill. The front desk staff had even felt embarrassed enough to consider resigning due to the lack of productivity. Jiang Kaming had intended to shut it down, but Yao's unwavering commitment to logging on every day, often sitting for hours, convinced him otherwise. Upon learning that Yao was online to earn money as a gaming coach, Jiang Kaming generously offered him a substantial salary to work at the bar. Initially, Yao had been typing away furiously, not even glancing at him, but later, to everyone's surprise, he had transformed himself and applied for a position at the bar. The formerly disheveled individual had become a poised and striking figure, to the point that Jiang Kaming had scarcely recognized him. The managers seemed to have unearthed a prize gem from somewhere. Originally, the bar, Wild Saint, was as quiet as a grave until Yao's arrival transformed it into the most vibrant venue on the bar street overnight, bustling with life by afternoon. "So, how much did you pay him?" Lin Yang inquired directly, eager for answers. Jiang Kaming, with an air of composure, shook his finger. asserting the immeasurable value of such a prized individual. The man who had been drinking heavily, clearly inebriated, had blood streaming from his nose, yet gazed at He Yao with an expression of unabashed desire. Whether mistaking him for a woman or simply preferring men remained uncertain. How about indulging your brother, just this once? Just as Lin Yang anticipated He Yao would retaliate with a cup, he coldly directed his gaze towards Jiang Kaming, who was attempting to retreat. You die or he dies. Choose one. Lin Yang observed the scene with intrigue, while Lu Lin, who had been overlooked for some time, grasped her arm, pulling her away. Ahem, is this how you address the boss? Shall I remind you who is responsible for the payroll? Jiang Kaming feigned concern, addressing He Yao, only to hastily redirect his attention to the injured man, commanding the security to escort him to the hospital upon witnessing He Yao's murderous glare. The guards promptly assisted the man, clearing a significant space around them. Jiang Kaming coughed and remarked to He Yao, your approach is commendable. We must be resolute in rejecting those who disrespect us. Fool, He Yao replied, his expression unchanging as he picked up a tray and departed. Jiang Kaming stood in disbelief, his eyes wide, realizing he had inadvertently invited a tempest, whose temper rivaled even his own. Nevertheless, he could not deny that each time He Yao looked at him, he felt a twinge of fear. He hurriedly approached the DJ booth, pausing the music and addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wild Saint, a legitimate establishment. Touching the prized individuals within is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. After his announcement, he bumped into He Yao, who held the tray with a gaze as cold as if wielding a blade. My goodness, the guests have already been assaulted. What more do you desire? Despite feeling unnerved, Jiang Kaming maintained his composure, patting He Yao's shoulder reassuringly. Remember, you are here to work, not to attend a funeral. He Yao responded with a sinister smile. Let me hear the term prized individual one more time, and I shall ensure you are swiftly acquainted with the afterlife. Jiang Kaming felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to see Lu Lin and Lin Yang, who appeared completely unfazed, leading them to a private room. Upon entering, Lin Yang was taken aback by the sight of balloons and streamers arranged to spell out Happy 20th Birthday, Brother Lu. However, several balloons had burst, creating a rather disjointed appearance. Wishing you a joyous birthday, dear friend. Jiang Kaming also brought along his violin, passionately serenading us with a delightful tune. Just as he was preparing to repeat the performance, he was interrupted by someone he had summoned. Brother, I implore you, sing if you must, but spare us the violin. Enraptured, Jiang Kaming inquired, what is the matter? Lin Yang lowered her hands from her ears and candidly replied, it sounds akin to sawing wood. Heeding her advice, Jiang Kaming ceased playing, set aside his instrument, and began to cheerfully engage in games. Aware of her limited tolerance for alcohol and her poor drinking etiquette, Lin Yang dutifully sat beside Lu Lin, observing him as he played dice. From the onset of the game, Lu Lin had not experienced a single loss. After a full rotation, it was once again his turn. He slid the dice and the cup toward Lin Yang. Care to give it a try? What if I lose? She queried. You won tea. Just shake the dice. Lu Lin replied with a gentle smile, his eyes radiating confidence that she would not falter. The game of dice is never merely a matter of skill, but rather a blend of luck, reflexes, and psychological resilience. Even while playing with Jiang Kaming and his companions, he could secure victory with just half the dots in his view. When the numbers were revealed, a wave of despondency fell over the group, as they realized their collective losses had drained their spirits. Many had succumbed to drunkenness, and one individual, already incapacitated, stirred awake upon hearing of the losses. With bleary eyes, he somehow managed to locate a glass of liquor and took a sip. Although Lu Lin had not lost any rounds, the game was orchestrated in his honor, and it was inevitable that he would partake in the drinking. After several rounds of drinks, only Lin Yang, who had abstained from alcohol, and Lu Lin, who still appeared composed, remained somewhat lucid among the others, who were largely inebriated. The music outside thumped loudly, prompting Lin Yang to lean closer to Lu Lin and whisper, "Please do not drink anymore. What if you become intoxicated?" Upon her words, Lu Lin scanned the room, assessing whether those around him could still manage to drink. Realizing that most had indulged excessively, He closed his eyes, his head leaning gently against her shoulder as he succumbed to the moment. Chapter 75. Why did he get drunk so easily? Lin Yang gazed at the person slumped on her shoulder, her brow furrowed in concern. Glancing at the others sprawled nearby, she felt overwhelmed. If she had to shoulder the burden of them all, it would be quite a task. Carefully, she shifted Lu Lin from her shoulder and leaned him against the sofa, gently patting his face in an attempt to rouse him. Is he truly intoxicated? Observing Lu Lin's flushed cheeks and ears, Lin Yang remained skeptical of his inebriation. Hesitating, she lifted his eyelids, only to discover his exceptionally long eyelashes, but nothing more. Undeterred, she pinched his philtrum. Lu Lin, who had intended to feign drunkenness to gauge her reaction, suddenly felt as though he were on the brink of a heart attack. He was indeed drunk, yet not unconscious. Although he was pretending, who said that pinching someone's philtrum was a way to discern if they were drunk. Unable to maintain the charade any longer, he opened his eyes to find her diligently pinching his philtrum. He seized her wrist with a firm grip. Ah, it truly works. Lin Yang's eyes widened in delight upon seeing him awaken. What's wrong? A headache? Yes, Lu Lin nodded, his head throbbing. As long as it's just a headache, it will pass by tomorrow. Lin Yang sighed in relief, thankful that it was merely a headache. She recalled a time when she had overindulged in bayberries, resulting in a slight headache that resolved after a good night's sleep. Suddenly, Lu Lin, still reeling from the situation, was met with the sight of Jiang Kaming, who, moderately sober, couldn't suppress his laughter at the scene. Without waiting for Lu Lin's response, he displayed remarkable foresight by preparing to leave, giving each of the others a playful slap on their backs. Let us go. We must catch the next round. A few dazed individuals followed him, and the last one, displaying commendable decorum, gathered the empty bottles and carried them away. Mere seconds after exiting, he returned to collect the trash as well. Lin Yang watched in astonishment, recalling what she had read online, and couldn't help but exclaim, boys who can do housework certainly have nice backsides. As soon as she spoke, a voice murmured beside her, how nice. Lu Lin, exasperated, felt his frustration boil over. Not only did that little brat show no concern for him, but now she was admiring another man's backside. Before Lin Yang could process this, he grasped her wrist again, exerting a slight force to pull her beside him. Though he hadn't been drunk before, his anger now made his head spin. Holding her hand, he looked in her eyes and gritted his teeth. Lin Yang, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Your backside isn't that big, she replied candidly. After speaking, she suddenly leaned closer and touched his face. Could you really be drunk? You're even comparing the size of backsides now. As they sat closely together, the effects of the alcohol suddenly surged within him, clouding his previously coherent thoughts. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he beheld her youthful, delicate face. He felt his throat tighten involuntarily. Memories of Lin Yang trailing behind him with her two little pigtails, calling him big brother when she was merely 6 or 7 years old, flooded his mind. Time had flown by, and now he was 20. When will she realize that he does not wish to merely be her protector? Another balloon popped overhead, causing Lu Lin to flinch slightly. He soon remembered that their prolonged solitude in the private room might lead to misunderstandings. So he took a deep breath, picked up the coat from the sofa, and stood up. Never mind. It is perhaps better for the young girl to grow up gradually. Let's go home. Lin Yang observed his steady stride and chose not to assist him, instead trailing half a step behind, ready to catch him should he stumble. As they exited, Lu Lin recalled something important and briefly informed her about certain illicit items in the bar, hoping to provide her with some foundational knowledge for the future. Upon reaching the door, Lin Yang suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom, and Lu Lin kindly escorted her to the lavatory, waiting for her outside. Lu Ye, I must say, how can you let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Jiang Kaming appeared from seemingly nowhere. Lu Lin ignored him, but he continued, our little sister is so charming. If you do not take the initiative soon, you might find yourself heartbroken if someone else makes the first move. Although Lu Lin rarely mentioned Lin Yang in public, Jiang Kaming had known him since middle school and was somewhat aware of his unique feelings for her. After all, throughout the years, apart from Lin Yang, he had not been close to any other girl. Additionally, he had shamelessly been his desk mate for 3 consecutive years. which led to others criticizing him for occupying a space without contributing. However, I have noticed a term circulating online called daddy-type boyfriend, where girls feel their boyfriends resemble their fathers, which is inherently problematic. You're constantly overseeing Lin Yang. She might genuinely start seeing you as a father figure. Therefore, I believe you should take some time apart to allow her to recognize her feelings for you. Conveniently, there's an opportunity for a business trip to Lin City for 2 weeks. How about I pass this chance to you? Lu Lin cast him a glance, all right? I will leave those reports on my desk for you to review. Such trivial matters do not warrant troubling Lu Ge. Jiang Kaming replied as he fished out his phone and opened the ticketing app. I will handle it personally and book the flight immediately. Just then, Lin Yang emerged, and Lu Lin shot Jiang Kaming a warning glance before leading Lin Yang away. He had been drinking and could not drive, so they took a taxi home. The journey, which should have taken half an hour, extended to nearly an hour due to traffic. I will buy a few things. Please wait for me here, Lin Yang said after they alighted. Remembering how she had gotten drunk previously and how Li Chuanfeng had prepared honey water for her, she realized they were out of honey at home and decided to purchase some. What do you need? I will accompany you, Lu Lin responded. I will just go to the convenience store up ahead and return shortly. Lin Yang reassuringly patted his arm. You are experiencing a headache, so just wait here. After saying this, she walked away, glancing back to ensure he would not follow, speaking to him like a child. Be a good boy and stay right there. I will return momentarily. Then do hurry, Lu Lin replied, stifling the impulse to step forward, pursing his lips. He was indeed being very obedient. However, he waited and waited, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Lin Yang had departed, hoping that she would come running back to him at any moment. Yet, after countless moments passed, she did not. He did not wish to remain obedient. When Lu Lin arrived at the convenience store, Lin Yang was nowhere to be found, causing a tightening sensation in his chest, as he feared something might have happened to her. Just as he was about to call her, he heard her calling out to him. Lu Lin, having lived here for 20 years, he immediately recognized her voice coming from the alley beside the large locust tree. He dashed over and found Lin Yang climbing the tree while clutching a bottle of honey. At the bottom sat a small puppy alongside the notoriously fierce large wolf dog of their neighborhood. In the face of adversity, one must call for help. By the time Lu Lin arrived, Lin Yang was still scolding. Chapter 76. The buyer truly is a wonderful person, whether in childhood or now. Lu Lin has never been intimidated by the dogs in the neighborhood. The little puppy, upon spotting him from a distance, was so frightened that it retreated and scampered away, its fluffy ears flopping as it ran. The large wolf dog, too, tucked its tail and walked away when Lu Lin approached, no longer fearful. Lu Lin reached the tree and soothingly gestured with open arms, inviting Lin Yang to descend. Clutching the tree, she slid down, and as soon as she could reach Lu Lin, she leapt into his embrace, landing securely in his arms. He gently pulled her down to sit on the lower steps, taking her hand and using his thumb to massage the reddened palms and wrists chafed by the tree bark. Thank goodness you came, otherwise I would surely have been bitten. The dog's owner is equally irresponsible, allowing a dog that has bitten people before to roam free. Lin Yang shuddered at the memory, recalling the year or two ago, the same wolf dog had bitten a woman visiting relatives, reportedly tearing a chunk of flesh from her calf. Since then, residents of the neighborhood, including Lin Yang, had complained numerous times, but the owner merely dismissed their concerns, asserting that it was his dog and none of their business. Consequently, the wolf dog grew increasingly brazen, often terrorizing the area, even alienating other dogs in the neighborhood. Earlier, she had seen the little puppy wagging its tail at her outside the convenience store, finding it adorable. While buying honey, she decided to purchase a sausage, offering half to the puppy and intending to keep the other half for herself. To her surprise, the puppy protested loudly, even jumping up to snatch the sausage from her hand. Although slightly annoyed, she reminded herself not to hold a grudge against the puppy and walked away, only to discover that the little dog had followed her, accompanied by the large wolf dog. With no one around, she felt compelled to climb the tree for safety. Thankfully, Lu Lin had come to find her. Does your hand still hurt? He asked. What is this? It doesn't hurt at all, Lin Yang replied, shaking her head dismissively. I used to climb to the top when I was younger. Do you remember the locust flower I gave you? I picked them myself. You claimed you found them on the ground, Lu Lin countered. Well, I didn't want my mom to know I was climbing trees and get mad at me. Lin Yang defended herself. How could I really give you something I picked off the ground? Lu Lin raised an eyebrow. So the ants on the locust flowers were also part of your ruse? Did you catch them specifically to place on the flowers? Lin Yang stared at him in disbelief. You remember all of that so clearly? Indeed, she had caught ants to make the flowers appear more authentic and had rummaged through every anthill nearby. Lu Lin sighed. How could I forget? Those are the only two things you ever offered me in our childhood. That half of a smiling ice cream and those locust flowers every spring. We were just children back then. A mirror of locust flowers could occupy an entire afternoon. Even if she claimed it was found, he still felt a sense of sweetness. After returning home, Lin Yang recounted her encounter with a large dog that frightened her up a tree to Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang. The couple realized that this situation was untenable and decided to consult the dog's owner again, hoping to either restrain the dog or send it to the countryside. If all else failed, they would even consider purchasing the dog. After finishing his meal, Lin Wei went out and soon returned, stating that the dog's owner had informed him that the dog had already been sold at a high price. So quickly? The buyer must be quite a benevolent person. Lin Yang was both surprised and elated. The couple exchanged glances and then simultaneously looked upstairs. Understanding that her husband shared her thoughts, Li Chuanfang silently chuckled. During the final exams, Lin Yang ranked within the top 20 of her grade for the first time, achieving 16th place. Though it was merely 16th, it was the closest she had ever come to the top 10. On her way home, she held her report card, glancing at it from various angles, unable to absorb enough of the sight, wishing she could press it against her face. When I get home, I shall find a frame to display it above my bed. Seeing her joy, Lu Lin's eyes softened with affection, his smile wide and warm. What sort of reward do you desire? A reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly set down her report card and exclaimed, Can we go out to play? During the day, she had discussed winter vacation plans with a few classmates, two of whom mentioned traveling to Nanxing to see the sea. Listening to their yearning for the ocean, Lin Yang felt a powerful tug at her heart. She had never truly seen the sea, only experienced it through television and books, and had always longed for the idyllic life of strolling barefoot along the shore with her hair flowing, collecting shells with a small bucket in hand, watching the departing cargo ships at sunset, sitting on the deck listening to the sound of conch shells, and, most importantly, enjoying a sumptuous seafood feast. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Lu Lin realized that her desired destination might be rather distant. During her middle school years, he had been preoccupied with studies and managing the fruit shop, and with limited funds, he hadn't taken her out much, only to nearby attractions. Now that they had more time and resources, they could explore the world together. Of course we can go. Lu Lin smiled and inquired further. Where would you like to go? I wish to go to Nanxing and see the sea. Lin Yang's face lit up with longing, then she sighed. But it's too far. My mother won't allow me to go. Observing her troubled expression, Lu Lin smirked. That's rather fortuitous for this year. The annual gathering of the Defu family is scheduled in Nanxing. You should ask your aunt if she would be willing to join. If she agrees, we could go together. Although it wasn't finalized yet, and while many locations have been voted upon by the company, his own desire leaned toward Nanxing. As his words settled in, Lin Yang became entirely animated. I'm going to Nanxing. From her tone, one would think she was already boarding a plane. Lu Lin reminded her to first inquire with her aunt to see if she would be willing to accompany them. Despite knowing that Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang regarded him as a son, a trip to Nanxing was not a casual outing. It was a simple morning to afternoon excursion. He couldn't just take their precious daughter without proper discussion. That would be inappropriate. It's time to catch crabs. Meanwhile, Lu Lin was contemplating how to persuade Li Chuanfang to join them, while Lin Yang had already disembarked from her flight and boarded the bus heading to the seaside. In less than 2 minutes, she had arrived at the shore and was rolling up her trousers. I want to catch a bucketful, steamed, braised, and fried. All served on a platter. Just as Lu Lin reached the ground floor, he parked the car and playfully tapped her forehead, saying, Lin Yang, we're home. Fortunately, they had arrived. He feared that if he didn't awaken her, she would start drooling. Lin Yang got out of the car, still brimming with excitement, and chattered as they approached the front door. Once we reach Nansheng, I'm going to catch crabs, a whole bucket with one platter steamed, another braised and fried as well. Lu Lin trailed behind, silently falling a few steps back. His stomach had grumbled, but she likely hadn't heard it. Chapter 77. He truly wishes to be a family with her 5 days later. Lin Yang embarked on her journey to Nansheng as she had longed for. A luggage cart carried the suitcases of both her and Li Chuanfang, while Lu Lin walked ahead, steering the cart with the tickets in hand, allowing the mother and daughter to merely follow in his wake. Having flown for the second time, Lin Yang found the experience less novel. She and Li Chuanfang were busy discussing their plans upon arrival in Nansheng. The DeFu family employed few staff, making chartering a flight impractical. Thus, after discussions between the administration and the airline, group tickets were purchased. After passing through security, the group gathered at the boarding gate. When President Liu and Lu Lin arrived, most of the attendees were already present, and upon seeing him, they all stood to greet him. While we are here to relax, please feel free to call me by my name rather than President Liu, Lu Lin remarked, nodding slightly as he scanned the crowd, mentally noting who was present and who had yet to arrive. The flight landed on time, and before boarding, Lu Lin conducted a head count, confirming that everyone was accounted for before reiterating his instructions to the two leaders. He reminded those with family members to take good care of them, especially those with children, emphasizing the importance of ensuring the children's safety. After disembarking, hotel personnel would be there to greet them. Manager Jiang was on a business trip and would arrive in Nansheng later. If any issues arise, please consult with me. Also, stay updated on the weather in Nansheng. If it rains, we will shift outdoor activities indoors. Observing Lu Lin meticulously attending to company affairs, Li Chuanfang initially wore a smile. But upon glancing at her daughter beside her, chomping on a sausage with cheeks puffed up, she couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of her mouth. She is indeed my flesh and blood. To be able to eat is a blessing. She silently repeated these words to herself for solace. After a moment's contemplation, she couldn't resist snapping a photo to send to Lin Wei, asking, does it match? Since Lin Wei was at work and wouldn't respond immediately, she tucked her phone away after sending the message. 2 hours later, the plane touched down at Nansheng Airport. Having barely slept the previous night due to excitement, Lin Yang took a nap during the flight and disembarked feeling invigorated, eager to rush to the beach to catch crabs. In contrast, Li Chuanfang seemed unwell, possibly affected by the change in environment or motion sickness. Upon noticing this, Lu Lin instructed the hotel staff to escort the company personnel ahead while he himself went to a nearby car rental agency to procure a business vehicle. He drove while the mother and daughter sat in the back seat. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Chuanfang said, Xiao Lin, I feel like I am troubling you on this trip. Lu Lin glanced at the two women through the rearview mirror and replied, please do not say that, Annie. It is my oversight for not preparing some medicine in advance. If you feel nauseous, just let me know. We are not in a hurry, and I will drive slowly. Once we reach the hotel, you can focus on your work. There is no need to worry about us. We will explore the surroundings ourselves. Lin Yang added in agreement. Yes, once we arrive at the hotel, you should attend to your matters. We will go crab catching and treat you to a seafood feast tonight. She could almost taste the crabs already. The airport was somewhat distant from the hotel, prompting Lu Lin to take the ring road. As they encountered mild traffic, he turned to the mother and daughter, saying, there's no rush. We shall have a meal upon arrival, and afterwards, you can rest at the hotel. The annual meeting doesn't commence until tomorrow. For now, I'll take you around the vicinity. Thank you for your kindness, replied Ma. Lin Yang nudged Li Chuanfang's arm, reminding her that they had agreed to treat Lu Lin as family. There's no need for formality among kin. Lu Lin, overhearing this, wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words before Li Chuanfang. He indeed desired to treat her as family. However, he had no intention of assuming the role of her brother. The hotel had been reserved in advance, with Lin Yang and Li Chuanfang sharing a room on the top floor, featuring a spacious balcony that offered breathtaking views of the surroundings. Lu Lin occupied the adjacent room. After assisting them with their luggage, he stepped out to allow them time to rest. Initially, Lin Yang had considered venturing out on her own, but feeling unfamiliar with the area, she refrained from wandering off, not wanting to worry Lu Lin and Li Chuanfang. She lay on the bed, staring blankly. and unexpectedly dozed off, not awakening until after 5 in the afternoon, just as Li Chuanfang did. The mother and daughter tidied themselves and ventured outside. Lu Lin was already waiting in the hotel lobby. Upon seeing them descend, he stood and approached, holding a small red bucket. Will such a tiny bucket ever be filled? Lin Yang mused, feeling it inadequate. Catch something first, Li Chuanfang chided her. How can you complain about the size of the bucket when you haven't even spotted a crab yet? Very well. The hotel was not far from the beach, and upon reaching the sandy shore, Lin Yang eagerly grasped the small bucket to hunt for crabs. They walked quite a distance without sighting any crabs. Assuming it was not yet the hour for crabs to emerge, she noticed a local-looking man nearby and hurried over to inquire. Excuse me, sir. At what time do the crabs come out? There are no crabs here, and if there are, they've already been caught, he replied, adjusting his beer belly and speaking in a thick local dialect of Mandarin. You must be tourists. This place has long been commercialized. The beach is littered with people and rubbish. If you wish to catch crabs, you must travel far from here. Lin Yang only understood that there were no crabs, failing to grasp the rest of his words, but clung to a flicker of hope. What about shells? Surely there must be shells? The man bent down and rummaged in the sand, shortly producing a fragment the size of a fingernail. Here, he said, handing it to her. What is this? Why is it broken? Of course it's broken. It has washed ashore. If it hasn't been shattered by the waves, it has certainly been crushed by footsteps. Despite this being her first encounter with a genuine seashell, just as Lin Yang extended her palm to receive it, the man unexpectedly tossed it away. Lin Yang's disappointment was palpable, and Li Chuanfang, unable to bear the sight, turned her head. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Lin interjected. Is this truly how you wish to hunt for crabs? Lin Yang, feeling disheartened, pursed her lips and nodded yes. Let us first indulge in dinner. I have a meeting shortly after. Once I conclude my obligations, I shall take you crabbing to catch the largest crabs. Just moments ago, you mentioned having no engagements today, and now a meeting has arisen? Li Chuanfang cast a surprised glance at Lu Lin, who nodded affirmatively. Auntie, you and the others should proceed with your meal. I shall come to escort you shortly. Li Chuanfang observed him, surmising his intentions. She contemplated advising him not to indulge Lin Yang so, yet his demeanor was resolute, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. At times, one cannot help but acknowledge that Lu Lin is more attentive to her own daughter than she is. Upon hearing the prospect of crabbing, Lin Yang's excitement reignited, her demeanor suggesting an unyielding determination to fill a bucket. Lu Lin did not indulge her whims. After their meal, he indeed took her to a different beach, distinct from the one near the hotel, characterized by its chaotic rocks. Oh, as they approached the rocky shore, Lin Yang suddenly let out a shriek. There's an enormous one, spotting a crab attempting to burrow into a crevice. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed towards it. Li Chuanfang, witnessing her reach for it, quickly cautioned, do not use your hands. Employ the tongs instead, lest it pinch you. Without hesitation, Lin Yang snapped off the crab's formidable pincers and tossed it into the bucket, then turned her attention to another crab that was burrowing into the sand, seizing it effortlessly. Lu Lin and Li Chuanfang exchanged bewildered glances, both perplexed as to why she exhibited such an innate proficiency in crabbing, akin to that of a native. Chapter 78. Fear of Lin Yang was utterly absorbed in catching crabs, so much so that even as darkness enveloped the sky, she was reluctant to leave. Just one more. I'll leave after catching the last one, she repeated countless times. The small bucket was nearly filled with crabs, yet there was no sign of her intention to depart. After capturing photographs of Li Chuanfang, Lu Lin borrowed a flashlight from a nearby fisherman to illuminate her endeavors. Each time she caught a crab, her eyes sparkled with childlike excitement, and he would eagerly point out the next one for her. He indicated a swimming crab burrowing into the sand. Aha, let us see where you think you're going. Lin Yang immediately dashed over to dig in the sand, and before long, she triumphantly emerged with the crab, displaying it with glee, pinching its back and abdomen. Look how plump it is. It will be delicious as spicy crab. Li Chuanfang inquired, how do you plan to turn it into spicy crab? I've already arranged with the owner of that restaurant. He'll prepare it for me, charging 10 yuan per pound for processing. Observing her lingering enthusiasm, Lu Lin suspected she might want to catch more, but wishing not to dampen her spirits, he stated, "Let us catch for just 10 more minutes. We'll head back after that." He was unfamiliar with the nearby waters, but had heard from the fishermen that high tide could occur later in the evening, so it was prudent to return early. "No more," Lin Yang decided, weighing the small bucket in her hands, brushing the sand off her hands. "The rest is for others. What we have tonight is sufficient." With that, she swallowed hard, slung the bucket over her shoulder, and made her way to the road. She had intentionally refrained from eating earlier, saving her appetite for this feast. After they departed, a few fishermen waiting nearby, equipped with headlamps and buckets, swiftly made their way to the beach. The tall young man had purchased many crabs to return to the sand, while the young girl had only a small bucket. The remainder they caught would translate into profit. If only every day could be like this, the fishermen mused as they continued to gather crabs. The annual meeting lasted 2 days, but the round-trip flight was spaced 6 days apart. After the conclusion of the meeting, the remaining time was open for employees to arrange as they wished. Lin Yang and Li Chuanfang chose not to join the bustling festivities of the annual meeting, instead relishing the exquisite experience of wearing dresses in winter, basking in the sun on the beach for 2 days. Following the meeting, Lu Lin drove the mother and daughter duo to a small island known as Li Island. The island is predominantly inhabited by ethnic minorities, making it a distinctive feature of the southern city. Yet it is generally open only during holidays for tourists to experience local customs and traditions. This time, approaching the year's end, the island had opened its doors early. To reach the island, they took a speedboat. Lu Lin had chartered a small vessel, with the driver already aboard. Once they donned their life jackets, they set off. What a magnificent sight it was. At dusk, the colossal sun slowly descended toward the horizon. Lin Yang and Li Chuanfang gripped the railing of the speedboat, marveling at the grand spectacle before them. Lu Lin stood at the rear of the boat, casting only a brief glance at the sunset before shifting his gaze back to Lin Yang, his expression as gentle as the sunlight at that moment. It's essential to venture out more often. Observing the splendor of the world, one discovers that she is more vibrant than all that surrounds her. Shaking off the fantasies that lingered in her mind, Lu Lin gently shook her head and took out her phone to capture the moment. The outlines of the mother and daughter were softened by the afterglow, yet their expressions were entirely distinct. While gazing at the sunset, Lin Yang appeared to be witnessing the dawn, her eyes filled with the brilliance of the sun and the vastness of the ocean. Even her hair radiated vitality. In contrast, Li Chuanfang's eyes initially reflected shock, only to later reveal a trace of sorrow as she seemed to realize how swiftly time passes. However, tranquility soon returned, and upon seeing Lin Yang's eyes filled with longing, a subtle smile curved her lips. As the last rays of sunlight illuminated Lin Yang, she seemed to glow, prompting Lu Lin to zoom in with her camera and softly call out, "Yang Yang." At the instant the girl turned her gaze, the shutter clicked, capturing the moment, golden sun sinking into the sea. Noticing that Lu Lin was photographing her, Lin Yang beamed with joy and eagerly pulled Li Chuanfang to strike a few poses. The breathtaking scenery had momentarily slipped her mind, and once Lu Lin lowered her phone, she expressed her regret, saying, "Thank goodness you took pictures. Be sure to send them to me later." Of course, the path after arriving on the island was not particularly easy to navigate. It was somewhat slippery and uneven. Fortunately, they were all wearing flat shoes, making the walk manageable. Numerous tourists shared the same experience, and the island buzzed with activity, with many restaurants along the street filled to capacity. They randomly chose a place to dine, as Lu Lin primarily wanted to take them to the bonfire party. So after their meal, they headed directly to the center of the island. Before the evening festivities began, local performers showcased their skills by walking barefoot on hot coals. They had barely arrived when the performance commenced. Lin Yang gaped in disbelief as she saw several young men, not much older than Lu Lin, remove their shoes and prepare to walk on the coals. "Surely, they can't be stepping on that," she exclaimed, her mouth smeared with ash from the roasted sweet potato she was eating, giving her the appearance of sporting a beard. Struggling to suppress a laugh, Lu Lin explained, "The charcoal burns with a layer of ash on the surface. Brief contact is unlikely to cause burns. However, These individuals have trained extensively, and it is not advisable for the average person to attempt this. If the timing is off, burns can easily occur. Li Chuanfang had initially been engrossed in conversation with a nearby individual. Hearing the commotion, she turned to look, only to notice her daughter's ashy visage before observing the barefoot young man. As she stopped eating it all, she mused. During the ride, Lin Yang had consumed an array of snacks, and since arriving on the island, she had devoured a roasted corn, a generous serving of meat skewers, a large plate of chicken wings and potatoes, 2 skewers of grilled buns, and a cup of coconut water, yet she still managed to indulge in the sweet potato. Is that young man your son? How old is he this year? A woman chatting with Li Chuanfang finally seized the opportunity to inquire, noticing Li Chuanfang's gaze. What's the matter? He seems quite impressive. My daughter is about his age. Perhaps they could get to know each other, she added with a smile, revealing her intentions. Li Chuanfang glanced at her and replied, That is my son-in-law. Oh, I see. My apologies for the intrusion, the woman said, disappointment evident in her expression as she turned away. Clang, clang, clang. After a resounding drumbeat, the charcoal performance commenced. The glowing crimson coals crackled and popped as the first individual stepped barefoot onto the fiery surface, prompting Lin Yang to avert her gaze in trepidation. Upon hearing the cheers from the surrounding crowd, she opened her eyes to witness the person somersaulting over the coals, later dancing amidst the sparks that erupted like fireflies. She widened her eyes in astonishment, realizing that the phrase to brave the flames was, indeed, a reality. The locals began to sing in a language she could not comprehend. Yet their fervent emotion was infectious, conveying admiration for the man who dared to traverse the embers. The next participant was slightly older, dashing across the coals with exaggerated movements that sent sparks flying, captivating the audience and rendering them spellbound. Lin Yang's initial reluctance transformed into exhilaration as she watched the spectacle unfold. Following the charcoal display, a bonfire was ignited and the crowd gathered to sing and dance, while individuals clad in traditional attire played the drums. The distinctive sound of the drumsticks striking the drumhead was so compelling that it stirred an irresistible desire to dance within her. A local girl, seemingly in her 20s, beckoned Lin Yang to join them in their revelry. Eager to partake, she turned to look at Li Chuanfang, who had stepped aside to take a call from Lin Wei. She then glanced at Lu Lin, her intent unmistakable. Go on, join them, she seemed to convey. Lu Lin turned his head, internally resisting. I shall wait for you here. He was willing to practice walking on the coals, but dancing terrified him, fearing he might appear as if he were casting a spell. Without hesitation, Lin Yang stood up, reaching out to pull him along. Come, dance with me. Be good. You go ahead, I'll watch you. Come on, let's go together. Lu Lin was unable to withstand her playful charm. After a resigned sigh within, he allowed her to guide him to his feet. You got me there. Chapter 79. If you have the ability, truly depend on him. Lin Yang pulled Lu Lin and slipped into a space beside the girl who had just invited her to dance. Your brother treats you very well, the girl exclaimed loudly in her ear as she noticed them together. Her smile was bright, and the adornments on her head swayed with her movements. Yes, we grew up together, Lin Yang replied, unaware that brother here referred to a boyfriend. She earnestly nodded at the girl and leaned closer to her ear to add, The first one to step on the hot coals was my brother. We have been together since childhood. He is very kind to me. The boy who had stepped on the coals earlier had now moved on to perform other acts, and the two were no longer together. The girl glanced at the boy's position, her previously cheerful demeanor now tinged with a hint of shyness. Lin Yang did not notice her change in expression and, emulating the local dialect, remarked, Your brother is truly brave to step on such hot coals. Your dancing is also magnificent. You are all remarkable individuals. The girl laughed heartily, acknowledging her dance steps with a nod of appreciation. She then turned to Lu Lin beside her, playfully winking at him. You're quite good too, but your brother seems a bit shy. The bonfire cast a rosy glow on everyone's faces. Lin Yang, with her excellent sense of rhythm, quickly picked up the dance steps, while Lu Lin, despite being athletic, moved awkwardly, his limbs stiff as if he were a puppet. Lin Yang laughed as she taught him how to dance, until she could no longer contain her laughter and wished to free her hand to retrieve her phone from her pocket. No, I must record a video, she insisted. Absolutely not, Lu Lin firmly grasped her hand, his eyes clearly warning her. The last time he had clumsily imitated a dinosaur walk, he had been seen by Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei, and he had yet to fully recover from the embarrassment. He would not allow any evidence of his lack of coordination. Lin Yang was undeterred. "Oh, come on, it's just a video. It's not every day you have something you can't master. I must document this. I have plenty of things I'm not good at," he retorted. Whenever she suffered from dysmenorrhea, he felt utterly helpless. He could only watch as she took medicine, unable to do anything to alleviate her discomfort. In the end, Lin Yang was unsuccessful in her quest, as Lu Lin continued to hold her hand tightly. "All right then, if you won't let me record, perhaps there will be another chance to witness a live performance." As the bonfire blazed brighter, Lin Yang grew fatigued, having danced for over half an hour, and Lu Lin was similarly liberated from the activity. Just as they stepped back, Li Chuanfang returned from a phone call, warmly invited by a local aunt to join in, which she graciously accepted. After such an exhilarating dance, Lin Yang felt utterly exhausted. Her cheeks flushed from the fire's warmth. There was a small fire pit nearby, remnants of sweet potatoes roasted earlier, and Lu Lin led her to sit beside it to rest. "I'm truly happy today," Lin Yang sighed, hugging her knees. "I adore the people here. They possess a vibrant vitality. Each individual is especially optimistic, confident, and enthusiastic. Passion and aspiration are their beliefs," she reflected. Lu Lin remarked. "Dance and flames are their outlets for expressing hope and fervor." Lin Yang softly remarked, "It sounds so cultured, akin to a model answer in reading comprehension." Feeling fatigued, she decided to take a brief respite. Observing her weariness, Lu Lin said, "Annie has just begun dancing. It will likely be a while before it concludes." The atmosphere was particularly infectious, often causing a bonfire gathering to last several hours. With a pop, sparks erupted, and Lin Yang blinked, perhaps due to her exhaustion. She leaned closer to Lu Lin upon hearing his words. Initially intending to rest her head on his shoulder, she felt her heart racing inexplicably. She did not wish, nor dare, for him to hear it. How peculiar. This sensation had begun while dancing earlier. It seemed that during their recent close encounters, her heart had quickened, not for discomfort, but rather as if experiencing the fluttering described in novels, an exhilarating heartbeat. A few stars twinkled on the horizon, shimmering delicately, as if ready to descend. Nearby, the bonfire blazed brightly, the sounds of laughter and merriment overshadowing the crashing waves, blending seamlessly with the night. Lin Yang reclined backward onto the grass, tugging at Lu Lin's shirt. He glanced at her and lay down as well, one hand cradling his head, the other gently patting Lin Yang's head. As she tilted her gaze upward, he supported the back of her head with his palm. "Do you think if I hadn't become attached to you as a child, we would still lie here watching the stars?" she inquired. "Yes," Lu Lin replied without hesitation. He considered himself no paragon of virtue, living beneath such a rare gem. How could he not covet her? "I believe that too." Lin Yang turned her head and smiled at him. "With my discerning eye, even if I hadn't relied on you as a child, I would have eventually." "Such flattering words," Lu Lin replied, tilting his head and smiling gently, his gaze tender and his tone soft. "If you have the capability, then truly rely on me. I am indeed the best, the very best in the world." She used a phrase she often repeated in her youth. "Have you ever thought about?" Lu Lin began, but suddenly stopped. Lin Yang looked at him curiously. "Thought about what?" "It's nothing." He shook his head. He had intended to ask if she had ever considered that he desired to be more than just her protector. Yet, she was still young, her emotions unstable. While she might understand what affection was, realizing that beyond familial and platonic love, there existed a third kind. He pondered the notion of a lifetime commitment, an entanglement. Her life was just beginning, and he feared that asking her now might become a burden she did not wish to bear. Chapter 80. Boarding school before the official commencement of the senior year. In a bid to conserve her commuting time, Lin Yang proactively proposed the idea of boarding at school. The primary reason being that the school hours for the senior class were adjusted, starting half an hour earlier in the morning and ending half an hour later in the evening. She wished to spare Li Chuanfang the hardship of rising early to prepare breakfast for her, especially when time was of the essence. Life in the dormitory is not akin to that at home, One cannot come and go as one pleases, and consideration for roommates is paramount. Furthermore, residing at school entails doing one's own laundry, maintaining cleanliness, and managing personal belongings, with meals being exclusively provided in the cafeteria. Are you prepared for such adjustments? Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei expressed their concerns and attempted to dissuade her. While they maintained their respective work and study commitments, the notion of their daughter, who had always lived at home, leaving to board was unsettling for them, particularly after Li Chuanfang visited the dormitory at the affiliated school. Her apprehensions intensified, not due to the environment, as the facilities had been recently renovated and were quite modern, but rather because the beds were all lofted. Given Lin Yang's restless sleeping habits, she feared for her safety. Rest assured, I can take care of myself. Besides, I will need to board during university as well. So this is merely an early adaptation, Lin Yang asserted with determination. Her ranking in the second semester of her sophomore year had consistently placed her within the top 20, igniting her ambition to aim for a top 10 university. With a daring spirit, she even aspired to contend for the nation's premier institutions. Lacking any specialized skills, her only recourse was to devote herself to her studies. Yet, this path was fraught with challenges, and she recognized the necessity of pushing herself. Even 10 minutes matter, perhaps. During the college entrance examination, those saved 10 minutes could translate into a vital score. Even if not 10, a single point would suffice. Very well. Since you have made your decision, your father and I shall no longer dissuade you. Pursue your aspirations freely, but do communicate with us if you find boarding uncomfortable. Returning home remains an option. Understanding the importance of fostering independence in their child, despite their reluctance, Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang acquiesced. Do not worry, Lin Yang reassured them. My classmates are wonderful, and Ji Jihan will also be boarding in a few days. We can look out for each other. In truth, she was quite eager about the dormitory life. Waking up together, buying breakfast as a group, returning to the dormitory after classes to complete assignments, and sharing conversations in the dim light before sleep. The camaraderie of collective effort under the stars was undeniably enchanting. After learning of her desire to board, Lu Lin did not express any objections, but merely inquired about her preferred city and university. I wish to go to Lan City. But as for the specific university, Lin Yang instinctively named the city she longed for. Yet when it came to the school she aspired to attend, her gaze became wistful, feeling a sense of distance from that dream. Promise me you won't dismiss my aspirations as fanciful, she implored Lu Lin. It was not a matter of modesty. Anyone would instinctively look up to the nation's elite universities, and she certainly did not consider herself particularly gifted. Pray tell, which institution do you have in mind that could possibly accommodate such lofty ambitions? Hui University. I wish to apply to Hui University. As she uttered the name of the school, Lin Yang felt a rush of exhilaration. Hui Dai University stands as one of the foremost institutions in the country. Based on the historical admission rates of its affiliated high school, only those who consistently rank within the top 15 of their grade have a genuine opportunity. Although she appears to be performing adequately, advancing beyond the top 20 proves to be increasingly challenging with each step. Hui Dai, indeed, Lu Lin murmured, nodding thoughtfully as she regarded her. This requires diligence. During the weekend, Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang brought supplies to Lin Yang's dormitory. Due to the limited space available, they only brought the essentials, perhaps considering the differing schedules of the third-year students compared to their first and second-year counterparts. The school had designated a separate dormitory building for the seniors. Lin Yang's dormitory was situated on the second floor, directly opposite the staircase. Xining Tian, would it be all right for my parents to bring my things up? Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yang first carried a box upstairs and inquired if her roommates would permit Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang to join them. Of course, Meng Xining and Jiang Tian, who had been diligently working on their assignments, set their pens down and stood up. Do you have a lot of things? Would you like us to help you carry them? Not too much. A trip with my parents should suffice. Then let us first help you dust off your bed. Thank you, Xining. Thank you, Tian. Tomorrow at noon, I'll treat you both to a 10-minute shopping spree at the convenience store. After securing their consent, Lin Yang descended to invite Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang to assist with her belongings. She led the way, clutching her small pillow, while Li Chuanfong carried a bucket and basin in one hand and a mat in the other, with Lin Wei following behind, cradling a quilt. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Upon seeing them enter with their items, Meng Xining and Jiang Tiantian approached with smiles, greeting them warmly. "It's Xining and Tiantian. I assent it. Hello to you both as well." Li Chuanfong responded with a smile, and after setting down the items, she removed the basin from the bucket, retrieving several bags of fruit to hand to Meng Xining and Jiang Tiantian. "Here, take these fruits. Aunt wasn't too sure of your preferences, so I bought a little of everything." "Thank you, Aunt." Meng Xining and Jiang Tiantian chorused their gratitude, both delighted, as Lin Yang often treated them to cake. And it seemed her family was equally generous. "No need to thank me. I feel a bit embarrassed for potentially dirtying your neatly kept dormitory. Mom, just leave it there. I'll mop later." Lin Yang ascended to make her bed, and, noticing Li Chuanfong preparing to mop the floor, gently intervened. She had moved into the dormitory. She couldn't rely on them for everything. After a brief tidying up, she accompanied Lin Wei and Li Chuanfong downstairs. Li Chuanfong, still concerned, advised her, "If you need anything else, just buy it yourself or call me, and I'll bring it over from home." I understand," Lin Yang nodded, embracing Li Chuanfong before helping her open the car door. "You both should head back now. Drive safely. Don't stay up too late tonight. Just do your best on the exams. There's no need to overexert yourself." "You too. Get some rest early," Lin Yang replied, glancing at Lin Wei, especially her father, whose sleep was lighter than that of a cat, easily disturbed by the slightest noise. Perhaps it is the nature of his profession that renders him acutely sensitive to any disturbance within the confines of his home, awakening him from slumber, leaving him restless for hours thereafter. He had not anticipated that his daughter would uncover this flaw. Lin Wei's heart softened, yet he feigned a stern demeanor, saying, "Is that how you speak of your father? In any case, you need not worry about me. I'm well at school. Should anything arise, I shall call you." Lin Yang waved her hand, urging them to depart. "You should return home. Work awaits you tomorrow. Rest early. Then we shall take our leave," they replied. "You're doing well at school. Come home when the break begins." The car turned around and drove away. Lin Yang turned to ascend the stairs, discreetly wiping her eyes. Chapter 81. You look up at the commencement of the new school year for the first and second year students. Lin Yang transitioned into her role as a senior in her third year, officially embarking on a routine where she rose earlier than the rooster and retired later than the dog. After spending 2 days in the dormitory, she fully adapted to the life on campus, waking each morning to the school's wake-up bell and returning to the dormitory with her roommates each night. Due to some family matters, Ji Zihan had yet to return since her tutoring sessions, leaving only the 3 of them in the dorm. Meng Xining and Jiang Tian took their showers first, while Lin Yang washed her face and brushed her teeth in the meantime, planning to shower once they were done. After bathing, the young ladies, clad in their pajamas, squatted on the floor, each with a small basin in front of them, washing their socks. An attendant would come daily to check on their dormitory, praising them for their cleanliness and reminding them to refrain from using electrical appliances indiscriminately. After lights out, Lin Yang would turn on her desk lamp to solve a few problems. Given that Meng Xining's grades were relatively lower, Lin Yang and Jiang Tian took turns explaining the questions she found challenging. Aside from the slightly thick buns at the cafeteria, the food being somewhat unpalatable, and the soup resembling water too closely, life felt quite fulfilling. Her mobile phone lay beneath her pillow, with no calls or messages disturbing her peace. Aware of the difficulty of the university she aspired to attend, her friends refrained from interrupting her focus. You may already be restless, but just 2 minutes remain. On the day of the break, as the school bell was 2 minutes away from ringing, the atmosphere below began to stir with excitement. The chemistry teacher tapped the podium. As the students began to grumble, he suddenly waved his hand. "All right, you may go home." Long live Teacher Jean. Finally, the long-awaited holiday had arrived, pausing the days spent in the company of stars and the moon for just 1 day. As the security guards swung the gate open, a group of boys dashed out like sprinters shouting, "That's my spot at the Internet CAF. No one could take it from me." Having been cooped up for so long, they were finally free. The security guard quickly stepped back, adjusting the wayward tuft of hair blown by the wind. Lin Yang was even more animated. bouncing around the dormitory like a monkey that had just sprung from a rock, quickly tidying her bed before slinging her backpack over her shoulder and rushing out. As she ran, she called Li Chuanfong, exclaiming that she was on her way home and craving her delicious braised pork and oil-braised shrimp. On the other end of the line, Li Chuanfong cleared her throat uneasily. Are you off today? Yes, after 15 days, school officially resumes on the 1st. And today is the 15th. I'm heading back to the countryside with your father to visit your grandparents. You'll be staying at school this weekend, and I'll make the braised pork and shrimp for you when I return. What is wrong with Grandma and Grandpa? They're fine. Your father is just taking a break. So we're going to check on them. Lin Yang slowed her pace, pondering the nonchalant tone of her mother, who, in reality, was quite meticulous about certain matters. Because of Lin Wei's unique job nature, whenever he was late returning home, Lin Yang would worry that he had encountered a particularly challenging case or a dangerously fierce criminal. Thus, hearing Li Chuanfong suggest she shouldn't return home and that her grandparents were unharmed, she instinctively feared that something had happened to Lin Wei. She took a moment to calm herself and asked, "Is something wrong with Dad? Your father is perfectly fine. We have indeed returned to the countryside. Just wait a moment. He is currently driving, and I will have him stop to speak with you. Yin Yin, your father is all right." Lin Wei took the call and said, "I apologize. I thought you had a holiday tomorrow. Mom and I have gone back to visit Grandma and Grandpa. Were you really driving just now? Why is there no sound? What sound could there be in the car?" Lin Wei chuckled and replied, "You know very well that the roads to Grandma and Grandpa's house are usually quite empty. All right then, please drive carefully. Sure, let us not linger on this. When you return next week, I'll prepare sweetened pork knuckle for you. Drive safely. And please tell Grandma and Grandpa that I miss them. I will visit them during the new year." After hanging up, Lin Yang felt that something was amiss and decided to call Lu Lin. "Have you started your holiday?" "Yes, just now." Lin Yang said, "I want to ask you something. Have you seen my dad recently? I ran into him downstairs yesterday." "Why?" "Oh, then he should be fine." Yet, Lin Yang still felt something strange. But she couldn't pinpoint it, so she explained to Lu Lin, "I just called to say I was going home, and they told me they were going back to the countryside to see Grandma and Grandpa today, asking me not to return. I thought something had happened to him, and they were lying to me." Lu Lin pondered for a moment, recalling that Lin Wei appeared to be in good health, and reassured her, "Don't worry, Uncle is fine." After saying this, he glanced at the cake in his hand and asked her, "Are you going back today?" "Back? Where are you?" Hearing the word back in his tone, Lin Yang instinctively inquired. "Look up." "At the school gate," Lu Lin said before hanging up. By the time Lin Yang called Li Chuanfong, she had already sprinted to the playground, with only a 100-meter stretch of Celebrity Avenue separating her from the school gate. As she chatted with Lu Lin, she found herself at the end of Celebrity Avenue. When she looked up, Lu Lin was standing less than 10 meters away at the school gate, gazing at her. Their eyes met as she walked towards him. They hadn't seen each other for nearly half a month. Aside from her childhood summers spent in Beicheng, they had rarely been apart for so long. Even though there was merely a road and 2 walls separating the university and the affiliated school. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yang had already exited the school gate. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, she couldn't help but want to reach out and touch them, though she only contemplated it. "Has something happened at the company?" she inquired. "Why do you seem so worn out?" "The person Jiang Kaming brought over from his father is quite professional, and the company is running smoothly," Lu Lin replied. As for being worn out, he furrowed his brow, realizing he had been mindful of it. His life remained as it always had been, shuttling between the company and school. He was becoming increasingly adept at managing company affairs. His credits at school were nearly completed, and he was preparing to publish his thesis. All his plans were progressing steadily. If only he could see her every day. He missed her dearly. Knowing she had a holiday today, he had already prepared a cake and was waiting for her arrival. Lin Yang glanced at the cake in his hand. "Is this for me?" Lu Lin lifted it for a moment, noticing it was slightly melted. "Is it ice cream?" "Yes." "Then I must indulge in it swiftly," Lin Yang replied with earnestness, believing that ice cream should remain in its rightful state. Typically, she would crave more after finishing, yet today, she found herself unable to eat much by the end. "What's wrong? Is your stomach upset, or are you feeling car sick?" In the vehicle, Lu Lin noticed her discomfort and inquired about her well-being. "I have a nagging feeling that they are concealing something from me," Lin Yang admitted, her anxiety surfacing. She recalled that Lin Wei enjoyed listening to the radio while driving. Yet during her recent call to Li Chuanfang, she had not heard any radio sounds. I shall call Uncle Lin, she decided. Lu Lin activated the turn signal and parked by the roadside, offering her a reassuring glance before retrieving his phone to dial Lin Wei. Chapter 82. Forget it. Don't call now. My father is driving. Lin Yang contemplated briefly and halted his intention to make a call. I'll check when I return. Hopefully. I am just overthinking. Do not worry. I met with Uncle and Aunt yesterday, and they are both well. Lu Lin put away his phone and resumed driving. Noticing her furrowed brow, he attempted to divert her attention. Are you still adjusting to life at school? Have you encountered any troubles? I'm managing well, and Haven T faced any issues. Xining and Tian Tian have been very considerate. Observing her lingering anxiety, Lu Lin pressed the accelerator a bit harder. Having endured the rigors of the college entrance examination himself, he understood the immense pressure faced by high school seniors. This past month at school must have been particularly taxing for her. Her meals were inadequate, and her face had grown noticeably thinner. Yet, these hardships were essential for her growth, and he could neither intervene nor alter her journey. He could only await next summer, when she would emerge from the examination hall, ready to present her with a bouquet of flowers, wishing her success and a smooth path ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was preoccupied with worry, unable to fend off her anxious thoughts. On the other side, Lin Wei parked the car in front of a veterinary clinic, and Li Chuanfang hurriedly opened the door to carry the small black cat out. Doctor, my cat may have ingested some poison. Please help it. It seemed fine this morning. It must have happened earlier today. On the way here, it was frothing at the mouth and had some convulsions. I tried to induce vomiting in the car, but it didn't bring much up. Could you please examine it? Does it need a gastric lavage or some other treatment? After finishing his morning exercise, Lin Wei had gone out to buy groceries, planning to prepare a grand meal of Lin Yang's favorite dishes for her return. As noon approached, the couple was busy in the kitchen when someone downstairs suddenly shouted that the small black cat had been poisoned. They rushed down to see the cat lying by the greenery in the corridor, froth on its whiskers, eyes closed and motionless. Little Black? Li Chuanfang gently picked it up for inspection, discovering that it still had a faint breath, weakly nudging her head against her. Little Black was barely clinging to life, but as long as it was not yet dead, there was still hope. The couple hurriedly grabbed their phones and wallets and drove to the veterinary clinic. On the way, they deliberated whether to inform Lin Yang. Just as they agreed to keep it from her for the time being, she called, and they had no choice but to respond accordingly. Although this might not have been the best course of action, they could not think of a better way to tell her. From the very first day they brought Little Black home, Lin Yang had treated it as a companion. Over the years, it had become like family. If Little Black survived, all would be well. If it could not be saved, they would tell her that Little Black stayed in the countryside with her grandparents. Considering the cat's fur color and dental age, it had already entered its senior years. Fortunately, they had induced vomiting in time. Otherwise, gastric lavage and injections would have been futile. After a brief examination, the doctor emerged to provide them with reassurance. That's wonderful. Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei both sighed in relief simultaneously. Finally, they could offer their daughter some good news. Upon returning home, Lin Yang was immediately enveloped by a delightful aroma. She ventured into the kitchen to find an array of meticulously prepared ingredients neatly arranged on the countertop. While a pot simmered with succulent braised pork, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Where was Xiao He? Typically, upon her arrival, Xiao He would be the first to greet her, but today, not a trace of him could be found. Confused, she searched the house thoroughly. Xiao He, she called out, but to no avail. Moving to the window, she shouted his name, knowing that for all these years, he would invariably return within moments of hearing her voice. Coincidentally, a neighbor downstairs, who was enjoying a snack, overheard her calling for Xiao He and looked up, saying, Yang Yang, you're back from your break. Your Xiao He has been poisoned. Your parents must have taken him to the veterinary clinic. You should go there. It was disheartening to hear that someone had maliciously poisoned animals in the community, resulting in numerous cats and dogs suffering the same fate. Even the puppy from Grandpa Li's house, just 2 days old, had tragically succumbed. Lu Lin understood the special place Xiao He held in Lin Yang's heart. She could indulge in fatty meats, but Xiaohei was only permitted lean cuts. She could neglect her own hair, but Xiaohei's fur had to be impeccably groomed. Even during her visit to the temple to pray for peace, Xiaohei had been included in her offerings. Observing her lips quiver as tears threatened to spill, Lu Lin's heart tightened with concern. He hurried to her side, urging her to accompany him downstairs. Don't cry yet. Since Uncle Lin and Annie took Xiaohei to the clinic, it means there is still hope. I will take you there now. Lin Yang followed in silence, maintaining her composure until they reached the car. The weight of her anxiety began to dissipate, and with Lu Lin by her side, she wished to spare him from her worries. There's no need to drive so fast. With my parents there, I'm not in a rush, she suggested, concerned for their safety. Upon their arrival at the veterinary clinic, they found the doctor had already administered gastric lavage and was now giving Xiaohei an injection. Although he appeared weak, he no longer seemed on the brink of death. Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang, upon seeing them, were surprised but quickly deduced that the neighbors must have informed them. Just then, the doctor finished administering the injection and informed them, "You can take him home now. Bring him back tomorrow at the same time." After expressing her gratitude to the doctor, Lin Yang gingerly lifted Xiaohei from the table, scolding him as she gently petted him. "Silly cat, why did you choose to eat poisonous food outside when you have cat food at home?" "Meow," Xiaohei weakly responded, nuzzling her hand, aware that his beloved owner had come to see him. However, he thought to himself, "I nearly ventured to cat heaven. I have told you countless times not to eat anything from outside. Now look what has happened. You've been poisoned, and this injection must be uncomfortable. You'll have to endure it for several days. It will be painful. At your age, remember this lesson. Never scavenge for food outside again." Lin Yang cradled Xiaohei with a firm yet affectionate reprimand, allowing a few symbolic tears to fall, which she wiped on his fur. "A few words of admonition will suffice. You know your senses have dulled with age." Li Chuanfang could no longer bear it and remarked, "And you dare to mention Xiaohong? In your childhood, you even resorted to eating the grass by the roadside. Once, when we returned to your hometown, if it weren't for my intervention, you nearly picked up sheep dung to consume." The vivid recollection of that moment resurfaced as Lin Yang silently fell silent, cradling Xiaohong as they departed. It was her first encounter with sheep dung. She had initially thought someone had dropped chocolate beans and joyfully gathered a large handful. In the end, it turned out to be sheep dung. Her most vivid memory before the age of 6 was indeed that entire pouch of sheep dung. Fortunately, she had refrained from eating it at the time, intending to bring it home to share with her grandparents. But Li Chuanfang discovered her and insisted she scatter the sheep dung on the ground. Reflecting on this, it seemed that Xiaohong was somewhat akin to her. After exiting the veterinary clinic, Lin Wei drove the car to a car wash, while Lin Yang and Li Chuanfang returned in Lu Lin's vehicle. Throughout the journey, Lin Yang held Xiaohong close, gently scratching its belly. Xiaohong was unusually tranquil for the first time, contentedly nestled in her arms, remaining silent until they reached home. After evading the matter all the way, Lin Yang, after dinner, decided to embrace the situation, turning to Lu Lin and saying, "Go ahead and laugh if you wish. After all, I merely picked it up and did not consume it. There's no shame in that." Observing that everyone had finished their meal and were no longer drinking, Lu Lin delivered a remark that left everyone stunned. Chapter 83. A heart-racing moment. What is so amusing about almost consuming something? I have indeed experienced it. Huh? What do you mean by that? It is permissible for you to pick it up, but not for me to eat it. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yang was first taken aback, followed by an incredulous burst of laughter. Observing his serious demeanor only intensified her mirth, leaving her doubled over with laughter. Seeing her so joyously entertained, Lu Lin couldn't help but join in her laughter. Back in the days when his grandfather was still alive, he had taken him to a small rural school to donate extracurricular books and drawing pads to the students. After they finished the donation, while his grandfather discussed matters with the teachers, he went off to play. There, he encountered 2 children who offered him what they claimed was a chocolate bean, insisting it had a grassy flavor. Having tasted chocolate beans before, he knew they were smooth and bitter, unlike the grassy flavor they described. However, having never seen sheep droppings, and with the 2 children adamantly assuring him it was chocolate, he believed them. He popped the dark, unappealing object into his mouth, only for the children to burst into laughter, prompting him to realize something was amiss, and he promptly discarded the sheep droppings. It wasn't until he later observed a sheep and its excrement that he understood what he had actually consumed. After he recounted this tale, Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang found it hard to believe, suspecting he was merely concocting a story to amuse his daughter. Is it true? Yet, judging by his expression, they sensed it was unlikely to be fabricated. Li Chuanfang tentatively inquired, "Really?" "Indeed." Lu Lin nodded, his smile tinged with resignation. Throughout his life, he had never shared this incident with anyone, not even his grandfather. The two boys who had tricked him had received a sound thrashing from him until they promised never to play such pranks again, leaving him curious if others had fallen for the same ruse as he had. Years had passed, and he had nearly forgotten the event. But upon hearing Li Chuanfang mention Lin Yang's near encounter with sheep droppings, he was compelled to share his own experience after much hesitation. At least he succeeded in making them laugh. Thus, that sheep dropping could be considered not consumed in vain, although he hadn't truly eaten it. Witnessing his little tail laugh so heartily made it worth it. "I can't help but laugh to the point of tears," Lin Yang exclaimed, her laughter erupting uncontrollably. Yet she felt her exuberance was excessive, prompting her to console Lu Lin. "Had I known you had tasted it, I would have joined you." Seeing their daughter laugh like a blooming flower, Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei exchanged glances, both realizing they were out of touch with the times. They turned to observe Lu Lin, who gazed at their daughter with a look full of affection. The couple shook their heads in unison, clearing the tableware. Lin Yang continued to laugh heartily, and just as she managed to stifle her laughter, she caught sight of Lu Lin chuckling again. This delightful exchange continued, and Lu Lin feigned annoyance as he rose to head upstairs. As he stepped outside, he noticed Lin Yang had indeed followed him, prompting him to ascend the stairs with a faint smile gracing his lips. "Why is there so much dust in your room?" Lin Yang exclaimed as she entered, covering her nose. Lu Lin drew back the curtains to let sunlight flood in. Having been staying at school recently, he had not yet found the time to tidy up. Since she moved into the school dormitory, he has also taken up residence there, apart from the occasional return to collect a few belongings. He has spent most of this time at the school and the company. Lin Yang casually inquired, "What made you decide to stay in the dormitory all of a sudden?" "I have to write a thesis, participate in projects, and conduct experiments. Staying on campus is more convenient." Oh, Lu Lin only provided one reason. But the more significant factor was that he still felt a pang of fear recalling the incident in the second year of junior high when Lin Yang had been bullied. Living closer to her would enable him to reach her quickly if anything were to happen. Lin Yang went to draw the curtains and open the window in his room, returning with flushed ears. "You can clean up by yourself. I need to go back to do my homework." Lu Lin was puzzled. Upon entering the room, he saw his underwear hanging out of the window, swaying in the breeze, and his ears turned crimson. He had moved it indoors before leaving, fearing it would be blown away if left on the balcony, but he had forgotten to collect it. Lin Yang, equally flushed, lay on her bed with her face buried in her hands after returning to her room. "It's just a pair of underwear. Why am I blushing? It's not like I've never seen one." "Lin Yang, you're being overly self-conscious. A touch of modesty is not amiss. It is what defines a lady." This is truly embarrassing. Cursed imagination. Two little figures were grappling in her mind, brandishing Lu Lin's underwear. What on earth? She felt her face burn, her heart racing. After rolling around on the bed a few times, Lin Yang thought she might actually end up with a nosebleed. Just as she was about to wash her face to clear her head and prepare for her homework, Ji Zihan suddenly called. "Hello, Zihan. Yang, save my life." Ji Zihan's anxious voice came through the line. Lin Yang jumped up from her bed. "Has your dog been poisoned too?" "No, save my life. I am the one in distress. I've run away from home." As Ji Zihan spoke while walking, she added, "Do you have any money? Could you lend me 200? Where are you?" "Just about 300 meters to the right after leaving my house." Ji Zihan, barefoot on the scorching ground, curled her toes and stood by the roadside trying to hail a taxi. But she had been in such a hurry that she forgot her wallet, and the money on her phone was frozen, so she had to seek Lin Yang's help. "I've transferred the money to you, but where are you headed? Can you tell me?" Lin Yang felt a twinge of concern. Ji Zihan had not been to school for a while, only mentioning family matters. How did it suddenly escalate to running away from home? "I'm not sure. I'll just find a place to hide for a couple of days, Ji Zihan said, then uncertainly added, I hope I can stay hidden for a couple of days. They shouldn't find me so quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Su-hung walking towards her step by step. Realizing she couldn't outrun him, she squatted down and burst into tears. You can't force me. I want to have the surgery. All right, no surgery then. Su-hung squatted down in front of her, his arms slipping through her legs as he picked her up and carried her home. Hearing Su-hung's words, Ji Zihan looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. You need not do it if you do not wish to, Su-hung gently remarked, gazing at her. Listen to your brother. Please refrain from running away in the future, all right? Ji Zihan rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it. Was it truly permissible to abstain? Yes. If you do not want to, then do not. But why did you insist that I do it before? I was terrified. Ji Zihan wailed, overwhelmed with emotion. Throughout this summer, she had fallen ill and had been confined at home for treatment, with various machines being brought in and daily examinations conducted. She had overheard that they intended to perform surgery on her, a procedure involving incisions in her skin to place something on her heart. Su-hung cradled Ji Zihan in one arm, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder while using his free hand to wipe away her tears. Fear not. From now on, whatever Little Bao says shall be followed. Chapter 84. She likes Lu Lin in the final year of high school. Everyone was fervently pushing forward. The carefree boys from the first and second years began actively seeking extra lessons from their teachers. The director of education patrolled during breaks, careful not to tread too heavily. A dark horse emerged from Class A of the experimental program. A petite girl, previously average in her grades, unexpectedly ranked among the top 20 in the midterm examination. Out of more than 20 classes and over 1,500 students in the grade, Class A accounted for half of the top 20. Lin Yang was pushing herself relentlessly. Aside from the fixed time she spent with Ji Zihan at the convenience store to recharge, she dedicated the rest of her time to solving problems in the classroom. Fortunately, her efforts yielded satisfactory results. Although she had not yet broken into the top 10, her score in the last monthly exam placed her 12th, inching ever closer to her goal. Once the winter break concluded, she would truly be facing the final sprint toward the college entrance examination. Though termed a winter break, it lasted only 10 days. Yet for a third-year student, such a respite was indeed a luxury. As she stepped out of the dormitory with her suitcase, Lin Yang took a deep breath. After half a year, she could finally relax a bit. Lu Lin had grown accustomed to seeing her once every 2 weeks. As she emerged through the school gates, he took the suitcase from her hands. Their fingers inevitably brushed against each other, and while Lu Lin remained unperturbed, Lin Yang instinctively withdrew her hand as if shocked, her cheeks flushing slightly. For the past 6 months, she had forced herself not to dwell on this matter. However, the moment she found herself with a bit of breathing room, her heart began to race uncontrollably. As he turned away, she stole a glance at him from the corner of her eye. Since middle school, he had been shouldering the responsibilities of family, and the youthful exuberance had gradually faded, replaced by a quality that straddled the line between boyhood and manhood. In an instant, Lin Yang reaffirmed her feelings. She liked Lu Lin. She could not comprehend why such a universally beautiful emotion could feel so different. Ever since her return from Nan City last year, her feelings for Lu Lin had taken on a peculiar hue. Before that, she had liked him, but she could gaze directly into his eyes, never averting her gaze. Yet after that, she found herself unable to meet his eyes, her heart racing at the mere sight of him. Just moments ago, she had a myriad of things to tell him, but after their hands touched, all her thoughts evaporated, leaving only the memory of his fingertips being cooler than hers. It was so strange. Liking someone was supposed to be beautiful. Yet why did it make her shy, cause her to blush, and feel so uncomfortable? Last time on the phone, you mentioned having so much to say. Why the silence now? After such a long ride, Lin Yang had said nothing, prompting Lu Lin to glance at her with concern. He assumed she was overwhelmed by academic pressure and, from his perspective, gently advised her. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The college entrance examination is merely an ordinary test. The key to success lies in consistent effort. As long as you don't falter on the day itself, you'll be fine. Despite the winter chill, Lin Yang felt a warmth flush through her face. She rolled down the car window, slightly, to feign composure. Come on, You're the top scorer from our city. For you, the college entrance examination is surely a piece of cake. Our teacher previously remarked, uncertain if anyone would surpass you next year. As she spoke, her tone unconsciously swelled with pride. Many students in our class regard you as a role model. It was as if she took personal delight in the acknowledgement of someone she admired. Lu Lin remained oblivious to her subtle sentiments and smiled gently. Do not regard me as extraordinarily capable. My achievements are merely bolstered by competition points. When recalling the college entrance examination, it felt as if it had occurred just yesterday. It seemed like an eternity ago. Back then, the young girl was a petite figure seated on the back of his bicycle, rising half an hour earlier each day to walk alongside him. After school, she would linger in the classroom for an additional half hour, completing homework until he was ready to head home. He had traversed that path for 6 years, and for half that time, she had been right behind him. Similarly, he recognized the immense effort Lin Yang had devoted to her studies. She would not slacken her diligence due to a good performance, nor would she succumb to despair following a poor result. She radiated positivity and optimism, akin to a little sun, perpetually brimming with energy. Keep striving. I firmly believe your name will be on the admission notice from Huidan next year. At the intersection, with the traffic lights alternating, Lu Lin cast an affirming glance at the young girl beside him. Before the college entrance examination, I must see my name within the top 10 of the grade. Although 3 years had swiftly passed without her achieving that goal, the unwavering confidence in Lu Lin's gaze instilled Lin Yang with a renewed sense of self-encouragement. On New Year's Eve, as Lu Lin was preparing noodles, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Although the rhythm of the knocking resembled that of Lin Yang, he found it implausible, considering she was supposed to be back in the countryside with Lin Wei and Li Chuanfang at that hour. In his confusion, he opened the door. To his surprise, a bundled-up Lin Yang stood at the entrance, her small face rosy from the scarf and hat, extending a bouquet fashioned from a magic wand. Happy New Year! Lu Lin took the whimsical bouquet, still processing the moment. Aren't you going back to visit your grandparents this year? My grandparents are coming to Huqing for New Year. They won't be returning to the countryside. This year, we can celebrate the New Year together. Previously, the elderly couple had been reluctant to visit the city, one reason being the small living space, and the other their attachment to the chickens, ducks, geese, and land they had known for most of their lives. However, this year, Lin Yang's uncle had secured a larger home and was determined to bring the couple to the city. After much persuasion, they had agreed to try living in the city for a time, promising to return if they found it uncomfortable. Lin Yang was particularly delighted. It would now be much easier for her to visit her grandparents. They're staying at my uncle's house first. Later, my parents and I will join them for dinner. When I return, we can set off fireworks together. After saying this, she squeezed past Lu Lin into the house and noticed the steam rising from the kitchen. She approached and saw only a handful of noodles in the pot. There wasn't even an egg. Her smile faltered instantly. Is this what you planned for New Year's Eve dinner? There are vegetables in the fridge, Lu Lin replied. He had initially anticipated that Yao Yu would come over, so he had bought quite a bit of food in advance. However, she unexpectedly called yesterday to inform him that his grandfather had asked him to spend the new year in Ling City, inquiring whether he would go. He promptly declined, and although Yao Yu said nothing further, she is yet to arrive, leading him to believe that she must have gone on her own. If not, you could accompany me to my uncle's house for dinner. But then again, you're not familiar with them, and it would surely be uncomfortable. Lin Yang scratched his head, unsure what to do. Lin Wei called out to her from the hallway. Yang, my aunt just called to say dinner is ready. We should head over. Lin Yang replied that she was coming, but remained stationary, unwilling to let Lu Lin's New Year's Eve dinner consist of merely a bowl of noodles. Lu Lin smiled gently, urging her to go on, and when you return, I'll send you your red envelope. For him, it mattered little what he ate. As long as he could satiate his hunger, that was sufficient. Lin Yang stood still, and finally, she puffed out her cheeks, gazing into his eyes as she declared, I don't want a red envelope. I want you to eat a little less noodles first, and wait for me to return so we can enjoy dumplings together. Furthermore, there was something she had contemplated for many days, and she resolved to be honest with him. Chapter 85. I have someone I adore. The house of my uncle was exquisitely renovated. After being led on a tour of all the rooms by my cousin, Lin Yang felt a profound sense of joy in her heart, for the room prepared for her grandparents by her uncle and aunt was the largest and brightest. The dining table was particularly lively. In addition to their family, her aunt's family, whom they hadn't seen for several years, had also returned. With more than 10 people gathered, the table was almost overflowing. The red envelopes were plentiful, and her aunt and cousin seemed like deities of fortune, bestowing blessings upon them for stable careers, prosperous lives, and great wealth in due time. Lin Yang received a substantial amount of New Year's money. Her sweet words brought smiles to everyone at the table, and her aunt and cousin were particularly delighted. It was unclear how her siblings had been raised, for Lin Yang was remarkably well-behaved and excelled in her studies. Unlike the mischievous boy from her home who repeatedly ranked at the bottom of his exams and was a master at causing trouble, prompting teachers to call her frequently to resolve his issues. Li Chuanfang remarked, "Do not elevate her too high, or she might end up with her tail in the clouds." Lin Yang dreaded such moments, quickly raising her glass and standing up. Her grandfather poured her a small cup of his homemade rice wine, wishing my grandparents good health, an abundance of good fortune, and daily happiness. Happy New Year to everyone. The entire table rose to clink glasses, exclaiming, "Happy New Year. May the new year be even better." Following the pattern of most family gatherings, the men engaged in drinking and chatting while the women discussed work and children. Lin Yang's mind was preoccupied. She glanced down to see her cousin texting someone under the table, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. It struck her that a year had passed, and the little boy who had once been chased around by a goose had now grown into a young man, noticeably taller with a deeper voice. Indeed, childhood passes swiftly. After the meal, she spent some time conversing with her grandparents and exchanged greetings with Li Chuanfang before taking her leave. Fueled by the courage that alcohol brings, she was determined to make a bold move. Standing by the roadside, numerous cars passed her by, yet none came to a halt. Cold and dizzy, she dialed Lu Lin's number several times before finally reaching him. He answered almost immediately. "Did you finish eating that quickly?" Lin Yang's voice was soft. "I can't get a taxi, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Could you kind of pick me up?" "Why are you feeling dizzy?" As the signal was poor in the corridor, Lu Lin rushed downstairs before asking, "Did you drink?" "No, just a little bit," she replied. "It's my grandfather's homemade rice wine. It's fragrant and delightful. Next time, when he is not paying attention, I'll sneak some back for you." As she spoke, she gestured with 2 fingers, though Lu Lin could not see her. "Now you're starting to babble. It seems you've had more than just a little." Lu Lin felt a headache coming on, mentally preparing himself for the possibility of her imitating a cat or a dog. Reluctantly, he drove out. Huqing was not vast, and Lin Yang had previously mentioned where her uncle's new house was located, which was not too far away. "All right, be good and don't wander off. Stay by the security booth for a while, and I will come find you when I arrive, okay?" Lin Yang, standing by the roadside, obediently nodded. "I remain here, steadfastly awaiting your arrival." When Lu Lin arrived, he immediately spotted Lin Yang, who stood foolishly by the roadside, her nose tinged with the frost of the early morning. He hurried over and draped his coat around her shoulders. "What brings you out so early? Why didn't you wait for Uncle Lin and Annie to return with you?" Once inside the car, he turned the air conditioning to its highest setting. "I have something to discuss with you." She, inebriated and oblivious to her unbuckled seatbelt, leaned towards Lu Lin, who gently fastened it for her. "Go on," he encouraged. "I will share this secret only with you. You must not disclose it to anyone else. Not a soul." Lu Lin assumed her drunken state was the cause of her words and soothed her gently. "Yes, I won't tell anyone." Suddenly, Lin Yang leaned closer, the sweet aroma of rice wine enveloping him, and a thunderous realization struck his ears. She confessed, "I have someone I truly adore." Such a confession was tightly held, only revealed in her inebriated state. "Is that so?" Lu Lin's heart tightened, and he struggled to maintain a calm voice. "You are still quite young. Can you truly comprehend what it means to have genuine affection?" "I understand," Lin Yang replied with conviction, her mind hazy yet recalling the words she had prepared. Counting on her fingers, she articulated, "Liking someone means missing them when they are not around, wanting to know what they are doing, feeling joy in their company. Sometimes losing sight of oneself, unable to bear their sadness, wanting to scold anyone who causes them distress, and wishing to share all the good things in life with them. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lin finally responded with a soft his gaze lingering on the innocence in her eyes, causing his throat to constrict with emotion. Does he know of your feelings for him? I do not know, which is why I am preparing to confess my feelings. I am uncertain if he will reject me. Yang, listen to me. You are currently at a pivotal stage in your senior year. There is no urgency in matters of the heart. After your college entrance examination, there will be ample time. Each word was a struggle for Lu Lin, the haze of fireworks outside making it difficult to breathe. You will have plenty of time to be with someone you cherish and you. But I do not wish to wait any longer, Lin Yang replied, lowering her gaze, her voice fading into a whisper. Moreover, I am uncertain of his feelings. What if he turns me down? Which scoundrel had caused his little girl to bow her head in such a manner? Lu Lin felt as though he could scarcely breathe, yet he forced a smile. Our Yang is so wonderful. No one could possibly dislike you. I believe he likes me too. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yang's expression transformed from sorrow to one of delight. Her cheeks flushed from the effects of the alcohol. Therefore, I shall confess to him soon, to secure his affection at once. So, she indeed harbored feelings for someone, fearful of being discovered, which is why she refrained from riding home with him, opted to stay at school, withdrew her hand the moment it brushed against his, and avoided conversation with him. Lu Lin mustered great resolve before inquiring, "May I know what kind of person you adore?" After a long wait with no response from her, Lu Lin forced a smile, his heart feeling as though it were being tightly gripped and his breath stifled. Turning his head, he discovered that the little rascal had fallen asleep at some point. With her mouth slightly agape and immersed in a deep slumber, she remained utterly defenseless against him. Lu Lin acknowledged his jealousy and pettiness. He did not wish to give her the opportunity to confess her feelings. Thus, he refrained from waking her, gently lifting her from the car, leaving the door ajar. Fearful that she would awaken and seek out that little brat to declare her affections, he carried her up to the third floor in one breath, retrieving the key from the innermost compartment of her small bag. Unlocking the door, he continued into the room, placing her on the bed and tucking her in with a blanket. Not pausing for a moment, he ascended the stairs back to his home as if he had consumed counterfeit liquor, his steps uneven. He did not turn on the lights. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the sofa, lingering there for a while before recalling the half-made dumplings in the kitchen. Mechanically, he rose to finish preparing them. The filling contained no vegetables, merely a sprinkling of chopped green onions, for Lin Yang only relished pure meat dumplings. The little deceiver had promised to return to share dumplings with him. A sharp sound echoed as liquid splattered onto the pristine marble countertop, each drop coalescing into a small puddle. Chapter 86. It is said that love is sweet on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Lin Yang was roused from her slumber by the raucous sounds of firecrackers set off by children downstairs. As she lay in bed, memories of the previous night surged through her mind like a tidal wave. The thought that she had fallen asleep at such a critical moment made her want to slap herself. How could she have slept so soundly? What a splendid opportunity it was. She quickly leapt out of bed to freshen up, donned her new attire, and upon standing before the mirror, realized her expression was as grave as if she were preparing for battle. Yet was it not a battlefield? In the presence of someone she cherished, she felt the need to tread carefully until she was certain of his feelings. Even if that someone was Lu Lin, it was precisely because it was him that she felt this way. Li Chuanfang and Lin Wei returned home late the previous night and were still asleep at this hour. She tiptoed to the door, gently opened it, and quietly pulled it shut behind her. When the door was knocked upon, Lu Lin was slouched on the sofa, a bowl of cold dumplings placed before him. He had not slept a wink, having spent the entire night on the couch. Knowing it was Lin Yang outside, he hesitated to open the door. Today was the first day of the new year, and he did not wish to be cruel to himself by witnessing the girl he cherished confessing her feelings to someone else. However, indulging in the fantasy of her drunken ramblings from the night before, he eventually rose to answer the door. Having missed such a splendid opportunity the day before, Lin Yang felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety. She asked, "Do you remember what I said to you last night?" Lu Lin let out a silent, bitter laugh. It seemed there was no drunken folly, only the revelation of true feelings. She was so infatuated with that boy, unable to contain herself, rushing to confess her feelings. And now, early in the morning, she had come to remind him of her long-standing affection. He suppressed the bitterness within and feigned forgetfulness, responding nonchalantly, "What did you say?" Lin Yong was uncertain whether he was putting on an act, yet her nervousness was genuine. "Could you at least promise me this, regardless of what I say next? You need not agree, but you cannot scold me." Lu Lin glanced down at her and replied, "If I do not agree, does that mean you won't go?" "Used to be the boss," Lin Yong retorted, pausing to add, "Well, you still are. What about in the future?" Lu Lin's gaze fell. Was she intending to sever ties and no longer recognize him as her superior? "That depends on you," Lin Yong declared decisively, taking a deep breath and meeting his eyes. "I've heard that love is quite sweet. Would you consider embarking on a romance with me?" Having spent the night awake, Lu Lin felt as though he were hallucinating. "Could you repeat that?" His expression was overly serious, causing Lin Yong to bite her lip, her spirits plummeting. "You promised you wouldn't scold me." Lu Lin pressed on. "You said you wanted to date whom?" Though Lin Yong had anticipated his refusal, she had not expected such a reaction, as if her affection for him were a crime. Feeling wronged, tears streamed down her cheeks. "I said I like you. If you refuse, that is fine, but why be so harsh?" Lu Lin was taken aback. Recalling her words, she had indeed expressed her feelings for him. In that instant, his heart blossomed with joy. It was merely the first day of the spring festival. Yet his spring had arrived. Vividly colored flowers sprouted from every organ of his being, radiating the brilliance of the season. The one whom Lin Yongyang cherished was none other than him. The very rascal he had diligently guarded against was himself. What, then, had he been doing last night? Nearly on the brink of despair? Lu Lin's serious demeanor made Lin Yong feel utterly distressed. With a choked voice, she uttered an apology and turned to leave. "I'm sorry, forget I said anything." Lu Lin was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to comfort her or to acquiesce. In a flurry, he attempted to wipe her tears away. "Yang Yang, please listen to me. You are currently at a pivotal stage in your senior year. Can we set aside the matter of romance for now?" Lin Yong shook off his hand, unyielding. "I want to go home." Lu Lin effortlessly grasped her arm. "Yang Yang, I apologize, but please hear me out. You mentioned that I am good, that no one could possibly dislike me." Lin Yong interrupted through her tears. "I thought you liked me too." "There is no dislike," Lu Lin replied, watching her weep, his heart aching. He drew her into the room, enveloping her in his embrace, saying, "I could not like you more." Gradually, Lin Yong ceased her tears, gazing at him with glistening eyes. "But you seemed so fierce just now. I thought you didn't like me." "Indeed, I can be fierce. How could I not like you?" Lu Lin finally embraced the realization that she held affection for him, and his heart melted. Being an adult, he quickly compelled himself to regain composure, soothing Lin Yong before continuing. "Can we please refrain from discussing this for now? After the college entrance examination, if you still have feelings for me, we can have a proper conversation." The college entrance examination marked a significant milestone in her life. With merely half a year remaining, he could not alleviate her pressure, nor could he become an obstacle in her path. Having ascertained their feelings, Lin Yong was unconcerned about postponing their discussion for 6 months. She sniffled lightly, her voice still nasally from crying. Blinking her eyes, she inquired, "What shall we discuss? The romance or my feelings for you?" "We may discuss whatever you wish," Lu Lin replied, "though I hope it pertains to the former." Lin Yong, as if victorious, sparkled with determination in her eyes. "Then I shall reserve my place. Should anyone else confess to you, I must be first in line." Lu Lin smiled, his lips curving upwards as he gently brushed her hair aside. "There is no one else, only you." Chapter 87. After all, we will be together eventually in this year. Lu Lin is 20 and Lin Yong is 17. One is full of youthful vigor, while the other is in the bloom of adolescence. Their silhouettes gradually drew closer in that summer a decade ago. The boy, often seen as a troublemaker by everyone, held the chubby little hand of the girl as they traversed the cobbled road, followed confidently by a little black cat with its tail held high. The air around them was stifling and warm. The icebox at the corner shop was covered with a thick quilt. Tiny ants queued to return home. The sun illuminated the world. The wind danced with the leaves. Clouds hung lazily. and a plump dragonfly buzzed nearby as the old man at the guardhouse dozed off in his chair. On the stone steps beneath the old locust tree, the boy and girl sat side by side. The girl, with her gap-toothed smile, left bite marks on her ice cream, while the little black cat sprawled comfortably. Big brother, this ice cream is the best in the world, and we're the best too. Yes, the best in the world. This scene felt as if it had occurred just yesterday. In the blink of an eye, the cobbled road had transformed into asphalt. The camphor trees along the roadside had grown denser, and fallen fruits were trampled into the mud, washed away by heavy rains time and again. Now, Lu Lin gazes at the girl he has grown up with, his eyes filled with a tenderness that threatens to overflow, as if the entire world rests in his hands. Unlike the sorrow he felt last night, every cell in his body now clamors with joy. He feels blissfully euphoric. She is the one he has cherished for so long, the one he longs to see, and now she is here. It is her. Lin Yang remains unaware of the ecstatic emotions concealed beneath his calm exterior. With a successful confession, a commemoration is in order. She takes out her phone to capture the moment, and Lu Lin leans towards her, his gaze brimming with affection as he looks at the girl he has adored for ages. At the moment the shutter clicks, two soft petals brush swiftly against his cheek. Ahem, the books were right. Kissing the one you like truly make your heart flutter. The little deer that dances about is indeed real and uncontrollable. She has experienced it, and it is difficult to manage. After the kiss, Lin Yang wishes to flee, but Lu Lin holds her wrist firmly. Lin Yang, do you remember what you promised me just now? Lin Yang blushes fiercely, yet her words come out confidently. Well, we will be together sooner or later. What's wrong with me prepaying a kiss? He had taught her to express affection towards things she adores. She is merely acting on that. Yet, he remains both stringent and stingy, unwilling to reciprocate. Of course, these thoughts she only dares to voice internally, though they bring her a sweet delight. She considers her endeavor a success. Therefore, she believes she should be bolder. When encountering someone she likes, she should not hide her feelings. Otherwise, such fervent affection would fail to touch others and instead scorch herself. Perhaps she has yet to recover from that swift kiss. After a while, Lu Lin finally releases her, clearing his throat and speaking in a hoarse voice, half a year. He grants her another 6 months, until after her examinations, to ascertain whether her affection is a fleeting impulse or a genuine sentiment. If it proves to be the latter, he will reveal to her just how profound his love truly is. She is so innocent, completely unaware of the tremendous self-control he exerted to refrain from awarding Uncle Lin a third-class merit. The warmth of her kiss lingers on his face, the soft touch still palpable, a mere brush that could instantly rob him of all his senses. I am sorry for breaking my promise yesterday, claiming I would return to share dumplings with you. Lin Yang, upon seeing the dumplings on the table, felt a sudden pang in her heart. She had slept soundly last night, yet those words left unspoken must have left him feeling quite desolate. She dared not imagine how heartbroken she would be if Lu Lin suddenly confessed he had someone he cherished deeply and intended to declare his feelings. Silly girl, what have I to apologize for? Lu Lin gently ruffled her hair, smiling at her, and asked if she knew what I was thinking last night. Lin Yang, filled with unease, gazed at him and tentatively inquired, "Break my legs?" This was how she thought of him. Lu Lin chuckled in exasperation. He had indeed contemplated breaking that little rascal's legs for reducing his little tail's pride to dust. Yet, he never expected that the rascal he was so wary of was himself. But why had this foolish girl not confessed her feelings sooner, rendering herself so humble? Perhaps she blamed him for not being more overt, but he had almost laid himself bare for her to see, gazing at the youthful radiance of her face. He shifted the subject and asked, "Are you hungry?" "No." Gurgle from the moment Lu Lin enveloped her in his embrace and professed his affection. Their relationship underwent a subtle transformation. Lin Yang intended to maintain her composure, yet her stomach betrayed her first. Very well before Lu Lin. Even her stomach was indulgently unrestrained. Lu Lin chuckled, and before heading to the kitchen, he stood up to retrieve a red envelope from his room. A token of New Year's blessing, wishing for our Yang safety, joy, and smooth sailing in all endeavors. I don't want it. Lin Yang shook her head, refusing it. While Li Chuanfang allowed her to partake in Lu Lin's food and drink, she forbade her from accepting his money. Lu Lin pressed the red envelope into her hand, insisting, "This is the last time I give it to you in my capacity as your elder brother." "The last time? What is wrong with you?" Lu Lin could not help but furrow his brow. "Lin Yang, do you grasp the crux of the matter?" What he meant was that in the future, he would no longer just be her elder brother. Seeing his vexed expression, Lin Yang burst into laughter, her mirth ringing out. Ha ha ha, if Lu Lin still did not realize she was teasing him, that would be a pity. He shook his head in resignation. The dumplings would take a little longer, so let us watch some television first. There were the dumplings he had prepared yesterday in the refrigerator, and after slicing an apple to tide her over, he went to the kitchen to boil the dumplings. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Lin was occupied, Lin Yang discreetly counted the money in the red envelope, her eyes sparkling with delight. Catching a glimpse of him returning, she quickly tucked the envelope into her pocket and patted it. Such a sum of money, indulging in it for a moment, was quite delightful. Lu Lin stood at the kitchen door, observing her little antics, silently curving his lips in a smile, finally understanding what her usual exuberance truly entailed. Like boiling water in a pot, it bubbles and froths. Yes, that is precisely how he is at this moment. Chapter 88. Lin Yang, I miss you, Lin Yang, despite her best efforts, failed to secure a position within the top 10 in her mock examinations, landing just shy at 11th place. However, this close miss instilled within her a tremendous confidence that she could indeed break into the top ranks. With a month and a half between the first and second mock exams, she cast aside all distractions, dedicating herself entirely to her third round of revision, even dreaming of vocabulary lists at night. Li Chuanfang's attempts to bring her meals were met with rejection, as she preferred to utilize her time by completing a set of physics problems in the classroom after school before heading to the cafeteria. On her way to and from the dining hall, she mentally organized her knowledge points, allowing herself to unwind only in the evenings, when she would accompany Ji Zihan to a convenience store to indulge in some oden. As the second mock exam approached, only 2 months remained until the college entrance examination. After the lights were turned off one night, the girls in room 201 lay in their beds, sharing their aspirations for university life. Meng Xining declared, "Once the exams are over, I want to dye my hair blonde and learn to apply makeup. I hope to experience a sweet romance in college." Jiang Tian, determined to banish the increasingly chaotic classical Chinese characters from her mind, asserted after the exams, "I plan to sleep for 3 days and nights to make up for all the sleep I've missed over the years. I, too, need to catch up on rest." Ji Zihan added, "And then I want to travel to Africa again. I once saved a little lion there. I wonder if it remembers me." Meng Xining's bed was adjacent to Lin Yang's. She patted the railing of Lin's bed and asked, "What about you, Yang Yang? What do you want to do after the college entrance exam?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yang replied, "I might take a trip to the city where I hope to study, regardless of the outcome of my exams. I want to visit the university I'm aiming for." If possible, she wished to take Lu Lin along. She had always harbored a love for exploring the world, and although the University of Science and Technology was excellent, and Lu Lin would be there, she did not desire to remain in He City. Her heart longed for the capital, Lan City, and Hueda University. She yearned to venture further afield. Yet, as she matured, she realized that Lu Lin's decision to stay at Xingda instead of transferring to the affiliated school was likely influenced by her. Subsequently, she transferred to the affiliated school while he went to the University of Science and Technology. She had never pondered this before, believing she would never leave He City. But after the first mock exam, she felt she had subtly grasped the threshold of Hueda. However, she discovered that the distance from Lan City to He City was over 1,200 kilometers, separated by 17 cities of varying sizes. If she truly attended Hueda, it would mean a long-distance relationship with Lu Lin, a prospect she found unappealing. Yet remaining in He City left her feeling unfulfilled. April's temperatures were most delightful, yet the heart of the young girl was burdened with melancholy. At 2 in the morning, Lin Yang experienced her second bout of insomnia this semester. Tossing and turning, she retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow, powered it on, and messaged Lu Lin. "What have you been up to lately? Are you busy? I miss you so much." Aware that he was likely asleep, Lin did not expect a reply. After sending the message, she placed her phone against her chest. only for it to vibrate a moment later, causing her heart to leap in her chest. Insomnia? Feeling stressed with studies lately? Upon seeing his familiar profile picture, a sweet yet bittersweet feeling washed over her. No matter the hour, he always managed to respond promptly, even though he was not accustomed to expressing his emotions and refrained from voicing his longing for her. She could still feel his affection. Perhaps it was due to her silence that he quickly sent another message. I will come to find you tomorrow. Do not come, Lin Yang instinctively rejected. But after a couple of seconds, she gently typed a few words in response. Let us wait until after the exams. During the past 2 months of mock examinations, she had maintained a tense demeanor, denying herself any moment of respite, fearing that her composure would shatter upon seeing him. All right, I will pick you up after the exams. Lin Yang turned off her phone and closed her eyes, soon succumbing to a haze of drowsiness. In the boys' dormitory of the university, merely a street away from her school, Lu Lin had spent the night awake, unbeknownst to anyone. The simple utterance of "I miss you" from the young girl held immeasurable power over him. He need not inquire about her recent activities, for each day without her presence was filled with thoughts of her. Following the conclusion of the mock exams, the results were swiftly released. Lin Yang ranked 3rd in her class and 7th in her grade, marking her first entry into the top 10. All her efforts over the past 3 years felt worthwhile at that moment. After school, she wished to share the news with Lu Lin immediately, but upon returning to her dormitory and picking up her phone, she hesitated. She knew that if she mentioned her intention to attend Huada University, he would undoubtedly prepare her belongings and arrange everything, ensuring her journey was seamless. Yet, the more she considered it, the more conflicted she became. Sitting on her bed with her knees hugged to her chest, her thoughts became a tangled mess. Ji Zihan returned from outside and was surprised to see her still in bed. Yang Yang, why are you still here? Aren't you going home this week? I am. Then why aren't you going down? Lu Lin has been waiting for you downstairs for quite a while. Lin Yang peered out from her bed. Yes, downstairs? Yes. Ji Zihan nodded, a hint of curiosity in her voice. But wasn't he always waiting for you at the school gate? Why is he inside today? Lin Yang felt a tightening in her chest, uncertain whether Ji Zihan had mistaken him for someone else. However, as she rushed to the staircase to look down, she indeed saw Lu Lin standing there. As if by some telepathic connection, he looked up just as she glanced down. Their eyes met, and Lin Yang felt a moment of disarray. The coldness in Lu Lin's gaze was instantly replaced by a warm smile upon seeing her. Though April's blossoms had not yet fully faded, the affection in the youth's eyes deepened. Lin Yang hurried back to her dormitory, anxiously forcing a smile before the mirror. Once she composed herself, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and descended the stairs. Upon seeing Lu Lin, she revealed the smile she had rehearsed, feigning ease. Long time no see, President Lu. You look even more handsome. Having performed this action countless times, Lu Lin took her backpack and donned it with a smile. It's been a while. Once they exited the school gates and got into the car, he could no longer contain himself. Lin Yang, I miss you. His direct yet restrained gaze made her cheeks flush, and her heart felt increasingly bitter. She managed to force a smile and presented her report card to him. I made it into the top 10 of my grade. What do you think? Impressive, right? Lu Lin examined the report card with earnestness, scrutinizing her scores. Noticing that her mathematics had improved by 6 points compared to the mock exams, his eyes filled with both pride and concern. Every point gained at this stage was particularly challenging. His young lady was truly remarkable. Yes, exceptionally impressive. Return and show it to Xiao He, so it may comprehend the prowess of its young master. Lin Yang smirked, fully aware that it could not understand. Yet, it could perceive her discontent. Lu Lin set down the report card, his gaze filled with concern as he softly inquired, Might you share with me the reason for your unhappiness? A wave of emotion surged through Lin Yang, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. She knew she could not conceal her feelings, as they would inevitably be laid bare upon his arrival. She pursed her lips, lifting her gaze to meet his, and confessed, I have decided to aim for Huada. Lu Lin nodded, encouraging her to continue. If I truly gain admission, I shall depart from Huqing to Lanshi. Avoiding his gaze, Lin Yang lowered her head. We will endure 4 years apart, and I do not wish for that. Who said it must be 4 years? Before she could finish her thought, Lu Lin interjected. When she looked up, he presented his phone, revealing the top screenshot from his gallery. Be good. Wait for me at Hueda. 1 year. I shall come for you. Upon deciphering the words Hueda University Master's Program Recommendation Application, her eyes welled with emotion. Why did you not tell me sooner? Fearing the pressure it might impose. Lu Lin had intended to wait until the college entrance exam results and the research recommendation list were released before sharing this news. However, upon seeing her despondent stem from this very reason, he felt compelled to reveal it sooner. He had coveted her presence for so many years. How could he bear to let her be away for too long? Let us strive together, shall we? His little tale need only forge ahead, without concern for the distance that may separate them, for he would always draw closer to her. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded earnestly, her heart illuminated with hope. Lu Lin gently wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. April had arrived, and less than 2 months remained until the June he eagerly anticipated. Chapter 89. Everything is favorable as June approached. Heavy rains lashed Hesedi for 5 consecutive days, inundating numerous storefronts. The DeFu family was not spared either. Confident in Lu Lin's ability to manage the situation, Lin Yang remained focused and dedicated to preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. Unlike other schools that granted a 2-day break prior to the exams since they were being held on their home turf, the affiliated school continued its classes until the day before the exams, leaving students to express their grievances. Yet they remained diligent in their self-study without the presence of teachers to distract them. On the afternoon of June 6th, the school was to arrange the examination rooms, necessitating that students clear all belongings from the classrooms. For those commuting, it was imperative not to be late, while boarding students were urged to retire early that evening. The homeroom teacher promised breakfast on the following morning in the cafeteria for everyone. This teacher, typically laid back, emphasized these points repeatedly before dismissal. Let me reiterate. Complete your multiple-choice questions before filling in the answer sheet, allowing time for a thorough review to avoid misalignment. Do not forget your examination admission card and identification. A boy by the podium had already packed up, 1 foot poised at the classroom door, eagerly awaiting the teacher's signal to dash out. Observing the teacher's incessant reiteration, he could not help but jest. Come on, teacher, you've said it 80 times. Rest assured, the little rascals from Class A will ensure your glorious retirement. The homeroom teacher shot him a glance. You, young man, have a decade left until my retirement. Do you wish to linger here with me? The boy corrected his posture. Let the younger students take over. I shall surely achieve high honors. Enough said. I wish you all success in your exams and a bright future ahead. This is where I bid you farewell. I await your good news on results day. Recognizing that their minds had already departed the classroom, the homeroom teacher waved them off, finally granting them their release. Most of the books had been moved 2 days prior, and as Lin Yang and Ji Zihan carried a stack of review materials out of the teaching building, they could not resist glancing back. How swiftly time has flown. It feels as though these past 6 months have unwound like a clock, vanishing in the blink of an eye, Ji Zihan remarked, walking backward in amazement. Indeed, we barely finished the year before we were summoned for supplementary lessons. It feels just like yesterday, Lin Yang responded. As they passed the bulletin board, Lin Yang gazed dreamily at the large tree behind it. Do you remember? 3 years ago, we registered at the affiliated school, and this tree was just as grand then as it is now. In the blink of an eye, we are on the verge of graduation, yet remains unchanged. Yes, I had just returned from Africa, looking as dark as coal. Ji Zihan laughed heartily at the recollection. I almost did not recognize you, Lin Yang chuckled. Fortunately, you returned to your fair complexion swiftly. At that time, I was quite miserable, but now I find it rather amusing. Reflecting on their days in Africa, Ji Zihan earnestly said, Yang, if you ever have the chance, you should visit Africa. It is truly a different world. Every blade of grass and every leaf is teeming with life, showcasing the resilience of both flora and fauna. Countless creatures spend their lives adapting to their environment. From the moment of her birth, she has grappled with hard issues, fostering a deep admiration for those in robust health and a profound appreciation for the resilient vitality of the myriad creatures inhabiting the African savanna. In the grand tapestry of existence, life reigns supreme. Lin Yang nodded, vowing to seize any future opportunity to explore. Upon returning from the southern city, she realized that remaining solely in his city would be insufficient. The world is a wondrous place, and even a glimpse of its splendor is exquisite. Thus, she was determined to gain admission to Hui University, to embrace the fervor and freedom that awaited her. June 7th marked the commencement of the college entrance examination, heralding a new dawn. Before entering the examination hall, familiar candidates exchanged words of encouragement. "Let us do our best. We will succeed," they cheered. June 8th arrived with clear skies and a gentle breeze, a day ripe for new beginnings. "At last I am free," she exclaimed after completing her final English exam. As the school's loudspeakers filled the air with music, a wave of liberated students burst forth from the campus. Emerging from the examination hall, knowing that Lu Lin and Li Chuanfang would be waiting, Lin Yang bypassed her dormitory and made her way to the school gate. The area was teeming with anxious parents, and amidst the crowd,